I once believed I had traversed time and space to the unremarkable land of America, only to discover that this world was suddenly rife with peculiar and bizarre phenomena. Fortunately, within the recesses of my mind lay a remarkable tome, capable of enhancing my abilities through the extermination of these monsters, enabling my unstoppable ascent. Chapter 1. The Past. Rat-a-tat-boom! A series of gunfire, grenade explosions, and muffled cries erupted from a long-abandoned building. A well-equipped special operations team was systematically launching an assault on a dilapidated structure. This elite squad, belonging to the United States Navy SEALs, was tasked with executing small-scale enemy incursions and decapitation missions, with each member being a top-tier soldier of the American military. Their current mission was to rescue a mother and daughter duo who had been kidnapped. 11 o'clock. "Lee, cover me," shouted a robust soldier, his face adorned with green-gray paint. He dashed out from behind a cover, firing precise shots from his rifle, taking down 3 enemies ahead. The soldier called Lee was named Lee Wei, appearing to be in his 30s with a rugged visage and a towering physique. Even while slightly hunched with his weapon, he stood at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his muscular frame causing his oversized combat uniform to stretch tightly around him. Upon hearing his comrade James' command, Li Wei swiftly redirected his rifle towards the 11 o'clock position, suppressing 2 enemy machine gunners lurking around the staircase corner to cover his teammates' advance. Such coordinated cross-covering maneuvers had become instinctual for these elite soldiers, executed flawlessly without a hint of error. Yet, the battlefield is rife with unpredictability. As James pressed forward, a wooden door suddenly burst open 2 or 3 meters to his right rear, and a black man wielding an AK-47 charged out, shouting as he pulled the trigger on James. Bang! 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 Several bullets struck James. Although most were absorbed by his armored vest, one round managed to find its mark, tearing through his neck and causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. James! Lee Wei's heart raced as he watched his close companion of nearly a decade fall. In a surge of rage, he pivoted his rifle towards the assailant, emptying his magazine in a frenzy, reducing the man's head to a grotesque pulp. The powerful 5.56 rounds not only transformed the assailant into a sieve, but also penetrated the wooden door behind him. Seconds later, a pool of blood began seeping from beneath the door behind the fallen assailant. Peering through the slowly opening door, Li Wei caught sight of a small, cramped space where a mother and her young daughter were huddled together, drenched in blood and sitting on the floor. The little girl, appearing no older than 5 or 6, clutched a blood-stained Barbie doll, her delicate face marred by several bullet wounds, rendering her oncetropic features horrifyingly grotesque. A hostage, inadvertently slain by Li Wei. The loss of his comrade and the death of the innocent child left Li Wei in a state of shock, his gaze fixed on the girl. Buzz! In the next moment, the child's tightly shut eyes flew open, devoid of any whites, staring directly at Li Wei with a malevolence that echoed the vengeful specter of a vengeful spirit. Whoosh! Li Wei jolted awake, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, his right hand gripping his gun and his left clutching a knife, scanning his surroundings as if expecting to fire at any moment. With bloodshot eyes, he surveyed the dilapidated environment around him, finally exhaling deeply as he slowly sheathed the weapons he kept close even in slumber. Another one of those dreams. Li Wei rubbed his temples, fatigue evident on his face. 6 months had elapsed since that fateful rescue mission, during which Li Wei faced a military tribunal for the unintentional killing of the 2 hostages. Despite the efforts of a naval colonel advocating on his behalf, the 2 victims appear to have influential connections, resulting in Li Wei's expulsion from the military after 12 years of service. He bore no resentment towards the outcome, acknowledging the gravity of his error in the accidental killing of the hostages, which warranted disciplinary action under military law. What truly plagued Li Wei was that relentless nightmare. Since the tragic incident involving the little girl, he had been haunted by this recurring nightmare every night, suffering from sleeplessness for half a year. Even his ironclad resolve, forged through years of military training, was beginning to falter under the weight of this torment. Li Wei sought the counsel of a psychologist, who ruled out any organic ailments and, after thorough inquiries, attributed his condition to overwhelming guilt for the girl's demise. Li Wei scoffed at this notion after 12 years of service, having fought in nearly 100 battles and stained his hands with countless lives, including those of innocent Civilians, how could he Simone deemed cold and self-serving, haunted by a single misdeed? Yet, with no alternative explanations, he reluctantly accepted the doctor's assessment, dismissing the notion that the child's spirit could be exacting revenge. He complied with the psychologist's suggestions, undergoing several sessions of guided therapy, but to little avail. Rising from the dilapidated cot in the abandoned gas station, Li Wei ambled to the adjacent narrow, filthy restroom, wiping away the dust from the mirror to reveal a handsome yet somewhat disheveled visage, 30 years gone. Li Wei sighed deeply at his reflection that he was not a native of this world, having been reborn from a realm known as Earth. In his previous life, Li Wei had been an ordinary administrative clerk, possessing no exceptional skills beyond basic clerical work, leading a mundane and stable existence. Upon arriving in this world, he was born into a destitute single-parent household in Louisiana. Lacking both genius and the knowledge of his former life, he could not alter his fate or ascend to greatness as characters in novels often do. Moreover, the stark contrast between this realm and his former life were jarring. There were no ancient nations, nor familiar languages or scripts. He possessed only a mature soul, striving to learn, exercising caution, and endeavoring to alleviate his mother's burdens as much as possible. Originally, he was to follow a conventional path, studying diligently to gain admission to a respectable university, securing financial aid to complete his education, and ultimately finding a white-collar job, thereby leading an ordinary and unremarkable life. However, during his senior year of high school at 18, his mother, who had raised him with great sacrifice, suddenly fell ill, diagnosed with stage 4 uremia. The exorbitant medical expenses exceeded $10,000, an astronomical sum for Li Wei, who had no savings to speak of. With no relatives to turn to for aid, and as a mere high school student, he was unable to secure even a loan from predatory lenders. After being ejected by loan sharks, Li Wei stumbled upon a recruitment advertisement promising a signing bonus of $15,000 for new enlistees, which became his last lifeline. In a bid to avoid illness and save costs, Li Wei had cultivated a robust physique through years of exercise and training, allowing him to pass the military enlistment physical with ease. Though he acquired the funds, the treatment ultimately only granted his mother an additional fortnight of life. As if a spring had been compressed to its limit, Li Wei, unburdened by attachments, entered the military and began to liberate himself, quickly becoming embroiled in bloodshed, while inadvertently awakening his latent potential. Chapter 2. The Leather Book. After Li Wei inadvertently shot an enemy during his first mission, a peculiar book suddenly materialized in his mind. This tome, crafted from some form of animal hide, bore a dark exterior and was devoid of any inscriptions. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet whenever Li Wei gazed upon it, he was confronted by an overwhelming sense of grandeur and weightiness. Initially, Li Wei dismissed the apparition as mere hallucination, for the book could not be physically retrieved but would manifest in his thoughts at will. As he sought to comprehend the book's purpose, it inexplicably opened to its first page. To facilitate Li Wei's understanding, lines of text began to emerge, accompanied by an image of himself at the top. Name: Li Wei. Age: 18. Life level: Level 1. Physical ability: 0. 21. Constitution: 0. 29. Skills: Shooting level 1. Combat level 1. Common energy: 1 point. As Li Wei observed the succinct representation of himself, he felt a twinge of indignation at the seemingly low numbers. To attain a robust physique and to shield himself from schoolyard bullies, he had been consciously training his body since the age of 6. His physique possessed remarkable potential. By the time he enlisted at 18, he stood over 6 feet tall and weighed nearly 90 kilograms. His muscular build rendered him far from overweight. Rather, he appeared quite formidable. His exceptional physical attributes endowed him with considerable strength. Without formal coaching, he could lift a staggering 160 kilograms through sheer determination. Thus, he held a strong confidence in his strength, yet the book's representation of his physical ability as a mere 0. 21 left him perplexed. Instinctively, Li Wei tapped the plus sign next to his physical ability, and the energy he had acquired from eliminating an enemy vanished, causing his physical ability to rise by 0. 1 to 0. 22. Concurrently, he felt an unusual warmth surging through his muscles, as if their contours had subtly expanded. Li Wei clenched his fist, astonished to discover a noticeable enhancement in his strength almost instantaneously. That evening, he stealthily ventured to the gym for a series of tests. confirming an approximate increase of 5 kilograms in his strength. After extensive experimentation, Li Wei deduced that the values pertaining to physical ability and constitution did not represent specific metrics, but rather the extent of his bodily development. The designation of physical ability, though succinct, encompassed a multitude of attributes, including muscle strength, explosive power, endurance, speed, reaction time, agility, and even impact resistance. Conversely, constitution referred to the internal systems of the body, encompassing the functions of vital organs and the body's resilience against pathogens and toxins, as well as its healing capabilities. Li Wei harbored a faint suspicion that constitution might also pertain to longevity. A higher constitution could potentially lead to an extended lifespan. In theory, the human body could achieve continuous enhancement through prolonged rigorous training, possibly reaching its ultimate limits. However, the human organism is intricate and fragile, and even the slightest miscalculation could result in injury or regression. With the assistance of the leather book, Li Wei could safely and directly develop his physique by expending energy to attain strength far surpassing that of the average individual. The sole constraint to his progress lay in the acquisition of energy, which the book required him to obtain through the act of taking lives. This method, however, was particularly suited to Li Wei's military service, especially after he was selected for the elite Special Forces unit, where killing became a commonplace occurrence. The cycle of killing, enhancing, and killing again formed a perfect loop. Yet, a year prior, Li Wei had encountered a plateau. He could no longer elevate his physical ability and endurance through energy expenditure, and the energy garnered from killing could only be stored. This stagnation was among the reasons he chose not to pursue a prolonged military career. Name: Li Wei. Age: 30. Life level: Level 1. Physical ability: 1. Unable to enhance. Constitution: 1. Unable to enhance. Skills: Combat level 4, Shooting level 3, Infiltration level 3, Maneuver level 3, Espionage level 3. Common energy: 43 points. As Li Wei surveyed the information about himself in the leather book, he felt a surge of satisfaction coursing through him, aware of the immense power flowing within. He had fully developed his body to its maximum potential. Were the outside world to learn of his physical capabilities, he would undoubtedly be seized by research institutions. Now standing at a height of 191 meters and weighing 150 kilograms, Li Wei's body density and physical attributes were indeed formidable. For instance, in terms of strength, he could now lift over 500 kilograms and deliver a punch capable of shattering a 10-centimeter thick concrete wall without injury. In terms of speed and endurance, he could run a marathon at nearly 42 kilometers/h. At this point, Li Wei surpassed even the fictional Batman in pure physical statistics, achieving the pinnacle of human capability. Moreover, in a world devoid of mutants, Iron Men, Spider-Men, or Supermen, Li Wei often referred to himself as the strongest human on the planet. Despite his conscious efforts to control his power, the strength and destructive potential he exhibited earned him a formidable reputation in the military and beyond, earning titles such as the Destroyer, the Crusher, the Grim Reaper of the Night, and the Hexagonal Warrior. Furthermore, the energy required to enhance skills escalated exponentially between levels. Advancing from level 1 to level 2 necessitated 1 point of energy, while progressing from level 2 to level 3 required 10 points. Although Li Wei had accumulated considerable energy through his lethal endeavors, he could only elevate his combat skill to level 4. With a sigh, Li Wei took a bottle of water nearby and drank nearly half in one go before pouring the rest over his head, invigorating himself. Lightly hefting a 30 to 40 kilogram rucksack, he stepped out of the gas station and continued along the desolate road. After walking for over 2 hours under the blazing sun, a slight sheen of sweat forming on his brow, Li Wei heard the roar of an engine behind him. A brand new blue Land Rover sped past, only to gradually reverse back towards him. "Hey, soldier, where are you headed?" A young, robust man with brown hair, seated in the driver's seat while nonchalantly smoking, gestured to Li Wei to hop in. "Come on, I'll give you a ride." Chapter 3. The Mountain Path. Li Wei was not surprised that others could recognize his former identity as a soldier. After all, besides his distinctive crew cut, he wore military trousers and boots, and especially his spirited demeanor was a glaring indication of his past. Looking down at the young men and women in the car, he thanked them and slid into the clearly modified third-row seat. "Oh my goodness, you are truly robust," exclaimed a woman in the front as the vehicle noticeably sank when he entered. She gazed at him, particularly eyeing his waist, and the strikingly beautiful girl could not help but swallow hard. "All right, Jenny, don't be starstruck." Another girl with a refined countenance and short hair playfully nudged Jenny, then turned to Li Wei with a gentle smile, although her gaze darted nervously over the knife strapped to his left hip, especially the serrated military dagger. Li Wei was somewhat astonished by the girl's perceptiveness. He had claimed the lives of at least 100 people with that very dagger. A true weapon of death in the novels of his previous life. Hello, I am Elena, and this is my best friend Jenny. The short-haired girl introduced herself, gesturing to the driver, Jay, who had also served in the military, while the passenger beside him was Rosen. It was quite common for high school graduates to enlist in the military in America, especially among the lower classes, as not only could they pursue higher education afterward, but exceptional service members would even receive assistance with their college tuition. You can call me Lee. Li Wei nodded at Elena. They were all from New Iberia, not far from his hometown of Monroe, making this encounter rather fortuitous. Jay, gripping the steering wheel while smoking from a hookah, appeared quite exhilarated. Hey Lee, which unit did you serve in? The Navy SEALs, Li Wei replied with a soft sigh, momentarily lost in thought. After spending 12 years in the military, he had mastered various combat skills, but those skills held little relevance in the stable reality of civilian life. Upon leaving the military, his foremost concern was survival, putting food on the table. As a seasoned Special Forces operative, while his salary and bonuses were substantial, he had no habit of saving, especially with the exorbitant costs of therapy he had undergone in recent months, which had nearly depleted his funds. After all, he had been discharged from the military, and they no longer covered his medical expenses. Everything had to be paid out of pocket. In a money-driven country like America, the difference between wealth and poverty was akin to heaven and hell. However, Li Wei soon shook his head, realizing he was overly anxious. Given his current capabilities, money was within his grasp. Whether in security firms or private militias, top-tier veterans like him were pursued with cash offers. If he wished to be a bit carefree, he could easily turn the gangs that others avoided into his personal ATM. Wow, Jay exclaimed. I wanted to join the Navy SEALs too, but unfortunately, I didn't pass the assessments. Lee, do you often have to take lives on overseas missions? Jay seemed quite chatty, and upon spotting the pistol at Li Wei's waist through the rearview mirror, he bombarded him with questions. M1911. That's my favorite. Do you like handguns? Oh. Did you modify that magazine yourself? It's so cool. Can you shoot a couple of rounds for me later? The Browning M1911, despite being nearly a century old, remained a favorite among soldiers due to its reliability and the formidable firepower of its 11.43mm rounds. With Li Wei's considerable strength, the recoil of the M1911 was negligible. The only drawback of this weapon was its limited magazine capacity of 7 rounds, which Li had customized to hold 11. Hey, Jay, watch the road. Rosen, the slender youth in the passenger seat, suddenly shouted. It looks like the road ahead is closed. As they peered forward, they saw a row of yellow barricades blocking the wide road, with a sign stating that construction lay ahead, requiring detours. What should we do? Elena furrowed her brow at the imposing concrete barriers. If we take a detour now, we'll have to turn around and travel over 200 kilometers more. And we don't have enough fuel to reach the next gas station. They were merely over 100 kilometers from New Iberia, and if they turned back, the car might very well break down on this desolate interstate highway. A truly terrifying prospect. Fuck. Jay slammed the steering wheel, the horn blaring. Are the city officials out of their minds? Can't they move this sign forward a bit? Taking a deep drag from her hookah, Jenny remained remarkably calm. Hey guys, don't panic. There's a mountain path over there. She pointed to a small hill. It's a bit rugged, but it leads directly to St. Martinville. Perhaps we can rest there for the night and attend a service at St. Martin's Church. Oh, really? Jay's face lit up with excitement. St. Martinville was adjacent to New Iberia, essentially a shortcut. Of course it's true, Jenny replied, handing the hookah to Jay. My ex-boyfriend took me through there once. Following Jenny's direction, they indeed discovered a narrow 2-meter-wide path, though it was overgrown with weeds, indicating it had not seen traffic for some time. If not for Jenny's guidance, one might easily overlook this mountain trail. Goodness, can't they at least smooth out this road a bit? My back is going to break, Jenny complained, as the muddy path was riddled with potholes, making it difficult to traverse. Hey, darling, you said the same thing in bed last night, Jay teased, earning a swift punch from Jenny. Just bear with it a little longer. We've likely covered almost half the distance. We should be out in about an hour, Elena said with a gentle smile, rubbing Jenny's back. Suddenly, the car's front tires seemed to hit something. Jay leaned forward to look, and his expression turned grave. Both front tires had punctured, visibly deflating. Who would be so malicious as to throw spikes on the road? Jay exclaimed. pulling rusty nails from the tires and flinging them into the nearby woods. Guys, we only have one spare tire, so we might have to hike over the mountains. Chapter 4. The Cabin. Alas. Upon hearing they must traverse the rugged mountain path on foot, Jenny let out a lament. It's swarming with mosquitoes. I might very well be bitten to death. Jay, why don't you call a tow company? Or perhaps you could transform me into a signal tower. Jay raised his hands high, mimicking antennas. Observing this, Jenny retrieved her phone from her shorts, and indeed, it displayed no signal. The vast American wilderness, sparsely populated, had no incentive for telecommunication companies to erect towers in remote mountains or forests. Though the path was arduous, only a few kilometers remained. If we hasten our pace, we could emerge in 2 to 3 hours. Jay retrieved the backpacks from the vehicle and, after a moment's thought, pulled a small first aid kit and a solid metal baseball bat from the trunk. 2 or 3 hours. It's nearly 4 o'clock. We'll be walking in the dark. Jenny glanced at her watch, continuously spraying herself with insect repellent. With a vigorous swing of the bat, Jay produced a sharp whoosh of wind, displaying considerable strength. If we happen upon a deer, we could attempt a wild camping barbecue party. Camping? A barbecue party? Jenny's eyes sparkled with interest. But the sight of the bat in Jay's hands deflated her enthusiasm. Just you? Maybe not. Elena, who had remained silent, surveyed the lush cypress forest around them. The thought of possibly spending the night in such a place sent shivers down her spine, despite the summer heat. Let us move quickly. This wild forest isn't safe. If we encounter a wild boar or a bear, we'll be in dire straits. The slender Rosen hoisted his backpack, unwilling to spend the night in such desolate wilderness, prompting a nod of agreement from Elena. Rosen, my brother, show some fortitude. Jay clapped him on the back and then turned to Levi, who had just exited the vehicle. Have you forgotten? We have a powerful ally who just retired from the special forces. Oh, Levi, you're truly formidable. How did you build such muscle? Sitting in the car, Jay hadn't noticed, but now, standing before Levi, who stood at 6 feet tall and was visibly muscular, he felt dwarfed. He playfully punched Levi's seemingly steel-like bicep, his eyes filled with envy. Levi, camping in these woods must feel like a vacation to you. Jenny's interest was piqued, especially upon noticing the handgun at Levi's waist, her last reservations swiftly dissipating. All right, the car doors and windows are locked. We'll call for a tow once we're down the mountain. Jay had rented the Land Rover using his credit card as collateral. Losing it would mean a hefty financial penalty. The rugged mountain path proved far more challenging than they had imagined, seemingly abandoned for quite some time. The trail was overgrown with grass taller than a person. After 2 hours of laborious trekking, as the sun began to set, they had covered only 5 or 6 kilometers. Ugh, my legs are killing me. Jenny, drenched in sweat, took several sips of purified water and quickly washed the small cuts on her legs from the grass, mingled with sweat, causing her discomfort. Elena, accompany me to relieve myself. Though Jenny was brash, being a college student, she was aware of the wisdom in not venturing alone into the woods. Don't wander too far, Jay called out as he watched the two disappear into the trees, then sat down to catch his breath. Jay, come quickly. Just seconds later, Jenny's voice echoed from the woods. Alarmed, Jay jumped up, clutching the baseball bat, and rushed toward her voice. What? The trio pushed through the dense underbrush along the path and soon glimpsed a wooden cabin, faintly nestled a few hundred meters into the woods. Wow, Jay exclaimed, a perfect camping retreat. Such cabins were not uncommon in the American wilderness. Many middle-class families, weary of urban steel and concrete, sought out tranquil forests to construct these havens for relaxation. Jenny and Elena's faces lit up with joy. Their energy was nearly spent, and the prospect of resting in a cabin felt like a precious gift. However, Levi's nostrils flared slightly, a peculiar expression in his eyes. His extraordinary sense of smell detected a faint yet distinct scent of human blood and decay in the air. The metallic aroma was fresh, yet it mingled with the unmistakable stench of long-decayed corpses, indicating that this place had witnessed more than one murder. Levi remained unfazed. He had witnessed too much bloodshed to concern himself with such matters. Yet, should anyone provoke him, he would not hesitate to reap lives and gather energy. Hello, is anyone there? As they approached the cabin, they found the wooden door secured with a rusty padlock. Jay knocked on the door a few times. No one's home, Jenny said, moving to a nearby window, peering through the dust-coated glass to see inside. But no figures appeared in the dim cabin. Well then, I apologize. I'll replace the lock, Jay declared, raising the bat and smashing down on the padlock, shattering it and sending the pieces clattering to the ground. Creak. As the door swung open, A foul odor assaulted their senses. Ugh, what is that smell? Did a sewer explode? Ginny doubled over, gagging, and upon seeing the interior, her eyes widened in shock. Or is there a slaughterhouse inside this cabin? Hey, buddy, I think we should leave, Rosen shouted, seeing Jay step inside while covering his mouth and nose. Don't panic, Rosen. Jay surveyed the cabin's interior, where animal heads adorned the walls, including those of wolves and bears. I wager this is merely a hunter-esque cabin. How cool. Creak. Suddenly, the cabin floor lurched upward, and a short man wielding a bloodied knife emerged. Upon seeing his face, the ostensibly brave Jay felt as if his heart had stopped. Chapter 5. The Oddity. Good heavens. Jay and his companions stared wide-eyed, a gasp escaping their lips, while the timid Elena dropped her bottle of mineral water in shock. Emerging from the basement was a man barely exceeding 5 feet tall, clad in a white checkered shirt that accentuated his gaunt frame. His face was grotesquely deformed, adorned with sparse tufts of hair, and marred by a plethora of deep, foul wrinkles. His nostrils were mere pits, and his gaping mouth revealed jagged, sparse teeth. Most alarming were his eyes, clouded and beastly, exuding a malevolent ferocity that instilled a primal fear akin to being ensnared by a venomous serpent. Apologies. I'm so sorry, Jay stammered, swallowing hard as the grotesque figure fixed him with an unsettling gaze, the stench emanating from him overwhelming. Hee. The creature tilted its head, scrutinizing them with a sinister grin, as if evaluating a group of unsuspecting lambs ready for slaughter. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the creature brandished a sharp knife, aiming it at Jay's throat with alarming speed, the blade slicing through the air with a menacing whistle, showcasing an unnatural strength. Faced with this horrifying assault, Jay's mind blanked, leaving him paralyzed as he stared at the descending blade. Bang! Bang! The sharp crack of gunfire shattered the air, and the creature, wearing an eerie smile, staggered back. Blood erupted from its chest and forehead, the knife clattering from its grip as it toppled backward. As the creature's blood splattered onto Jay's face, clarity returned, and he emitted a strangled cry, his legs giving way as he sank to the ground. Phew! Despite having served in the military, Jay was merely a member of the State Guard with basic training, and he felt a sharp pain on his neck where the knife had grazed him. Lee, you saved my life. Scrambling to his feet, Jay managed a grateful smile at Levi, realizing that without him, he would have met a grim fate. However, Levi paid no heed to Jay's frantic gratitude. Instead, he frowned and approached the fallen creature. His mind raced with the peculiar book he had encountered, which showed no signs of energy being absorbed. Not dead? That's impossible. Levi observed the creature's 2 fatal wounds, particularly the gaping hole in its forehead through which he could vaguely see its pallid brain matter. Could it be that this was a being beyond humanity, one from which the book could not extract energy? Thud, thud, just as Levi contemplated administering a few more shots for experimentation. A rapid and heavy footfall echoed from the basement, followed by a towering figure emerging from below. This new figure stood nearly 2 meters tall, its body and limbs remarkably robust, even larger than Levi. It resembled a wall of flesh, and its visage was equally grotesque, perhaps even more so than the one sprawled on the ground, though its eyes conveyed an unsettling hint of foolishness. Roar! Upon seeing its motionless companion, the creature let out an enraged bellow and lifted a hefty axe, swinging it down toward Levi. Faced with this display of immense power, Levi merely sidestepped, akin to a gentleman yielding space to a lady in a narrow corridor, effortlessly evading the blow. Crash! The axe struck the wooden table behind Levi, cleaving the solid piece of furniture in 2, splinters flying in every direction. Thud! The creature, momentarily stunned as if struck at a vital point, felt its limbs weaken, and the axe fell from its grasp. Yet, it did not collapse. Instead, it roared in fury and lunged at Levi, intending to crush him in a deadly embrace. In the face of this approaching mass, Levi stood his ground, delivering a straightforward, powerful uppercut that landed squarely on the creature's chin. Bang! With a resounding thud, the creature's massive form lifted off the ground, its jaw shattered, blood and teeth spewing from its mouth. Thud! The creature fell heavily, its formidable physique no match for Levi's might, its eyes rolling back as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Clang! Levi, seeing the creature incapacitated, refrained from further violence. Instead, he turned to the chain adorned with numerous sharp knives, detaching it to bind the unconscious creature securely. Indeed, Levi intended to capture this anomaly alive. It appeared to be a product of some grotesque transformation, and various biopharmaceutical companies in America would undoubtedly be keenly interested in such a specimen, likely fetching a handsome price. Have I unwittingly become a bounty hunter? Levi mused wryly, then exerted his strength to tightly fasten the chain around the creature, dusting off his hands. He turned to find Jay had not fled. Instead, he stood at the entrance with a baseball bat, prepared to assist. Levi's regard for him improved considerably. "Lee, you are my hero," Jenny exclaimed, admiration lighting her face, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if eager to engage in a playful contest with Levi. Just then, Levi's attention shifted to the basement entrance behind him, startling Jay and the others, who feared another creature might emerge. "Do you hear that? It sounds like someone is calling for help." Elena strained to listen, faint cries echoing from the depths below. Levi, too, could distinctly hear the pleas of a woman. Drawing his dagger, he began his descent. While Jay and the others hesitated, they ultimately decided that following Levi was the safer option, especially after witnessing the two incapacitated creatures. Elena, steeling herself, picked up a filthy knife for protection. "Help! Is anyone there? Please, come save me." As they descended the wooden ladder, enduring the increasingly foul stench, they clearly heard the weak cries for help. Good heavens! Upon witnessing the scene in the basement, Jay and his companions were momentarily paralyzed with shock. Even Levi, accustomed to bloodshed, furrowed his brow in dismay. Chapter 6. Slaughter gagging at the gruesome scene before her. Overwhelmed by the nauseating stench of blood and decay that assaulted her senses, Jenny could no longer contain herself and turned to retch violently. As she initiated this reaction, Rosen and Elena, too, felt their stomachs churn and joined in the expulsion. Jay, having undergone military training, managed to withstand the discomfort better, covering his mouth and nose with his t-shirt. Amidst the horror, a surge of anger welled up within him. What barbarity! This basement, larger than the wooden cabin above, resembled nothing less than a slaughterhouse. Before them lay two wooden tables, each bearing the mangled remains of two bodies. Upon spotting several seemingly normal individuals descending, Jenny's dimmed gaze suddenly brightened, and her will to survive erupted within her mind. "Save me. Please save me." Quickly, hearing her desperate cries, Elena wiped the vomit from her mouth and urgently called out for Jay and the others to assist. Jay fumbled through his backpack for a small first aid kit, hastily tending to the grievously injured girl, staunching her bleeding limbs and administering an injection of adrenaline. "Wake up! Wake up!" Indeed, within mere moments, the tormented girl fell utterly still, and the emotional Elena sobbed, calling out to her, tears streaming down her face. "Rosen, what's wrong?" At that moment, Jenny noticed Rosen, clutching his chest, collapsing to the ground, his face pale and drenched in sweat, appearing to be in excruciating pain. "Hey, brother, is your heart condition acting up again?" Jay rushed over, searching Rosen's pockets but found nothing. "Where's your medication?" It fell." Rosen gasped, struggling to breathe through the intense pain. "I feel like I can't catch my breath." Having a congenital heart condition, he was already fatigued, and the distressing atmosphere of the basement triggered a sudden heart attack. What could they do? Without medication, Rosen could perish. In a frenzy, Jay carried Rosen to the well-ventilated wooden cabin, casting a desperate glance at Levi. As in times of crisis, one instinctively turns to the strong for aid. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Levi sighed, shaking his head. He was only familiar with basic first aid. "Look, a car." Just then, Jenny spotted a dilapidated sedan parked behind the cabin through the rear window. The group hurried over to inspect it, and fortunately, the keys were still in the ignition. Despite its filthy and worn appearance, the car miraculously started, though it was too cramped for all four of them, let alone Jay. "Take Rosen to the hospital first. Call the police when you reach the bottom of the hill. I'll wait for them here," Levi instructed as he shut the car door behind them. "All right, Levi, take care of yourself." Jay nodded, flooring the gas as they sped down the mountain path. Clang! Just as Levi watched the taillights disappear, a strange noise suddenly emanated from within the cabin. Peering through the glass, he was astounded to see the creature he had shot twice struggling to rise from the ground. Levi was taken aback. His shots had struck the creature in the chest and forehead, yet it was still alive? He then realized why the system had not indicated any energy acquisition. Although surprised by the creature's fortuitous survival, Levi did not dwell on it, for he had witnessed even more astonishing feats of survival in combat, where individuals with half their heads blown off still clung to life. The creature, having taken 2 bullets, staggered to its feet and grasped a chain attached to another creature, attempting to free it from its bonds. Creak. However, the next moment, Levi's slow and heavy footsteps caused the floorboards to creak ominously. Bathed in the last rays of the setting sun, his imposing figure cast a large shadow, enveloping the two creatures struggling for survival within the cabin. To any onlooker, Levi would appear as the villainous slayer, while the two creatures would seem like innocent lambs. Such remarkable regenerative capabilities. Although the small creature bore the bullet wounds, its bleeding had noticeably ceased. Meanwhile, the other creature, bound tightly, began to regain consciousness, its broken jaw moving as if trying to alert its companion. As Levi approached, the smaller creature, sensing his presence, released the chain it held, displaying a look of supplication, and began to bow repeatedly before him. Thud! The creature's head struck the wooden floor with a dull thud, blood spurting from the bullet hole in its forehead. As Levi approached within a meter of the pleading creature, a glint of cunning malice flashed in its eyes. Gathering all its strength, it slammed its forehead against the wooden planks before it. Crack! The creature's head collided with the board, causing the over-meter-long plank to snap, and Levi's footing faltered as he lost support, stumbling awkwardly. Hee. The creature cackled triumphantly. Seizing a nearby bone saw and lunging towards Levi's thigh with ferocious speed, as if it had rehearsed this moment. In that instant of peril, Levi's mind was crystal clear, and countless countermeasures sprang to mind. Instead of flailing wildly in resistance, he focused his strength into his standing leg, unleashing a powerful force that shattered the floorboards beneath him. Boom! A section of wood flooring spanning several square meters crumbled, sending Levi and the two creatures plummeting into the basement below, shattering the trap in an instant. Chapter 7. The leap of life. With a resounding crash, accompanied by the splintering of wooden boards, Levi and the two monstrous beings plummeted into the basement. From a height of 3 to 4 meters, Levi adjusted his posture slightly and landed gracefully. However, the two creatures, particularly the one bound by iron chains, fell heavily to the ground, impaled by numerous sharp wooden spikes, blood oozing profusely. Yet, astonishingly, neither displayed any signs of pain, as if they were devoid of sensation. The creature wielding a knife, though slender, exhibited remarkable agility. It quickly scrambled to its feet, scooped up a handful of dirt, and hurled it at Levi's face. Seizing the opportunity while Levi was distracted, it lunged forward with its short blade. Yet, to Levi, a master of level 4 combat skills, this assault was riddled with flaws. With a swift sidestep, he countered with a powerful punch that sent the creature flying more than 2 meters away, dazed and unable to rise. Roaring in fury at the sight of its fallen comrade, the burly creature's muscles visibly tensed, causing the chains binding it to creak ominously. Levi glanced at the seemingly enraged beast, and upon realizing its inability to break free, he approached the dazed creature, seizing it by the neck and effortlessly lifting it as if it were a mere child. With a sudden, crushing grip, Levi shattered the creature's cervical vertebrae and trachea, its head drooping lifelessly as if it were deceased. However, after waiting a few moments without receiving a notification from his grimoire about energy absorption, he pressed a finger against the creature's carotid artery, discovering a faint pulse. A look of astonishment filled his eyes. Was it not dead? Levi's intentions were not born of cruelty, but rather a need to ascertain whether the creature's demise would yield energy for his grimoire. This monster, reveling in the slaughter of humans, was seen by Levi as a means to mitigate the grievances of the tormented souls of the deceased, if indeed such souls existed in this world. With its heart shattered, cervical spine and trachea severed, blood pouring from its body, and even brain damage inflicted, Levi pondered the implications of decapitation. In a swift motion, amidst the astonished gaze of the hulking creature, Levi grasped the shoulder of the dazed monster with his left hand while yanking its head off with his right, tearing it from its body. Eureka! Levi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the newfound energy displayed in his grimoire, which revealed a point of special energy previously unseen. Most thrilling of all, this special energy could be utilized to elevate his life level. Levi understood that he had reached the pinnacle of level 1 existence, the absolute limit of human capacity. If he could ascend to a higher life level, it would signify a transcendence of the physical boundaries of humanity, stepping into the realm of the superhuman. With eager anticipation, Levi tapped on the life level indicator. As a point of special energy was consumed, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, invigorating every fiber of his being. It was as though his form, parched and barren like a drought-ridden land, was being nourished by a deluge of rejuvenating essence. The sensation was overwhelmingly pleasant, akin to a euphoric lightness. During this transformative process, Levi's genetic makeup underwent a miraculous evolution, with detrimental factors being purged and crucial elements subtly yet significantly altering. Crack! Crack! The sound of bone resonated within Levi as he felt his stature increase. nearing 2 meters in height. His muscles expanded with unprecedented vigor, resembling a grotesque titan. Yet, within moments, these massive muscles began to contract, refining into a more potent form, akin to raw iron being forged into superior steel. This surge of vitality was fleeting, lasting barely over a minute before the elevation of his life level concluded. Levi exhaled deeply, sending a gust that scattered dust and debris 2 meters away. Name: Levi. Age: 30. Life level: 2 physical ability, 2 constitution, 2 talent, basic self-healing skills, combat level 4, shooting level 3, stealth level 3, mobility level 3, espionage level 3, ordinary energy, 43 points, special energy, 0 points. This newfound strength. Levi realized that his body brimmed with explosive power, feeling as though he had shed a burdensome weight accumulated over decades. With his life level elevated from 1 to 2, he had transcended the limits of humanity, doubling his physical prowess and constitution. Not only did he experience a marked increase in strength, agility, and reflexes, but he also perceived a substantial enhancement in the resilience of his bones and the vitality of his organs, even extending his lifespan beyond ordinary comprehension. This comprehensive evolution was the very essence of a leap in life level. Levi instinctively sensed that his robust musculature and skeletal structure could withstand the impact of a conventional bullet without suffering grave injury. As he surveyed himself, he noticed a layer of dry, dead skin covering his body. A gentle touch caused this skin to flake away, revealing a smooth, youthful complexion beneath. Upon inspecting his arms and torso, he found that the scars from previous gunshot wounds had vanished. Furthermore, he noted a new entry in his grimoire indicating the talent of basic self-healing, undoubtedly a gift from this transformative ordeal. Chapter 8. Taming the Ogre. How did this sudden emergence of the innate ability for basic self-healing come about? Levi pondered, stroking his smooth chin. Was it an evolutionary awakening resulting from an elevation in his life level, or perhaps a gift bestowed by the tome after vanquishing this monstrous being? Levi had personally dispatched countless foes, including many formidable maniacs, yet they merely provided the tome with common energy. However, this peculiar creature seemed to offer a unique form of energy, indicating that it was anything but an ordinary human. Moreover, Levi recalled that the creature had not perished even after he struck its heart and head, a clear demonstration of remarkable regenerative capabilities. Was it possible that common energy could now solely be utilized to enhance skills? After experimenting, Levi made a new discovery: physical strength, constitution, and life level, along with this newly acquired talent, could only be augmented using special energy, which, it appeared, could only be harvested from such grotesque beings. Levi's gaze fell upon the hulking figure of the ogre lying motionless on the ground, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The meager sum he could gain from selling such a creature paled in comparison to the prospect of enhancing his own abilities. To the ogre, humans were merely akin to cattle and sheep, yet it had witnessed the terrifying display of Levi's raw power, especially after Levi's life level had ascended. The ogre felt an overwhelming sense of suppression emanating from him. The instinct for survival is deeply ingrained in every creature. Now, as the fearsome human prepared to deal the final blow, the bound ogre felt an acute sense of dread, its heart racing with thoughts of submission and pleas for mercy. Just as Levi was about to end the creature's life, the tome in his mind unexpectedly emitted the sound of pages turning. Levi focused intently, and to his astonishment, the tome revealed a new page, instantly updating with information regarding the ogre on the ground. Species: ogre, human mutant. Age: 17. Life level: 1 physical strength, 0. 73. Upgradable. Constitution: 1. Non-upgradable. Talent: basic self-healing skills. Butchery level 4. Combat level 2 status. Absolute submission. What? The tome has tamed this ogre for me? Levi felt a surge of surprise, particularly as he sensed a connection with the ogre, allowing him to perceive its thoughts and issue commands that could not be disobeyed. Truly wondrous. Furthermore, with the ogre now incorporated into the tome, Levi discovered he could expend common energy to enhance the ogre's physical strength. After a moment of contemplation, Levi decided to expend 27 points of common energy to push the ogre's physical capabilities to their limits. With the energy coursing through the ogre's body, it let out a powerful roar, its surface erupting with thick, dark veins, and its already muscular form swelled, making it appear even larger. With a resounding crash, the chains binding it were shattered, and its facial features grotesquely distorted, its eyes sunken, lips curled outward, resembling the face of a wild boar. Species: ogre, human mutant, age, 17 life level, 1 physical strength, 1, non-upgradable, constitution, 1, non-upgradable, talent, basic self-healing skills, butchery level 4. Combat level 2 status, absolute obedience. The enhanced ogre rose from the ground, now towering at over 7 feet tall, its muscles bulging and veins protruding, making the confines of the basement feel exceedingly cramped. Observing the obediently submissive ogre before him, Levi pressed a hand on its shoulder and engaged in a slight contest of strength, discovering that the ogre's full potential could unleash nearly 500 pounds of force. Excellent. Levi nodded in satisfaction. Although this creature was a mutated human, its inherent nature had transformed into that of an ogre, rendering it far stronger than any human. Coupled with its innate self-healing ability, the ogre's combat prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Should Levi elevate its combat skills, he would gain a powerful ally. However, while the ogre could understand him, it could not speak. When Levi inquired about its transformation, the creature could only gesture helplessly, indicating it had been hunting humans with another companion for as long as it could remember. The newfound self-healing talent was likely extracted by the tome upon its capture. Contemplating this, Levi speculated about the existence of other extraordinary species in the world. He realized that to further elevate his life level, he would need to hunt down even more formidable special creatures to acquire greater or higher tier special energy. How intriguing! A wave of exhilaration washed over him. After 12 years of military combat, having faced countless life and death crises, executing missions, and indulging in hedonistic pursuits, Levi had grown numb to the cycle of violence. Especially after reaching the pinnacle of human capability, he had lost his sense of direction following a brief period of revelry. Now, however, he felt he had found a clear path to seek out and eliminate those extraordinary life forms, thus continuously evolving himself. He longed to see what he might become when he pushed his life level to its utmost limits. Would he remain human or ascend to the divine? After gathering his thoughts, Levi led the ogre into a dilapidated cabin on the verge of collapse. Initially, he had intended to wait for the police, but now that he had tamed the ogre, surrendering it to the authorities was out of the question. He searched the rooms within the cabin, but found no clothing suitable for the ogre's enlarged form. Its garments had been torn to shreds, leaving it exposed. Reluctantly, Levi tore down a curtain for the creature to wear. During his search, Levi discovered numerous wallets, rings, watches, and other valuables hidden within a cabinet, evidently pilfered from the unfortunate victims. Upon inspecting the contents of a wallet, he found a sum of nearly $20,000, which he pocketed without hesitation. Boom. After picking up 2 spent shell casings and confirming no other clues remained, Levi set the cabin ablaze and, with the ogre in tow, made his way down the mountain. From this moment forth, I shall name you Hannibal. Chapter 9. The mysterious organization. The once quaint wooden cabin now lay in ruins, with wisps of smoke rising into the air. Nearby, several police cars flashed their lights, while officers worked diligently to clear the debris. Following the report from Jay and his companions, the St. Martinville Police Department swiftly took action, as the situation involved at least 10 individuals based on their accounts. However, the sheriff in charge of the case harbored doubts regarding the young people's sensational claims about distortions and man-eating creatures, considering them to be mere exaggerations. Meanwhile, Jay and Elena gazed at the charred remains of the cabin with concern etched on their faces. Do not worry, Elena. Lee is incredibly capable and will surely be fine. Despite not knowing the cause of the cabin's destruction, Jay had unwavering faith in Li Wei's abilities. Believing that if he could take down such a formidable beast with his bare hands, he would have no trouble safeguarding himself. I forgot to ask Lee for his contact details, Jay lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. Elena, pondering for a moment, then had a stroke of inspiration. Lee mentioned that his hometown is Monroe City. I can ask my uncle there for information. He should be able to help us find Lee's address. Elena's uncle worked in the municipal office of Monroe City, and considering Lee's age and military background, tracking him down should be straightforward. As they whispered their plans, the officers finally unearthed numerous human remains from the wreckage of the cabin, validating Jay and his friend's report. The case escalated dramatically, prompting the sheriff in charge of the search to urgently inform the police chief. The police chief, already in bed and preparing to sleep, erupted in expletives upon hearing his subordinate's report. This case, involving dozens of fatalities, was far beyond the capacity of a small-town police department to handle. More than 2 hours later, as the forest surrounding the crime scene was cordoned off, a thunderous roar suddenly filled the air. A large helicopter hovered approximately 5 or 6 meters above the cabin. Under the glow of searchlights, several figures descended via a cable, one of whom was a balding man in a suit carrying a black briefcase, flanked by 5 armed personnel. Upon landing, they formed a defensive formation, positioning the suited man at the center, demonstrating exceptional combat readiness. The armed personnel donned heavy, armor-like black tactical suits, towering in stature, their faces obscured by helmets, ballistic visors, and respiratory filters, wielding highly advanced weaponry radiating lethal intent. Suddenly, a live figure leapt from the helicopter, landing with a thud that created a shallow crater in the ground. It was a blonde woman, her silhouette defined by a katana strapped to her back and clad in a striking black and yellow striped bodysuit. "Hey, Crisis, doesn't jumping down like that hurt your heels?" The suited man called out, exasperation etched on his face. "Bill, only by integrating training into every action of life can one hope to reach the limits of the human body and ascend to the status of a preacher," Crisis replied, shaking her head with a serious expression. "Only by becoming a preacher can I gain the power to protect my daughter." "Huh. My old bones can't withstand the rigors of such training." Bill shrugged nonchalantly in response to Crisis's earnest counsel. "But with the status of a preacher, one could attain greater privileges and a lifespan of 120 years. Aren't you at all tempted, Bill?" As Crisis's close friend and mentor, she naturally wished for him to contemplate the path of cultivation. "Though we are merely the lowest-ranking clerics in the organization, we can treat our fieldwork as a subsidized vacation, enjoying food and leisure at the organization's expense. Once you become a preacher, most of your time will be spent in the base. What's the point of living a few extra decades?" Bill waved his hand dismissively, signaling Crisis to cease her urging. Everyone has different lifestyles and values. Bill understood Crisis's relentless pursuit of cultivation, but he could never abandon enjoyment for the sake of hardship. All clear. The 5 soldiers dispersed to comb through the cabin's ruins, confirming the absence of danger before reporting back to Bill. He approached the wreckage, opening the briefcase, which transformed into a peculiar device resembling a computer. A small radar-like detector extended from the right side, spinning continuously. Beep, beep. A few minutes later, the device emitted a series of sharp sounds, and lines of text began flashing on the display. Is it really a distortion? Crisis, who had been practicing with her katana nearby, rushed over. Indeed, Bill clicked a few buttons on the screen, confirming that there had indeed been 2 level 1 distortions present here before their demise based on residual distortion radiation analysis. Have they been confirmed dead? Crisis swung her katana a couple of times, an expression of battle intent emerging on her face. "Please, this is merely a basic detection device. It cannot provide such detailed readings." However, according to police testimonies and records, one distortion was killed by a single individual, while the other was incapacitated by him. Bill pointed to the charred remains of the cabin, which bore clear signs of arson. "I suspect it has been reduced to ashes." "Oh, 1 dead and 1 injured? Can we ascertain the identity of that individual?" "Let me take a look at the descriptions from those little ones," Bill replied. Male, self-identified as Lee, approximately 30 years old. Standing between 1.9 and 2.0 meters tall, registered in Monroe City, Louisiana, and suspected of having recently retired from the military. After entering the relevant information into the device, a classified military dossier materialized on the screen, revealing a photo of Lee Wei in the upper left corner. In the United States, security classifications range from unclassified, secret, classified, to top secret. Although Lee Wei had been discharged from military service, his information remained classified due to his extensive experience in the special forces. Even police departments and government institutions could not access it. Yet, Bill was able to uncover Lee Wei's detailed information with a simple search, showcasing the formidable power of the organization behind him. His impressive track record explained how he could single-handedly defeat 2 distortions. After perusing Lee Wei's profile, Bill nodded in understanding, realizing the reasons behind the cabin's destruction. Killing and arson were indeed the Special Forces' forte. After reviewing Lee Wei's dossier, Crisis pondered for a moment before clicking a recommendation button on his file. "Oh, it seems we may soon have a new colleague." Chapter 10. The farm. At this juncture, Levi, who was on many minds, drove an old pickup truck devoid of doors and a windshield under the cover of night, heading towards his hometown. The ogre Hannibal and his accomplices had resided in the mountains for over a decade, with countless pedestrians and tourists having perished at their hands. Consequently, there existed a valley specifically designated for concealing the vehicles of their victims. Amidst the hundreds of cars, Levi rummaged through and eventually unearthed a dilapidated pickup that could still function, with Hannibal's massive form comfortably nestled in the flatbed. With a swift motion, Levi brushed the dust off the steering wheel, revealing the Chevrolet emblem. Despite its shabby appearance, the vehicle surprisingly surged forward with remarkable speed. After refueling once during the journey, Levi drove for over 3 hours, finally arriving at a dilapidated 2-story building in an impoverished neighborhood of Monroe City just as dawn began to break. This weathered structure, with peeling paint, was none other than Levi's former home. A few minutes later, he sighed silently, revved the engine, and made his way to a farm located in the southwest of Monroe City. This overgrown and seemingly abandoned farm was the only fixed asset Levi had acquired during his early years of military service, spanning a mere 10 hectares. It was considered small among American farms, yet its modest size also translated to an affordable price and relatively low annual taxes. In America, farm owners are obligated to pay taxes annually, and although Levi's farm had yielded no produce over the years, taxes remained non-negotiable. Levi had been particularly drawn to this farm not only for its small orchard, but also for a 2 to 3 hectare pond situated in front of the woods. Adjacent to the orchard stood a weathered wooden villa, complemented by a nearby warehouse typically used for storing vehicles or fertilizers. With a thud, Levi parked the truck and gave the cabin a firm pat, startling the slumbering ogre awake. He fished out a key from his backpack, only to discover that the villa's lock had long since rusted shut. After exerting some force, he managed to pull the lock cylinder out, unleashing a cloud of dust mixed with a musty odor that made Levi grimace. "Hannibal, go inside and tidy up," Levi instructed, retrieving 2 mops from the warehouse and tossing them to the ogre, who stood dumbfounded at the doorway. The mops appeared diminutive and fragile in Hannibal's towering hands. Observing the clumsy ogre as he attempted to clean, Levi took the opportunity to drive around the farm and reacquaint himself with the terrain. Upon reaching the southern boundary of the property, he spotted a robust middle-aged man with a full beard, puffing on a pipe while operating a combine harvester to harvest corn. In stark contrast to Levi's desolate expanse, his neighbor's farm was meticulously maintained, showcasing an array of crops and livestock, epitomizing the essence of a flourishing farm. As the burly man turned his vehicle, he caught sight of Levi standing a short distance away. Initially taken aback, his expression swiftly transformed into one of delight. "Ha, Levi?" John, the middle-aged man, leapt from the harvester and embraced Levi, delivering a hearty slap on his back. Approximately 40 years old and standing just shy of 6 feet, John was notably muscular, with a long scar adorning his left cheek, lending him a fierce demeanor. A retired officer from the Navy SEALs due to injury, John had once been Levi's superior and had looked out for him due to their shared roots in Monroe City. It was John who had facilitated the acquisition of this farm for Levi, even advancing a significant sum of money at the time. "I've heard about James." "It's not your fault," John remarked, plucking a handful of corn and grinding it into his pipe before igniting it. Both Levi and James had been trained by John, with Levi possessing extraordinary combat prowess and James being a natural leader. It was an unfortunate twist of fate that James met his demise at the hands of a nameless lackey. "Let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. Have you planned what to cultivate on the farm?" John inquired, glancing over Levi's property. "I have 2 skilled farmers available. I could lend them to you for a couple of days." "No need." Levi waved his hand dismissively. "I purchased the farm merely to possess a piece of land of my own. Farming is not in my plans." Levi had already discerned a method to elevate his life level, and he intended to spend his time hunting aberrations akin to ogres rather than tilling the soil. "Huh, I knew you'd say that." John seemed to have anticipated this response, lifting his shirt to reveal a gleaming silver revolver, a smile gracing his face. "Come over for dinner tonight and tomorrow night. We'll celebrate your return at the tavern in town, and I'll introduce you to a few partners for some lucrative ventures." "Sounds good." Levi nodded, refraining from further inquiries, as he was indeed in need of funds, and John undoubtedly had connections that could lead to financial opportunities. Just as Levi and John engaged in light banter, the ogre, having completed the cleaning, followed the tire tracks to find Levi. With a growl reminiscent of a wild dog, the ogre sensed John's hostility, halting in his tracks and crouching, poised to pounce on John. "John, this is Hannibal," Levi interjected, motioning for the ogre to retreat. "I found him on the road. He is a poor soul who has undergone a genetic mutation. Though he may appear grotesque, he is quite obedient." "Genetic mutation?" John's expression darkened momentarily as he holstered his revolver. "It must be due to the nuclear plant or the effluent from those capitalist factories. Damnable." John's cynical outlook inadvertently provided a rationale for the ogre's existence. Chapter 11. The Bar on a Tranquil Evening. The sounds of laughter and clinking glasses emanated from a 3-story villa on the farm, where Li Wei had been graciously invited to dine at John's residence. Seated at the table was the cannibal Hannibal, who was indulging in a sumptuous feast of steak and turkey, voraciously devouring thick cuts of meat that resembled human faces. With a swift motion, Hannibal rolled a hefty piece of steak and swallowed it whole. "Oh, poor fellow, do take your time. There is still plenty to enjoy." 2 plump women, strikingly similar in appearance, continuously served meat onto Hannibal's plate. These women were none other than John's wife and sister-in-law. Indeed, John had the fortune of marrying a pair of twin sisters, relishing in the blessings of polygamy. Both John and his wives were adherents of the Mormon faith, which not only acknowledges but also advocates for polygamy, believing that those with numerous wives and children are destined for a higher paradise. Some extreme Mormons boast as many as 70 or 80 wives and 200 to 300 children. Thus, John's choice to marry just 2 wives is considered remarkably restrained within the context of their beliefs. Influenced by their faith, John's wives, upon learning of Hannibal's tragic past, displayed no aversion to his fearsome appearance. Rather, a twinge of maternal affection seemed to emerge. As Hannibal devoured his meal, he managed a grotesque grin towards John's wife, emitting sounds akin to a pig's grunt. Witnessing the cannibal's disconcerting smile, John's wife turned pale. Indeed, his smile was quite terrifying. "This is all thanks to the government," John exclaimed, setting down his beer in frustration. He lamented the environmental pollution that he believed had caused genetic mutations in children, foreseeing a future where such aberrations would only increase. Half an hour later, having satiated their appetites, the dining utensils were cleared away. John's wives took the children upstairs to prepare for bed, leaving Li Wei and John in solitude to converse. John took a puff from a tobacco made from corn husks and remarked, "Li, during my years of retirement, I've met several veterans. You must know that many soldiers, after leaving service, find themselves unable to do anything but shoot guns. I've been fortunate to inherit the family farm, sparing me from starvation. But some of my comrades are not so lucky." John shrugged helplessly. Li Wei nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was the plight of most veterans, as their limited education and singular combat skills often relegated them to menial labor for meager wages. If luck were to turn against them and they developed PTSD, they could easily find themselves homeless. Thus, I've gathered a few capable comrades with families, forming a small team to take on tasks in our field. And the earnings have been quite respectable. "Li, would you care to join us?" John inquired directly, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. As one of Li Wei's former instructors, John understood the immense strength that Li Wei possessed. His inclusion could elevate the team from mediocrity to excellence. Taking on tasks? Government mercenaries? Li Wei hesitated, not immediately agreeing, for his primary mission involved hunting aberrations that transcended the normal human life cycle. The nature of mercenary work often entailed lengthy commitments and limited freedom, frequently involving foreign assignments that would conflict with Li Wei's main objectives. The government? Continue as an executioner? That is inconceivable. John snorted dismissively but quickly clarified. The members of our team reside in Monroe City or nearby, and they all have families. So we primarily accept local tasks. These are mostly privately commissioned jobs, investigations, protection details, or rescues of kidnapped individuals. Of course, during downtime, team members can take on independent assignments. John was acutely aware of Li Wei's appreciation for freedom, assuring him that any issues arising from private tasks would not burden the team. Naturally, we are not located in a major city, so suitable tasks are somewhat scarce. Sometimes we might go an entire year without significant work. John shrugged resignedly, yet reassured Li Wei that any jobs they could secure would not be insignificant, with each assignment's commission capable of sustaining a family for half a year. If you are interested, you can join me tomorrow evening to meet the team members. We have a client who has issued a task. John extended another invitation. Feeling a mixture of anxiety and hope, fully aware that individuals like Li Wei, with backgrounds in elite units, often look down on mercenaries. Absolutely, to John's surprise. Li Wei readily accepted, undeterred by the stigma, recognizing that all endeavors boil down to earning a living. Additionally, the high degree of freedom within John's team appealed to Li Wei, who sought information regarding aberrations. The following day, Li Wei awoke from a nightmare, his expression revealing his discomfort. He was increasingly convinced that the recurring nightmare that haunted him was no mere figment of imagination. As a level 2 life form, Li Wei possessed cognitive abilities far surpassing those of an ordinary human. He should have had complete control over his dreams. However, the elevation in his life level had rendered him less affected by the lack of restful sleep, allowing him to rejuvenate himself with merely fragmented moments of shallow slumber. But where could he gather the necessary information? Leeway rose and stretched, his joints cracking audibly. Throughout the day, he utilized John's machinery to cultivate his farm, clearing the overgrown land. As night fell, just past 10, John arrived to escort Leeway to town, leaving the Cannibal behind on the farm. The Buffalo Bar, the only tavern in town, was located at the end of the street. Even at this late hour, patrons flooded the establishment, with numerous unsavory characters loitering outside, either soliciting customers or peddling illicit substances, creating a chaotic scene. John did not park his Hellcat in front of the bar, but instead circled around to the dimly lit alley behind, where two thugs stood guard at the back door, respectfully opening the car door for John. This bar is actually a joint investment of mine and my comrades, serving as a form of insurance, should anyone lose their life. The funds within the bar would ensure that their family is well taken care of, John explained as he opened the iron door and led Leeway upstairs. Chapter 12. Mission. At the stairway leading to the second floor stood a reinforced iron door. John pressed the doorbell on its side, and a narrow observation slit was opened in the door. Once the person behind the door recognized John, the iron door creaked open. The second floor of the bar was expansive, seemingly spanning over 10,000 square feet, as if the entire building had been interconnected. The walls were devoid of windows, sealed tight with concrete several inches thick. Various fitness equipment, a boxing ring, and even a room entirely isolated by bulletproof glass, filled with an array of firearms, comprised our team's base and safe house during missions. As John spoke, he led Levi toward the only room on the second floor that had a door. Captain, boss. Upon entering the room, three figures quickly stood to greet him, their gazes fixated on Levi. The trio had already been informed that John would be introducing a new team member, and this meeting served as a mutual interview. After all, executing combat missions was no trivial matter. The synergy and understanding among team members were paramount. Should any member falter in a critical situation, it could potentially lead to disastrous consequences for all. Levi, these are my team members. John introduced Heavy Gunner Kixiu, codenamed Macho, All-Round Driver Sand, codenamed Drunkard, and our Sniper Talia, codenamed Black Snake. Kixiu was a tall, muscular man adorned with tattoos, toying with a bullet over a foot long in his hand. Sand, a stocky man in his 60s with red hair, continuously sipped his beer. Talia, the only woman, wore heavy smoky eye makeup and held a black dagger, resembling a viper. Heavy Gunner, Sniper, Driver. Levi immediately understood why John had so eagerly invited him. The team was in dire need of a formidable assault specialist. His addition would complete their configuration flawlessly. Hey, guys. Allow me to introduce you to Levi from the Navy SEAL's elite team. John patted Levi on the back, emphasizing 12 years of service. Simply hailing from a Special Forces unit wouldn't astonish the team, as each member had extensive combat experience. However, John's latter remark captured their attention. The elite team often undertook high-intensity, perilous missions, and the mortality rate was exceedingly high. Surviving in such an environment for 12 years marked Levi as a top-tier warrior. 12 years in the elite team, Levi? Kixiu, a brown-skinned man with dreadlocks, appeared exhilarated, as though he were a fervent fan encountering a celebrity. Levi? The Crusher. The hexagonal warrior. Kixiu seemed to recognize Levi's name. Oh, it appears I need not elaborate further, John remarked, pulling out a chair and lighting his pipe. Kixiu. Do you know him? Sand inquired, observing Kixiu's admiring expression with curiosity. He knew Kixiu to be somewhat of a jokester, yet proud. John had to exert considerable effort to recruit him. Now, seeing Kixiu display excitement over merely a name astonished Sand. Nightmare. You must have heard of him. Kixiu suddenly mentioned another name. Colombian Nightmare? Upon hearing this name, Sand's face reflected apprehension. Talia, who had remained aloof, exhibited a flicker of fear in her eyes, having grown up hearing that terrifying name. Indeed, the legendary former underground fighting champion who claimed the title of Ultimate Fighter. Kixiu turned to the seemingly unimposing Levi. Nightmare had foolishly provoked Levi and injured his teammate, only to be brutally defeated by Levi, earning him the moniker the Crusher in the underground fighting realm. Haha. Thank you for the praise, Kixiu. Levi interrupted, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the public adulation. It seems, John, you have found us an extraordinary assault specialist. Sand handed Levi a beer, his eyes gleaming with excitement and satisfaction. In their line of work, stronger teammates were always preferable. Talia, you may call me Black Snake. It's a pleasure to meet you. Talia, too, sheathed her dagger, extending her hand to Levi with a serious expression. Strength often garnered respect. Cheers to Levi's joining us, John exclaimed, rising and clinking beers with the others, their spirits high. His team was composed of elite members, yet this very quality meant each harbored their own pride, making them exceedingly discerning in their expectations of teammates. The ease with which they blended together brought John a sense of relief. John, you mentioned last night that there's a significant job coming up. What exactly is the mission? Sand set down his empty beer bottle and turned to John. Patience. Our employer should be arriving shortly. John raised his hand to check his watch, and as he spoke, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Yes, bring them in. John stood and opened the door, revealing a wiry man in an expensive suit with graying hair, accompanied by a burly bodyguard who held a man in a hospital gown, his head covered with a hood. This is our mission's employer, Mr. Lucero. John gestured, pulling out a chair for him. At last, I meet the renowned Wild Bull mercenary team. Lucero remarked softly as he sat down. Captain John, I am not the employer for this mission, rather. I am here on behalf of my boss, Mr. Peters, to assist you in completing it. Peters? Kixiu's face displayed shock. Is he the big boss of the Luing biotech company in New Iberia? Indeed. Lucero nodded. Oh. The others straightened up, their previously relaxed demeanor vanishing as they exhibited the unique aura of top-tier mercenaries. While Luing biotech may not hold significant sway across America, it monopolized the cities of New Iberia and Monroe, with reports suggesting that Mr. Peters' fortune amounted to billions of dollars. The fact that such a powerful figure sought them for a mission raised their suspicions. Our boss's daughter, Miss Elena, has been kidnapped. Lucero finally disclosed the specific mission objective, producing a photograph from his pocket and displaying it before them. Levi recognized the name and, upon glancing at the photograph, confirmed that the girl was indeed the same one who had accompanied him 2 days prior. Mr. Lucero, with all due respect, if Miss Elena has been kidnapped, you should contact the police. John gently tapped his pipe against the table. It was imperative to clarify the specifics of the mission. Police? No. The boss believes that since they dared to kidnap Miss Elena, they must pay with their lives. Lucero's words dripped with lethal intent. Chapter 13. The night demon understanding dawned upon John as he nodded, realizing the necessity of their involvement not only for the rescue of hostages, but also for the grim task of taking lives. What was the nature of the mission? With his extensive experience, John considered that if this were merely a case of kidnapping, it would be manageable. However, if this kidnapping was entwined with the fierce rivalries among the elite, he would need to tread carefully. Although his team, the Bison Squad, comprised only the finest, recklessly engaging in the warfare of corporations could prove disastrous. The true rulers of America were those towering tycoons, and incurring their wrath could lead to catastrophic consequences, including being branded as terrorists and facing military retaliation. Lucero was aware of John's apprehensions and nodded affirmatively, indicating that this mission was indeed to rescue the heiress of the company. Just last night, or rather, in the early hours of today, an appalling massacre occurred in an underground bar in Monroe City, claiming the lives of over 100 individuals, with no survivors left behind. Miss Elena was seized from that very bar. As Lucero spoke, he accepted a leather bag from a bodyguard and poured out a stack of photographs. The sight that met their eyes was gruesome. The images depicted various corpses in horrific states, some dismembered, others ground into a pulp, a vision of bloodshed and brutality. A massacre resulting in over 100 deaths? This happened in Monroe City early this morning? Sanders exclaimed, disbelief evident in his voice. How did I not hear a whisper of this? Due to the sheer brutality of the incident, the FBI and CDU took immediate control, placing the case under a complete veil of secrecy. Almost all police officers and witnesses with any knowledge of the event were being contained to prevent information leaks that might incite public panic. Lucero shrugged, revealing the extensive informational channels of his organization. The CTU, or Counterterrorism Unit, is an elite agency under the CIA, stationed in major cities across the United States to monitor the activities of domestic and foreign terrorists to thwart potential attacks, underscoring the severity of this case. It seems we will soon be inundated with news of another gas explosion resulting in countless fatalities, John scoffed, discarding the photographs in disdain. Upon a cursory glance, he noted that most of the deaths depicted were caused by cold weapons or a modified press. There was a conspicuous absence of firearms. Talia meticulously examined each disturbing photograph, quickly uncovering inconsistencies in the manner of the killings. Such a method of slaughter suggested either a sadistic psychopath or a deranged individual at work. Levi, who remained silent while examining the images, soon spotted a photograph of a body that had been crushed, leaving only a head intact. It was the corpse of Elena's close friend, Jenny. Just days prior, she had been vibrant and full of hope for the future, and now she was reduced to a puddle of flesh in the photograph. There is another matter at hand. Levi, accustomed to witnessing death, felt no anger, only a tinge of sorrow. Speak. Lucero remained unfazed. How did you come to know that Miss Elena was abducted? Levi inquired, putting away the photograph. Forgive my candor, but your ability to locate us implies that you have tracked down the perpetrator behind this massacre. How did you achieve this, Mr. Lucero? In fact, in the past year, several similar incidents have occurred in nearby cities, though none resulted in casualties as extreme as this one, Lucero revealed. If you have been following the news, you would know that the criminal is referred to as the Night Demon. After each of his heinous acts, he abducts a victim, leaving their fate uncertain. Is it not a bit presumptuous to conclude that Miss Elena was taken by this Night Demon based solely on that? John frowned, expressing his disdain for dealing with such twisted individuals. We are certain. I have located the sole eyewitness, the only one to have escaped from the Night Demon, Lucero affirmed, pulling off the hood of a man beside him, revealing a scarred and pale visage. A bodyguard produced a small vial from his coat, opened it, and held it under the man's nose. Moments later, the man stirred from unconsciousness. Cough, cough. Akin opened his eyes, scanning the room, utterly bewildered as to how he had transitioned from a hospital to this location. The intimidating demeanor of the individuals surrounding him prompted Akin to wisely choose silence. With a sudden clap, Lucero stood, drawing a pistol and pressing it against Akin's forehead, silencing him instantly. Listen to me, Akin. You know the Night Demon better than any of us, so you should be aware that he will not spare you, no matter where you flee. Lucero leaned in close, whispering fiercely, think of your wife and the unborn child. Do you wish for the Night Demon to reduce them to mere fragments? Akin fell into silence, the gravity of Lucero's words weighing heavily upon him. He could not gamble on whether the Night Demon would find him, nor could he bear the thought of the horrors that awaited him and his wife if he were discovered. Your only path forward is to cooperate with us to eliminate the Night Demon once and for all, ensuring you escape that nightmare. Lucero declared, holstering his weapon. The task of eliminating the Night Demon will be executed by professionals. You need only guide us. Just a few of you? After a moment of contemplation, Akin lifted his head, surveying the group before shaking it in disbelief. That is a true demon. We must eradicate him decisively. You need not worry. These individuals are seasoned mercenaries, and eliminating the Night Demon will be no challenge for them, Lucero assured, confident in the Bison Squad's capabilities. In his view, despite the Night Demon's grotesque and brutal nature, he remained merely a mortal man. Under the concentrated fire of modern weaponry, death was the only possible outcome. Lucero produced a check from his pocket, placing it prominently on the table. I understand your customs. An advance of $500,000. With the remaining balance upon completion of the task, completing a rescue mission would yield a total of $1 million, which would amount to $200,000 apiece for the 5 members, a generous offer, befitting a billionaire capitalist. I will agree to your terms, but on one condition. Akin suddenly interjected, eyeing the check on the table. Transfer $200,000 to my wife's account. Right now? Deal. Chapter 14. The Lerhay Fellows. This time our adversary is no trivial foe, John remarked solemnly, refraining from touching the check. He is a psychopathic killer, and it is evident that he possesses a remarkably high level of mechanical modification and trap-making skills. Thus, his lair is likely filled with terrifying contraptions, where a moment's carelessness could lead to death. So, my friends, if anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to decide. In the Buffalo Squad, apart from Levi, each member had family ties. Old Sanders' granddaughter was on the verge of entering middle school. Kishu had a wife and children, and Talia had a younger brother who was about to take his college entrance examination, reputedly an outstanding student and a source of pride for Talia. Consequently, before each mission, a democratic choice was made, and should anyone opt out, the others would not cast blame. Damn it, Sanders nodded, a glint of murderous intent crossing his face. I certainly do not wish for my little granddaughter to encounter that butcher known as the Night Demon. Kishu and Talia also raised their arms in agreement to undertake the mission. The 200,000 bounty was worth the risk. Levi, on the other hand, was indifferent. even harboring a sliver of hope that this night demon might be a mutant capable of providing him with unique energy. All right. John pocketed the check and turned to Lucero. One last question. How do we find this butcher? I believe I can locate him. At that moment, Akin raised his hand and rolled up his sleeve, revealing a myriad of scars on his arm. Previously, I was captured by the night demon and stuffed into a box. Although I could not see the precise route, I marked a line on my arm every time I counted to 100. Akin explained, pointing to various scars. I made corresponding marks for stops and turns. Thus, if you blindfold me and retrace the route, I will be able to find it. Okay. In that case, everyone prepare your weapons and gear. We shall depart in half an hour. John rose and led the group to the armory, where they donned their weaponry according to personal preferences and habits. Levi observed and silently marveled at John's audacity. The weapons within were sufficient for a localized conflict. Kishu, as the heavy weapons specialist, donned a complete set of level 4 body armor and then hefted an M249 light machine gun along with spare magazines. His entire armament weighed over 30 kilograms. After putting on a bulletproof vest, Talia retrieved an M40A5 sniper rifle from the wall, making adjustments and affixing a night vision device to the rail of the scope. Although it appeared peculiar, this weapon was a new model not yet widely adopted by the U.S. military, and John had procured it through his military connections. Levi and John chose similar gear, a set of Special Forces individual equipment with M4 carbines, the combination they were most familiar with. Lucero nodded approvingly, showing no signs of complacency despite the target being a single individual. Rather, he was fully committed, such as the mark of professionalism. Sanders, where's your prized possession? Kishu teased as he pulled down his ballistic mask, eyeing Sanders, whose beer belly was so pronounced that even the largest body armor could not accommodate him. My prized possession never leaves my side. Sanders lifted his shirt to reveal a massive revolver at his waist, the infamous M500. Sanders typically handled only perimeter support, carrying a weapon merely for contingencies. Click. John produced a key and unlocked a hefty safe behind him, filled with an array of ammunition. The armory was stocked with various firearms, facilitating easy access and demonstrating power to employers, yet John still practiced ammunition separation for safety. All right, let us depart. Once everyone was equipped with weapons and ammunition, John secured the armory's bulletproof glass door, and the group proceeded to the alley behind the bar. Get in. Sanders emerged from the garage with a vehicle emblazoned with home service advertisements. It appeared ordinary but was, in fact, an armored cash transport vehicle with formidable defensive capabilities. As they boarded, they noticed 2 black Land Rover SUVs parked at the alley's entrance, each occupied by several suited gunmen, evidently Lucero's subordinates. Under Akin's guidance, they first arrived at a villa in the affluent district, the very place where Akin had been abducted. Akin then blindfolded himself, feeling the scars on his arm while directing the vehicle's course. After about an hour of driving, Akin suddenly shouted, "Stop!" They disembarked to find themselves in the southwestern suburbs of Monroe City, before a large, pitch-black hotel that appeared to have been abandoned for ages. This is it. This is it. The old Sago Hotel. Akin gazed at the 7-story decrepit building, his eyes filled with uncontainable dread. Let us proceed. After everyone exited the vehicle, Lucero gave Akin a gentle push, signaling him to lead the way. Hey, Akin exclaimed anxiously. We agreed beforehand that I would only guide you here. You cannot go back on your word. However, Akin was met with the barrels of Lucero's subordinates. Having brought them this far was already Akin's greatest display of courage. Now Lucero was forcing him into this den of horrors. Akin would rather face death by gunfire than enter. Akin, you are the only one who has been inside, and thus you are most familiar with it. I trust you do not wish for the night demon to escape, do you? Lucero's tone was calm, yet it pierced Akin's heart. Moreover, I assure you, if you perish, our company foundation will care for your wife and children, ensuring they want for nothing and are not subjected to humiliation. Huff, huff, huff. Damn it. Akin gasped for breath, realizing he had to either risk it all by entering or be executed by Lucero. He had run out of options. Turning to the fully armed Levi, he growled, "Give me a gun. Your condition is not suitable for gunfire." Levi glanced at Akin's numerous fractured fingers, then withdrew a hand grenade from his waist, placing it in Akin's hand. Can you use this? It might suit you better. Chapter 15. Mechanisms. After meticulously surveying the surroundings and discovering that no traps or alarm devices were installed at the entrance and vicinity of the inn, the group commenced their operation. Talia, wielding a uniquely designed sniper rifle, took a running leap, using a trash bin at the corner to scale the roof of the abandoned gas station opposite the inn. After discreetly setting up 2 inconspicuous traps, she sought a suitable position to lie in wait. Report. All exposed windows and balconies of the inn have been bricked up. Long-range fire support may be impossible, Talia concluded, a hint of resignation in her voice after observing through her scope. In fact, not only were the balconies on the upper floor sealed off, but the inn's main entrance was also barricaded, leaving only a rear door accessible. Aside from forcibly entering, there seemed to be no alternative. However, this limitation presented an advantage. It implied that the night demon could only enter and exit through the back door, allowing them to potentially cut off its escape route. Clack clack. The mercenary team, led by Levi, formed a line and advanced briskly towards the rear door, closely followed by Lucero and 5 of his subordinates. A steel blast door? Upon reaching the wall of the back entrance, Levi lightly tapped the iron door, producing a dull thud. In a matter of moments, flames reaching 3,800 degrees Celsius silently melted the copper lock, allowing the door to be easily pushed open. Go, 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 rescue the lady, and each of you will receive a reward of 200,000 in cash. If anything goes awry, the company will provide for your families. As the door swung open, Lucero pressed down on John's shoulder, turning to let his 5 men enter first to scout ahead. Lucero was unaware of the dangers lurking within the night demon's lair. Yet he understood that the primary force against the demon would be John's mercenary team. Thus, he sent his company's gunners first to clear the path for John and his team. The inn, though entirely sealed, was not engulfed in darkness. The fire exit lights below emitted an eerie green glow, barely illuminating the surroundings and involuntarily causing everyone to hold their breath. It seems there's no need for stealth. It's likely he has already detected us. As they passed a water pipe corner, Levi suddenly halted, glancing up at an inconspicuous, unlit camera installed in the corner. At that moment, in a small room converted into a surveillance center, a burly man silently stared at the screen before him. He opened a nearby safe and reverently donned a peculiar mask made of some dark, leathery material. After pressing a red button beside him, the hunt commenced. Inside the inn, John and his companions cautiously ascended deeper into the building. Soon, they sensed a gradual drop in temperature, accompanied by a faint, metallic scent of blood. As they turned a corner, they arrived at a corridor filled with wire cages, overhead illuminated by ultraviolet lamps, while the floor was littered with blood-stained syringes, an unsettling sight. With extraordinary vision, Levi immediately discerned the creatures within the wire cages. Roar. As the 5 gunners approached, the electric doors of the cages suddenly swung open, and several humanoid figures lunged out, frantically biting at the gunners' necks. One gunner, caught off guard, had his carotid artery bitten open, blood gushing forth as he screamed and fired several shots at the assailant still gnawing at him. To their astonishment, despite being riddled with bullets, the creature displayed no signs of pain, continuing its vicious attack on the gunner's neck. Bang! Levi raised his rifle and shot the creature in the head, causing its body to slump lifelessly to the ground. Target the head, Lucero shouted, aiming his pistol and dispatching another of the monsters. Before long, all the creatures that had emerged from the cages were eliminated, with only the unfortunate gunner who had been bitten fatally. The others sustained merely minor injuries. What are these things? Under the beam of the flashlight, they observed that these beings wore bone-like masks, their pallid bodies devoid of blood, with bloodshot eyes and no tongues. Are these zombies? Kix furrowed his brow, noting the corpse-like appearance of these humans, their lack of pain response, and the fact that only headshots could kill them. Reminiscent of cinematic zombies. They must have been injected with some kind of neurotoxin. Levi nudged a syringe on the ground with his foot, catching a whiff of the pungent drug, akin to an overdose. Hey, look over there. Akin, unharmed and sheltered behind the gunners, suddenly pointed towards the back of the cage. The group shone their flashlights in that direction and discovered a heap of severed human limbs piled against the wall, resembling a grotesque refused dump of corpses. Gag. Akin's stomach churned, and he immediately retched. I told you. That guy is a complete demon. All right, everyone be cautious. Let us press on. I refuse to believe that with so many guns, we cannot kill that monster. Noticing the grim expressions of his comrades, Lucero clapped his hands to bolster their spirits. Help! Help me! Please save me! As they advanced to a corridor on the 4th floor, a naked young man, covered in numerous wounds yet possessing a strikingly handsome face, abruptly appeared. Thud. The man stumbled and collapsed before them, spitting blood and muttering incoherently, I did not become. What did you not become? One of the gunners cautiously approached to inquire. I could not become his trophy. The man suddenly lifted his head, revealing a bizarre expression of both laughter and sorrow. Unnoticed by anyone was the bomb strapped to the back of his neck, concealed by his hair. Boom. The bomb detonated instantly, obliterating the 2 gunners nearest to the man, while the remaining 2 were thrown back by the force of the explosion, sustaining severe injuries. Watch out. At that moment, Levi shouted a warning, yanking Kix and John back. Swoosh. A sharp steel pipe suddenly descended from above, impaling the 2 fallen gunners like skewered fruit. Chapter 16 New Discoveries. Damn it. Jishio glared at the steel pipe that had grazed his nose, a lingering sting still present at the tip. The sight of the 2 gunmen on the ground, riddled with a dozen steel pipes and rendered unrecognizable, sent shivers down his spine. He had narrowly escaped a fatal encounter. Li, thank you. You saved my life. Jishio expressed his gratitude to Li Wei, while John gave a gentle pat on Li Wei's arm as a sign of appreciation. Hey, are you guys all right? A fragmented voice crackled through the earpiece. It was Sanders. The hotel seemed to be equipped with some sort of signal jamming device, as they quickly realized their phones had lost reception. However, the communication earpieces provided by John, being military-grade, still functioned thanks to a small base station in Sanders' vehicle, allowing them to maintain a tenuous connection. Just then, a muffled groan of suppressed agony escaped Lucero's lips, with a mechanical whirring sound overhead. The steel pipes that had been thrust down were suddenly retracted, causing Lucero to collapse to the ground. The others looked on, unsure whether to deem Lucero fortunate or unfortunate. The pipes had grazed his forehead, nearly resulting in a fatal injury, yet they had pierced through both of his feet. Lucero gasped in pain, forcing himself to shuffle to the wall's edge. His feet were impaled by pipes about 3 to 4 centimeters thick, leaving large gashes and shattering much of the bones beneath, severely impairing his mobility. Sir, you should remain here for now. John crouched down to inspect the injury, removing Lucero's shoes and applying a tourniquet. He then turned to Jishio. Manyo, you stay here to protect Mr. Lucero. No, that's unnecessary. Lucero immediately protested John's plan. I can protect myself. Manyo should go with you to rescue the lady. Having already lost all 5 of the gunmen he had brought with him in a matter of minutes and narrowly escaped death himself, he was immensely wary of the night demon. He could not allow himself to be a hindrance that jeopardized the rescue mission. Let me take care of him. Jean, who had instinctively dropped to the ground at the explosion, had an epiphany upon seeing the man calling for help and quickly hid behind Li Wei and the others. Lucero was about to refuse when Jean spoke firmly. At this point, I am unaware of the situation inside. Even if I follow them, I would only be a burden. After a moment of contemplation, Lucero eventually nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the ceiling above them split open, and a chain with a sharp hook descended, aiming straight for Jin's chin. As Jin's eyes widened in terror at the impending threat, Li Wei swiftly extended his left hand and seized the iron hook. With a powerful grip, Li Wei snapped the chain with ease, then raised his carbine and fired several precise shots, hitting a robust figure on the overhead structure. He hit it. As Jin watched the night demon erupt in a spray of blood, he barely had time to rejoice before he was astounded to witness the night demon seemingly escape unscathed. Had it not been for the dark red blood pooling on the ground, Jin would have thought he had imagined it. Jishio, reacting a beat slower, raised his machine gun and unleashed a barrage of shots, yet the night demon moved with astonishing agility, vanishing in an instant. A spark of excitement flickered in Li Wei's eyes. He had initially believed this to be an ordinary rescue mission, perhaps complicated by the presence of a deranged killer. However, he was now convinced that the night demon was undoubtedly a mutant creature. His 5 shots had all struck true, with 3 hitting the chest and 2 impacting the head. In the mountains, he had encountered a cannibal that had succumbed to a gunshot, its skull shattered, though it had not died due to its formidable physique and self-healing abilities. It had merely entered a state of near death. Yet this time, the night demon had taken 2 rifle rounds to the head and still managed to escape, indicating it was likely a level 2 life form, just like him. Moreover, during their brief eye contact, Li Wei noticed a faint blue glow emanating from the night demon's eyes, devoid of emotion, resembling a soulless machine. An eerie sight, indeed. This revelation invigorated Li Wei. He yearned for a worthy opponent. Ever since his elevation to a level 2 life form, he had been brimming with raw, powerful energy, hindering his actions. What would be perilous traps for ordinary individuals felt as fragile as paper to him. Undertaking this rescue mission was akin to playing house with children. Of course, Li Wei longed to slay the night demon and acquire the special energy that would further enhance his abilities. Yet now, he set aside his arrogance and complacency. The night demon was also a level 2 life form, representing a genuine threat to him. He.S. injured. John was unaware that Li Wei had landed 2 shots to the night demon's head, which had likely been infused with a large dose of neurotoxic agents. A headshot would surely kill it. Jean and the others recalled the individuals they had encountered earlier, imprisoned in iron cages, who had also seemed unfazed by gunfire. And they immediately concurred with John's assessment. Continue forward. Leave Lucero and Jean behind, and form a spearhead formation with Li Wei as we plunge deeper into the hotel. Navigating through the charred remnants of the corridor, they entered what had once been a banquet hall, now cluttered with crimson wooden crates, all stained with blood. The night demon had likely used these boxes to transport its victims. The crates were meticulously arranged, with the doors opened at identical angles, as if the night demon had artfully displayed its gruesome trophies. At the end of the banquet hall stood a heavy, locked wooden door. Bang! Li Wei shot the lock, pushed open the door, and cautiously stepped inside. Beyond was an expansive room filled with books and rows of insect specimens. As they ventured further, they stumbled upon enormous glass tanks brimming with liquid, housing grotesquely transformed human corpses, severed limbs composed entirely of thighs, and female corpses stitched with multiple arms. Presented a vision both bizarre and terrifying. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed, and a multitude of black spiders, each as large as a basin, surged toward the trio from all directions. Chapter 17. Tear Apart Fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Faced with the monstrous spiders, John and Kishu felt a chill run down their spines. Such colossal arachnids had no place in the natural world. The exoskeletons of these creatures were not particularly resilient, and the bullets easily penetrated their bodies. However, a grave expression settled on John's face. The vitality of these spiders was astonishingly tenacious. Even when riddled with wounds, they continued to surge forward. Only by completely shattering them could one hope to eradicate a single spider. Most unsettling was their ability to scale walls, allowing them to drop down from above and launch surprise attacks. At that moment, Kishu's light machine gun proved its worth. With its powerful rounds, he could dispatch a spider with just 2 shots, rendering the situation bearable. Just then, a figure flickered at the far end of the room. It was the night demon, holding the unconscious girl, Elena. The night demon positioned Elena in front of him, revealing only one eye fixed on Li Wei, as if to engrave his image into memory. He then pressed a hidden button in the wall, which caused a concealed door to open, and he slipped through in an instant. Realizing the urgency, John and Kishu abandoned their defense against the encroaching spiders, redirecting their fire to clear a path for Li Wei toward the hidden door. Protect yourselves. Li Wei propelled himself forward, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah. John and Kishu could barely discern his movements, perceiving only a blur as he leaped the considerable distance to the wall, quickly locating and opening the hidden door. Wow, is this the power of the Crusher? Kishu was left in awe, realizing that against such speed, even his machine gun would be ineffective, as he could not match the opponent's reflexes or the quickness to aim. Beyond the hidden door lay a narrow staircase illuminated by an eerie red glow. Li Wei strained to listen, but heard no sounds of breathing or heartbeat. He chose not to tread upon the stairs, but instead scaled the walls, reaching a sealed room within seconds. The room spanned over 100 square meters, but was less than 3 meters high, feeling quite cramped. Li Wei could easily touch the ceiling, which was lined with gleaming steel plates. In the corner of the room, a massive generator roared to life, its noise piercing the air. One end was connected to a large iron gasoline drum, while several thick cables extended from the other side. Leading out of the room, this appeared to be the energy hub for the entire hotel. In the center of the room stood a chair, upon which Elena sat slumped, unconscious. The night demon had vanished. The cacophony of the engine and the heavy scent of gasoline clouded Li Wei's senses, leaving him momentarily unsure of the night demon's whereabouts. Though unaware of the night demon's sinister intentions, Li Wei resolved to follow the unfolding events. The night demon would inevitably reveal himself. Elena, Li Wei carefully approached. Checking her condition, he found her breathing steady, her heartbeat regular, and there were no explosives rigged to her or the chair. He lifted her in his arms. Just as Elena was removed from the chair, the shift in pressure triggered a mechanism. Nearly 102 centimeter thick steel pipes shot up from the ground, forming a steel cage around Li Wei, sealing off the staircase entrance with steel plates. As Li Wei found himself trapped, a steel panel in the wall adjacent to the generator slid open, revealing the coiled figure of the night demon. With a hum, the night demon pressed a button, and gasoline began to seep through the cracks in the steel panel, rendering Li Wei's weapon useless unless he wished to incinerate himself. The night demon, sensing victory, approached the cage with heavy footsteps, remaining silent yet exuding an air of triumph. Through the bars, their eyes locked, the night demon scrutinized Li Wei, tilting his head as if contemplating the destruction of such a flawless specimen. However, upon noticing Li Wei's calm demeanor, devoid of fear or panic, the night demon felt a surge of anger. The mercenaries had pushed him to such extremes that he was prepared to abandon his painstakingly constructed secret base. Yet Li Wei remained unfazed in the face of death. In a swift motion, the night demon extracted a lighter from his pocket, seemingly intent on igniting the gasoline to burn Li Wei alive. But at that moment, Li Wei exhaled forcefully, his powerful lungs producing a gust that extinguished the night demon's windproof lighter. Taken aback by Li Wei's audacity, the night demon hesitated, but in that fleeting moment, Li Wei seized the opportunity. "You are too close." With a sudden lunge, he reached out, leveraging his height and arm span to grasp the night demon's right hand, which held the lighter, and yanked it forcefully. The night demon, weighing over 200 pounds, collided violently with the steel pipes, creating a thunderous crash that bent several of them. Simultaneously, the night demon's entire right arm was ripped away by Li Wei's immense strength. Li Wei, observing the severed limb in his grasp, felt a flicker of confusion. Initially considering the night demon a formidable adversary, he had not held back, only to find the creature's physical resilience shockingly inferior, akin to that of an ordinary human. Under Li Wei's formidable grip, the night demon's wrist crumbled like clay, reduced to a mere pulp. As he stumbled back, the night demon found himself maintaining a distance of over 2 meters from Li Wei. Looking down, he saw that his right arm, connected to a portion of his chest muscle, had been violently torn away, blood gushing forth, and his ribcage collapsed from the impact. Yet, he showed no signs of pain, silently striving to rise and escape. With a determined grip, Li Wei seized the steel pipes, bending them with raw force. He stepped out, carrying Elena, realizing that it was perhaps too late to flee. Chapter 18. The Massacre. Levi took 2 large strides, arriving at the entrance ahead of time. He struck the steel-plated staircase door with a powerful fist, causing the frame to buckle. Grasping the edge, he yanked it open and ushered the slightly dazed Elena outside. In one swift motion, he executed a side kick, delivering a blow to the night demon's abdomen. With a resounding crash, the imposing figure of the night demon slammed against the steel wall. Blood, previously trickling from the severed arm, surged forth like a crushed sponge, splattering the wall with dark crimson. "What secrets do you harbor?" Levi pondered, shutting the door behind him as he turned to observe the night demon, who was clutching his mutilated arm, particularly scrutinizing his face. Earlier, Levi had fired 2 shots that struck the night demon's visage, yet he had escaped as if unscathed. This had led Levi to mistakenly believe the night demon was a level 2 life form. However, after inflicting near-fatal injuries, he recognized that the night demon was merely an unusually robust ordinary human. Could it be due to the mask? A glance revealed that the mask bore no marks of damage. Despite the blood streaming from the night demon's mouth and nose, it remained untouched. Having had one arm torn off and his right sternum fractured, the night demon had been kicked several meters away, his body now riddled with fractures and internal injuries. His blood nearly depleted. Yet, astonishingly, he still clung to life, deepening Levi's suspicions regarding the mask's influence. Levi bent down, intent on removing the mask, but was taken aback to find it seemed to be affixed to the night demon's face. He lifted the figure entirely, yet the mask would not budge. With a frown, Levi exerted force, a sound akin to a dry branch snapping echoed as he twisted the night demon's head off. Fortunately, with the night demon's blood nearly drained, little blood gushed from the severed neck. Strangely, once the head was detached, the peculiar pale blue glow in the night demon's eyes vanished, returning to the ordinary, and Levi successfully removed the mask. In his hand, the head appeared unremarkable, blending seamlessly into a crowd, even exhibiting a hint of amiability. Yet this ordinary visage belonged to a butcher who had claimed the lives of hundreds. Indeed, it possesses a unique power. Sensing the energy harvested by the tome, a smile crept onto Levi's lips. This endeavor had not been in vain. With a soft thud, Levi folded the mask into his pocket, ignited the night demon's lighter, and tossed it onto the headless corpse, igniting a blaze. Though complex, the events transpired rapidly, all within a span of 3 minutes. As Levi cradled Elena with one arm and held the night demon's head in the other, Jean and Guizhou were just finishing off the spiders, both bearing numerous injuries, struggling to inject themselves with antidotes. "Levi, Well done. Upon seeing Levi emerge with the objective, a weight lifted from John's heart. The mission was accomplished, and they were ready to retreat. In the Wild Buffalo Bar's second-floor headquarters, Sander was applying alcohol-soaked cotton to Gizho's wounds, eliciting howls of discomfort. Yet both Gizho and John appeared pale, their lips tinged with a bluish hue. Gizho, can you refrain from screaming like a child? My granddaughter is tougher than you. Sander bellowed at the twitching Gizho, who was visibly pained. Sander, you know I have a natural fear of pain. Gizho replied, shrugging helplessly. Despite his rugged exterior, his sensitivity to pain was far beyond the ordinary, causing him to hesitate even at the prospect of a hospital injection. Nevertheless, this weakness had forged a steel-like will within him, as he was an elite who had successfully completed the Amazon Devil training. As Gizho continued his lamentations, Talia, wearing a mask, approached with 2 syringes, injecting them directly into the muscle above the 2 men's buttocks without a word. All done. This is the serum I just prepared. It should completely neutralize the spider venom within you. Watching the color return to their faces, Talia finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness you injected the antidote in time. Otherwise, we would have faced serious trouble. Talia, you have quite the skill, Levi remarked, astonished that Talia had concocted an antidote specifically for the spiders. Levi. Our stunning black snake is not just a sharpshooter. She also holds a Master's degree in pharmacology from Duke University. John chuckled, pressing his sore backside. This mission had been exceedingly complex. Without Levi's presence, not only would the task have failed, but he and Gizho might have perished in that inferno. The successful completion of such a daunting mission filled John with relief and pride for having invited Levi to join. I self-studied during my service, Talia replied calmly to Levi. You understand, practical experience is the finest teacher. Meanwhile, in a high-end private hospital in Monroe City, a slightly overweight middle-aged man, using crutches and flanked by a group of bodyguards, rushed into a patient room, anxiety etched across his face. Elena. Upon seeing his daughter seated by the bed, peeling an apple for Lucero, Peter felt an immense burden lift. The panic of discovering his daughter had been abducted by a murderous maniac had rattled the seasoned Peter, who couldn't fathom the anguish of losing his precious daughter. Daddy, Elena cried, rushing to embrace her father, tears streaming down her face. Though only a matter of hours had passed, the recent ordeal had terrified the fresh college graduate. How is Lucero? After comforting his daughter, Peter turned to Lucero, who was half reclined on the hospital bed. Having been Peter's longtime companion for over 20 years, Lucero had become family, which explained his reckless attempt to rescue Elena. Thank goodness for Levi. At that moment, Elena interjected, if it weren't for Levi, Uncle Lucero and I might never have seen you again. Hearing his daughter speak that name with such admiration, Peter felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, fearing he might lose this cherished treasure. Chapter 19. The Enhancement in the Hood. However, it must be noted that Elena's abduction by the Night Demon is, in fact, related to Levi. After Elena and her companions parted ways, she and Ginny ventured to Monroe City in search of information about Levi, intending to enlist the help of Elena's uncle, who worked in the city government. However, the sociable Ginny, upon hearing of a social gathering in Monroe City, insisted on attending with Elena, unknowingly stepping into a deadly trap set by the Night Demon. Meanwhile, Jay, occupied with caring for the recuperating Rosen, did not accompany them and thus narrowly escaped the peril. Dad, I would like to invite Levi over for dinner tonight. What do you think? Elena gazed at Peters with eager anticipation. Of course, my dear. Levi saved you. I must express my gratitude. Peters replied. Despite Levi's motives being financially driven, he had indeed rescued his precious daughter. And thus Peters was more than willing to offer a generous reward. Wonderful. I'll go invite him right away. With that, Elena promptly turned to rush outside, followed closely by 2 bodyguards. He is a remarkably composed individual, Lucero remarked after a moment of contemplation, offering a rather conservative assessment. Realizing his words sounded somewhat vague and bland, he added, moreover, he is an exceptionally formidable man. Upon hearing Lucero's evaluation of Levi, Peters took a puff from his cigar, pondering whether such a man could be a suitable match for his daughter. On the other hand, having received his commission of $200,000, Levi planned to purchase a new vehicle at a dealership in Monroe City. Considering his stature and the likelihood of eventually taking the ogre Hannibal along on outings, Levi opted for a Chevrolet Suburban, the same model as the vehicle used by the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Black Egg. Although it was only a little past 6 in the morning, with nearly 3 hours until the dealership opened, Levi called the owner through the door intercom, revealing his intent to make an immediate cash purchase. The initially irate owner, disturbed from his dreams, arrived within 10 minutes. After selecting the vehicle, signing documents, paying taxes, and swiping his card, Levi completed the purchase of $70,000. With the dealership owner bidding him a warm farewell, he drove his new acquisition towards the farm, resolving the license plate issue with a quick call to John. Abba. The ogre, currently operating a tractor on the farm, rushed towards Levi upon seeing him, eyes gleaming with excitement as if greeting a master. I need to visit the Social Security office to establish an identity for Hannibal, Levi thought. Having lived in the jungle since childhood, Hannibal had no connection to human society and thus lacked any form of identification. While Levi intended for the ogre to assist him, it was impractical for him to simply toil in the fields indefinitely. Moreover, taking him out without proper identification posed significant risks, particularly if they encountered law enforcement who might discover Hannibal's undocumented status and detain him. Levi shook his head in resignation. Creating an identity for someone who seemingly appeared from nowhere was an arduous task, far beyond what mere money could resolve. It would have to wait for a more opportune moment. After taking a refreshing shower, Levi entered the tidy bedroom prepared by the ogre and lay down on the bed. Entering the Book of Skin. Name, Levi. Age, 30. Life level, level 2 physical strength, 2 constitution, 2 talent, basic self-healing servant. Ogre skills, combat level 4, shooting level 3, stealth level 3, mobility level 3, espionage level 3, ordinary energy, 16 points special energy, 1 point gazing at the single point of special energy obtained from the night demon. Levi contemplated briefly before allocating it to his constitution. A familiar warmth coursed through his body, bringing a sense of ease and relaxation to his being. Constitution serves as the foundation for physical strength, akin to a barrel that holds water. Should one's physical strength vastly exceed their constitution, they would be unable to exert their full power and may even injure themselves. Additionally, enhancing one's constitution not only extends lifespan and boosts bodily resistance, but also elevates mental clarity and mitigates the effects of that dreadful nightmare. These were the aspects Levi valued the most. Half an hour later, after completing the enhancement, Levi finally entered a state of sagacity. Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved the hood he had obtained from the night demon from the pocket of his soiled garments. Curiously, Levi examined the hood. Crafted from a peculiar dark green leather that felt soft, cool, and slick to the touch. If one were to close their eyes and feel it, it would be akin to caressing the visage of a maiden. As the morning sun streamed through the window and illuminated the hood, Levi noticed intricate patterns resembling hexagonal scales subtly shimmering on the leather, captivating the senses. Creak. Remembering the hood's previous display of invulnerability to blades and flames, Levi gripped both sides of the hood and exerted force, producing a sound of friction between his palm and the leather. Yet, as he anticipated, despite his utmost effort, the hood merely yielded slightly, remaining within normal parameters of deformation. Continuing his examination, Levi drew a dagger and thrust it into the hood. However, the hood conformed to the shape of the blade, and in the next moment, the dagger threatened to shatter under the strain, yet the hood remained unscathed. Yet, these violent tests merely assessed the hood's physical properties. What peculiar abilities did it possess? Was there a connection between the night demon's heinous actions and this hood? Should I wear it to find out? A bold idea suddenly surged within Levi's mind, growing increasingly insistent and uncontrollable. He noticed a faint blue glow emerging from his pupils. Oblivious to the fact that he had entered a peculiar state, Levi calmly lifted the hood, preparing to place it upon his head. As the hood settled onto his crown, a strange energy invaded his mind, the blue luminescence in his gaze intensifying, while the emotions innate to humanity gradually dissipated. He appeared more demon-like than the night demon itself. Suddenly, just as the energy from the hood was about to penetrate Levi's consciousness, the Book of Skin, nestled deep within his soul, reacted. The pages turned to a blank sheet, and in an instant, the energy was absorbed, slowly revealing new content. Chapter 20. The Faceless Mask. At that moment, Levi broke free from the peculiar state he had been trapped in, awakening as if from a deep slumber. His complexion shifted dramatically as he yanked off the hood and hurled it into the corner of the room, his eyes gleaming with an intense wariness. What on earth was that? As Levi touched his face, he distinctly sensed something within the hood, as if it were burrowing into him, attempting to merge with his very being. Suddenly, he noticed a shift within the pages of the tome in his mind. Name, Levi. Age, 30 years. Life level, level 2 physical ability, 2 constitution, 3 talent, basic self-healing artifact, the Faceless Mask Servant, ogre skills, combat level 4. Shooting level 3, stealth level 3, mobility level 3, espionage level 3, ordinary energy, 16 points special energy, 1 point. What is this artifact? The Faceless Mask? Could that be the name of the hood? As Li Wei scanned the page detailing his information, he cast a glance at the hood in the corner, only to discover an enigmatic connection forming between himself and the hood. Furthermore, why had he gained an additional point of special energy? He was puzzled. He had already consumed the special energy rewarded for slaying the night demon to enhance his constitution. Could it be that the tome had drawn another point of special energy from that artifact? Li Wei's consciousness hovered over the exclamation mark next to the artifact, prompting the tome to flip through its pages with a flurry, quickly revealing the section depicting the hood. Species, artifact name, the Faceless Mask skills. 1. Tenacity, the mask is difficult to damage. 2. Fearlessness, the wearer will abandon all emotions, enhancing physical attributes, disregarding pain and other negative effects, significantly boosting focus. 3. Shielding, the wearer can conceal their life level information and become immune to certain mental attacks. Costs. 1. The more frequently it is worn, the greater the dependence and addiction to the mask. 2. Prolonged, where will gradually strip the wearer of emotions, transforming them into a soulless automaton driven by obsession. Status. Recorded, can permanently waive costs by consuming 1 point of special energy. Would you like to waive? The Faceless Mask? Such a peculiar name. Upon comprehending the description of the mask, Li Wei was struck with a revelation. This mask possessed 4 skills, each remarkably practical. Would donning this mask grant him these skills? How could such a miraculous object exist? Was it not said that this world was one of materialism? Li Wei's thoughts swirled chaotically. Yet, the cost of wearing the mask was indeed steep. No wonder he had fallen into that state earlier. Had it not been for the tome, he might have become a second night demon. Recorded? He could even permanently waive the cost by expending special energy? As he glanced at the bottom of the page, his brow lifted. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to spend that precious point of special energy. With a swish, as a point of special energy was poured into the page depicting the mask, it resembled raindrops striking the surface of water, sending ripples through the air. To his astonishment, the hood he had cast aside in the corner vanished in an instant, merging into the illustration on the page. The image of the mask not only became clearer, but the black hue began to fade, ultimately dissipating into a deep azure, erasing the unsettling aura it once exuded, transforming it into something akin to a work of art. This point of special energy likely originated from the mask itself, and applying it to the mask brought Li Wei no regret. Moreover, compared to merely enhancing his physical ability by 1 point, being able to utilize the mask without reservation would yield far greater benefits, for the 3 skills it possessed were all exceedingly powerful and useful. The first skill, tenacity, was straightforward. Previously, Li Wei had verified that the areas of his face enveloped by the mask could completely withstand the impact of rifle bullets. Since reaching life level 2, coupled with basic self-healing, even if his heart were damaged, he would not perish instantly. He could even recover on his own. His only vulnerability had been his brain. Now, that final weakness was also being addressed. The second skill, fearlessness, while seemingly not directly enhancing combat power, was profoundly significant. Li Wei understood that in high-intensity battles, if one could temporarily cast aside complex and unnecessary emotions, thereby increasing the ability to absorb surrounding information, it would greatly enhance combat efficiency. Moreover, this process allowed one to disregard pain, effectively reducing negative factors and prolonging the maintenance of peak combat capability. For instance, the Night Demon, despite sustaining 2 gunshot wounds, continued to fight as if unaffected, likely due to this very skill. In truth, fearlessness was essentially a capacity to enhance focus, a coveted skill that countless researchers yearned for. The third skill, shielding, was the one Li Wei valued most. Immunity to certain mental attacks? With a sense of speculation and experimentation, he approached the mirror in the restroom. With a thought, the mask materialized in his hand. This time, he hesitated not, directly placing the mask upon his head. Swish. As the mask was donned, it automatically tightened, adapting seamlessly to the contours of his head and face, neither too loose nor too tight, so light that Li Wei could scarcely perceive its presence, providing immense comfort. In a state of extreme calm and focus, Li Wei entered an unprecedented realm of perception. Everything in the external world appeared to unfold in slow motion. Even the dust motes dancing in the sunlight seemed to magnify, drifting slowly before his eyes. Simultaneously, a powerful force surged within him. The mask's enhancement of the wearer's physical attributes seemed to operate on a basis proportional to the wearer's inherent strength. In this moment of heightened concentration, Li Wei could precisely control every part of his body, feeling distinctly that the mask had augmented his physical capability by 50%, granting him a strength exceeding 1,500 kilograms. In essence, wearing the mask had elevated his physical ability by 1 point. Name: Li Wei. Age: 30 years. Life level: Level 2 physical ability, 3/2, Constitution, 3 talent, basic self-healing, fearlessness, activated. Shielding, activated. Artifact: the faceless mask, activated. Servant. Ogre skills: combat level 4, shooting level 3, stealth level 3, mobility level 3. Espionage level 3. Ordinary energy, 16 points. Special energy, none. Just as Li Wei reveled in and acclimated to this newfound state, a piercing scream from a girl suddenly echoed in his mind. Immediately, an invisible black mist, imperceptible to the naked eye, erupted from within Li Wei, morphing midair into the distorted, ghastly outline of the girl he had mistakenly killed, before being forcefully drawn into the mask by an unseen power. Chapter 21. Purging and manipulation. As Levi donned the faceless mask, an unseen black mist emanated from within him, materializing in the air into a grotesque and terrifying visage, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the young girl he had inadvertently slain. This manifestation of the black mist twisted and writhed in midair, as if resisting some unseen force, only to be forcibly drawn into the mask moments later. With a hum, as the black mist was absorbed by the mask, a golden glow flickered across its surface, revealing intricate hexagonal scales that became discernible where the light flowed. This golden luminescence was fleeting, yet once it dissipated, the mask appeared rejuvenated, as if it had undergone a wondrous restoration. At that moment, Levi felt an unprecedented lightness in his heart, akin to the oppressive gloom of continuous rain being swept away by the sun's rays. This mental liberation prompted a deep sigh of relief, and an involuntary surge of joy welled up within him. Indeed, in a state of heightened calm and concentration, Levi distinctly sensed that the mask had extracted something from him. Without a doubt, the black mist was the very source of the nightmares that had plagued him each night. Immune to certain mental assaults, Levi's thoughts drifted to the mask's third skill, which shielded him from such attacks. Could it be that these nightmares had stemmed from a form of mental aggression? After all, as a level 2 life form, Levi possessed an exceptionally stable brain activity that enabled him to enter deep sleep instantaneously, rendering dreams a rarity for him. 2 hypotheses emerged in his mind. Firstly, the girl herself might have transformed into a spectral entity seeking vengeance after her untimely death. Secondly, her background seemed extraordinary, particularly if it had compelled a naval commander to retreat and led to Levi's discharge from military service. The individuals behind her could possess unique abilities, launching a mental assault against him. It appeared that yet another hidden adversary had emerged. Levi made a note to add this new threat to his list of enemies, for vengeance would persist until one party was utterly annihilated, an outcome he deemed fair. Gazing into the mirror at his own pupils, which shimmered with a faint azure glow, Levi calmly grasped a silenced pistol and resolutely fired a shot into his temple. This act was not one of despair, but rather a necessary measure to validate the mask's capabilities. He needed to be fully cognizant of its attributes. The bullet casing clattered against the tiled floor, producing a sharp sound, while a deformed bullet dropped harmlessly from the unscathed mask. Levi felt a barely perceptible tremor at his temple, reminiscent of a vibrating mobile phone, showcasing the mask's remarkable ability to absorb kinetic energy. In an instant, with a mere thought, the mask vanished and was catalogued within his tome. Abruptly, the door swung open, revealing an ogre clad in an apron, carrying a tray brimming with eggs and milk, the shells of the eggs already stripped away. Levi picked up an egg, dipped it into a dish of soy sauce, and swallowed it in 2 bites. In a short span, he consumed 12 eggs and a large glass of milk, his formidable digestive prowess converting the sustenance into energy that coursed through and was stored within him. Having finished his meal, Levi observed the ogre preparing to leave with the empty dishes when a sudden thought struck him. Could the faceless mask be donned by the ogre as well? With a flick of his mind, the mask appeared atop the ogre's head. Was it possible that, like the mask, the ogre was also catalogued in the tome? Upon wearing the mask, the ogre's massive form stood still, exuding an aura of profound stillness. Its previously vacant gaze transformed into one of cold detachment, rendering it a lifeless, emotionless flesh machine. Levi gasped softly, realizing that he could still perceive the mask. No, to be precise. He could sense the new entity formed by the fusion of the ogre and the mask. The ogre had become an extension of the mask, and Levi's control over it seamlessly extended to the ogre as well. With a mere thought, Levi shifted his perspective to that of the ogre, directing its movements with precision, as if it were a puppet at his command. Thanks to Levi's advanced combat skills, he could harness the ogre's strength to unleash formidable combat prowess. Although he could control the ogre to perform various actions, it remained fundamentally a puppet, not a true extension of himself. Nevertheless, this discovery thrilled Levi. It was akin to possessing an additional life. In perilous situations, he could navigate danger without putting himself at risk, directing the ogre's form to scout ahead. 2 hours later, Levi awakened, experiencing his first restful slumber in half a year. He felt invigorated and mentally refreshed. His spirits lifted considerably. After brewing a cup of coffee, he settled on a wooden chair at the doorway, gazing at the pastoral scenery, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. After a while, he turned to see a vehicle approaching in his direction. Chapter 22. Cooperation and Plea for Help. Hello, Lee. Elena greeted, leaning out of the car window. However, as she approached Li Wei and inhaled his robust masculinity, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Adjusting her dress, she retrieved an invitation from her bag and handed it to Li Wei. In gratitude, my father would like to invite you to dinner tonight. With that, Elena turned and dashed away. A driver will come to pick you up at 7. Before Li Wei could utter a word, he watched as Elena fled like a startled rabbit. He glanced down at the exquisite invitation in his hand, his expression inscrutable. Lying Biotech held a significant presence in Monroe City, and to facilitate management, Peters had acquired a private estate in the southwestern suburbs. At 7 o'clock that evening, guided by the butler, Li Wei met the legendary tycoon, Peters. It was said that Peters had no notable background but had married the beloved daughter of a wealthy Monroe businessman, which propelled him to the pinnacle of success. Yet, Peters was not content with that. With the capital and resources supported by his father-in-law, he built Lying Biotech from the ground up, now valued at tens of billions of dollars. Lee, I am Elena's father, Peters, he proclaimed, rising with the aid of a cane to extend his hand. Though middle-aged and somewhat portly, traces of his youthful handsomeness remained. Good evening, Mr. Peters. It is a pleasure to meet you, Li Wei replied. Mr. Peters. I merely fulfilled my duties for a fee, he added, shaking his head, indicating it was merely a transaction. Lee, what do you think of my daughter? Peters inquired, glancing at Elena, who was peering from the balcony on the second floor. He sighed, tentatively probing. Mr. Peters, Elena is a beautiful and kind-hearted girl. Li Wei sensed Elena's gaze upon him, and, after a moment of contemplation, continued, however, I currently have no intentions of ending my single status. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Peters turned to regard him, noting his calm and resolute demeanor, and could not help but sigh inwardly. Peters collected himself, lighting a cigar, and beckoned to a suited man standing nearby. The man approached with purpose, producing a check from his pocket and placing it on the table before Li Wei. Mr. Peters, what is this? Li Wei asked, staring at the check worth $200,000. Since Elena lacks the fortune, I can only express my gratitude through this, Peters replied. Mr. Peters, I have already received my commission. There is no need for this. Li Wei pushed the check back, knowing some money was easy to take, but difficult to return. Please, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Peters took a puff of his cigar. In truth, I greatly value someone of your caliber. Mr. Peters, you jest. I am merely adept in combat, and have never even attended university. I hardly qualify as a talent. Li Wei chuckled lightly. Lu Hero has a keen eye for people. He holds you in high regard. Peters waved his hand dismissively and got straight to the point. Our company is not lacking in bookish types. Rather, we desperately need someone skilled in defense to protect our assets. The recent kidnapping incident involving Elena served as a wake-up call for Peters. Although he had some armed security personnel, they were only effective against ordinary threats and could not stand up to serious crises. Therefore, Peters was eager to establish a formidable armed force, one that may not be needed but could not be absent. Li Wei and John's Bison squad were the perfect candidates. Peters had already done his homework and knew Li Wei's background was clean, free from entanglements, and his combat prowess was formidable. It was said that he had just saved John's life, making it likely that the Bison squad would soon fall under Li Wei's command. Consider this check as remuneration for a part-time role, Peters said, wearing a warm smile. Part-time? Li Wei's brow furrowed. Peters hoped for Li Wei's assistance in addressing some hidden troubles at Lying Biotech, and coincidentally, Li Wei was quite interested in the company's influence and information channels. They both had something to gain. Yes, Peters nodded. Elena's maternal grandfather built the family fortune in textiles, and their Gate textile factory is currently facing some unusual troubles. He emphasized the word unusual, catching Li Wei's attention. The Gate textile factory was the largest textile group in Monroe City, employing nearly 5,000 workers. Though it was merely in the realm of raw processing, its vast scale yielded substantial profits. If they found themselves in dire straits, it was undoubtedly a significant predicament. Is there detailed intelligence available? Li Wei did not agree immediately, but instead inquired about the specifics. If it involved government, military, or treason-related troubles, he would certainly steer clear. Despite possessing combat skills far beyond the average person, he was still flesh and blood. Confronting a national machine was madness or a death wish. Buckman, please explain the details to Li. Peters summoned the man who had delivered the check. Buckman is my secretary and as trustworthy as Luke Hero. Hello, Mr. Li Wei. Here is my business card. Should you have any needs in the future, feel free to reach out to me directly. Buckman was a slender, middle-aged man in his 40s. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly air that could not conceal his competence. The Gate Textile Factory is currently under the direct management of Miss Elena's uncle, Mr. Warwick. Buckman explained, but was interrupted by Peters. That man is a scoundrel. If it weren't for his sister's dying wish for me to look after him, I would care less about his fate. Peters seethed, recalling his own lost wife, who had tragically perished in a car accident. To maintain stability and avoid a drop in stock prices, Warwick chose not to report the incident to the authorities, but instead reached out for assistance, hoping Mr. Peters would send someone to investigate. Chapter 23, Graves and Legends in an effort to expand production capacity. Warwick acquired a long-abandoned textile factory from the government at an exceptionally low price, intending to renovate and enlarge it. The source of the current troubles lay within this decrepit factory. Located in the northeastern outskirts of Monroe City, the factory stood in a desolate area, not far from a series of rolling hills, with a turbulent river flowing beneath it. The environment, despite its desolation, was quite picturesque. Approximately 5 to 6 kilometers west of the factory lay a rather bleak little town, inhabited mostly by elderly residents, many of whom had once been workers at the textile mill. On this sweltering day, a brand-new Chevrolet rolled into the town, halting in front of the only dilapidated tavern. Although Warwick had sent a distress call to Peters, he remained vague about the specifics of the issue, perhaps due to his own lack of clarity. Consequently, Levi decided to directly investigate the matter in town. Hannibal, wait for me in the car, he instructed the quiet ogre seated in the back. At that moment, Hannibal was clad in a black combat uniform, reinforced with alloy plates on the back, and donned an oversized, pitch-black helmet that concealed his entire being. His massive, imposing figure radiated a formidable presence. After the enhancements from the Book of Skin, Hannibal had grown even larger, with fingers as thick as carrots, rendering him incapable of gripping a standard firearm as trigger, thus he continued to wield a knife for the time being. Notably, both Levi and Hannibal sported a police badge affixed to their left chests, a legitimate emblem linked to their identities. Upon accepting Peters' task, Levi did not cash in on the accompanying check, but instead requested Peters to assist Hannibal with his undocumented status. Perhaps as a gesture of goodwill or to demonstrate his own authority, Buckman personally escorted Levi and Hannibal to the police station, where he not only registered Hannibal's identity in the system, but also secured them both positions within the county police force. In merely half an hour, Hannibal transformed from a mute, brutish figure into an officer of the law, endowed with the authority to enforce it. Levi welcomed Buckman's overture, recognizing that having a police identity would facilitate their operations, whether it involved gathering intel or dispersing crowds. Levi refrained from inviting John and the others on this mission, as it potentially involved creatures akin to the Night Demon, and he believed the Buffalo Squad would provide little assistance, possibly even becoming a liability. Pushing open the tavern door, Levi surveyed the interior. A few patrons were engaged in conversation, while a portly older gentleman with a scruffy beard polished glasses behind the bar. Good day, officer. What can I get for you? The proprietor noticed Levi's badge, taking a closer look at him. I'll have a glass of ice water. Thank you. Levi replied as he settled onto a bar stool in front of the owner. Officer, I presume you're here to investigate the textile factory atop the hill? The owner placed the ice water before Levi and, without waiting for a question, leaned in closer. Have you uncovered anything? I've heard many perished within the factory, recently purchased by Gate Textile Company, had initially brought joy to the townsfolk, as the town had been established on the backs of the factory's workers. If the factory were to reopen, an influx of labor could breathe new life into the moribund town. However, the residents were unaware of the grim fate that befell the cleaning crews dispatched by Gate, all of whom mysteriously vanished, leading to rumors of monsters lurking in the abandoned facility. Thus, aside from Gate, the townsfolk were most eager to resolve the enigma surrounding the factory. If you're referring to the one bought by Gate, then that's precisely why I'm here. Levi nodded, curiosity piquing as he inquired. But why do you call it the Grave Textile Factory? Apologies, officer, but we locals refer to it as the Grave Textile Factory because it was built atop a burial site. The owner shrugged. The entrance to the grave lies within the factory's walls. You can see it as soon as you reach the front gate. Why construct a factory over a grave? Levi frowned, pondering if there might be something valuable buried within. That grave has existed for a century or two, and it's merely a common burial site, nothing but a rotting skeleton within. The owner explained. The reason the factory was erected there was that the land was extraordinarily cheap, practically a steal. Plus, proximity to a water source made waste disposal convenient. It seemed the owner was well versed in the factory's history, indifferent to the grave beneath. You certainly know a great deal, Levi remarked. I was the accountant for the factory back in the day, the owner replied with a chuckle. But about 30 years ago, the owner died in a sudden car accident, and mere months later, the global economic crisis struck, leading to the factory's closure. Bob, you just misspoke. Suddenly, an elderly man dining near the entrance leaned in. That grave atop the hill is no ordinary burial site. Levi turned to see an elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 70s or 80s, gaunt and dressed in a somewhat dated light gray suit, exuding an air of sternness. Oh, Charles, are you going to regale us with those tales again? The owner, Bob, seemed less than pleased to see Charles and retreated into the kitchen. Sir, do you possess any knowledge worth sharing? Levi inquired, having already witnessed the supernatural and thus remaining open to the possibility of truth in local legends. Greetings, officer. I am Charles, a scholar. The old man introduced himself. What sort of scholar? Merely a former elementary school teacher in this town. Bob interjected from the kitchen, exposing Charles' background. Officer, the grave atop the hill is no mere commoner's burial site. It is the resting place of a messenger of the Weaving Church. Charles maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by Bob's interruption, as he continued conversing with Levi. The Weaving Church? With countless peculiar churches in America, it is not surprising to encounter one I have never heard of, Levi mused. Indeed, the Weaving Church is a remarkable and powerful institution that originated in England centuries ago. Charles elaborated. This church revered a wondrous artifact, yet it was this very treasure that incited the envy and conflict of the English royalty, leading to the church's brutal downfall. A messenger of the church fled with this artifact to the land of America. Oh, what artifact? Levi inquired, intrigued. Chapter 24, Warwick Ha. Richard. As soon as he finished speaking, Bob, the proprietor, and the surrounding guests erupted into laughter. Oh my goodness! A loom from 5,000 years ago. Was it created by the pharaohs of ancient Egypt? Ha. Richard, would you care to listen to what you were saying? Bob poured some water into Levi's cup while mockingly taunting Richard. How could you, a teacher, not even know when the loom was invented? Richard, we are all aware that your grandfather was a historian affiliated with the church, but you cannot take the theological records at face value. A burly elder stood up, patted Richard on the shoulder, offered a word of caution, and then exited through the door. Having endured a lifetime of ridicule, Richard felt no stirrings of emotion at the jeering of the crowd. He merely waited patiently for the noise to subside. Boss, please bring a beer for Mr. Richard. Levi held a deep respect for Richard's composure. Thank you, officer. Richard accepted the drink, taking a modest sip. Mr. Richard, did they just say your grandfather was a historian? Indeed. Although he was associated with the church and his records often pertained to church matters, he always upheld the integrity expected of a historian and would never fabricate stories. Richard replied, nodding with admiration for his grandfather. So based solely on your grandfather's fragmented writings, you obstructed the establishment of the textile factory, claiming it would disturb the souls of the dead. Have you ever considered the plight of the thousands of workers who needed to support their families? Bob scoffed, revealing the underlying animosity between Richard and the townsfolk. Could you elaborate on the tomb atop the mountain? At Levi's request, Richard and Bob were not taken aback. Assuming the young officer regarded these tales as mere stories. As you wish. Richard's face brightened at the prospect of an audience. The messenger of the weaving church fled here over a century ago, but was ultimately slain by enemies. His body was collected by a preacher who constructed a stone tomb for him on the mountain. According to the preacher's accounts, that messenger was no ordinary mortal. He contained extraordinary powers. Even in death, his spirit did not return to the underworld, and should he be disturbed by the living, dire consequences could ensue. Richard paused momentarily. That preacher was my grandfather. The reason those cleaners went missing must be that they disturbed that messenger's spirit, Richard stated, producing a divine token from within his collar and placing it on his forehead. Levi turned to look, noticing a symbol resembling the number 4 etched on the token. He immediately recognized that Richard adhered to the worship of the Olympian gods, as his deceased comrade, James, had shared this same faith. The Olympian faith, with its millennia-long history, far predates both Christianity and Judaism, arguably making it the most ancient faith in the world, as religious evolution led to monotheism becoming the prevailing paradigm. The worship of Zeus and the pantheon of Olympian deities appeared increasingly unconventional, even deemed heretical by some extremist sections. It transitioned from being the largest church to one with only a handful of adherents. Upon hearing Richard's conjecture, Levi felt a slight sense of relief. He did not doubt the existence of spirits. After all, he had exorcised a ghost just the day before using the faceless mask. He even hoped that this latest trouble might be attributed to the so-called ghost, for spirits, at their core, are merely manifestations of energy, and with his mask, he feared nothing. Officer, my grandfather once told me before his passing that one must maintain reverence for matters beyond comprehension. Richard stood, adding, and thank you for the beer. Officer, you should take Richard's words with a grain of salt. Where do you think ghosts come from in this world? The man is quite eccentric. I suspect he has merely succumbed to age-induced delusions. Bob shrugged, setting down his glass. The road to the textile factory ascended a winding hillside, neglected for decades, and in dreadful condition, riddled with numerous potholes. From a distance, the dilapidated structure of the factory was visible. It stretched long and narrow, resembling an old church, encircled by an iron fence entwined with vines, adding an eerie ambience. 3 cars were already parked on the platform in front of the factory as Levi parked his vehicle. In the crumbling guardhouse, someone poked their head out to investigate the commotion. Hello, officer. What brings you here? Upon seeing Levi exit his car, 2 burly young men, armed and polite, emerged from the guardhouse but showed no intention of opening the factory's gates. After hearing Levi's inquiry, a few more individuals stepped out, led by a robust middle-aged man in a white shirt. After verifying the authenticity of the documents, a smile broke across his face. I am Warwick. Levi was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Warwick. After all, he was a billionaire who was personally handling the mess of the textile factory. Even if the factory could not be operational, it should have posed little more than a trivial inconvenience for Warwick. However, Warwick bore unspoken burdens. As a quintessential rich second generation, he was well-versed in indulgence, and had it not been for his father's cultivated talents and the clandestine support of Peters, the Gate Textile Factory would have long since succumbed to his reckless mismanagement. Just a week prior, Warwick had engaged in a high-stakes gamble in Las Vegas. It was unclear if it was bad luck or a setup, but he lost $300 million in one night. Of course, Warwick did not possess such liquid assets. Yet in a moment of desperation, he had, under the influence of his companion, staked the equity of Gate Textile Factory as collateral at the casino, needing to repay the sum within a month, principal and interest included. Upon regaining his senses, Warwick realized he had landed himself in serious trouble. His lavish lifestyle was predicated on the equity he held. Losing it would render him destitute. Although Gate Textile Factory was substantial, Warwick squandered nearly all his annual dividends, making it impossible to procure $300 million in cash in the short term. Seeking a bank loan would also be problematic, as the other shareholders believed the factory was operating smoothly and saw no need for borrowing. Yet, Warwick was no fool. He soon devised a new scheme to artificially inflate the size of Gate Textile Factory, thereby securing a substantial operational loan from the bank, then misappropriating most of the funds to settle his gambling debts. Thus, he meticulously selected a suitable site, finally settling on this decrepit factory, which was so affordably priced it felt like a windfall. Its size was ample, and the main structure was sound. A little cleaning would suffice to make it operational. He had already smoothed things over with the bank and was simply awaiting the day the factory would commence operations, at which point it would be a mere formality for the loan officer's visit. All plans seemed to be progressing flawlessly. Yet the one place where things should have remained unproblematic was now wrought with chaos. Chapter 25. The Rat Mr. Warwick. Please provide me with a detailed account of the situation, Levi said solemnly in the guardroom. I need to know everything, whether it is confirmed information or mere speculation. At that moment, Warwick and his 4 bodyguards turned their gazes towards Levi's back, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Levi turned to see a hulking figure of an ogre silently standing behind him, its towering frame nearly 2.5 meters tall, blocking the doorway and casting a shadow that darkened the room significantly. The silence only heightened the unease among them. Through the ogre's sunglasses, they could sense the greed and madness lurking in its gaze, as if they were mere pigs, stripped bare and bound to a butcher's block. This is my teammate, Levi introduced, instilling Warwick with a semblance of confidence. After all, in the eyes of the ordinary, size equates to strength. The ogre's imposing stature would make even NBA's Wilt Chamberlain appear diminutive in comparison. There is indeed some creature lurking in the textile factory. Warwick finally admitted after a moment of contemplation, his anxiety about alarming Levi overshadowed by the urgency of the situation. In fact, 29 people have vanished within its confines over the past few days. He adjusted his collar, revealing the significant omissions in his plea for help to Peters. Initially, I enlisted a cleaning company, but they mysteriously disappeared upon entering the factory, along with 4 armed security guards. Subsequently, I hired 4 pest control specialists. But it seems they encountered something within. Only one managed to escape, albeit mortally wounded, succumbing to blood loss before medical assistance could arrive. The pest control specialists, while not part of the military, were predominantly composed of seasoned veterans, commissioned by the military to eradicate hazardous species such as rats and snakes. Those capable of this work were invariably bold, meticulous, and well-equipped professionals who often carried weapons, ready to transform into a combat unit at a moment's notice. Before his demise, the survivor repeatedly muttered about a monster. Warwick turned to one of his subordinates, Jack. You were here at the time. Did the soldier mention what kind of monster it was? Boss, his speech was quite garbled, but it sounded like he was saying rat. Jack pondered for a moment. His brow furrowed. A rat? So, until now, only that soldier escaped. Do we have a photo of his body? Levi inquired. Yes, Jack nodded. Retrieving his phone and after some effort, produced a photograph for Levi. Upon receiving the phone, Levi was confronted with a gruesome image. The soldier was a mangled mass of flesh, blood oozing from every orifice, arms severed at the shoulders, skin torn as if wrenched apart by immense force. Moreover, Levi noted the absence of any nom marks from rats, suggesting either Jack had misheard or the creature described by the soldier diverged from Levi's expectations. This encapsulates all the information I currently possess. However, the specifics of what lies within remain a mystery, Warwick stated, frustration evident as he discarded his half-smoked cigar. You must have received the $200,000 deposit by now. Should you resolve the thread inside today, I will add an extra $100,000 to the final payment, totaling $500,000, delivered without hesitation. Warwick's bodyguards exchanged glances, visibly stirred by the offer, yet aware that if even a veteran soldier had fallen, their chances of survival were grim. Levi nodded in acknowledgement, then retrieved a Mossberg shotgun from the trunk of his car. During a previous encounter with the Night Demon, he had realized that conventional rifles were ineffective, squandering precious opportunities for attack. Thus, for this operation, he had secured a powerful shotgun from the police station, ensuring equality in lethality within 3 meters. With a series of clicks, he chambered the weapon. Inside the textile factory, the ground was overrun with weeds, and each step released a sharp crack as the stems snapped beneath his weight. Following the trail left by the previous 2 groups, Levi approached the grave Richard had mentioned. The grave was square-shaped, barely 20 square meters above ground, rising to a height of 3 meters, resembling a stone structure adorned with peculiar religious engravings at its entrance. After a moment's contemplation, he advanced towards the grave, which had been neglected for decades, now consumed by wild grass and shrubs. The ogre brandished a machete, swiftly clearing a path for Levi. Upon reaching the stone tomb, he found a sloped stone staircase leading downward. After descending over 20 steps, he arrived at the main burial chamber. The chamber appeared to suffer from water seepage, with the floor covered in muddy sludge, and in the center lay a stone sarcophagus. With a resounding thud, the ogre approached and forcefully removed the lid of the sarcophagus, sending mud flying. Upon closer inspection, Levi found only a decayed skeleton within, its bones scattered, evidently disturbed by the workers of yore. Circling the sarcophagus, he discerned nothing unusual and detected no anomalies from the skeletal remains. Shaking his head, he turned to re-enter the textile factory. As he stepped inside, the unmistakable sound of countless rats echoed in his ears. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Levi felt a surge of curiosity. Despite their ubiquity, rats were typically driven by their instinct to seek food, not congregate in a desolate factory devoid of sustenance. Upon entering, he was struck by the sight of swarms of rats in every corner, each measuring a sizable 30 centimeters in length. What perplexed him further was their uncharacteristic behavior. Instead of fleeing, they fixated on him, their tiny eyes reflecting his image in a disconcerting manner. He halted, sensing an undeniable, pervasive malice emanating from the rats. No, more accurately, it felt as though some entity was utilizing the rats to scrutinize him, poised to reveal its predatory nature. Intrigued, a cold smile crept across Levi's lips as he concentrated, his head enveloped by a cerulean mask. A pale blue glow emanated from his eyes, extinguishing any trace of his human essence, as he strode purposefully toward the basement. Chapter 26. The Revelation of the Monster. Upon donning the faceless mask, Levi entered a state of intense focus. The myriad traces in his surroundings, previously easily overlooked, were swiftly assimilated by him. His mind seemed to operate on an accelerated frequency, rapidly synthesizing the acquired information, even constructing a three-dimensional map within his thoughts. Following the footprints imprinted on the ground, Levi soon found himself in the basement of the textile factory. The basement was vast, seemingly spanning over 1,000 square meters, cluttered with an assortment of tables, chairs, and discarded machinery. At the entrance, a diesel generator lay silent, while a hose, dragged in from outside, lay limply on the floor, obviously left behind by the previous cleaning crew. Despite the bright sunlight above, only a faint glow penetrated the entrance, leaving the depths of the basement shrouded in darkness. Yet for Levi, the meager luminosity was sufficient. His eyes, emanating a soft blue glow, allowed him to perceive every detail within the basement, rendering his night vision equipment unnecessary. Why was there no trace left in the basement despite the massive blood loss of the last fleeing soldier? Levi crouched to examine the ground closely and discovered fresh, minute scratches on the wooden floor, evidence that the blood had been licked clean by the rats. These marks were exceedingly subtle, blending with the numerous wear patterns already present on the floor, making them nearly indistinguishable to the untrained eye. Yet they were discerned by Levi in his heightened state of concentration. With this new revelation, Levi continued to trace the marks on the floor, soon arriving at an old carpet. Lifting it revealed yet another wooden door leading downward. Creaking open the door, he was immediately greeted by a faint, foul odor, and the air became noticeably more humid. The sound of rushing water indicated the presence of an underground river below. Peering down from the entrance, Levi beheld a spacious subterranean level. Before him stood several half-human-height hydroelectric generators, long rusted from decades of neglect. The wooden ladder leading down had been broken, seemingly due to someone's frantic escape, resulting in a collapse that exposed a slowly flowing dark river below. Given the shattered entrance ladder and the significant damage to the floor, a large opening had formed, making descent through the door perilous, as one might plunge directly into the water. After a moment's contemplation, Levi seized the floorboards at the entrance and, with a powerful thrust of his arm, dislodged the nails connecting them. In mere moments, he had uprooted several panels of flooring, expanding the entrance successfully. Levi and the ogre then lightly leaped down, landing directly on one of the generators, which, weighing several tons, was undoubtedly supported by a robust foundation. Surveying the surroundings, Levi noted the extensive network of tunnels, leading to several clearly human-carved rock passages. As he gently traced the walls of one tunnel, he discerned that the excavation marks were relatively recent, no more than 50 years old. Every few meters, incandescent bulbs illuminated the path, connected to the hydroelectric generators, a clear testament to the textile factory's efforts to conceal its true purpose. The factory had chosen this location to obscure its activities, and the real purpose surely lay within these tunnels. The crunching of gravel beneath their feet echoed throughout the silent tunnels as Levi and the ogre proceeded deeper. Selecting a passage at random, Levi ventured forth, confident that the monster would come seeking him. Strangely, after descending for several minutes, the lurking creature remained hidden. Yet the palpable malevolence surrounding them indicated they were drawing nearer to it. Soon, they reached the end of the passage, which opened into an extraordinarily vast underground cavern. The cave was at least the size of 5 or 6 football fields, with an impressive vertical height of 50 to 60 meters. The cave formed a hemispherical shape, with a smooth vertical rock face on the western side, before which a massive scaffold had been erected. Numerous half-human-sized cavities had been carved into the rock face, evidently in search of something. Found it, although unclear about what the textile factory sought. Levi immediately noticed a corner beside the scaffold piled high with various skeletal remains, both human and livestock. The human skeleton at the top was particularly fresh, still stained with remnants of blood and flesh. The monster must be lurking within this cavern. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept overhead, as if something were swooping down toward them. Levi swiftly turned, only to witness a gigantic white bat, with a wingspan nearing 5 meters, descending from the ceiling in a gliding motion, targeting the larger, seemingly more threatening ogre. With the mask concealing his life level, Levi posed no threat to the bat, making him an unsuspecting prey. In an instant, the bat's claws pierced the ogre's shoulder, propelling it off the ground with tremendous force as it opened its mouth to bite down on the ogre's head. The ogre instinctively raised its left arm in defense, but surprisingly reached out with its right arm to grasp the bat's head. With a crunch, the bat's bite met the ogre's metal-plated left arm, shattering its bone. However, the ogre, nearly impervious to pain, felt little effect. In that moment, Levi, positioned beside the ogre, drew his weapon and fired 5 rapid shots, a storm of bullets enveloping both the bat and the ogre, splattering blood in all directions. The ogre's critical areas were reinforced with steel, and its remarkable healing abilities rendered the scattered shot relatively ineffective against it. The bat, as the primary target, absorbed most of the bullets with its massive form, causing a torrent of blood to seep from its pristine white fur. Particularly, the bat's wings, now riddled with holes, were the brunt of Levi's assault, rendering them tattered and useless. In pain, the bat released its grip on the ogre's arm and attempted to flee with its damaged wings. However, the ogre's right arm tightened around the bat's neck, and the now crippled wings could not support the weight of the 300-pound creature, resulting in a chaotic tumble just a few meters off the ground. Levi, having exhausted his shotgun's ammunition, secured it against his shoulder with his neck while hastily reloading with his left hand. With his right, he drew his sidearm, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the bat's wing roots. The handgun bullets merely breached the bat's skin, yet the pain ignited its fury, turning its eyes a blood-red hue. It emitted a low, piercing howl that resonated through the air, causing ripples of pressure to ripple outward. The ogre, caught in the brunt of this peculiar sonic assault, trembled violently, blood gushing from its orifices, streaming through the gaps in its helmet, and its right arm, still gripping the bat, slackened in defeat as its massive form crashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 27. The Essence and the Decapitation. With a resonant hum that was almost visible to the naked eye, a wave of sound swept through the air, causing the mask atop Levi's head to shimmer with a golden lattice akin to an electric grid. He instantly felt a sharp pain pierce his ears. Yet that was the extent of his discomfort. He experienced no further symptoms or malaise. Unlike the ogre, which had succumbed to the attack, bleeding from every orifice and collapsing in a state of utter helplessness, Levi stood resilient. This sonic assault was interlaced with a psychic strike capable of directly affecting the human brain. Even the deaf would be incapacitated or perish in an instant. In that moment, Levi comprehended the hunting method of this bat-like creature and understood why those unfortunate souls had vanished without a trace. However, the creature's supposed ace in the hole, its mental assault, proved ineffective against Levi. The mask of the Faceless One had a shielding ability that rendered such psychic attacks powerless. The bat creature, its wings severely damaged and temporarily grounded, gazed at Levi in astonishment, its bloodthirsty eyes betraying its disbelief upon witnessing him unharmed by its assault. As the last of his handgun ammunition was expended, Levi seamlessly reloaded his shotgun, resembling a cinematic Terminator as he advanced with purpose, squeezing the trigger at the bat creature. It was then that Levi discerned the truth. This was no mere bat creature, but an enormous, white-furred giant rat sporting bat-like wings. The creature was astonishingly large, measuring over 4 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in height, its bulk reminiscent of a cow. Despite its size, the rat moved with remarkable speed and agility, skillfully evading gunfire. Yet, even as pellets from the shotgun grazed its skin, extracting chunks of flesh, the pain only fueled its ferocity. Within moments, the colossal rodent lunged towards Levi, its maw brimming with razor-sharp teeth aimed at his head. However, with a mere sidestep, Levi swung the now empty shotgun like a club, striking the rat's snout. The weapon shattered upon impact, sending debris and blood flying in all directions. Wearing the mask of the Faceless One, Levi felt his physical prowess surge to extraordinary levels. To him, the seemingly lightning-fast rat appeared almost sluggish. The creature's massive body crashed to the ground, its snout and part of its face obliterated, revealing a gruesome sight of blood and brain matter, lying motionless with slight convulsions, seemingly lifeless. With an impassive gaze, Levi discarded the mangled remnants of his shotgun and replaced it with a fresh magazine, firing relentlessly at the gaping wound in the rat's head, splattering gore across the vicinity. Eventually, after depleting 3 magazines, the giant rat lay still, its crimson blood cascading like a fountain, saturating the area. Yet Levi refrained from approaching the rat, for the tome in his mind remained eerily silent, offering no hint of gained energy. With the wisdom of prior encounters, he suspected the rat was merely feigning death. He glanced at the grenades strapped to his waist, contemplating their use but ultimately deciding against it. The confined nature of the underground cavern posed too great a risk of collapse, and he could not afford such a fate. At that moment, the ogre, having finally regained consciousness from the psychic shock, stumbled to its feet, swaying unsteadily like a drunken man. Observing this, Levi retreated several dozen meters to the entrance of the pit, where he summoned the mask's control ability upon the ogre, stabilizing its wavering form. Levi commanded the ogre to advance towards the giant rat, drawing forth a nearly half-meter-long cleaver. With a swift motion, he aimed for the already damaged head of the rat. Under the ogre's immense strength, the blade cleaved through the rat's skull, severing it significantly, leaving only a few scraps of flesh tethered to its neck. Yet, as the rat's head was nearly severed, its body erupted in a violent display, bursting forth to reveal a smaller, bat-like creature, its form a stark contrast with a dark, blood-soaked exterior. This new being appeared emaciated, its skeletal structure starkly visible, resembling an underdeveloped fetus. Its head bore a crown-like formation, evoking a sense of dread. The creature, regaining its bearings, unfurled its wings, eyes glinting with a sinister glow. It began to emit a terrifying sound wave, enhanced by a potent psychic assault. The ogre, stripped of its mask, was caught unawares, its robust form hurled back as if struck by a battering ram. Blood misting from its pores as it collided with the stone wall, motionless and potentially lifeless. The newly emerged creature, having exerted itself in the attack, faltered, dark blood oozing from its chest and wings. It attempted to flee, but was abruptly halted as a steel pipe, propelled like a siege weapon, pierced its left shoulder, obliterating tissue and bone, forcing the creature to crash back to the ground. Subsequently, a barrage of steel pipes pierced the creature's body, pinning it to the ground as it writhed in desperation, its cries reverberating through the air. Despite the agony, it struggled futilely against its steel prison. Seizing the moment, Levi grasped another steel pipe and approached the thrashing entity, delivering a crushing blow to its crown-like head. Yet, the creature's skull proved remarkably resilient, bending the pipe upon impact without leaving a mark. Determined, Levi discarded the bent pipe, maneuvering behind the creature to grasp its slender neck, his arms swelling with newfound strength. The creature, sensing imminent danger, thrashed violently, striking sparks as the steel pipes grated against one another. Yet, it remained trapped as Levi unleashed a series of shockwaves from his grip. In a dramatic explosion, visible ripples of air radiated outward, colliding with Levi and the cavern walls, sending debris flying and causing scaffolding to collapse. In the ensuing chaos, Levi yanked the creature's head and a segment of its neck clean off, holding it aloft triumphantly. Wiping the blood from his ears, Levi concluded that decapitation was indeed the most straightforward and effective method for dealing with these monstrous foes. Chapter 28. The bloodthirsty dragon bat. With a resounding crack, Levi severed the monster's head, prompting an immediate reaction from the tome in his mind. The pages of the tome began to flip rapidly before settling on a particular page that revealed information about the colossal bat-like creature. Species: bloodthirsty dragon bat. Age: 64 years. Life level: Level 1. Incomplete. Talent: mimetic psychic wave skills. Blood drain. Flight status: deceased. Annotation: originally a common mouse. It underwent a grotesque transformation after consuming blood infused with dragon essence, merging with a trace of dragon blood, which catalyzed a metamorphosis in its life form. Bloodthirsty dragon bat. Dragon blood? As Levi perused the details of this creature, he found the revelations increasingly surreal. Dragon blood was mentioned. However, considering the wondrous tone that truly existed in his mind, The notion of dragons once inhabiting the world did not seem entirely outlandish. Yet, this dragon was not only immensely powerful, but also appeared to lean towards malevolence. According to the tome's description, even a mere trace of dragon blood had birthed such a bizarre entity as the bloodthirsty dragon bat. Levi could not help but envision a fearsome dragon with wings unfurled, belching forth flames. Moreover, Levi's arrival had interrupted the evolutionary process of the bloodthirsty dragon bat, or rather, it had hastened its emergence, leaving it perilously close to advancing to level 2. Had the bloodthirsty dragon bat been born under normal circumstances, its life level would undoubtedly have reached level 2, if not higher. Nevertheless, even at its current state, this creature was capable of unleashing sonic attacks comparable to a sonic cannon. Not to mention the enigmatic and nearly indefensible psychic shock. Ordinary level 2 life forms would stand no chance against it. Yet, with the extraordinary faceless mask, which granted Levi the ability to shield against psychic assaults, he found himself in a favorable position akin to a fully armed warrior combating a spellcaster deprived of mana. The bloodthirsty dragon bat could only be rendered utterly helpless and defeated. Gurgle, gurgle. As Levi continued to scrutinize the tome's information, a peculiar sound suddenly emanated from his throat. He felt a tightening and swelling in his throat, accompanied by a tingling, itchy sensation that resembled severe tonsillitis. This unusual feeling then began to radiate towards his temples and the center of his forehead, akin to the referred pain caused by pharyngitis, resulting in a dull throb that pulsed insistently, even causing pressure behind his eyes, transforming his visual world into a kaleidoscope of colors. Reminiscent of the effects of an overdose, exceedingly uncomfortable. After a brief moment, the throbbing in his forehead gradually subsided, leaving Levi with a refreshing clarity in his mind. His spirit invigorated, and the world around him appearing exceptionally bright and lucid. As thoughts raced through his mind, all relevant information was swiftly connected, indicating a significant enhancement of his mental prowess. Levi pinched his forehead in contemplation, furrowing his brow, as he felt something lodged in his throat, akin to a thick phlegm. Unable to suppress it, he cleared his throat in an attempt to expel it. Buzz. To his astonishment, as Levi performed this action, something within his throat began to vibrate with an extraordinarily high frequency. A surge of heat flowed from his forehead, and suddenly, a shock wave burst forth, rippling the surrounding air into visible waves. The flesh of the slain bloodthirsty dragon bat was torn asunder by the sonic assault, as if it had been slashed by countless invisible blades. This was Levi's acquisition of the creature's innate abilities after its demise. Following the release of this shockwave, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling the odd sensations in his throat and forehead. In order to facilitate the perfect assimilation of the creature's talent, the miraculous tome had enabled the development of an organ in Levi's throat that could flawlessly accommodate this newfound ability. This organ did not exist independently, but rather integrated seamlessly with his throat, and it appeared to be connected to his brain via an invisible conduit, allowing Levi's mental energy to merge with the sonic waves, creating a dual assault. Yet, he found himself pondering the true meaning of the term mimetic. While he could not grasp the precise implications of mimetic, he instinctively wielded this newfound capability as effortlessly as breathing. Name: Levi. Age: 30 years. Life level: Level 2. Physical strength: 4, 5, 3. Physique: 4. Talent: Basic self-healing, mimetic psychic wave, fearless, activated. Shielding, activated. Unique item: Faceless mask, activated. Minion: Ogre skills: Combat level 4, Shooting level 3, Stealth level 3, Mobility level 3. Espionage level 3. Ordinary energy: 16 points. Special energy: 2 points. Moreover, during the formation of this organ, both Levi's physical and mental faculties experienced substantial growth. His physical strength and physique each increased by 1 point, with his physical strength surpassing his physique under the 50 enhancement from the faceless mask, reaching an impressive 4. 5. Following the defeat of the bloodthirsty dragon bat, the tome also bestowed upon him 2 points of special energy, which he allocated to further augment his physical strength and physique. Vigorous energy coursed through Levi's body. Even without the faceless mask, his physical strength had reached 4 points. Should he don the mask for an added boost, he could potentially achieve an astounding 6 points of physical strength, allowing this body to unleash over 3 tons of force in a full-throttle assault. Truly a human Terminator. Crack, crack. As Levi twisted his neck and shoulders, a series of resounding pops echoed, his muscles vibrating like taut bowstrings, dispelling the dust surrounding him. With a satisfying exhale, He prepared to dispose of the monster's head he still clutched in his hand, but upon observing its remarkably tough skull, an idea struck him. He entwined the spine around the head and subsequently stowed it in his portable storage bag. Boom. Levi approached the collapsed scaffolding, casually pushing aside a pile of steel pipes to reveal the motionless ogre buried beneath. The ogre appeared severely battered, with blood oozing from its orifices, swollen eyes, and its body riddled with a myriad of cracks. Its skeletal structure and organs were grievously injured, with large pools of blood saturating the stone wall and floor behind it. Yet, despite its dire condition, the ogre was not dead. Levi could discern the steady rhythm of its heartbeat, a testament to its enduring vitality. Having dealt with the monster within the textile factory, Levi felt no inclination to seek out further secrets, so he hoisted the ogre and prepared to depart. As he lifted the ogre from the ground, Levi inadvertently noticed the pool of blood it had left on the stone wall, which was now bubbling with tiny blood bubbles, as if the wall were absorbing the ogre's spilled lifeblood. Chapter 29. The Tomb and Blood. Certain loose, dry, and porous rocks can indeed absorb liquids. But this cave is composed of granite. Granite is dense in structure, possesses high compressive strength, and has a low water absorption rate. It is utterly impossible for it to permeate liquid at such an exaggerated pace. Thud. Levi gently tapped the stone wall with his finger, but the sound was dull, suggesting it was not an empty wall. However, in the brief moment, the large puddle of blood left by the ogre on the stone wall had vanished completely, as if the wall itself were a greedy, blood-sucking entity. Levi's mind raced, and thanks to his heightened state of focus and significantly improved mental prowess, he quickly constructed a three-dimensional map in his mind. To his astonishment, he realized that the area behind this stone wall was precisely located directly beneath the surface tomb. He set aside the ogre, whose injuries had stabilized significantly, and swiftly extracted a steel pipe from the collapsed scaffolding, thrusting it fiercely towards the stone wall. Whoosh! With Levi's impressive physicality of 6, the steel pipe emitted a sharp whistle as it plunged into the stone wall. The granite, harder than ordinary steel, was penetrated as if it were mere tofu, with the 3-meter-long pipe nearly disappearing entirely. Sensing the change in force during the pipe's insertion, Levi noted that the last 30 to 40 centimeters were easily penetrated, indicating that the wall was just over 2 meters thick, and indeed, there was another space behind it. With a swish, Levi pulled out the pipe filled with rock, and he observed that the rust had completely vanished, and due to the high-speed friction, the pipe had turned slightly red, emitting wisps of smoke. Clank! Levi discarded the pipe and bent down to peer through the small hole he had created. Inside was pitch black, obscuring his view, but a damp vapor wafted out, mingled with a strange and acrid smell. Most peculiarly, a rhythmic cracking sound echoed from the space behind the stone wall. Levi retrieved 2 military-grade glow sticks, each about 20 centimeters long and as thick as his thumb, and after gently crushing the glass tubes within, they emitted a bright light. He tossed one into the small opening in the stone wall. From the description of the bloodthirsty dragon bat, Levi could surmise that what the workers from the textile factory were searching for was likely related to the legendary dragon. Although the tome spoke of a trace of dragon's blood, he knew he must tread carefully around any entity associated with such mythical creatures. With the glow sticks illuminating the area, Levi quickly discerned what lay beyond the stone wall. Behind it was a small tomb chamber, measuring merely dozens of square meters, empty save for a stone platform about half a meter high at its center, upon which lay a faintly visible skeleton. However, from Levi's vantage point, he could not see the source of the cracking sounds, possibly obscured by the stone platform. Levi sensed no immediate threat emanating from this tomb chamber, prompting him to continue inserting the steel pipe into the wall, soon rendering the 2 or 3 square meters of stone wall riddled with holes. Boom! Seeing this, Levi delivered a powerful punch to the damaged stone wall, causing it to collapse and reveal a passage wide enough for him to enter. As the dust settled, he retrieved 2 more glow sticks and tossed them inside. Although these glow sticks provided an intense light source, their duration was brief, lasting only about 5 minutes. Upon entering the tomb, Levi surveyed the surroundings and realized that this stone chamber did not appear to be humanly excavated, but rather a natural formation. There were no passages leading to the outside world, only a 1-meter-wide underground river quietly flowing in the southern corner of the chamber, serving as the sole route in and out. On the half-meter-high stone platform lay the skeleton, surrounded by a shallow pool of black, viscous liquid that emitted a pungent, blood-like odor reminiscent of oil. Strangely, this blood, which had presumably existed for an extensive period, had neither congealed nor dried, suggesting it contained dragon's blood. The extraordinary essence that birthed creatures like the bloodthirsty dragon bat. As Levi approached the pool of blood, he felt his own blood surge and stir within him. As if drawn to merge with this liquid, the pull towards the blood was remarkably strong. An ordinary person might find their blood forcibly drawn out upon proximity. The blood left by the ogre on the stone wall had been drawn away for this very reason. However, given Levi's current physique, this force posed no interference to him. Furthermore, it was evident that this blood flowed from the skeleton on the platform, indicating that this remains once belonged to a powerful humanoid being infused with dragon's blood. But how could a human body contain dragon's blood? Was this individual a descendant of dragons, or had the blood been implanted through some extraordinary means? Just then, a gust of wind rushed in through the opening Levi had created, causing the skeleton on the stone platform to rapidly oxidize and disintegrate into a pile of dust. As Levi stepped further into the tomb, he finally beheld the source of the cracking sounds that had been hidden behind the stone platform. It was a miniature weaving loom. Information surged in Levi's mind, piecing together memories of a weaving guild that had fled from England to America, carrying wondrous artifacts, and the remarkable emissaries of that guild. It became clear that the legends Richard had shared were indeed grounded in truth. The skeleton upon the stone platform must be that of the emissary whose remains Richard's grandfather had recovered. The stone tomb at the textile factory was merely a deceptive facade. While the emissary's body and the guild's treasures had been concealed by Richard's grandfather deep within the granite caves, without knowledge of the intricate waterways of the underground river. Reaching this place would be nearly impossible, which explained why those at the textile factory had resorted to the inefficient method of tunneling to locate the actual tomb. Thus, besides Richard's grandfather, others must have also known about the events of that time. Levi pondered the miniature weaving loom before him, reflecting on the vast underground project beneath the textile factory, suspecting that the forces seeking the tomb had been formidable. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had abandoned their search. Had they continued to excavate the stone wall, it would not have taken long for them to discover the tomb chamber behind it. The loom was no larger than a child's desk, constructed from a brown wood that imparted an air of delicacy and intricacy. Its design was peculiar, with 8 wooden legs and 2 upright shuttles on each side, casting a shadow that resembled a creature with a human head and spider body. Most astonishingly, this old-fashioned loom was not connected to any external power source, yet the shuttles and warp continued to move of their own accord, feeding strands of white silk into the machine, weaving them into a sheet of white fabric, while the supply of white threads on the loom never diminished. Nor did the fabric produced increase. As Levi drew closer to observe the loom, the faceless mask began to flicker with golden patterns, intensifying in frequency until his head resembled a luminous golden bulb. Chapter 30. Arachne's loom buzz. Upon sensing the unusual presence of the mask, Levi did not hesitate for a moment and swiftly dashed out of the tomb. As he distanced himself from the loom, the mask finally returned to its original state. He had just endured a relentless mental assault from the loom. Levi attuned himself and discovered that he felt no ill effects. It seemed the loom's psychic attack had not breached the mask's defensive threshold. With this realization, he cautiously approached the loom once more. As he neared within 10 meters of it, the mask once again shimmered with golden patterns. Levi moved slowly, prepared to retreat at the slightest sign of danger. After a brief moment, he stood beside the loom, and the mask, now glowing almost continuously, indicated the intensity and frequency of the mental assaults were indeed formidable. Fortunately, the silent mask held strong against these attacks. It appeared that the loom, sensing its assaults were ineffective against Levi, ceased its actions, and the mask's patterns dimmed. What could this object be? Was it a marvel akin to the faceless mask? Levi extended a finger to gently touch the loom. As Levi's finger made contact with the loom, its moving parts abruptly halted. To his astonishment, he perceived an image emerging on the woven white fabric, a strikingly beautiful woman with flowing golden hair. Yet her lower half transformed into that of a fearsome spider with 8 legs, as if intricately embroidered onto the fabric itself. Boom. The image of the woman then morphed into a liquid form, flowing along Levi's finger and arm, making its way towards his head. Buzz. The mask atop Levi's head erupted with a blinding golden light, resisting the advancing image of the woman. Although the mask's resistance slowed the woman's progress, it merely served to delay the inevitable. After all, the mask's shielding capabilities were explicitly stated to mitigate only a portion of mental attacks, and the loom's assault had evidently surpassed the mask's defensive limits. At the current rate, it would not take long for the image to reach his head, and Levi could easily surmise that such an event would not bode well. However, Levi remained remarkably composed, even though the mask temporarily eradicated feelings of panic and fear. The moment he touched the loom, the tome within his mind reacted instantaneously, pages flipping furiously. Levi's eyes reflected a cold detachment as he observed the captivating Spider-Woman traversing his arm with relentless determination. Buzz. When the Spider-Woman finally reached Levi's left arm, it seemed that the proximity to the tome was sufficient to invoke an invisible, powerful, and irresistible force that acted upon her, drawing her essence directly into the tome. Levi looked down and saw that the miniature loom he had touched had vanished into thin air, leaving behind a vivid image of the Spider-Woman on his arm, as if crafted by a master tattoo artist. As the loom was absorbed into the tome, Levi was rewarded with 1 point of special energy. It appeared that the tome was encouraging him to seek out more extraordinary objects akin to the faceless mask and the loom. After all, compared to the perilous encounters with aberrations to gain energy, Levi found that the process of cataloging these wonders posed little risk. The tome handled all the dangers, and he merely awaited the rewards. This seemed to be a mutually beneficial process, allowing Levi to gain the ability to utilize these marvels through the tome. Of course, when he previously cataloged the faceless mask, although the tome granted him 1 point of special energy, he had to expend it immediately to negate the cost of using the mask, a situation reminiscent of gaining benefits at the expense of the sheep. Yet, in light of the immense power granted by the mask, Levi willingly accepted the cost of that 1 point of special energy. The sound of pages turning in the tome finally ceased, and information regarding the loom materialized on the blank page. Species, Marvel name, Arachne's loom skills, 1. Fate weaving sacrifice life as a cost to randomly obtain information about special energy carriers, 2. Parasitic devouring. Arachne's loom contains formidable psychic power that can parasitically invade the brain of any living being that comes into contact, targeting sentient beings, consuming their consciousness to strengthen itself, and transforming them into puppets. Cost, 1. Using fate weaving requires the sacrifice of a human life. Ordinary energy may be used as a substitute. 2. Using parasitic devouring necessitates the sacrifice of a part of the user's soul and a significant reduction in lifespan. If the target's mental strength exceeds that of Arachne's loom and the user, the parasitism fails, resulting in the user's immediate death. Special energy may be used as a substitute for exemption. Status: cataloged, cost converted Arachne's loom. Upon reviewing the information in the tome, Levi's heart stirred. The second skill was easily comprehensible. The potent attack he had just endured upon touching the loom was likely the result of this parasitic devouring. Although this skill had numerous requirements and consumed special energy, it could undoubtedly prove to be a divine technique under certain circumstances. Particularly, given the immense psychic force contained within Arachne's loom, which had even breached the defenses of the faceless mask, it would be insurmountable for an ordinary individual. As for the first skill, Levi found it somewhat ambiguous. Did the term special energy carrier refer to aberrations that yielded special energy upon their demise? Glancing at his remaining 16 points of ordinary energy, he realized that it would be insufficient to enhance his skills or those of the ogre. Moreover, he did not regard ordinary energy as precious, so he decided to expend a point to verify. Crack, crack, as the energy was consumed. The sound of weaving resonated in Levi's mind, and the tome slowly began to inscribe a name, Michael Myers. Michael Myers? Levi pondered. Was that the entirety of the information? There were countless individuals named Michael Myers in America. How could he ascertain the correct one? Buzz. Just as these questions surfaced in his mind, an uncanny sensation compelled him to turn his gaze northwest. Although he was unsure of the distance, Levi instinctively knew that the owner of that name was in that direction. If he followed this instinct, he would easily locate Michael Myers. The power of fate weaving was indeed formidable, allowing for direct search and pinpointing. Levi recalled the teachings of the loom cult mentioned by Richard, who regarded the loom as a sacred artifact, even founding a church in its name. They likely utilized the loom's parasitic abilities to seek out and control various aberrations, gradually growing in power to the extent of hunting even dragons. Moreover, considering that the loom cult, possessing the blood of dragons, had no resistance against the royal family of England at that time, it raised Levi's caution. Those ancient families, once dominant in the world, likely still wielded immense supernatural powers, prompting Levi to remain vigilant and low-key. Chapter 31. Bloodthirsty Ogre and Iron Skin. The loom was catalogued in the tome, and Levi turned his gaze to the shallow layer of blood on the stone platform. dark and viscous like crude oil. This blood, infused with dragon's essence, possessed the power to transform an ordinary rat into a terrifying bloodthirsty dragon bat, showcasing its formidable and enigmatic nature. In a sense, it was a treasure, prompting Levi to ponder how he might transport it away. After a thorough search outside, Levi finally discovered an intact glass Coca-Cola bottle beneath a pile of bones. However, upon comparison, he realized that this 200-milliliter bottle could only contain a portion of the blood from the stone platform. Nevertheless, Levi was not greedy. He would be content to carry away some. At that moment, the ogre, previously discarded by Levi, stirred from its stupor. As it struggled to rise and beheld the blood on the platform, an intense desire flickered in its eyes. The ogre, disregarding its injuries, lunged toward the platform, causing its wounds, which had begun to heal, to erupt anew with crimson fluid. Sensing the ogre's insatiable craving for the blood, Levi contemplated briefly before acquiescing to the creature's request to partake in it. The dragon's essence within the blood held a profound allure for aberrant beings. The ogre seemed to hear its own body screaming in ecstasy, aware that this dragon's blood could amplify its strength. From Levi's perspective, the dragon's blood had the potential to enhance biological aberrations, making it a potent remedy for the already distorted ogre. Naturally, there existed certain uncontrollable risks associated with consuming dragon's blood. However, even if the endeavor ended in failure, Levi would merely lose a disposable minion. Conversely, should it succeed, he could potentially gain a second-tier life form as an ally. If fortune favored the ogre and its self-healing abilities were augmented, according to the tome's explanations, Levi would likewise benefit from an enhancement of his own talents. The potential rewards far outweighed the risks, and from a probabilistic standpoint, Levi discerned that he ought to take the gamble. With a guttural sound, the ogre tore off its helmet, pressing its blood-stained visage against the stone platform and ravenously licking the blood, reminiscent of a wild boar at a feast. Moments later, the blood upon the platform was consumed entirely, leaving the ogre with a look of satisfaction. Yet, in the next instant, the creature clutched its throat, its poorly developed pain receptors reflecting a visage of agony. The ogre's eyes bulged as if engorged, faint glimmers of crimson light emanating from them, while its jagged teeth began to curve and grow, resembling the fangs of a beast. Its already formidable physique swelled further, tearing its resilient battle garb apart. Muscles bulging with thick, dark veins, fingers thickening and claws sharpening into lethal talons. As the ogre's stature approached 3 meters, becoming akin to a savage giant, its form began to contract, as though impurities were being hammered out of raw iron. Soon, the ogre's height settled around 2 meters and 20 centimeters, still imposing, yet no longer excessively so among others. During this transformation, the ogre's prior injuries began to heal rapidly, its skin shifting from a grayish-white to a deep, dark hue, particularly adorned with a layer of black, scale-like keratin that exuded a metallic sheen. With a low growl, the ogre's internal fury surged, its body resembling a furnace as it emitted a deep rumble toward the heavens. Its crimson eyes, stout fangs, sharp claws, and powerful musculature, paired with its dark, armored skin, rendered the ogre a terrifying creature, utterly devoid of its former human semblance. Species: Dragon blood ogre description. The ogre has endured the radiation and transformation of dragon's blood, experiencing a slight enhancement in its aberration level. It craves the blood of living beings, drawing strength from it while slightly improving its self-healing abilities. Age: 17 years. Life level: Tier 2 physical strength, 3 constitution, 3 talents, basic self-healing, iron skin skills, butchery level 4. Combat level 2 status: absolute obedience. Upon consuming the blood, the ogre achieved an elevation in life level, stepping into the realm of extraordinary Tier 2 life forms, with its physical constitution also reaching 3. Levi had previously noted that in terms of physical capability, levels below 1 represented development percentages. Upon surpassing 1, the tome appeared to indicate that 1 point of physical strength equated to the ability to lift 500 kilograms. Thus, the ogre now possessed an impressive strength of 500 kilograms. Moreover, due to the potency of the dragon's blood, the ogre's innate self-healing talent was further augmented, particularly in its ability to enhance healing through the consumption of living blood when injured. Most astonishingly to Levi was the fact that the ogre had acquired a second talent, iron skin, through the dragon's blood. As the ogre's metamorphosis concluded, a surge of power coursed through Levi's being. Remarkably, Levi too could access a portion of the ogre's newfound strength. The tome revealed an increase of 1 point in both his constitution and physical capabilities, while the new talent was extracted and solidified within him. Name: Levi. Age: 30 years. Life level: Tier 2. Physical strength: 7, 5, 5. Constitution: 6. Talents: Basic self-healing, mimetic mental soundwave, iron skin, fearlessness, activated. Cloaking, activated. Unique item: Faceless mask, activated. Servant. Ogre skills: Combat level 4, Shooting level 3, Infiltration level 3, Mobility level 3. Espionage level 3. Ordinary energy: 15 points. Special energy: 0. Levi felt an unusual force acting upon his skin, which turned a deep shade of black, akin to wrought iron. However, under the continued influence of this strange power, his skin swiftly reverted to its original appearance, as if the previous transformation had been an illusion. Yet, Levi understood that this was merely the tome's effort to perfectly align his talents with his physique, akin to how the Soundwave talent had been extracted from the bloodthirsty dragon bat. The effectiveness of the talents remained uncompromised, potentially even enhanced. Levi distinctly perceived that his skin had become far more resilient and taut. Drawing forth the ogre's curved dagger, he pressed it against the tip of his index finger. With a swift motion, the sharp blade glided across, capable of severing a human head, yet it merely left a faint indentation on Levi's fingertip without breaking the skin. As Levi's strength continued to swell, he eventually succeeded in cutting a slight gash on his fingertip, which healed and vanished within minutes. Levi's confidence grew. His skin could now effectively repel small-caliber bullets, and even withstand some rifle rounds. Although iron skin was somewhat superfluous for him at present, given his already formidable constitution of 6 that significantly fortified his muscles and bones, even standard rifle bullets would struggle to penetrate his flesh. However, iron skin had the potential for evolution. As Levi's constitution improved, the defensive capability of this talent would likewise enhance, revealing its remarkable potential. Chapter 32. Bill. After testing the steel skin, Levi was astonished to discover that his aura was firmly contained within him, with barely a trace escaping. This aura was not merely a scent, it represented Levi's extraordinary life force, transcending that of ordinary beings. As Levi's life level ascended to the 2nd tier, his physical abilities and constitution surged dramatically, causing an unsettling discomfort in those who encountered him, a sensation akin to a pressure stemming from a higher life level. Those with keen intuition who approached him would experience a visceral fear, as if confronting a ferocious beast. However, thanks to the steel skin, Levi appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Even those of the same second-level life form, when in close proximity, would remain oblivious to his true nature. Once this matter was resolved, Levi approached the entrance of the cave. After a moment of contemplation, he moved to a bend in the passageway and struck the walls with powerful punches, sending fragments of stone flying and creating intricate cracks along the surface. With a thunderous explosion from the grenades, the corner of the passageway collapsed, sealing off the only route leading to the subterranean cavern. The stone tomb within was far too conspicuous. Should its existence become known, it could attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Ascending to the upper basement, Levi rummaged through the clutter and retrieved a discarded carpet, fashioning it into a cloak for the ogre. If others were to witness the ogre's increasingly grotesque appearance, it might instill terror in their hearts. Is everything resolved? Warwick inquired as Levi exited the textile factory, urgency in his demeanor. Although taken aback by the ogre's diminished stature, his attention quickly shifted to the bag Levi held, revealing a glimmer of anticipation mixed with anxiety in his gaze. Levi remained silent, merely opening the bag, releasing a pungent, metallic scent that allowed Warwick to discern the severed head, ensnared by a few loops of spine. Instinctively, he recoiled several steps in horror. Coughing, Warwick collided heavily with his bodyguard, his stomach churning, yet a look of delight crept onto his face. Indeed, the expert sent by his brother-in-law had resolved the matter in less than an hour. Excellent, Warwick exclaimed, producing a checkbook from his pocket and promptly settling the remaining payment of $300,000. As Warwick stepped away to make a call to arrange for the cleanup of the textile factory, Levi tucked the check away and drove down the mountain. At the southwestern edge of the town, a dilapidated villa sat solitary by the riverbank. This was Richard's residence. After witnessing the remains of the messenger imbued with dragon blood and the peculiar loom of Arachne, Levi felt a profound curiosity about Richard's grandfather. As someone who had closely interacted with the messenger and had even assisted in burying both the messenger and the loom, Richard's grandfather likely possessed, or had recorded, a wealth of extraordinary knowledge. Parking in front of the villa, Levi noticed a striking yellow Lamborghini parked outside, a stark contrast to the aged structure. He approached and knocked on the door. Moments later, a balding man in a suit, around 50 years old, answered. Levi observed the man. Despite his age, he was muscular and evidently maintained a rigorous exercise regimen. The luxurious clothing and watch he wore indicated he was the owner of the flashy sports car. To Levi's surprise, upon seeing him, the man's eyes flickered with confusion, followed by a subtle recognition. This stranger seemed to know him. Who is it outside? Richard's aged voice called from within. Oh, it's the officer. Richard approached, and upon recognizing Levi, opened the door to welcome him inside. Levi took a moment to survey the interior, noting several items adorned with symbols of the Olympian cult, indicating Richard's devout allegiance. Officer, what brings you here? Richard inquired, pouring Levi a glass of water. Curiosity etched on his face. Mr. Richard, I have a request, Levi replied, accepting the glass. May I observe the books left by your grandfather? If they were penned by him, all the better. I have a keen interest in the extraordinary tales concealed within history, and I believe some things are not mere coincidences. After all, we must maintain a sense of reverence towards matters that exceed our understanding, do we not? Levi lightly echoed Richard's earlier words, eliciting a hearty laugh from Richard. Of course. Bill, please entertain the officer while I retrieve the volumes from my study, Richard said, rising to leave. Mr. Bill. Have we met before? Levi turned to the smiling Bill, who seemed to recognize him. A document of astonishing detail, containing numerous military secrets, had inexplicably found its way into Levi's possession. While his expression remained unchanged, a shadow flickered in his eyes, and a hint of lethal intent began to stir within him. Seated across from Levi, Bill had been observing him with anticipation, eager for a reaction of shock or horror. After all, he had been invited into the church in much the same way, experiencing the overwhelming power and influence it wielded. Yet, in the next moment, Bill's smile faded, a chill coursing through him as he gazed at the expressionless young man before him. Decades of life-or-death experiences honed his instincts, warning him that the young man harbored murderous intent, and should he act, this time he truly would perish. A peak of human capability. This 30-year-old individual was indeed an exceptional figure, rivaling that of a preacher. An astonishing realization dawned upon Bill, prompting him to hastily raise his hands and exclaim, Wait, Mr. Levi, I can explain everything. Chapter 33. The Church of All Spirits. Levi set down the folder in his hand, his expression unreadable, which only heightened Bill's unease. The truth is, this material was sent to me by the church, requesting that I invite you to join. Bill shrugged helplessly, initially thinking it would be a source of amusement, only to find himself nearly ensnared. I intended to visit my uncle first, and then seek you out. Yet here you are, coming to me instead. Richard is your uncle? Levi observed the expressions on Bill's face while his extraordinary hearing picked up the subtle changes in Bill's heartbeat, confirming that he was not lying. The church? What kind of church possesses such immense power? Richard is indeed my uncle. Bill, now fully candid, elaborated. The church I am associated with is called the Church of All Spirits, an ancient institution that has existed for thousands of years. The Church of All Spirits? Levi furrowed his brow. He had not heard of such a church. However, if what Bill said was true, how could such an ancient and powerful church remain obscure? The Church of Olympus, you must have heard of it. Bill interjected, explaining that the Church of Olympus and the Church of All Spirits were essentially two sides of the same coin. Olympus offers reverence and faith to ordinary people, while the Church of All Spirits is exclusive to those who are true clergy. Only they are privy to its knowledge and membership. Why are you seeking me out? I am not a member of the Church of Olympus. Levi leaned slightly forward, fixing his gaze intently on Bill. Furthermore, when did you begin to take an interest in me? Last week, in the wilderness west of St. Martinville, did you not eliminate 2 aberrations? Bill whispered. According to the information we received, they were 2 monsters that slaughtered and consumed humans. Indeed, Levi's interest peaked at the mention of aberrations. It seemed the Church of All Spirits possessed knowledge far beyond his expectations. You single-handedly dispatched 2 aberrations with ease, though they were merely first-level aberrations. They are certainly not foes that an ordinary person could confront. In their own territory, those pain-immune, death-defying creatures, endowed with various peculiar abilities, would require at least 5 fully armed soldiers to subdue. One of my colleagues recommended your credentials to the higher-ups, the Human Resources Department, upon reviewing your profile. found you to meet the standards for admission into the church and deemed you worthy of cultivation, hence my invitation. Given that you have investigated my background, you must know I have offended a powerful individual, resulting in my dismissal from the military. Are you not concerned about attracting trouble to your church? Levi mused. Having finally discerned the backgrounds of the two hostages he mistakenly killed, they were the daughter and granddaughter of a senator. In America, Congress is divided into the Senate and the House of Representatives, the latter focusing more on economic and fiscal matters that directly affect the populace, while the Senate emphasizes personnel appointments, dismissals, and the review of legislation passed by the House. Thus, it is often said that the House protects the interests of the majority, while the Senate safeguards those of the minority. Ultimately, both serve to uphold the privileges of the elite. As one of the mere 100 senators in the entire United States, the opposing party truly represents a select few at the pinnacle of the nation's power hierarchy. It is no wonder that the colonel was unable to secure my position, despite his extensive connections. After all, to offend a senator for the sake of a mere soldier seems an unwise trade-off. As long as you join us, offending a senator is hardly a significant issue for the Church of All Spirits. Bill's eyes gleamed with a hint of pride. Our church was established to safeguard human existence, wielding power far beyond your imagination. Safeguarding human existence? You just mentioned aberrations. Is the Church of All Spirits dedicated to addressing those entities? Levi inquired, frowning. Indeed. Bill nodded, recognizing the necessity of informing Levi about the Church's fundamental tenets. Since the recorded history of 5,000 years ago, aberrations have roamed the earth. Though they may have emerged even earlier, the presence of aberrations lacks any discernible pattern. Some are mutations of humans, others are beasts that have undergone certain transformations, and some appear suddenly, materializing from thin air. Yet, regardless of their origin, all aberrations share a singular trait: insatiable greed. To aberrations, humans are akin to air. Greed? Precisely, greed. Some aberrations feast upon human flesh, others revel in the slaughter of humans, and still others, the higher-tier aberrations, derive pleasure from tormenting human souls. Many of the demons and monsters in myth and legend are, in fact, manifestations of these powerful aberrations. Millennia ago, it could be said that aberrations existed throughout the globe, in greater numbers than today, slaughtering humanity and instilling terror and despair in the human realm. According to your account, if aberrations are so formidable, then with humanity's primitive technology at the time, they should have been exterminated, correct? Though aberrations are indeed terrifying, they often adhere to certain rules and methods when hunting humans. For instance, the two recorded as ogres that you previously dispatched only kill and consume humans who intrude upon their territory. They do not venture into human lands to slaughter indiscriminately. Naturally, the primary reason humanity has survived and thrived is the existence of the Church of All Spirits. Bill leaned in closer, speaking earnestly. Since its inception nearly 5,000 years ago, the Church of All Spirits has been established to capture various aberrations. After millennia of effort from countless generations, we have managed to cleanse this world to some extent, allowing the vast majority of ordinary people to live blissfully in ignorance. Capture? Levi noted Bill's choice of words, capture rather than kill. To be precise, capture is merely the preferred approach. If one can successfully apprehend an aberration alive, substantial rewards await. However, if the situation becomes perilous or capture proves impossible, eliminating the aberration is also permissible. Seeing Levi's curious and perplexed expression, Bill elaborated. Although aberrations are fearsome and malevolent, we, the Church of All Spirits, possess methods to extract their powers for human use. After all, according to records, the Church of All Spirits was once a divine institution. Chapter 34. The divine rank. Are there truly omnipotent and omniscient deities in this world? Levi interrupted Bill, his expression tinged with confusion. With the aid of extraordinary artifacts, humanity can indeed wield formidable powers akin to the aberrations, even exerting control over them, a notion Levi held with no doubt. Yet, could the so-called gods of myth not simply refer to those who have acquired immense powers that far exceed human comprehension? Are they artifacts? A flicker of suspicion ignited within Levi's mind. Such artifacts do not appear to be creations of human technology. Take, for instance, the Mask of the Faceless One. The inability to destroy that singular ability already transcends the limits of current human technological achievement. One might even argue that the existence capable of creating such wondrous items is truly akin to that of a deity. I have a question. Why not enlist the military to eliminate the aberrations? I believe that for the ordinary aberration, Humanity as current heavy artillery should suffice to inflict significant damage, right? Levi inquired with curiosity. Having served in the military for over a decade, traversing various global cities, islands, deserts, and rainforests, he wondered why he had never encountered or even heard of aberrations before. Both the ogres and the bloodthirsty bats he faced, while formidable and terrifying to an average person, would still be easily dispatched under concentrated military firepower. Indeed, lower-level aberrations can be dealt with using conventional weaponry, which is why the Church has cultivated its own armed forces. Bill nodded. However, the reason conventional military forces are not deployed is to minimize the leakage of information regarding aberrations, thereby preventing widespread panic. Centuries ago, the Church discovered that humanity's fear of aberrations only served to amplify their power. This fear could even lead to the emergence of higher-level aberrations. How then? Do you detect aberrations in a timely manner and maintain such stringent control over the information? Please hold on. Upon hearing Levi's question, Bill gestured for him to wait, then stepped outside to retrieve a sleek black suitcase from his car. After extensive research, the Church identified a unique particle radiation emitted by all aberrations, which they designated as ether particles. Over a century and a half ago, a scientist named Antoine-Henri Becquerel developed an instrument capable of detecting this radiation. This suitcase I possess is a miniature detector designed to sense the radiation emitted by aberrations within a certain range. It is merely one of the standard equipment provided to our field operatives. Moreover, the more powerful the aberration, the stronger the ether radiation it emits, making it increasingly detectable. At the headquarters of the Universal Church, there exists a device reputed to monitor ether radiation across the majority of the globe. Thus, should a third-tier or higher aberration manifest anywhere in the world, the Church would undoubtedly detect it, leading to its containment or extermination. Consequently, nearly all third-tier and above aberrations, capable of inflicting significant casualties, have already been eliminated by the Church. For an ordinary human to encounter an aberration in society today is indeed a rare occurrence. Yet, Levi astutely noted a flicker of concern in Bill's eyes as he spoke. However, in recent decades, the frequency of aberrations has shown a troubling upward trend, prompting the Church to lower its recruitment standards and begin enlisting elite individuals like yourself for training. Bill, you mentioned third-tier aberrations. How is this hierarchy classified? The stronger the aberration, the more potent the ether radiation it releases. Based on this principle, the Church categorizes aberrations from Tier 1 to Tier 5, corresponding to the 5 ranks within the Church itself. In the Universal Church, the ranks, ordered from lowest to highest, are cleric, evangelist, pastor, priest, bishop, and patriarch. Clerics, like myself, represent the most numerous and least esteemed group, essentially ordinary individuals who have undergone minimal training. Upon reaching the pinnacle of ordinary human potential, one may apply to become an evangelist, who serves as the true backbone of the Universal Church. Should one transcend this pinnacle and evolve into a Tier 2 life form, gaining immense power and longevity, they may qualify to become a pastor, overseeing a city. Priests, Tier 3 life forms, and bishops, Tier 4 life forms, typically reside at headquarters, dedicated to self-improvement and yearning to break through the barriers of existence. They are the prominent figures within the Universal Church, upholding the pinnacle of power that maintains human peace and development. Only when a high-level aberration necessitates containment or extermination do these eminent individuals emerge from the shadows to silently resolve calamities capable of obliterating entire cities or even small nations. And what of the patriarch representing Tier 5 life forms? Levi urged Bill to continue, having believed that reaching Tier 2 life form status marked him as a formidable individual. Levi felt a weight in his heart upon realizing the vast depth and strength of the Universal Church. Throughout millennia since its inception, only one patriarch has ever existed. Yet, Bill shook his head in response to Levi's inquiry. Rumor has it that attaining Tier 5 life form status is beyond human capability alone. It fundamentally requires the direct assistance of divine power. Tier 5 life forms are termed the mightiest beneath the gods, often referred to as demigods. A glimmer of fervor sparked in Bill's eyes. Are Tier 5 life forms truly demigods? A glint of determination flickered in Levi's gaze. Armed with the ability to augment his capabilities through the tome, he felt a profound confidence in reaching that legendary realm unattainable by mere mortals. Bill, you just claimed to be the lowest-ranking cleric? How then do you possess such extensive knowledge of these secrets? Levi inquired with intrigue. Because my family belongs to one of the hereditary families affiliated with the Universal Church. Bill's face radiated pride. My great-grandfather was once a priest. Bill's great-grandfather, who was Richard's ancestor, the very one who interred the envoy of the Loom Church, was a formidable presence, a Tier 3 life form. Chapter 35, Joining the Church, the family of succession, established by a generation of faithful adherents to the Church, has seen each subsequent generation contribute its members to the ecclesiastical cause, creating an unbroken lineage. In a nation as abundant in churches as America, such families of succession are not uncommon. It is no surprise that Richard and Bill, as members of a once glorious lineage, are privy to such extensive insider knowledge. What must I sacrifice to join the Universal Church, and what shall I gain in return? What consequences await me should I choose not to join? Levi inquired after a moment of contemplation. The Universal Church is not akin to the villainous organizations depicted in films, Bill reassured him, gesturing for Levi to relax. Even if you choose to decline, rest assured, we will not impose any repercussions upon you. Moreover, the Church's internal governance is relatively lax, devoid of stringent dogmas to adhere to. Advancement within its ranks hinges on two criteria: one's life level and the merits acquired through the containment of aberrations or peculiar entities. After all, the Church's sole mission is to eradicate aberrant beings and safeguard human survival and development. Thus, should you choose to ally with us, your duties would revolve around the containment or hunting of these aberrations and peculiar entities. Furthermore, becoming a member grants one access to unimaginable salaries and benefits. Even the most junior cleric can easily earn a six-figure annual income, with all expenses incurred during field duties fully reimbursed. The Church also provides us with official identities, endowing us with a degree of law enforcement authority. So long as we refrain from indiscriminate slaughter of humanity, the Church will cover our backs. Based on one's rank, one can also access the Church's vast information repository, unveiling the truths of this world. Bill merely touched upon the matter of salary, aware that what truly attracts individuals like Levi transcends material comforts. The greatest advantage lies in the ability to exchange merits earned from the containment and hunting of aberrant entities and peculiar items for the Church's bounteous and extraordinary resources. Levi, with the Church's resources and assistance, I am confident you can successfully ascend to level 2 life form. Do you not desire to obtain ever-growing power and longevity? Born into a family of succession, you have enjoyed inherent advantages. It is only natural that you should not remain stagnant at the rank of cleric. Do you not yearn for strength and extended life? After years of grappling with life and death, Levi had long outgrown the age of being easily swayed by grandiose promises. Who wouldn't desire that? Bill sighed, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Yet, my great-grandfather encountered a formidable adversary from the English royal family, falling victim to a dreadful bloodline curse. Ever since, the descendants of our family have been unable to break through the bottleneck of life levels, no matter their efforts. Upon hearing this, Levi's heart stirred, as he speculated that Bill's great-grandfather had likely faced that powerful foe pursuing the messenger of the Loom Church. Though he managed to preserve the messenger's remains and the peculiar Loom entity, it exacted a tremendous and tragic toll on him. Unless a demigod or even a deity intervenes, Bill murmured, then shook off these impractical thoughts. With a renewed vigor, he continued to court Levi, explaining that the recent surge in aberrant appearances had left the family's internal training resources severely depleted, thus prompting the recruitment of external talent. Otherwise, decades ago, the Church treated these resources as sacrosanct, with entry barriers set exceedingly high. Countless prodigies aspire to join the Church only to face numerous trials and return empty-handed. This represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Very well, I choose to join. After a brief contemplation, Levi ultimately resolved to ally with the Universal Church. The Church's lax governance posed no coercive constraints upon him, and its capacity to monitor global ether radiation would enable Levi to sidestep formidable aberrations that he could not defeat. Moreover, the allure of the numerous aberrations and peculiar entities within the Church was undeniable. Excellent, Bill exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Adding new blood to the Church comes with rewards. As your guide, I will also reap benefits as you ascend through the Church's ranks. Bill perceived Levi as already being at the pinnacle of level 1 life form. Once certified by the Church, he would earn the title of evangelist. With a few more successful hunts of level 1 aberrations, Levi could accumulate sufficient merits to apply for a level 2 baptism, greatly increasing his chances of advancing to the status of priest. At that point, Bill, as Levi's guide, would receive a reward for his own level 1 baptism, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities and restoring his vigor. Reflecting on this, Bill felt increasingly grateful to his old companion, Sibel, for allowing him this opportunity. With a click, Bill opened a portable monitoring device, gesturing towards a square inch of glass in the center. Levi, please record your 10 fingerprints here. I will assist you in entering your information into the Church's database, and then you will need to visit the church headquarters in person for authentication. Beep, beep, beep. As Levi entered his fingerprints, he inquired, what is required for authentication? Does the church not have other branches? The church maintains outposts in major cities worldwide. However, new members must personally visit the headquarters to closely interact with a peculiar item and record their soul's essence. Should any mishap occur, the church can promptly ascertain it through that peculiar item, Bill elucidated. Moreover, access to the headquarters is not readily available. Many clerics may only have this one opportunity in their lifetime to witness the church's depth and might. Where is the church headquarters? Levi asked, nodding. Given the current state of transportation, a flight could take him to any city within 24 hours. It is located in the Badlands of South Dakota. Bill shrugged. What? The Badlands of South Dakota? Levi furrowed his brow. As a transitional area between the Midwest prairies and the Rocky Mountains, South Dakota is characterized by distinct topographical features, including prairies, forests, hills, and deserts. It is home to 3 of the most perilous wilderness areas in America: the Black Hills, the North American Great Plains, and the Badlands. It appears I must drive there. The road conditions towards South Dakota are generally acceptable, and the Badlands lack an airport, leaving Levi with no choice but to travel by car. Covering a distance of over 2,000 kilometers, he estimated it would take about 2 days if he drove quickly. However, with no urgency, he planned to take his time and treat the journey as a leisurely trip. Chapter 36. The chase as dusk descended. A black car leisurely traversed an interstate highway, flanked by expansive plains and occasional solitary houses dotting the roadside. Levi, with one hand resting on the steering wheel, savored the refreshing evening breeze wafting through the window, while the sun's fading rays cast a tranquil glow, filling his heart with serenity and contentment. After departing from Bill's place the previous day, Levi had organized his supplies and embarked on his journey to South Dakota. Despite having driven the entire afternoon, he had only covered a little over 300 kilometers and was just now crossing into Louisiana. At that moment, a hulking ogre clad in black combat gear, helmet perched atop its head, lay sprawled across the back seat, emitting an incongruous, thunderous snore. With a sudden jolt, Levi slammed on the brakes, causing the ogre to crash against the front seat's backrest, groggily awakening and peering around in confusion, unsure of what had transpired. Having ascended to level 2 as a life form and evolved into a bloodthirsty ogre, Hannibal's intellect had evidently been enhanced. Though he remained mute, his behavioral intelligence now resembled that of a 13 or 14-year-old adolescent. Hannibal, take the wheel. Call out to me when we spot a motel. Levi unbuckled his seatbelt, nudging the ogre into the front seat, and reclined comfortably in the back, retrieving a thick manuscript from his backpack to peruse. This manuscript was a handwritten copy of a book penned by Richard's grandfather. Though not the original, the text and illustrations were meticulously replicated, capturing every detail with precision. More akin to a casual notebook, nearly half of its content pertained to the Church of all things, while the remainder seemed to narrate fantastical tales filled with absurd scenarios and peculiar creatures. However, as notes left by a level 3 life form, Levi regarded them with earnestness, diligently recording descriptions of the aberrations and oddities within. Half an hour later, as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness began to envelop the sky, the focused ogre suddenly turned to Levi, calling out. Levi followed the direction of the ogre's gaze and spotted an exit up ahead, marked by a sign indicating lodging accommodations. Following the sign's guidance, the duo soon arrived at a wooden lodge, just as an elderly couple in their 60s or 70s emerged from the store, preparing to lock up for the night. Marvin, we have guests. Marvin's wife nudged him gently upon seeing Levi exit the car. Good evening. How may I assist you? Marvin turned, inquiring whether Levi sought to purchase goods or secure a room for the night. I'll take both, Levi replied with a light chuckle. It seems fortune smiles upon me to find lodging in this grassland inn. Placing a selection of beer and snacks on the counter, Levi learned that Marvin and his wife operated a quaint grassland inn, comprising numerous independent cabins scattered across a verdant plain, resembling a cozy community. The cabins, primarily constructed from modular panels or modified shipping containers, were spaced far apart to ensure privacy, making it an ideal retreat for families desiring to commune with nature. Indeed, Mayan is quite renowned. Marvin beamed, retrieving a key marked with a number from the drawer and handing it to Levi. Room 37. Easily found by following the roadside signs. There's even a newly constructed small playground adjacent to your cabin, complete with a swimming pool and fitness equipment. Feel free to enjoy. Is that so? I suppose I must purchase a swimsuit. After settling the payment with his credit card, Levi drove towards room 37. The inn was situated on what appeared to be a former golf course, the lawn meticulously manicured, with a noticeable slope to the ground. Flanked by rows of blooming flowers and towering trees, creating a soothing atmosphere. Soon, Levi spotted a vibrant amusement area illuminated by neon lights, featuring a sandy beach, a small Ferris wheel, and a grand swimming pool, with room 37 not far off. After dining and resting for a while, Levi donned his swimsuit and plunged into the pool. The expansive pool covered nearly 500 to 600 square meters, with only a small section in the northern part illuminated. While the rest lay shrouded in darkness, Levi glided through the water like a mermaid, swiftly reaching the opposite end of the pool, wiping the droplets from his face. He relaxed at the edge, gazing at the night sky. However, the tranquility was abruptly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from the north. Moments later, under the glow of the amusement park's lights, a teenage boy, seemingly around 17 or 18, fled in panic, glancing back over his shoulder as if pursued by something sinister. Blood streamed from a wound on his right thigh, rendering it nearly useless as he limped forward in desperation. Suddenly, a girl clad in a red trench coat, her short brown hair framing a pale face obscured by a grotesque Barbie doll mask, emerged from the shadows. In her hand, she brandished a bloody dagger, her wide eyes gleaming with madness as she tilted her head, fixated on the fleeing boy. Intrigued, Levi observed the unfolding scene by the poolside. He had not anticipated encountering such a violent encounter here, especially with a seemingly delicate girl pursuing a much stronger boy. Notably, the boy clutched a silver revolver. Yet despite this, he lacked the courage to turn and fire. Suddenly, a chilling male scream echoed in the distance, indicating that the threat extended beyond the girl before him. The fleeing boy stumbled at the pool's edge, his face contorted in terror as he faced the advancing girl. He braced himself with his left hand while shakily raising the revolver with his trembling right hand. "Stay back. Don't come any closer. Are you planning to shoot me?" The girl halted before him, tilting her head as she regarded the weapon in his grasp. Her voice, sweet and innocent, suggested she was no older than 16 or 17. Despite possessing a firearm, the boy's fear rendered his grip unsteady, preventing him from pulling the trigger. Even after witnessing the brutal slaying of his mother at the hands of these deranged killers. Chapter 37. Annihilation. The boy's name was Luke, due to his rebellious sister being sent off to a boarding school by their parents. They took a leave of absence to alleviate her spirits by vacationing at their grandfather's meadow lodge. What was anticipated to be an exceedingly dull trip turned into a nightmare when 3 terrifying murderers appeared at the lodge. Luke's grandparents had already been slaughtered, their bodies brutally mutilated into a grotesque mass. In a desperate attempt to allow her daughter to escape, their mother was fatally stabbed by a terrifying female assassin. While their father's fate remained uncertain as he tried to shield Luke, Luke felt as if he were wandering through a dream, unable to comprehend how an ordinary outing had morphed into such horror. The overwhelming shock and blood loss left him questioning whether the chaos around him was merely a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, as Luke sat there, paralyzed by fear, the girl assassin lunged at him with a knife aimed at his chest. In a moment of instinct, he kicked her hard in the chest, sending her sprawling to the ground. He quickly mounted her, seizing the blade from her grasp while inadvertently letting his own gun fall to the side. Though the girl was terrifying, her strength paled in comparison to Luke's, and he swiftly wrested the knife away, plunging it repeatedly into her chest until she lay motionless in a pool of her own blood. Breathless, Luke gasped for air, only to be startled by the sound of a slicing axe whistling through the air behind him. Instinctively, he ducked just as a sharp axe flew over his head, crashing down onto the railing with a shower of sparks. With the knife in hand, Luke rose to his feet to face a burly man wearing a burlap mask. Emerging from the shadows, completely indifferent to the bloodied corpse of his fallen companion, the man charged at Luke, who, despite being physically fit for his age, found himself at a disadvantage against the adult assailant. A stab wound in Luke's thigh further incapacitated him, and he was soon thrown into the swimming pool, the water rapidly turning crimson. Submerged and struggling, Luke fought desperately but was held under, soon succumbing to the water as he inhaled a life-threatening amount. Just as he teetered on the brink of consciousness, a cold voice echoed from the dim waters. Boom. The masked man turned at the sound, only to be met with a pale hand that sliced through the air, striking his face with tremendous force. The next instant, his head twisted grotesquely, his neck contorted, and the burlap mask soaked in dark crimson as blood mingled with the pool water. After dispatching the masked man, Levi felt a surge of energy flow through him, albeit a mere 0.1 points. Consulting Richard's grandfather's notes, he surmised that the man had been in a transitional phase of transformation. As the body floated lifelessly, Levi retrieved the unconscious Luke and emerged from the pool, picking up the revolver that had fallen nearby, discovering it fully loaded. Just then, the girl assassin suddenly sprang to life, seemingly oblivious to her grievous wound. Are you going to shoot me? She taunted, brandishing another knife as she approached Levi with a sinister smile. In an instant, Levi fired, the bullets tearing through her forehead, leaving her lifeless before him. Another 0.1 points of special energy materialized within the tome, and Levi shook his head at the absurdity of her request for him to shoot her. He gently pressed on Luke's abdomen, prompting the boy to expel the pool water from his lungs, gradually regaining consciousness. Luke blinked in confusion, his gaze falling upon the two slain assassins. Panic surged through him as he recognized Levi, grasping his leg in desperation. Please, sir, save my father and my sister. Stay put. I will assess the situation, Levi instructed the approaching cannibal, Hannibal. Take him inside and wait for me. Clad only in swim trunks, Levi accepted the firearm from Hannibal and proceeded barefoot toward the source of the earlier screams. After walking several hundred meters, he spotted a vehicle crashed in front of a cabin, smoke billowing from the hood. Peering through the window, he saw a bloodied man slumped in the driver's seat, Luke's father. Lifeless. Help! A young girl's cry pierced the air, and Levi rushed toward the sound, spotting a bloodstained girl frantically waving her hands as she ran toward an approaching police car. What happened? Did you call the police? The officer inquired, steadying the trembling girl. Several minutes ago, we received a call reporting an emergency, but the line went dead as soon as the address was given, prompting us to send the nearest unit. He explained. They're trying to kill me. They already murdered my mother. The girl, Luke's sister, Janice, exclaimed, her voice filled with terror. But in the next moment, her eyes widened in horror as she saw what lay behind the officer. The policeman's heart dropped, but before he could react, a blade emerged from behind and swiftly severed his carotid artery. Blood erupted like a fountain, and the officer clutched his neck in shock. But the strength quickly drained from his body. Within seconds, he collapsed, lifeless. A young girl in a floral dress, golden hair cascading down her shoulders, adorned with a Barbie doll mask, stood behind him, shaking the blood from her knife. Janice's legs weakened at the sight, and she barely gathered the strength to leap into the police car, locking the doors in a frantic attempt to escape. To her dismay, she discovered the keys had been taken by the fallen officer. Tap, tap. The sound of light knocking came from the window, and the killer girl brandished the bloodied car keys, raising her knife high, ready to strike through the window as Janice watched in sheer terror. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, bullets pierced the assassin's temple, obliterating her skull, causing her eyes to bulge grotesquely, suspended in the mask, an image of horror and dread. Chapter 38. The Masked Killer in the Hospital. Levi entered a double room after handing over to the police. Although there were no surveillance cameras installed on Marvin's farm, Levi's identity as a police officer, along with the testimonies of two survivors, quickly cleared him of suspicion. In fact, he was even awarded a monetary bonus by the local police department for eliminating 3 such ruthless criminals. Inside the ward, Luke lay unconscious from blood loss, while his 15-year-old sister, Janice, dressed in the attire of a troubled youth, curled up on the hospital bed like a startled bird. For Janice, this night had turned into a nightmare. What was intended to be a relaxing trip for her had resulted in the loss of her grandparents and parents. What bewildered her the most was that the 3 killers had no vendetta against their family. They didn't even know them. Why had they chosen her family as their targets for torment and slaughter? Officer, why? Why did they kill us? Janice, with tear-stained eyes, gazed at Levi as he entered the room, unable to restrain her question. I do not know, Levi replied after a moment of silence, shaking his head. He then took out his phone, informing her, the police have notified your aunt. She should arrive tomorrow. The tragic circumstances of the young girl did not evoke significant emotion in Levi, who was accustomed to the cycle of life and death. Perhaps it was true that the sorrows of individuals do not resonate with each other. Levi could not truly empathize with Janice's pain. His decision to save the siblings stemmed from a flicker of compassion within. Just as Levi was about to turn off the light and retire for the night, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Instinctively, he felt a surge of caution. Logically, there should be no other living souls in the grassland and besides him and the cannibal. Furthermore, his keen hearing detected no approaching footsteps, nor any breath or heartbeat beyond the door. Levi retrieved his black travel bag, opening it to find a few sets of clean clothing atop a trove of firearms and ammunition. He extracted 2 fully loaded shotguns, tossing one to the cannibal seated on the sofa, signaling him to open the door. The cannibal pressed the loaded shotgun against the door, slowly cracking it open, only to find the space beyond utterly vacant. Suddenly, as Levi focused on the outside, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air from behind him. He swiftly turned, narrowly avoiding a gleaming dagger that sliced past his neck. The shotguns unleashed a barrage of bullets, reducing the furniture behind Levi to splinters, while feathers from the sofa filled the air. Levi spun around to see bullets striking a tall woman in a black suit with flowing golden hair, who wore a white mask that exuded an unsettling calmness combined with an air of metallic punk elegance. With a crash, the suited woman shattered a window, her body tumbling outside. Levi reloaded his weapon while shooting towards the shattered window, as the cannibal also raised his gun, obliterating a section of the wall. Upon reaching the wall, Levi was astonished to discover that the suited woman had vanished as silently as she had intruded. Had she been hiding in the room all along? Or did she possess some form of teleportation? Scanning the empty grassland, he found no trace of anyone, although he had struck the woman. Not a single drop of blood was left behind. Strange indeed. At that moment, a figure appeared outside, a tall, slender man in a sharp suit, bearing a striking resemblance to the earlier woman in both attire and demeanor. With a swift motion, the man thrust a dagger through the door's gap, aiming for the cannibal's back. Although the blade pierced the cannibal's combat suit, it broke upon hitting the metal underneath, leaving only a small shard embedded in his flesh. The masked man looked down at his broken weapon, momentarily taken aback. Furious from the ambush, the cannibal charged backward, smashing through the wooden door and colliding forcefully with the masked man. It was as if he had been struck by a speeding vehicle, sending him flying several meters, bending a nearby iron lamp post, which illuminated the scene like a spotlight on a stage. Yet, the masked man rolled and stood up, brushing off the grass clippings that clung to him with an elegant motion, appearing utterly unscathed. Levi called out to the cannibal, halting his advance. For emerging from the shadows behind the suited man were 2 figures, one tall and one short, both clad in black suits, standing silently beside him, illuminated by the circular light. Among them, the taller figure was the woman who had been shot earlier, showing no signs of injury, while the smaller figure, a girl with a black ponytail, stood in front of the other 2, seemingly the center of their formation. The 3 masked individuals exchanged glances with Levi, who stood at the doorway. The atmosphere grew tense, thick with unspoken threats. Levi sensed a fundamental connection between the masked killers pursuing Luke's family and these 3. They were undoubtedly linked by some sinister bond. It was precisely because Levi had eliminated those 3 killers that these stronger masked assassins had now appeared. Casting aside his shotgun, Levi felt the adrenaline surge through his veins, his muscles igniting with latent power, turning his body into a furnace that made the very air around him shimmer with intensity. Faced with adversaries of equal prowess, Levi resolved to unleash his full potential. With a mere thought, he donned the faceless mask, a chilling and ferocious aura radiating from him. However, to Levi's astonishment, upon wearing the mask, the 3 masked killers tilted their heads in unison, seemingly reevaluating him before gradually retreating into the darkness, ultimately vanishing from sight. Chapter 39. The Inn and the smoked meat. Levi had no intention of pursuing the 3 masked assassins, despite their seemingly unimposing strength, which might only amount to 500 or 600 kilograms. Their ambush merely left a slight dent in the iron hide of the ogre. However, their defensive capabilities were remarkable. The blonde woman withstood several shotgun blasts without so much as a tear in her suit. What intrigued Levi the most was their elusive ability. The masked assassins appeared behind him without a sound, and when they retreated into the darkness, they vanished before his very eyes, as if possessing a mysterious teleportation ability. Thus, while these 3 assassins posed little threat to Levi, he doubted he could detain them should they choose to flee. Glancing back at the wrecked building, which was clearly no longer habitable, Levi gathered his belongings and made his way to an unoccupied cabin some 300 meters away. He deftly broke the lock with his thumb and settled in for the night. After enduring months of torment from nightmares that robbed him of sleep, Levi cherished every peaceful night that he could find. He entrusted the ogre, who had nearly slept the entire day, with the night watch, and soon, Levi succumbed to slumber. He was unconcerned about the potential return of the masked assassins, for he had seamlessly inherited the ogre's iron hide ability, coupled with basic self-healing. Even in a state of sleep, should the three assassins decide to strike, he doubted they could inflict any significant harm. The following day, rejuvenated, Levi set off once more. However, due to the murder of the Marvin couple, breakfast was no longer available at the inn, and the establishment was temporarily sealed by the police, rendering it impossible to procure any food. Levi and the ogre resorted to consuming the remaining cans of beer to stave off their hunger. Strangely, the subsequent 600 kilometers of travel yielded no incidents, yet the stretch was largely desolate. They were forced to sleep in the car at night and found that the few gas stations along the way offered nothing but cookies, bread, and hot dogs, no proper meal to be had. This significantly detracted from the journey's enjoyment. On the third night of their travels, Levi finally drove through a small town. The town was not particularly large, and most of its buildings appeared quite antiquated, reminiscent of the small town at the foot of the textile factory. Nevertheless, for Levi, the prospect of finding a place to sleep and enjoy a hot meal was more than enough. Thus, he promptly circled the town and eventually discovered a modest inn named Vincent's at the western edge. This single-story establishment occupied a large area, though its architecture and decor bore the marks of time, particularly the inn's name, which was illuminated by red bulbs, exuding a retro charm. As they stepped out of the car, they were greeted by the fragrant aroma of herbs and flowers, mingled with a subtle yet peculiar scent of smoked meat. Levi rubbed his belly, swallowing in anticipation, while the ogre excitedly inhaled the air, displaying its enthusiasm. Just then, a silver sports car pulled up behind them, from which emerged a short, stout middle-aged man in his 50s, accompanied by a voluptuous young woman with cascading waves of hair, laughing as they headed towards the inn. "Con, this inn looks rather shabby," the girl remarked disdainfully, glancing at the establishment. "Jesse, this is the only inn around here. Just make do for now. Once we reach Pavina City tomorrow, I'll buy you a handbag, any brand you desire." Con replied, wrapping his arm around her waist with a lewd grin. "But you must promise me, when you whip me later, darling, give it your all." Having overheard their exchange, Levi couldn't help but feel bemused by the old man's gallivanting at such an age. As Levi and the ogre entered the inn, they found the proprietor warmly welcoming the couple. The innkeeper was a tall, slender man in his 50s with silver hair and a white cowboy hat, a gentle smile gracing his face, radiating a friendly demeanor. "Oh, more guests. Ada, come out and help," Vincent called to a small room behind him upon seeing Levi and his companion. Soon, a stout girl under 5 feet tall, with 2 braided pigtails, emerged, Vincent's sister, Ada. "Hi," she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she spotted Levi at the counter. "I'm Ada." "Hello, Ada. Could you assist me and my friend in securing 2 rooms? And if you have any food, that would be splendid," Levi inquired, retrieving his credit card. "Oh, Mr. Levi, you've arrived at just the right time," Ada replied, glancing at the name on the card. "Aside from this inn, we are quite renowned for our smoked meat. We just produced a new batch of top-quality smoked meat today. Do you have smoked meat here?" Con interjected, his stomach grumbling with hunger. "May I have a taste?" "Of course, Mr. Con." Vincent nodded, retrieving a tin can from a shelf behind him and offering it for Con to sample. An intoxicating aroma wafted from the can, causing Levi's mouth to water. Just as he was about to approach, he sensed the ogre growing increasingly restless and eager, as if it yearned to pounce on the tin of smoked meat. Levi quickly ordered the ogre to calm down and quietly observed Vincent and Con. As Con savored the smoked meat, an expression of ecstasy washed over his face, and he let out an appreciative sound. Moments later, he exclaimed, "My goodness, I have never tasted such exquisite smoked meat in my life." "Indeed, hearing your praise fills me with pride," Vincent said, beaming. "I have been crafting smoked meat for 30 years, employing 5 meticulous steps in the process, all done by hand, with absolutely no preservatives, truly authentic smoked meat. Would you like to try some as well, lovely lady?" Vincent offered the tin to Jessie, who promptly shook her head. "Thank you, but I'm a vegetarian," she replied. Vincent's eyes gleamed with intrigue upon hearing Jessie's words, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. "I shall take this can of smoked meat and add it to my room charge," Con declared, grasping the tin. Then, as if recalling something, he leaned in closer and whispered, "Boss, please prepare a clean rope and send it to my room." "Not a problem, sir. I assure you, you shall be satisfied." Chapter 40. The pig-headed man Li Wei declined the generous offering of smoked meat from Ada and proceeded along the corridor to the 2 adjacent bedrooms on the west side. Hannibal, was there something amiss with that smoked meat? Li Wei leaped lightly through the window into Hannibal's room. Upon observing Hannibal's gestures, Li Wei immediately confirmed his suspicions. The smoked meat was indeed not ordinary. This was a veritable den of iniquity. In the other room, with a loud creak, the unlocked door swung open, revealing Vincent and Ada, the former holding a bundle of rope while the latter carried a small gas canister. "Oh, my favorite rope has arrived," exclaimed the pig-headed Khan, rising eagerly. Hearing this, Vincent's face broke into a peculiar smile as he approached and bound Khan securely, allowing Vincent to tie him up tightly. "Boss, your technique is impressive," gasped Vincent, who was lying on the floor, struggling to catch his breath, only to see Ada opening the gas canister and pressing a breathing mask against Khan's face. "Wow, boss, you really know how to do business." Khan had barely finished his sentence before he promptly lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Jesse, witnessing this turn of events, panicked and attempted to flee, only to be seized by Ada, who swiftly pinned him against the wall and subsequently placed the breathing mask over his face. After a few futile struggles, Jesse too succumbed to the effects of the gas. "Ha!" Vincent turned to Ada, grinning widely. "You breathe, we laugh. Let us hasten to capture the other 2. Bound and helpless, Khan and Jesse resembled 2 pigs awaiting slaughter, hoisted effortlessly by the Vincent siblings. Yet, Ada licked her lips, seemingly preoccupied with thoughts of Li Wei. Whether out of admiration for his looks or a desire for his muscular physique remained ambiguous. "You don't understand. This is the essence of true premium quality." Vincent cast a dismissive glance at Jesse, entirely unconcerned with his physique or beauty. The vegetarians were particularly discerning about their food, consuming only the freshest green produce. Tender and delectable, akin to a freshly weaned lamb, far superior to ordinary meat. "Let us inter the 2 ingredients first and deal with the other 2 later," Vincent suggested. Noticing his sister's displeasure, those 2 appeared formidable. It would be prudent to wait until they were asleep before administering the drug. Comforting his sister, the 2 traversed the inner courtyard and soon entered a secluded garden, inaccessible to outsiders. Unbeknownst to them, a man donning a green leather mask was quietly observing from the shadowy rooftop. Li Wei. Following the old-fashioned rooftop, Li Wei moved with the agility of a wildcat, his hefty frame of 300 to 400 pounds making no sound as he tread lightly, demonstrating perfect mastery over his own strength. Meanwhile, Hannibal, clad in black combat attire, stealthily navigated the dimly lit corners. The garden lay within a locked courtyard at the rear of the inn, its high walls surrounded by towering, verdant bald cypress trees, creating a dense cover. Additionally, the climbing vines on the outer walls rendered it nearly impossible to discern the hidden courtyard within, concealed among the cypress branches. Li Wei peered down, his brow furrowing slightly. To his dismay, he saw that aside from a small wooden cabin occupying 20 to 30 square meters, the rest of the courtyard was densely populated with living humans, quite literally planted in the ground. Nearly 100 individuals were embedded within the earth, their heads encased in burlap sacks, swaying gently in a disturbingly macabre manner. Buzz. In the courtyard, Vincent discarded Khan and activated a small drilling machine in the corner. The conical drill swiftly bored 2 one-person deep holes in the ground, into which Khan and Jesse were unceremoniously tossed, subsequently covered with soil, adding 2 more heads to the grim tableau. Clang. On the other side, Ada emerged from the wooden cabin with an iron bucket, tapping it rhythmically with a long-handled spoon. The previously swaying heads responded to the sound, beginning to shake violently. As Ada removed the burlap sacks, grotesque faces emerged, devoid of any human emotion or rationality. Their mouths agape, waiting to be fed. Setting down the iron bucket, filled with a viscous green substance that emanated a sweet, grassy aroma, Ada began ladling the food into the mouths of the hungry figures, their ravenous sounds reminiscent of a herd of pigs fighting for scraps. Cough. At that moment, Khan, who had just been buried, coughed a few times and gradually opened his eyes, realizing he was tightly bound and the strong odor of earth filled his nostrils. He scanned his surroundings in bewilderment, horrified to find himself literally planted like a carrot in the ground. Panic-stricken, he began to writhe violently, opening his mouth to scream for help. Swish. But just as he did, Ada's silver blade flashed, swiftly severing Khan's tongue at the root. Ada picked up the severed tongue, her eyes gleaming with delight. This was a prime cut. Removing the connective tissue was a trivial inconvenience. At that moment, Li Wei caught sight of Ada's peculiar knife, with a handle a mere 10 centimeters long, its blade shaped like a heart, resembling a miniature spear. A butcher or veterinarian would instantly recognize it as a peach-shaped castration knife. Blood gushed forth as Khan's screams of pain and fear filled the air, tears streaming down his face, but the suffocating earth rendered him utterly immobile. Vincent, it's your turn. Ada stepped back, allowing Vincent to crouch before Khan, lifting his head to meet his gaze. Crack! In the next instant, Vincent's face began to morph grotesquely, transforming into a terrifying pig's head before Khan's horrified eyes. Chapter 41. The Ogre's Battle Against the Pig Headbus. Vincent's porcine eyes locked onto Khan's, and Khan felt an overwhelming influx of brutality and chaos flood his mind, obliterating any semblance of rational human emotion. Within mere seconds, the fear and pleading in Khan's eyes vanished, replaced by a vacant stupor, as though he had transformed from a man into a pig. Sizzle. Transformed into a pig-headed monstrosity, Vincent rose, his once loose garments tearing apart, his height reaching 2 meters. His frame adorned with massive, sinewy muscles, and a faint layer of dark fur sprouting from his skin. Vincent's eyes suddenly gleamed as he directed his gaze towards the gate of the courtyard. In this state, his perception of the external world was magnified several-fold, and he immediately discerned the powerful heartbeat resonating from beyond the gate. Boom! Vincent kicked the iron-feeding bucket on the ground, sending it soaring. The incredible force produced a whistling sound, akin to a cannonball, as it shattered the courtyard gate, crashing towards the ogre behind it. Thud. The ogre retaliated with a punch, effortlessly penetrating the sturdy iron bucket and impaling it onto his arm. Sizzle. The ogre yanked the bucket from his arm, the jagged edge scraping against his skin, producing a shrill sound of friction. It's you. Upon recognizing the ogre's silhouette, Vincent turned around. You are here. Where have your companions gone? Why waste time with idle chatter? Eliminate him. Beside him, Ada charged directly at the ogre, her stout frame unleashing tremendous power that left deep impressions in the ground. As she sprinted, Ada's body began its transformation into a pig-like form, her clothes shredded to reveal her formidable chest muscles, surpassing 90% of the male physique. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the ogre and Ada collided, generating a fierce gust of wind and a cloud of dust. Remarkably, Ada's strength matched that of the ogre. The Vincent siblings were indeed 2 level 2 aberrations. Unlike the aberrations previously encountered by Levi, they possessed dual forms. In their human state, they appeared entirely normal, detectable only by the Church of All Spirits censors. Richard's grandfather had recorded such aberrations in his notes, referring to them as dual concealed aberrations. However, the Church of All Spirits paid little attention to these aberrations, for in their human state, they adhered to societal norms to a certain extent, despite their penchant for violence. A rare few even fell in love with humans, marrying and bearing children. Ultimately, however, these human partners and their offspring would be transformed into new aberrations, forming an aberrant family lineage. Richard's grandfather once captured such an aberrant family known as the Buckner family, whose members reveled in pain and derived strength from the torment of humans. In their pig-headed forms, the Vincent siblings bore a striking resemblance to the ogre. All 3 were robust, powerful beings. Thus, the 3 towering giants engaged in a fierce melee, each punch and kick delivering over a ton of force, wreaking havoc as if 3 miniature excavators were demolishing the surroundings. Within mere minutes, half of the inn was reduced to a heap of rubble. Most of the Vincent siblings' assaults were thwarted and diminished by the ogre's bulletproof hide, though they inflicted substantial damage to his muscles and internal organs. The ogre's rudimentary healing ability mitigated the impact significantly. Thus, despite facing 2 opponents, the ogre remained undaunted. In fact, as the battle progressed, it became increasingly evident that the Vincent siblings, unarmed, were no match for the ogre. Boom! Vincent was violently hurled away by the ogre. A viscous black blood streaming from his short pig snout, his body propelled over 10 meters, crashing into a small wooden cabin in the yard, collapsing it entirely. Bang! Bang! The ogre freed himself from Vincent's grasp and turned to deliver a devastating punch to Ada's face, causing her to bleed profusely from her nose and emit a pained, furious wail. Boom! The ogre seized Ada's arm and slammed her down onto the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Blood spurted from Ada's mouth and nose. Her cries grew weaker, as though the ogre was poised to beat her to death. Buzz! Buzz! Just then, from the wreckage of the small wooden cabin, a deep rumbling sound of a motor emerged, and the collapsed wooden walls were suddenly flung aside, revealing Vincent wielding an oversized chainsaw. The chainsaw in Vincent's hands was significantly larger than usual, measuring a staggering 1.5 meters long, emitting thick black smoke as it whirred at high speed. Sizzle. Witnessing his sister being mercilessly battered, Vincent, in a fit of rage, swung the immense chainsaw, effortlessly shredding through wooden planks and even severing iron nails embedded within. Its sharpness and strength promising lethal force that the ogre's hide would struggle to withstand. Clatter. As Vincent charged towards the ogre, Levi leaped down from a nearby tree to stand in front of him. Get out of my way. Vincent bellowed furiously, swinging the chainsaw towards Levi's head, the air splitting from the high-speed blade. Despite the chainsaw's formidable power, Vincent's movements were noticeably slower compared to when he fought unarmed, allowing Levi to sidestep just in time to evade the attack, subsequently delivering a crushing punch to Vincent's abdomen. Boom. Vincent felt as though he had been struck by a speeding vehicle, his massive form propelled through the air over 10 meters. His eyes bulging and blood gushing from his orifices. Crash. Vincent crashed heavily onto the grass, creating a deep impression in the ground, lying there, twitching slightly. Levi approached, preparing to lift him when, in a moment of desperation, Vincent suddenly reached out, grasping Levi's arm, using the leverage to flip himself over. His legs coiling around Levi's arm and neck, attempting to strangle him. Yet in the next moment, Vincent felt a profound sinking sensation. It was as though he had wrapped himself around a solid steel pillar, his once proud strength rendered utterly ineffective. Unfazed, Levi stood up, carrying the entwined Vincent, and walked towards a nearby drilling machine, swinging his arm to slam Vincent against the machine. In an instant, flesh and metal splattered in every direction. Chapter 42. Level 2 limit. The cockpit of the drilling machine was nearly flattened into a disc, with Vincent lying atop it, his bones reduced to powder, and fragments of his internal organs spewing from his mouth. Meanwhile, the ogre had concluded its battle, carelessly tossing the unconscious Ada at Levi's feet. Why treat us this way? We only wish to make the world a better place. Vincent struggled to roll off the machine and leaned against the ground, speaking to himself. Suddenly, with a surge of fervor, Vincent lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with a crimson glow. A chaotic and savage mental assault surged towards Levi's brain. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Vincent's lips. His mental strike was imbued with a formidable and unruly psychic force capable of shattering human reason, transforming individuals into mindless beasts. However, this ability required a 10-minute recovery period after each use. Vincent had previously unleashed this skill against Khan, rendering him unable to use it again, which explained his current predicament when facing the ogre. Yet, in the next moment, Vincent's malevolent grin froze. A glimmer of golden light flashed across the mask adorning Levi's face, rendering Vincent's hopeful mental assault utterly ineffective. Oh, Levi touched the mask, realizing he had been subjected to a mental attack. His throat quivered slightly, then a powerful psychic soundwave surged forth, piercing the minds of the Vincent siblings in a tit-for-tat retaliation. With a resounding thud, a cloud of blood mist erupted from their 7 orifices, flowing from their nostrils, marking the end of their nefarious existence. Species: Pighead, Demon Age, 65 life level, level 2 talent, Frenzied Mental Strike, requires a 10-minute interval between uses, skills, butchering. Cooking status: Deceased note. Originally a butcher, he collapsed in a pig pen, his face devoured by pigs, and donned a pig's head as a mask to conceal his disfigurement, leading to a grotesque transformation. Does Ada lack a talent? Levi pondered while perusing the information recorded in the tome. He discovered that Vincent possessed a psychic skill, while Ada did not, further illuminating the significance of innate abilities. Though the physical strength and constitution of the Vincent siblings did not match that of the ogre, the gap was not excessively vast. Ultimately, however, the ogre triumphed in a 2-against-1 confrontation, primarily due to its 2 exceptionally combat-oriented talents. Was the special energy still derived from the level 2 aberration? As Levi browsed through the tome, he noted that the energy acquired from slaying level 2 life forms remained special energy, not a new kind. Only the quantity had doubled. After vanquishing the Vincent siblings, Levi had garnered a total of 43 special energy points. Moreover, Vincent's psychic talent had not been directly transferred to Levi, but had likely merged into the psychic soundwave, enhancing this talent and further amplifying Levi's mental prowess. Levi then allocated the acquired special energy to his attributes. A familiar heat surged wildly within Levi, his veins engorged, and his body began to elevate by half a meter. Muscles swelled, enveloping him like a second skin, transforming him into a formidable figure resembling a muscle-bound demon. His skin darkened, revealing a pattern reminiscent of a quadrilateral scale armor, presenting him as a fearsome entity. The powerful rhythm of his heartbeat reverberated through the night, causing the air around him to ripple. The blood coursing through him resembled molten lava. Levi clenched his fist, the air crackling with explosive sound, sending shockwaves that shattered the already dilapidated walls of the courtyard. Moments later, as the heat dissipated within him, Levi returned to his previous form. That momentary appearance represented the pinnacle of his level 2 life form, or rather, the true manifestation of his full strength. Name: Levi. Age: 30. Life level: Level 2 physical strength, 12, 8, Constitution, 10 talent, basic regeneration, mimetic psychic sound wave, 76, iron skin, fearless, activated. Shield, activated, artifact, faceless one's mask, activated, Arachne's loom minion, ogre skills, combat level 4, shooting level 3, stealth level 3, mobility level 3, espionage level 3, ordinary energy, 15 points, special energy, 0. For Levi discerned that the limit for level 2 life forms was a maximum of 10 points in physical strength and constitution. Beyond that threshold, energy allocation could not enhance them further. However, the faceless one's mask astonishingly continued to augment his physical strength by 50, shattering the confines of life level limitations, leaving Levi in awe of the power of artifacts. Furthermore, he noted a percentage indicator following the mimetic psychic sound wave, suggesting that upon reaching 100, it could upgrade the talent. Humming with power, Levi adjusted to the formidable strength coursing through him, then picked up the chainsaw lying nearby, decisively severing the heads of the Vincent siblings. Observing the smoothness of the cutting process, Levi scrutinized the chainsaw in his hand, constructed entirely of metal. It weighed approximately 40 to 50 kilograms, far too heavy for an ordinary person to wield single-handedly, let alone maneuver effectively. Despite its rusted exterior, stained with dried blood and grime, the sharpness of the chainsaw upon activation was astonishingly incongruous with its appearance. Though not an artifact, it was a remarkably rare and exquisite weapon. What a splendid item! As the chain spun at high velocity, flinging away the bloodstains, Levi switched off the chainsaw and handed it to the ogre as a weapon. The ogre eagerly accepted the chainsaw, fidgeting with it until it roared to life, excitedly waving it about like a child with a newfound toy. Amidst the thick black smoke emitted by the chainsaw, the ogre's frenzied movements rendered it even more terrifying. Alas, if only I had brought formaldehyde, Levi mused, grasping a pig's ear and hoisting the blood-dripping heads of the Vincent siblings, examining them closely. The heat remained oppressive. These heads would not endure for long before succumbing to decay. Chapter 43. Collection and liquid metal. Leeway's peculiar penchant for collecting souvenirs is, in fact, a habit cultivated during his time in the Special Forces. Those who are selected from the ranks of countless soldiers are often individuals with hands stained by blood, psychologically unhinged, and riddled with various eccentricities. Take, for instance, Leeway's former partner, James, who would tattoo the faces of his victims onto his own skin after each kill. As long as they obey orders and can carry out assassinations, the higher-ups remain indifferent to the minor quirks of the Special Forces operatives. Among the formidable adversaries Leeway has defeated, he has collected gold teeth and even severed recognizable pieces of tattooed skin, preserving them as trophies to showcase his prowess. After encountering and vanquishing a variety of grotesque abominations, particularly inspired by the collection practices of the Night Demon, Leeway was struck with a novel idea: to collect the entire heads of these bizarre creatures. To realize this ambition, he installed wall cabinets in the basement of his farmhouse villa, currently housing the meticulously preserved heads of ogres and bloodthirsty dragon bats. Leeway dreams of the day when he can fill every inch of those cabinets with his prized collections. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind about preservatives. He recalled Vincent's confession before his demise about adding preservatives to cured meats, and an idea sparked within him. With a thunderous sound, Leeway approached the completely collapsed wooden cabin, tearing off the roof with ease and effortlessly pushing aside the fallen walls to reveal an iron workbench underneath. Scanning the interior, he noted the only contents were a few cabinets of odds and ends and the workbench before him. Where did that gooey food Ada had brought come from? The only plausible explanation was the existence of a hidden space. He glanced around, noticing that the only point of interest was the iron workbench. Rather than search for any hidden mechanisms, he simply pushed against the table with one hand. With a series of cracking sounds, The workbench, which was supposed to be motorized, was forcibly shoved aside, revealing a staircase leading downwards. A wave of hot air, infused with the rich aroma of roasted meat, surged from the staircase, instantly capturing the attention of the ogre. Li Wei dismissed the drooling ogre and descended the staircase for several seconds, ultimately arriving in a basement situated over 10 meters underground. This basement was spacious, constructed from cement and bricks, illuminated by several fluorescent lights. Along the walls and corners were pools, workstations, shelves, and a large pot simmering with a green, gooey substance. The overall environment appeared orderly, clean, and hygienic. In the center of the basement stood an old-fashioned smoking rack, continuously rotating, with flames flickering beneath, sending waves of heat into the air. Skewered meats dripped with grease, their alluring colors and tantalizing scents wafting through the space. As Li Wei searched around, he quickly located 2 large glass jars filled with salt. After emptying them, he acquired suitable containers for storage. He also discovered an entire bag of potassium sorbate, a preservative suitable for curing meats. Moments later, he submerged the pig heads of Vincent and his sister in the prepared preservative solution, sealing them with glass lids to ensure their longevity. As Li Wei observed this underground workshop for human flesh preparation, he prepared to leave, shaking his head in disbelief. He kicked the still-operating smoking machine, sending its components flying like bullets, shattering the jars on the shelves and breaking the brick wall into pieces. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Li Wei suddenly halted. He noticed a glimmer of silver peeking through the shattered brick wall, suggesting something was concealed behind it. Approaching, he peeled back the bricks to uncover a silver safe embedded within the wall. With a gentle tap, he discovered that the safe was constructed from thick steel and secured with an old-fashioned rotating combination lock. Though unaware of the code, Li Wei struck the dial, causing it to fly into the safe, which then sprang open automatically. Anticipating the contents, he imagined it might hold cash, jewels, or perhaps some extraordinary artifact that Vincent had hidden away. However, upon opening the safe, he was astonished to find a silver metal thermos inside. Li Wei picked up the thermos, its cool surface and smooth texture indicating it was crafted entirely from silver. As he gently shook the silver cup, he noticed a liquid sloshing within. Holding his breath, he slowly twisted the cap open. After observing for a few moments without any unusual occurrences, he peered inside to find a liquid metal that resembled mercury. Upon seeing this mercury-like substance, Li Wei felt an intense yearning and desire surging within him. After a brief contemplation, he extended a finger and carefully poured a drop of the liquid metal onto his fingertip. As the metallic liquid touched his skin, it produced a sound akin to a cigarette, but dropping into water. Li Wei frowned as a sudden sharp pain shot through his fingertip, reminiscent of the sting from a drop of hydrochloric acid. Yet, intriguingly, there was no visible damage to his skin. The liquid merely seeped into his flesh, leaving a peculiar silver tint on his fingertip. In the next moment, the silver hue was absorbed into his body, and to his astonishment, he noticed that the book detailing his primary healing talent now displayed an arrow symbol indicating improvement. The strength of the silver-tinted area on his fingertip had significantly increased. This silver liquid metal could enhance the levels of his primary healing and steel skin talents. Elated, Li Wei recognized the importance of his healing ability. Though currently at a basic level, it could prevent death even from fatal injuries to the brain or heart. Moreover, the recovery speed for wounds on internal organs and muscles was exponentially faster than that of ordinary individuals. This capability had already proven invaluable during his recent encounter with the ogre. If the basic healing ability was so potent, what might a higher-level healing capacity achieve? Would it rival the regenerative powers of Wolverine from cinematic lore? However, he knew that talents could only be enhanced through hunting aberrations possessing similar abilities, a rare occurrence indeed. Having already fortuitously gained a significant boost to his mental talent from Vincent, encountering this remarkable metal that could elevate his talents was simply irresistible to Li Wei. Chapter 44. Clue with a swish, Levi donned the mask and promptly plunged his entire finger into the silver chalice. Instantly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, potent enough to render an ordinary person unconscious or even in shock, yet the faceless mask shielded him from it entirely. The liquid metal within the chalice amounted to merely a few dozen milliliters, and upon complete assimilation by Levi, it only transformed half of his finger into a silvery hue. However, the enhancement of his self-healing ability was evident in its progress. As expected, the liquid metal not only augmented his self-healing talent, but also remarkably improved his iron skin. Name: Levi. Age: 30. Life level: Level 2 physical strength, 12, 8, Constitution, 10 talents. Basic healing, 1. Mimetic mental sound waves, 76. Iron skin, 1. Fearless, activated. Shielding, activated. Curios, faceless mask, activated. Arachne S loom minions. Ogre skills, combat level 4, shooting level 3, stealth level 3, mobility level 3. Espionage level 3 ordinary energy, 15 points special energy, 0. For this wondrous liquid metal likely possesses the capacity to positively enhance physical talents, though the increase is modest. At a mere 1%, if Levi could acquire more of this liquid metal, his 2 physical talents could see rapid advancement, potentially allowing him to leap to a higher tier. Where did Vincent procure this liquid metal? Levi pondered, somewhat exasperated. Had he known Vincent possessed such a treasure, he would have taken more time to eliminate the siblings. Levi exited the basement and made his way directly to Vincent's bedroom, rummaging through drawers in search of information pertaining to the liquid metal. However, Vincent lacked the habit of journaling, aside from a few Riska magazines. There was not a single book with text in his room. Yet soon, Levi discovered an antiquated locked leather trunk beneath Vincent's bed. He gently crushed the copper lock to open the trunk, revealing its sparse contents. Dominating the majority of the space was a desiccated, wrinkled pig's head, emanating a faint, putrid odor. Levi picked up the pig head mask and examined it closely. This must have been the mask Vincent wore after his face was devoured by a pig. The mask was crafted from an entire pig's head, with the bones and brain matter meticulously removed, resulting in a genuine leather mask that could be worn on the head. As Levi turned the pig head mask over for a closer inspection, he noticed traces of long-dried silver metal residue embedded within the creases of the pigskin. Levi speculated that Vincent had initially applied the peculiar liquid metal to his wounds before donning the pig head mask, leading to some form of mutation under various influencing factors. Why would Vincent smear liquid metal on his wounds? How did he come to know of the restorative power contained within that metal? Levi's mind was flooded with questions. Was it a mere accident on his part? Or had someone deliberately placed this metal in Vincent's hands? Levi leaned towards the latter hypothesis. As contact with the liquid metal induced excruciating pain, excessive exposure could potentially be lethal. A normal person would never dare to touch it more than once. Unless, of course, Vincent harbored a masochistic tendency to relish pain. If someone had intentionally gifted this metal to Vincent, what could their intentions have been? To cultivate a mutant? The more he speculated, the more perplexed Levi became. He cast aside the pig head mask and unearthed an old wallet from the trunk's depths. Upon opening it, he found a long-expired social security card. Gazing at the black and white photograph, the young man bore a striking resemblance to Vincent, presumably capturing his identity during his human days. Levi flipped the card over and discovered that Vincent's original name was Midden, and astonishingly, he was not American but hailed from Norfolk County in England. Intriguing. Levi tucked the card away and noticed another yellowed photograph within the wallet, depicting a man and a woman together. The man was Vincent, while the woman was a fair-skinned girl, both adorned with joyful smiles, seemingly a sweet couple. What caught Levi's attention was the backdrop of their photograph, a castle estate replete with historical charm. With this photograph and the social security card, Levi felt confident he could trace Vincent's past and uncover the mysterious liquid metal's origins. After organizing his findings, Levi stepped into the yard, where the ogre was still diligently polishing the chainsaw. Thanks to Levi's strategic diversion of the battleground, nearly 100 individuals previously planted in the ground remained mostly unscathed, their mouths agape in anticipation of being fed, save for a few unfortunate souls who met their demise. At that moment, Jessie finally regained consciousness from the effects of the drug, her heart racing as she took in her surroundings. The sight of the ogre, giddily clutching the chainsaw like a maniac, terrified her to her core. Jessie bit her lip to stifle any sounds, continuing to feign death while cautiously peeking around, searching for an opportunity to call for help. Help! Help! Soon, Jessie spotted Levi approaching from the front, and it was as though she had seized a lifeline, desperately shouting for his aid. But in the next instant, she felt as if a bucket of cold water had been doused over her, for the two individuals appeared to be allies. Indeed, just pinpoint my current location. Levi paid no heed to Jessie's cries for help, walking directly to the ogre while speaking on his phone. I've dealt with the 2 mutants. Their bodies remain. Additionally, there are nearly 100 seemingly deranged humans on site. Rest assured, we have professionals and protocols in place to handle these matters. Bill's voice emerged from the phone. I've already reported your merit points to the church. You haven't even registered with the church yet, and you've already amassed a substantial amount. It should be enough for a second-level baptism. When we next meet, I might have to address you as Pastor Levi. Bill's words brimmed with envy and excitement. For if Levi ascended to the second level of life and became a pastor, he would earn the coveted opportunity for a first-level baptism as his recommender. Chapter 45, Zeke and William. Last night, a fire broke out at a hotel in the suburbs of North Carolina, resulting in the tragic loss of 4 lives, including that of hotel staff. Investigations revealed that the incident was caused by the hotel's age and deteriorating electrical wiring. Mayor Mr. Bull expressed his deep condolences and announced that a comprehensive inspection and overhaul of the city's electrical and plumbing systems would be conducted soon to prevent such tragedies from recurring. On a broad highway, Levi drove toward the rising sun, munching on a hamburger while local news played on the radio. He had no doubt about the Universal Church's capability to heal the victims rendered senseless by violent spiritual shocks. However, he questioned whether the church would be willing to expend its resources on ordinary individuals. The radio had already provided the answer. Levi remained unfazed by the surrounding controversies. Have we arrived at Stewart? Levi wondered, steering with one hand as the silhouette of a city loomed in the distance. Soon, he would pass through Stewart and reach his destination. Suddenly, a loud mechanical roar filled his ears, and a thick cloud of diesel-scented black smoke engulfed the interior of his vehicle. Cannibal, I warn you for the last time, if you turn on that chainsaw again, I will break your arm. Levi slammed on the brakes and rolled down the window, causing a thick plume of smoke to billow out, resembling a car engulfed in flames. ABA. Startled by Levi's fury, Cannibal lowered his head in trepidation and promptly shut off the chainsaw, carefully resting it on his lap like a child who knew he had misbehaved. Levi could only shake his head in resignation, then retrieved a can of beer, stepped out of the car, and waited by the roadside for the diesel fumes to dissipate. Hey, buddy, is your car broken? Need any help? At that moment, a black Mustang police car slowed down, and a sunglass-clad African-American officer rolled down the window to address Levi. Recognizing the familiar voice, Levi turned around in surprise. Zeke, is that you? The officer, startled by Levi calling his name, removed his sunglasses and scrutinized him for a few seconds before a look of delight spread across his face. Oh my God, Levi, it's really you. With a bang, Zeke pushed open the car door and hurried over to Levi, embracing him warmly. What are the odds of running into you here? Zeke was a former comrade from Levi's Special Forces days, and they had shared a strong bond. However, 10 years ago, Zeke had been forced to retire due to an injury that prevented him from continuing high-intensity combat missions. Unlike Levi, who was a civilian, Zeke was indeed a genuine scion of privilege. His father, Marcus, had once been the chief of police in Stewart, wielding considerable influence, even in retirement. Consequently, Zeke was directly placed in the Stewart Police Department after his retirement, securing a steady job. He later married and started a family, leading a life many would envy. Hey, brother, I am deeply saddened by what has happened to you. But believe me, it was not your fault. Zeke patted Levi on the back. Those bureaucrats are as repugnant as the corrupt cops in the precinct. Zeke was a man of strong principles. When he first joined the police force, he faced ostracism for reporting his partner's misconduct, earning the scorn of nearly the entire police system and being labeled a traitor and a snitch. What truly transpired back then? Zeke. Levi had only heard vague accounts of the incident. The police force is far too united, Zeke replied with a hint of bitterness. There was a corrupt officer who used extrajudicial punishment, throwing a petty thug off a rooftop, and it was witnessed. My old partner, in an attempt to cover for that officer, actually orchestrated the murder of that witness. Zeke shook his head in disbelief. Absurd, isn't it? Stay true to your beliefs, Levi encouraged, placing a hand on Zeke's shoulder. Although Zeke appeared to be a light-hearted chatterbox, he was one of the few among Levi's acquaintances who genuinely upheld the ideals of justice. Enough of that. How have Boss and Lisa been lately? Levi inquired, turning to Zeke. Boss was another comrade from their Special Forces days, having retired a year earlier than Zeke and subsequently working under Zeke's father, while Lisa was Zeke's wife. Zeke, it's not easy for two people to come together. You should consider seeing a marriage counselor and have a proper discussion. Men typically advocate for reconciliation rather than separation. A counselor? Huh. Lisa has already played poker with one. Zeke shrugged nonchalantly. I can't blame her. After all, the police profession has the highest divorce rate, the highest domestic violence rate, and the highest suicide rate. Moreover, I spend almost every weekend working overtime. I've been with her through 500 Tuesdays. Yet that pales in comparison to 3 Saturday night outings. Hey, boss. The precinct called. There's been an incident. At that moment, a handsome young officer emerged from Zeke's police car, calling out to him. "That's William, a rookie who just joined my team." Zeke introduced briefly before shouting, "What happened?" "A person was killed by a train on line 3. "What's the big deal?" "Rookie, you need to learn to remain calm." Zeke's expression shifted to annoyance. "There are plenty of homeless people in the subway tunnels. It's not unusual if 1 or 2 get hit. Just let the fire department handle it. Why are we involved?" "Boss, there was a vortex mark left at the scene." William leaned in, his face serious. Zeke's expression changed at the news. "Vortex mark? A puzzle? No way. Wasn't that puzzle already dead? Is there a copycat at play?" William shook his head. "Director Angie takes this very seriously and wants us to head to the scene immediately." "Zeke, may I accompany you to take a look?" Levi suddenly interjected. "Boss, that's against protocol." William, a fresh graduate from the police academy, was as rigid as Zeke had been in his early days, fearing Zeke might relent due to their friendship. "Don't worry, I'm also a police officer." Levi chuckled lightly, producing his badge from his pocket. While he lacked jurisdiction across regions, visiting the scene should pose no major issue, right? Chapter 46, The Puzzle and Truth. The reason Levi proactively suggested investigating the case was not for Zek, but rather for the puzzle. The puzzle, officially known as the Puzzle Killer, is a name that resonates profoundly within the police force and among certain segments of the populace. Emerging 9 years ago, this entity orchestrated numerous horrific and cruel murders using intricate traps. Had it not been for the police's swift containment, widespread panic would have undoubtedly ensued. The puzzle does not engage in random killings. Instead, it meticulously selects individuals whom it deems guilty or those who fail to appreciate the sanctity of life, crafting various terrifying mechanisms for their demise. Victims who fail to survive will find a piece of their skin excised in the shape of a puzzle piece by John, symbolizing their loss of a crucial fragment of life, namely, the will to survive. Thus, the moniker Puzzle Killer was born. Remarkably, the puzzle has always left a route for escape, allowing victims who are resolute enough to pay a certain price to escape death. Most survivors, as a result, have reformed their outlook on life. Some even express gratitude towards the puzzle. To the police and general populace, the puzzle appears to be a twisted individual with peculiar reasoning, even cynical. However, Levi is increasingly convinced that the puzzle could very well be a distorted entity. Its modus operandi is unique, not merely leading to certain death, but rather leaving an elusive yet tangible hope for survival, allowing it to relish the agonizing choices victims make to stay alive from the shadows. 2 years prior, this entity responsible for a plethora of terrifying incidents in Stewart City vanished without a trace. Some claimed it grew overly arrogant and was thus apprehended by the FBI, while others speculated it was merely an ailing old man who had since passed away. Levi, however, surmises that the puzzle likely attracted the attention of the Universal Church and was either captured or eradicated. Now, with the sudden emergence of a suspected imitator, Levi is naturally intrigued to ascertain whether a new aberration has come into existence. With merely 2 more units of special energy, he could elevate himself to the pinnacle of a level 2 life form. "All right, let us proceed," Zek remarked, clapping Levi on the shoulder and gesturing towards his vehicle. "Is your car still operational?" The scene of the incident, located within the subway tunnel, was cordoned off by the police, and operations on Line 3 had been temporarily suspended. As they stepped past the barricade, a strong metallic scent of blood assaulted their senses, nearly causing William to retch, even causing Zek, seasoned as he was, to furrow his brow in discomfort. Damn, this was a direct impact. Zek inhaled deeply and crouched down to scrutinize the ground. Within a span of several square meters along the tracks, the area was splattered with chunks of flesh and blood. The largest piece recoverable at the scene was merely a severed forearm. "Officer, according to the subway driver, this homeless individual fell from above without any time to break." A policeman reported to Zek regarding the current situation. "Not necessarily a homeless person," Zek countered, meticulously examining the mangled left hand of the corpse, which bore a ring on the 4th finger, a sign of marriage. Moreover, it was equipped with a fitted, an unlikely accessory for a vagrant. Who among the destitute would possess such a health monitoring device? "Hey, Zek, have someone check that." Shortly thereafter, an officer retrieved a bloodied rope from the top of the tunnel beams, which was affixed to a pair of steel plates with a narrow gap of roughly 1 centimeter between them. Zek examined the steel plate, still uncertain of its purpose. Levi donned gloves and took the rope and steel plate, gauging the tunnel's height and the splatter range of blood and flesh. He instructed an officer to bring a chair based on the height determined by the eyewitness driver and positioned it atop the tracks. "The victim's forearm is roughly the same length as yours," He should be of similar height. Levi indicated to Zek, who stood just over 6 feet tall. He then adjusted the rope to hang it once more, positioning the steel plate precisely at Zek's mouth level. "What is this?" Zek exclaimed. Observing the steel plate swaying before his face, his expression shifting to one of realization. "This is meant to clamp down on the tongue." The victim was in a position akin to yours now, standing on a precarious ladder, while their tongue was held fast by the steel plate. Levi posited, envisioning the events leading to the tragedy. Nearby, the subway train on line 3 approached at an alarming speed. If the victim wished to survive, their only option would be to forcibly tear their own tongue out. Yet, it was evident that not everyone possesses such courage or resolve. Levi shook his head at the gruesome remnants on the ground. "Well, brilliant," Zek exclaimed, impressed by Levi's reconstruction of the events, while William regarded him with admiration. "Decker," Zek called to the earlier policeman, inquiring, "Is there anything at the scene that could confirm the victim's identity? A phone? An ID?" Decker replied, retrieving his camera and revealing a photograph. Upon glimpsing a small portion of a tattoo, Zek's expression shifted dramatically. Paul. Chapter 47. Boas what? Boas? Upon hearing this, Levi furrowed his brow, gazing at the bloody remains on the ground, a chilling aura of lethal intent emanating from him, causing the surrounding officers to feel a sudden constriction in their chests. Even from a distance, they could sense the palpable menace radiating from Levi. Particularly, Decker, who stood before Levi with a camera, felt his muscles tense, cold sweat instantly beading on his palms and back. This was the oppressive force that came with elevated life levels. As one's life level ascended, an inherent suppression manifested upon ordinary humans. When a life level reached a certain threshold, a mere thought or shift in emotion could impact, or even extinguish, the lives of those nearby. Levi's murderous intent was not feigned. Although Boas had only been Levi's teammate for a year before retiring due to age, he had once saved Levi during a mission, creating an unrepayable debt of gratitude. "Are you certain?" Levi asked in a deep voice. "Absolutely." Boas had his wife Laura's name etched over his left chest. "I have seen it numerous times." Zek inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress the sorrow and fury swelling within him, turning away to kick the wall violently. "Damn it!" Zek exclaimed in an outburst of rage. Why would anyone treat such a good person like Boas this way? "Zek." Levi placed a firm hand on Zek's shoulder. Meeting his gaze with intensity, anger won't help. "Do you remember our slogan from back then? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Zek gritted his teeth in agreement. At the police headquarters, Zek and the current female chief, Angie, seemed to share a relationship not known to outsiders. Merely mentioning his intent was enough for Angie to issue a request for Levi's assistance. Moreover, she defied all opposition, thereby allowing Zek, who was not particularly favored within the department, to lead the case. Seated in a corner, Levi observed as Zek shouted orders and assigned tasks to the other officers. However, Levi had no intention of dissuading Zek. Each individual had chosen their own path, and as a friend, unconditional support was all that was necessary. "Sir, your package." At that moment, a young female officer approached Zek with a small, exquisitely wrapped green box. "What is it?" The box was lightweight, and Zek opened it directly. Discovering a blood-stained USB drive inside, his expression instantly turning grave. Zek approached William, yanked the internet cable from his computer, and plugged the USB into the main unit. "Boss, why aren't you using your own computer?" William exclaimed, dismayed as he realized that his nearly completed report on the police department's website had been lost due to the sudden disconnection. "Officer Zek," a hoarse male voice, unmistakably altered by a voice changer, emanated from the computer, revealing a puppet resembling a pig's head, dressed in a black suit, standing barely a meter tall. It bore a striking resemblance to the style of the infamous puzzle killer, Mad and Eerie. However, a collective sigh of relief swept through the officers, including Zek, as it became apparent that the puppet was not the same as the face puppets used by the original puzzle killer, indicating that this crime was likely perpetrated by an imitator, which was indeed good news. After all, the original puzzle killer had been active for years, committing nearly 100 crimes and possessing extensive experience in evading the police. An inexperienced copycat could leave behind traces due to their lack of expertise. As night fell, Zek led Levi to his 7-story apartment building adjacent to the city center park. "You guys can stay here tonight." "Forget it." Levi gestured for the hulking figure of the cannibal to exit the vehicle, shrugging. It would be too cramped for 3 big guys to share a place. "My partner and I will find a hotel instead." "Well." Zek looked at the cannibal, who towered over him by nearly 2 heads. Stepping forward to pat the cannibal's arm, This physique rivals that of our old heavy gunner, Volcano. Volcano had been a towering figure in their team, known for his immense strength and love for wielding the M134 machine gun, colloquially referred to as a Gatling gun by enthusiasts, while also carrying over 100 kilograms of ammunition. Yet, no one had anticipated that such a battlefield titan would not succumb to gunfire, but rather fall victim to a sudden heart attack in his military barrack. "This is my partner, Hannibal. He tends to be rather stoic and reserved," Levi explained. "No problem. Understood." Zek squeezed the cannibal's arm a few times. "This building belongs to my father. There are several vacant units, so feel free to stay as you wish." Levi's lips twitched slightly at this revelation. A 7-story building with dozens of suites could easily yield tens of thousands of dollars in rental income each month. Clearly, Zek's father had made quite a fortune during his tenure. Zek's apartment was on the easternmost side of the 3rd floor. As he took the elevator with Levi, they discovered the door slightly ajar, his expression darkening as he drew his handgun from his waist. Levi, however, remained calm, having discerned that there was only one person inside, who was unabashedly drinking something, likely a familiar acquaintance of Zek's. With a sudden burst, Zek charged into the room, gun drawn, only to be met with a familiar sight that softened his expression. "Dad, you could have given me a heads up before you came over. I almost shot you." Seated at the bar was a robust African-American man, around 60 years old, with an unremarkable appearance but piercing eyes that seemed to see right through you. None other than Zek's father, Marcus. "No, it was I who almost shot you." Marcus pulled out a revolver hidden in his jacket. "As the owner of the house, why should I notify you before entering my own room? While you're the owner, I at least have the right to use this house, don't I?" Zek replied, reluctantly holstering his gun. "Right to use? Then how about you pay me rent?" Marcus retorted with a smirk. "Forget it. You're the boss, and whatever you say goes." Zek had long since grown accustomed to his father's disposition and didn't wish to argue. He pointed to Levi behind him and introduced, "This is my comrade from our days in the military, Levi. Welcome, young man." Marcus greeted Levi with a warm smile before turning back to Zek. "Let us have dinner together tonight. It would be a good opportunity to discuss today's case." Chapter 48. The distorted pig-head puppet Levi stood by the window, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his gaze fixated on the street below, specifically on a black SUV parked in front of the apartment building, which seemed to be surveilling the premises. Suddenly, Zeke's phone rang, and upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. He turned to Levi and announced, "Another officer has been killed." The scene of the crime was located within a long-abandoned flour mill, where a charred and swollen corpse of a police officer floated in an electrified metal basin. Tragically, the officer's 10 fingers and half a hand had been forcibly severed by machinery before his demise. Upon learning the identity of the deceased, Zeke's countenance darkened further. The victim was named Fredo, one of the few officers with whom he had a particularly hostile relationship. After Zeke had reported his partner, Fredo had deliberately delayed his backup, leaving Zeke to face a dozen drug dealers alone during an arrest, resulting in a gunshot wound to his back that nearly cost him his life. Zeke could sense the peculiar glances from the surrounding officers. He stepped aside, intent on notifying his father of the situation, but after several unsuccessful attempts to call, he felt a wave of frustration. "Well, I have to rely on you," he thought, as he deemed Levi the most trustworthy ally aside from Angie. Levi hurried to Zeke's building, where he encountered a voluptuous middle-aged black woman, adorned in heavy makeup, who was angrily exiting while fixing her appearance in a small mirror. "Damn, Marcus, leaving me in this state," she muttered. "Wow, handsome." The woman's eyes lit up at the sight of the strong, attractive Levi. "Can I help you?" "I'm a friend of Zeke's," Levi replied candidly. "He can't reach Marcus and is quite worried, so he sent me to check on him. I overheard you mention Marcus and wanted to inquire about his whereabouts. That old man invited me over to cook him dinner for his birthday," she said, her face a mask of frustration. "But just 10 minutes ago, he received a text and rushed out." "A text?" Levi pressed. "Do you know who sent it or its content?" "It was just a message from Zeke to Marcus," she replied, an odd expression crossing her face. Levi's expression shifted as he pulled out his phone to call Zeke, only to discover that Zeke had never sent a text to Marcus. The message instructed Marcus to go to the abandoned metal processing factory in the west suburbs. The woman had merely glanced at the text out of curiosity while Marcus was dressing, suspecting it might have been sent by a woman. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly asked, "Marcus wouldn't he be in danger, would he?" Upon arriving at the metal processing factory, Levi spotted Marcus's red sports car parked at the entrance. After circling the building, he noticed the concealed black SUV parked at the back door. Confirming that no one was inside, he touched the exhaust pipe and found it still warm, indicating it had just arrived. With a swift motion, Levi unsheathed his knife and punctured the tires of the SUV, positioning the cannibal to guard the corner of the back door, ready to strike if anyone attempted to escape. Recalling his previous encounter with the night demon, Levi wisely chose to avoid the main entrance, instead sneaking around to the southwest corner. There, he found a tall concrete wall leading to a rooftop with a ventilation shaft. Removing his gloves, he effortlessly scaled the wall as if it were soft chocolate, reaching the terrace with agility. Peering through the shattered glass of the terrace, Levi soon spotted a figure working on the unconscious Marcus, attaching various mechanical components as if planning to turn him into a puppet. To Levi's astonishment, beside the figure stood a half-human, half-pig puppet adorned in a small suit, suspended by delicate strings, the very same puppet seen in the police station's footage. Initially, everyone, including Levi, had assumed the puppet was merely a symbolic representation manipulated by an unseen hand, but Levi was shocked to realize it appeared to be alive. Could this pig-head puppet be the true mastermind, a distorted entity? Levi donned the faceless mask, knowing that such abominations often possessed bizarre abilities. With a sudden burst of motion, Levi charged forward, shattering the glass on the terrace. As he fell, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire from his shotgun at the puppet. In a single second, all 7 rounds struck the puppet, sending it flying across the room, its suit torn to shreds, revealing gaping holes that emitted wisps of smoke. The figure working on Marcus was startled, and upon seeing Levi land, dropped the metallic components and reached for a weapon. However, Levi swiftly kicked him in the chest, sending him tumbling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he collided with Marcus, both of them rolling away. At that moment, the nearly shattered puppet on the ground emitted eerie mechanical sounds, and to Levi's horror, it began to wobble upright, black liquid oozing from the bullet holes in its form. Chapter 49, The Transformation Society. Levi's gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, and he discovered that the figure restraining Marcus was none other than Zeke's partner, the freshly graduated rookie, William. However, Levi could not afford to ponder why William was the mastermind or how he had allied himself with the aberration. At that moment, the pig-headed puppet seemed to erupt like a shattered fire hydrant, spewing forth a torrent of black liquid. Bang! Bang! Levi loaded his gun and continued to fire at the puppet, yet the bullets were entirely obstructed by the black liquid. In the brief moment Levi spent shooting, the black liquid rapidly spread, coating nearly 100 square meters of the room's floor as if it were a smooth, glossy layer of black resin. Levi glanced down to see the liquid creeping up his shoe, as though it were a living entity intent on enveloping him entirely. He remained blissfully unaware of the weight clinging to his legs, perceiving the black liquid as an intangible, illusory presence. Bang! Suddenly, Levi's calf muscles tensed, producing a powerful tremor that shattered the adhering black liquid into fine particles. After several attempts to envelop him, the black liquid, realizing its futility, ceased its advance and formed a barrier around Levi, leaving only a small patch of ground beneath his feet devoid of the dark substance. In stark contrast, Marcus and William, lying on the ground, were completely engulfed in the black liquid in the blink of an eye. Crack! Crack! Soon, the figures of Marcus and William, now entirely shrouded in black liquid, emitted a series of eerie bone-crunching sounds before rising from the ground in an uncanny manner. Boom! 2 silhouettes, seemingly composed of the black liquid, charged toward Levi with an extraordinary speed, fists raised to strike. Concerned about harming Marcus, who was ensnared in the black liquid, Levi refrained from attacking and simply opened his palm to catch Marcus's punch, resulting in a muffled thud. Feeling the force transmitted through his palm, Levi was somewhat astonished. Despite being enveloped by the black liquid, Marcus was exhibiting strength nearly at the limits of human capability. The black liquid possessed an astonishing amplifying effect on strength. Although this force, approaching 1,000 pounds, was still inconsequential to Levi, it was unfathomable for an ordinary person. However, Levi understood that the abilities of the aberration were certainly not benevolent. The transformation of Marcus from a merely robust elder to someone exhibiting such formidable strength likely came at the cost of his vitality, inflicting significant harm upon his body. Bang! Levi seized Marcus by the neck and lifted him, disregarding the punches and kicks directed at him. With a deft motion, he shattered the black liquid that covered Marcus, revealing the elder's tightly shut eyes, which immediately ceased their struggles. Having rescued Marcus, Levi showed no mercy toward William, one of the masterminds behind this chaos. especially considering that boss had perished at William's hands. Cough. William's chest was deeply concaved, crashing heavily to the ground, and the black liquid that had covered his face vanished, revealing a bloodied visage with eyes filled with shock and resentment directed at Levi. In the next moment, pain flickered across William's face as streams of black liquid flowed into his body through his mouth, nose, and ears. Crack, crack. Miraculously, his once sunken chest began to swell back into shape, as if the black liquid were restoring him from within. Levi? Who exactly are you? Why are you interfering with us? William queried with palpable wariness, fully aware of his newfound strength in this state. The fact that Levi, a mere retired soldier, possessed power surpassing his own left William astounded. You? Levi remarked, casting a surprised glance at the pig-headed puppet in the corner, which continued to spew black liquid. He had not anticipated that William, a human, would collude with an aberration. Indeed, at that moment, most of William's internal organs and ribs lay shattered, sustained solely by the black liquid, rendering him incapacitated for a minute or two. Naturally, he was eager to buy time with Levi. Levi, I know you are Zeke's comrade. He is indeed a righteous police officer, and I bear him no ill will. However, my father, the former Chief Marcus, is a thoroughgoing executioner. William's expression darkened as he continued. You have no idea that 10 years ago, Marcus enacted the 8th proposal, which expanded police authority and tacitly permitted officers to carry out extrajudicial punishments, even executing some minor offenders who merely deserved a few weeks' detention, with many lacking substantial evidence. The most despicable aspect is the mutual protection among police officers, even slaughtering witnesses to conceal their crimes. As memories of his father, a witness secretly murdered by the police, resurfaced, William's face contorted with rage. We are executing justice. I have no interest in those matters. Levi interrupted, gesturing towards the pig-headed puppet. What is that thing? At Levi's inquiry, a peculiar glint flickered in William's eyes. Initially, he had suspected Levi might be affiliated with the Universal Church due to his immense power. However, the fact that Levi seemed oblivious to the existence of aberrations indicated he was likely a lone wolf, possessing some powerful artifact yet unaware of its origins. This is the Creator's miracle, a being of a higher order than us. William pointed at the pig-headed puppet. I refer to it as the transformation entity. It possesses incredible power, capable of aiding us in evolving and granting us strength and longevity far beyond that of mortals. With fervor in his eyes, William suddenly addressed Levi sincerely. Levi, this world is tainted and needs purification. If you wish, you can join us, earn the favor of the transformation entity, and uncover the truths of this world. Join you? Do you have an organization behind you? Indeed. We are known as the Transformation Society, possessing powers beyond your imagination. Chapter 50. The black liquid. Levi felt a stir within him. His initial intent was merely to extract from William the reason behind his association with the aberrations. Yet he was unprepared for the revelation that a significant player lurked behind William. Upon uttering the name of the Transmutation Society, the previously lifeless pig-headed puppet behind William exhibited a slight movement, its lifeless eyes slowly turning to fixate on William's back, exuding a chilling aura. Yet William remained utterly oblivious. In the dim surroundings, Levi keenly discerned the puppet's transformation, though his expression remained unchanged as his mind raced with contemplation. It appeared that this puppet aberration was genuinely affiliated with the Transmutation Society. Should William inadvertently disclose any of the Society's true secrets, he would likely find himself silenced by the pig-headed puppet in an instant. Levi began to reassess the dynamics between William and the puppet aberration. It seemed the aberration occupied a position of complete dominance, while William appeared more akin to a subservient entity. What, then, was the true purpose of the Transmutation Society? Levi refrained from probing sensitive questions too soon, wary of the puppet's potential for lethal intervention before William had the chance to speak. Simply put, the Transmutation Society seeks to harness the power of the transmutants, ultimately merging that power with our own essence, leading to the evolution of life itself, and perhaps even transforming into new transmutants. William's eyes sparkled with fervor. After all, transmutants represented a life form superior to humanity, the true trajectory of human evolution. Does this imply a transformation of humanity into aberrations? Levi pondered, suddenly reminded of the pig-headed Vincent, now part of his collection. Was his metamorphosis from human to aberration the handiwork of the Transmutation Society? Is this the evolution that has shaped your current form? Levi scrutinized William, his gaze revealing a flicker of intrigue. No, I am merely borrowing the power of the transmutants. William shook his head, his eyes filled with a sense of regret. Although the puppet chose me as a companion, to inherit and control the power of the transmutants, I must adhere to their rules. For instance, my companion, the puppet, demands that I enact a tit-for-tat approach by eliminating 5 corrupt officers before I can begin to integrate its power. Ah, I see. Levi's understanding crystallized, illuminating the motivations behind William's actions against the officers, coupled with the apparent loss of family members at the hands of those officers. Levi surmised that the Transmutation Society's choice to transform humans was not arbitrary, but rather contingent upon specific prerequisites. Crack, crack. At that moment, a series of faint but crisp sounds emanated from within William, a flush of crimson spreading across his face, indicating a significant restoration of his injuries. Levi, you possess a power that no ordinary human could possibly wield. Can you disclose its origin? William inquired nonchalantly, as if he suspected Levi had garnered the favor of some transmutant. I would never stoop to the point of wishing to become an aberration. In the next instant, Levi's seemingly light-hearted remark sent shockwaves through both William and the pig-headed puppet. Aberration? Are you affiliated with the cult of all spirits? William's expression turned frenzied, his eyes blazing with fury as he realized he had been deceived. William, your utterances are excessively verbose. The puppet's jaw creaked as it spoke, the sound akin to wood colliding, a true waste. And you, lapdog of the cult of all spirits. The puppet turned its gaze toward Levi, its eyes brimming with malice. I have painstakingly located a suitable human candidate. As the puppet's words fell, the black liquid surrounding William surged violently, cascading into his orifices and flooding his body. A look of terror and agony overtook William's features as he struggled to articulate a response, overwhelmed by the deluge of black liquid. He grasped desperately at the liquid, which flowed like ropes, but to no avail. In a mere second, William stood upright, revealing black veins beneath his skin, his eyes seemingly filled with the same liquid, rendering his pupils pitch black, devoid of expression as he stared at Levi, exuding an eerie resemblance to the pig-headed puppet, as if he had become its doppelganger. This pig-headed puppet must utilize the black liquid to manipulate others, transforming them into puppets while significantly enhancing their capabilities. Levi surmised the puppet's abilities, even contemplating the possibility that this black liquid was the very essence of the puppet itself. Cursed preacher, no, you possess the means to easily vanquish my puppets. You must be a priest of the cult of all spirits. William's voice resonated, dull and devoid of emotion, yet he continued, well, I have just broken through to the second-level extreme form, and was in search of a second-level life-form puppet. How serendipitous that you have come to me. Do not resist. Become one with me. William's voice thundered as he moved with blinding speed, the black liquid flowing down his arm, solidifying into 2 razor-sharp black blades, each nearly a meter long and over 30 centimeters wide, aimed directly at Levi's neck. Boom. Levi retreated slightly as the massive blades struck the wall beside him, cleaving a gaping hole through the concrete, debris scattering in all directions. Bang. As Levi pivoted, he redirected his firearm toward William, unleashing a barrage of bullets that pierced through both the black liquid and William's form. Yet, in the next instant, countless streams of black liquid surged to fill the wounds on William's torso, restoring him to pristine condition. Observing this, Levi raised his weapon, targeting the unencumbered head of William. But the latter crossed the 2 massive blades before his face, deflecting the hail of bullets, which embedded themselves into the blade's surfaces. This is intriguing. Levi discarded his shotgun. Such weapons posed a minimal threat to a second-level aberration. Whoosh. After deflecting the bullets, William's legs remained rooted, while the black liquid beneath him surged with apparent agency. Propelling him forward in a gliding motion, the blades angled toward Levi's shoulder. Clang. With a sharp sound, the fabric of Levi's left shoulder was rent asunder, revealing unblemished skin beneath, while William's blades shattered, transforming back into liquid that dripped to the floor. Just as Levi prepared to eliminate William directly, he suddenly sensed the black liquid beneath him coming to life, swirling chaotically in all directions, seeking to destabilize his footing and hinder his strength. Chapter 51. Black Silk. Bang. Bang. Levi lifted his foot and then stomped heavily downward, as if shattering the fragile ice beneath him. The tremendous force directly shattered the black liquid, causing the cement floor to sink 2 to 3 centimeters under his weight, as he charged relentlessly toward William. Boom. A mere 2 to 3 meters was almost negligible for Levi's speed. In a flash, he unleashed a powerful straight punch aimed at William. Clang. Crack. In response to Levi's onslaught, William instinctively raised his intact giant blade to defend himself. With a deafening crash, the massive sword shattered instantly, and Levi's iron fist continued its momentum, pulverizing William's skull. At the severed neck, not a drop of blood flowed. Even the exposed flesh appeared a grim black and gray, the body resembling that of decayed wood. Thud, as William's head was obliterated. The black liquid clinging to his body seemed to lose its control, pouring out from within him. His corpse fell rigidly to the ground. 5 points of special energy were credited, indicating that William had been severely affected by the pig-headed puppet's influence. Had he completed the gruesome task of slaughtering 5 policemen, he would likely have fully transformed into a level 1 aberration. An undercover agent within the police station hunting human aberrations, one could easily imagine the devastation such a scenario would wreak. It appears I have underestimated you. The pig-headed puppet disregarded William's lifeless form, its wooden eyes clicking as they turned toward Levi. Such a young body, yet already developed to this extent, truly a prodigy. A glimmer of greed flickered in the puppet's gaze. However, I shall make you aware of the profound chasm that exists between humanity and our transformed beings. Even if you reach the ultimate limit of a level 2 priest, possessing a mere 5 tons of strength, you are still weak in my eyes. The ultimate state of a level 2 priest entails immense development and enhancement, enabling the manifestation of 5 tons of force. A body capable of such strength can be likened to reinforced steel. Thus, the pig-headed puppet was not particularly astonished by Levi's ability to withstand the attack of the black liquid blade. After all, the power exerted by controlling William through the black liquid was vastly inferior to that of the puppet's true form. Whoosh! The black liquid rapidly solidified and transformed. Morphing into an enlarged version of a puppet, its limbs adorned with exaggerated curves, exuding an aura of immense strength, subtly emanating a metallic sheen reminiscent of black iron, resembling a colossal mechanical marionette. Meanwhile, Levi's heart stirred. The pig-headed puppet's previous words revealed a significant piece of information as a level 2 life form. A priest's ultimate state could only yield 5 tons of strength. Yet, the limits demonstrated by Levi through the skin book clearly indicated a potential to exceed 10 tons, directly achieving double that of a level 2 priest. With the additional 50 boost from the extraordinary mask, he could unleash over 15 tons of power. Indeed, as Levi stood now, though his physical prowess was only 8 points, he could exert more than 8 tons of strength, far surpassing the limits of a level 2 priest. Is this the result of the skin book's might? Levi did not perceive himself as inherently special. The only plausible explanation lay in the skin book's assistance, allowing his limits and developmental capacity to utterly eclipse that of ordinary humans. Nevertheless, Levi refrained from becoming arrogant, for this world harbored countless entities with peculiar abilities. If someone were to acquire a certain power-enhancing artifact, they too could unleash strength that transcended ordinary limits. Moreover, there existed individuals possessing unique bloodlines, such as the Weaver emissary infused with dragon blood, whose combat prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary ability user. Boom! The massive puppet took a step forward, causing the entire floor to tremble slightly. Its elevated hand descended like a battering ram, and Levi deftly sidestepped, the hand smashing the ground and creating a web-like pattern of cracks. Fortunately, this abandoned factory had once been a metal processing plant, constructed entirely from high-strength reinforced concrete. Otherwise, such an assault could have collapsed the floor. Crash! Concrete debris scattered like bullets in all directions, striking Levi and shattering into clouds of dust. From his earlier observations, Levi discerned that the pig-headed puppet possessed considerable strength, nearing 7 tons, indeed, far exceeding that of a level 2 limit life form of human origin. Yet, he also noted that while the pig-headed puppet could unleash tremendous force, its movements appeared somewhat sluggish, reminiscent of a mechanical marionette with stilted motions. Boom! The pig-headed puppet unleashed a flurry of combination punches, the air sliced by its fierce blows, creating gusts within the confined space of the expansive floor. However, its gargantuan yet lethargic form allowed Levi to easily evade the puppet's attacks with just a few nimble steps. As the puppet swung its fists, fine strands of barely perceptible dark liquid continuously dripped from its body. But in the next moment, these dark liquids solidified, transforming into glistening black filaments that enveloped the entire floor, forming a massive web akin to that spun by a spider. By the time Levi recognized this transformation, it was too late. The puppet abruptly tugged the strands, and countless black threads ensnared him tightly. Damn humans, like filthy insects in the sewers, always resorting to evasion. The puppet lifted the bound Levi before it, assuring him, "Fear not, I shall not kill you." The puppet exhibited no concern over Levi's potential to break free. The faint black filaments belonged to the puppet's inherent control, their resilience surpassing that of steel wires of equivalent thickness. At that moment, Levi found himself ensnared by nearly 1,000 of these threads, their collective thickness comparable to that of a wrist. Even the puppet itself, bound in such a manner, would be utterly incapable of escape. The pig-headed puppet rotated its enormous wooden eyes, gazing at Levi with a mocking intensity, eager to witness the expression of panic on his face. But in the next instant, the puppet's expression shifted in surprise for atop Levi's head. A dark green hood materialized beneath its very gaze. Levi's demeanor underwent a profound transformation, his eyes shimmering with a pale blue glow, devoid of any emotional warmth. The pig-headed puppet immediately sensed that the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Chapter 52. Restraint with the appearance of the mask above Levi's head. His body began to swell as if inflated, his stature rising, and his already robust muscles bulging further. A layer of translucent, diamond-like scales manifested on his exposed skin, enveloping the sinewy muscle beneath, rendering him more akin to a grotesque being than a mere puppet. The delicate threads binding Levi suddenly snapped apart. Boom! At the same moment, a black iron fist struck the face of the pig-headed puppet with tremendous force. Crack! The puppet was sent flying, its body shattered under the immense impact, while its head exploded into a cloud of splintered wood, revealing the ringed patterns of its severed neck. Crash! The pig-headed puppet collided heavily against the wall behind it, leaving a deep dent, while numerous fine cracks appeared on its body, extending to the upper torso, resembling a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. Nevertheless, the puppet remained upright, with black liquid oozing from its neck, flowing upwards until its head reformed in the blink of an eye, and the cracks instantly vanished. What immense power! The pig-headed puppet was taken aback. The human had effortlessly freed himself from its control threads, displaying a strength far superior to its own. Yet, the puppet's sensing abilities could not be mistaken. This human was undoubtedly at the peak of a level 2 life form. So how could he exhibit strength comparable to a level 3 life form? Unless that mask was a wondrous artifact. As this thought surged in the puppet's mind, it gazed at the mask on Levi's face, feeling a profound jealousy and greed. Such artifacts were the most extraordinary treasures in the world. Most of the powerful metamorphic beings the pig-headed puppet knew possessed their own wondrous artifacts, enabling them to unleash powers that far exceeded their level, even allowing them to battle above their class. However, these artifacts were exceedingly rare. Despite the influence and power of the metamorphic society, they had only managed to find a scant few over the years. Only those metamorphic beings who had rendered significant contributions to the society were deemed worthy of obtaining a matching artifact. Now, a wondrous artifact stood before the pig-headed puppet. How could it not feel ecstatic? Yet, it also understood that with the enhancement of the artifact, Levi's strength could easily crush it. Although he could not kill it with brute force alone, they would inevitably find themselves in a stalemate. The best course of action was to retreat and seek out other allies to return and eliminate Levi, seizing the wondrous artifact for itself. Human, you are formidable, deserving of my respect. The pig-headed puppet swayed its seemingly restored body, yet you must also realize that your strength cannot inflict harm upon me. So there is no need for this deadlock to continue. Levi scoffed at the puppet's words. Though the pig-headed puppet appeared immune to external attacks due to the rapid recovery from the black liquid within, it must surely have its limits. Setting aside the fact that the puppet intended to flee after the fight, the unique energy point it represented was tantalizing to Levi. He was merely 2 points of special energy away from truly reaching the peak of a level 2 life form. And the pig-headed puppet seemed to possess some extraordinary talent as well. Levi was unwilling to let it slip away, especially since he harbored another ability that embodied spiritual and sonic assaults, in addition to his immense strength. Boom! With a powerful thrust of his foot, Levi propelled himself like a bullet, appearing before the pig-headed puppet in an instant. He seized the puppet by its neck and slammed it down with great force, cracking the ground beneath. Boom! Boom! Ignoring the puppet's words, Levi relentlessly pounded the puppet's body against the concrete floor, sending debris flying. Crack! After a series of strikes, the steel-reinforced concrete floor, over a meter thick, shattered, revealing a gaping hole, and Levi dragged the pig-headed puppet down with him. As they fell through the hole, landing on the first floor, Levi did not release his grip but instead shoved the puppet into a massive iron barrel behind him. This cylindrical barrel stood over 2 meters tall and nearly 3 meters wide, with walls thick enough to withstand immense pressure, suspended in midair on the first floor. Apart from a small opening less than half a meter wide, the rest of the barrel was completely sealed. This barrel was none other than the steel furnace from the metal processing plant. Haha, are you planning to burn me alive? The pig-headed puppet's muffled laughter echoed from within the furnace. A clever idea. If this furnace were operational, I might indeed be reduced to ashes. But alas, this factory has been closed for years. The dust inside the furnace is over an inch thick. Disregarding the puppet's mockery, Levi understood that even if he could not kill the pig-headed puppet outright, he could temporarily imprison it within the furnace. Buzz. Levi slightly parted his lips, aiming at the furnace's narrow opening, producing a low, resonant hum from his throat. The sound may have seemed faint, yet it stirred the air into visible waves that surged towards the furnace. Clatter. At the furnace's entrance, the pig-headed puppet, fully restored, was about to continue its taunts when it abruptly bore the brunt of Levi's psychic wave assault. Its body began to tremble violently, the components colliding and emitting a cacophony of strange noises. After barely half a second, the puppet's form quaked as if it were liquid, and its colorful garments transformed into pools of black liquid, resembling a boiling state. It was as if droplets undergoing microwave heating vibrated rapidly, then solidified into a gray-black powder. Stop! Stop! The pig-headed puppet cried out in panic, but the black liquid could no longer maintain its form, collapsing into a large puddle that thrashed about in search of an escape route. Buzz. Seeing the effectiveness of his sonic wave attack, Levi intensified his assault. In the vast, sealed confines of the furnace, the power of his attack seemed to amplify significantly, even causing the thick layer of iron grime outside to crack. The black liquid appeared to boil like molten iron within the furnace, surging violently, yet its volume diminished at a visibly rapid rate, evaporating into lifeless dust. Chapter 53. Agony No. A chilling and desperate scream emanated from the steel furnace, where a pool of dark liquid continuously birthed several faces. Among them were a pig-headed puppet and one adorned with a white mask, featuring red spiral patterns on its cheeks. Finally, there was the visage of an elderly Caucasian man, whose calm, yet resentful gaze fixated on Levi. Bang! At that moment, a tremendous thud resonated from within the furnace, as if a kilogram of C4 had been detonated inside. The furnace shuddered violently, its once perfect cylindrical form distorted into a pumpkin shape. Clatter! Clatter! The iron slag clinging to the furnace shot out in all directions like bullets, creating deep craters in the sturdy walls. Levi lowered his arms, which had shielded his chest, only to find his clothing torn to shreds by the iron debris, and tiny beads of blood emerging from the darkened skin of his arms. Though Levi relied on his iron skin ability to easily deflect bullets from handguns and even some rifles, the explosion, akin to a high-explosive grenade detonating at close range, left him with minor injuries. However, in the next moment, his formidable physique and self-healing ability swiftly mended the wounds on his arms, and a sense of relief washed over him. He never anticipated that the pig-headed puppet possessed such self-destructive capability, had he not fortuitously thrown it into the furnace. Crafted from a multitude of special metallic materials, he might have sustained significant injuries from its final desperate attack. Thus, it appeared that the puppet had not perished. It had transformed into a grotesque puppet. Or perhaps, like William, it was merely a marionette under the puppet's control? Levi pondered, recalling how the original puppet had chosen John Kramer and evolved through his bloodshed. Then, merging with John Kramer, the puppet had ascended from a level 1 aberration to a level 2 aberration. Moreover, Levi noted that although both Vincent and the pig-headed puppet were classified as level 2 aberrations, the latter exhibited vastly superior combat prowess and tenacity, seemingly belonging to an entirely different echelon. This distinction tied into the two primary categories of aberrations, innate aberrations and transformed aberrations. The pig-headed puppet represented a naturally occurring innate aberration, whereas Vincent and the cannibal Hannibal had been transformed into aberrations due to exposure to a certain infectious source, with the bloodthirsty dragon bat also tenuously fitting this classification. Innate aberrations wield various bizarre and formidable abilities, often exceeding the strength of transformed aberrations. Of course, each type has its merits and drawbacks. While innate aberrations typically follow a more fixed evolutionary path, transformed aberrations possess broader avenues for evolution, suggesting a greater range of possibilities. For instance, the cannibal Hannibal began merely as a transformed human, possessing little more than regenerative abilities and a terrifying appearance, ranking among the weakest of aberrations. However, After Levi's enhancement and a fortuitous encounter with dragon blood, Hannibal experienced a significant boost in his foundational abilities and evolved to acquire the Iron Skin, a second potent talent. Previously, when facing Vincent and his sister, even in a 1-against-2 scenario, Hannibal did not falter. Rather, he managed to dominate the fight. Species: Pig-headed puppet. Age: 9 years. Life level: Level 2 talent. Manipulation: controlling the number and strength of targets, limited by its own life level. Skill: Bewitch. Status: Deceased. Recorded indeed as an innate aberration, even having just evolved to level 2. It could provide 5 points of special energy. Observing the prompt within the tome, Levi felt a surge of joy. At that moment, Levi sensed a subtle throbbing ache in his brain, but he dismissed it, assuming it was merely the tome manifesting his control over the pig-headed puppet. However, soon his brow furrowed, as the pressure in his mind intensified, accompanied by a warm sensation in his nostrils, which soon resulted in 2 trickles of bright red blood streaming from his nose. The pain in his head escalated, akin to a balloon inflating within his skull, creating an excruciating sensation that felt as though his eyeballs might be forced from their sockets. Simultaneously, the objects around him began to swirl and blur, transforming the world into an abstract, chaotic painting. A battle-hardened Levi, who could maintain composure even when pierced by blades, gritted his teeth and let out a cry of pain, then crouched down, clutching his head with both hands, pounding his temples in a desperate attempt to alleviate the agony. Boom. At that moment, the iron door on the first floor was struck with tremendous force, creating a dent as if a vehicle were crashing against it. After several impacts, the door finally caved in, revealing a frantic cannibal. Arg. The cannibal, compelled by the tome, could sense Levi's state of suffering, yet stood helplessly to the side. Watching Levi's head collide with the ground like a pile driver, fracturing the surface beneath. Elevate. The pain, akin to a torment inflicted upon his very soul, not only persisted but intensified. With no other recourse, Levi resolved to enhance his physical form, as 2 points of special energy were consumed. Levi's physique and capabilities surged to the pinnacle of a level 2 life form, especially with the enhancement from the faceless mask. His physical prowess reaching an impressive 15 points, surpassing half of his constitution. Crack. His already devilishly muscular body began to swell, transforming him into a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall. Boom. Over 15 tons of force erupted from Levi, as a single headbutt shattered a steel plate. However, this display of strength exceeded his body's limits, causing his iron-like skin to crack and blood to flow freely, oblivious to the torment consuming him. Levi remained unaware that throughout this ordeal, the percentage of his mimetic psychic sound wave ability was steadily climbing toward 100. Moreover, the closer he approached this threshold, the more intense the suffering inflicted upon his mind became, as if some wondrous transformation were on the verge of occurring. Chapter 54. The completeness of the soul. This evolution was accompanied by a tremendous crisis. The percentage increase in the mimetic psychic sound wave signified that Levi's mental strength was continuously ascending. When the value reached 100, his head had swollen to 2 or 3 times its normal size, grotesque and terrifying, seemingly on the verge of exploding. Hold on. Levi's eyes widened in desperation, his clenched jaw and 7 orifices seeping blood. He pounded the ground and walls with his fists, attempting to vent the anguish in his mind, yet it proved futile. He could acutely sense that he could not endure much longer. Buzz. At that moment, a peculiar energy emanated from the tome that lay dormant within Levi's soul, abruptly interrupting his impending demise. Like a catalyst, it streamlined the chaos within his mind, and the torment in his brain dissipated instantaneously, causing his head-to-ground collision to cease abruptly. Crack. Levi felt a sound akin to cracking emanate from his overinflated mind, followed by a cascade of warmth flowing from his brain throughout his body. He closed his eyes. Yet an invisible force surged forth from his mind, akin to a radar, allowing him to perceive everything within a radius of several dozen square meters with perfect clarity, no blind spots whatsoever. Nearby, the ogre's face was frozen in an expression of worry and panic, and the dust floating in the air descended slowly, as if the entire world had plunged into slow motion for Levi. Moreover, a profound sense of fulfillment and joy filled his spirit, akin to a newborn observing the world with wide-eyed curiosity. In Levi's extraordinary perception, the world appeared anew, wondrous yet alien, as if an old, grimy glass had been polished, or a nearsighted individual had finally donned the correct prescription lenses, allowing them to behold the true nature of reality. No, the world has not changed. I have changed. A thought surged within Levi's mind. Name: Levi. Age: 30. Life level: Level 2. Extreme physical strength: 15. 10. Constitution: 10. Soul: 1. Self-evolved. Restored to completeness. Talent: Basic self-healing: 1. Psychic field: Steel skin: 1. Fearless: Activated. Shielding: Activated. Artifact: Faceless mask: Activated. Arachne's loom minion. Ogre skills: Combat level 4. Shooting level 3. Infiltration level 3. Mobility level 3. Espionage level 3. Ordinary energy: 15 points. Special energy: 3. 9. Upon glancing at the information displayed by the tome, Levi immediately noticed an added entry: Soul. The explanation following the entry elucidated the source of his recent agony, yet its deeper implications sent a chill through his heart. From birth until now, his soul had been incomplete. Or rather, the vast majority of normal humans in this world possessed fragmented souls, as if a piece had been forcibly taken by some unseen rule. However, Levi had never sensed any anomaly. Indeed, had he not vanquished two powerful aberrations, significantly elevating his mental strength to a certain degree, he would not have detected any irregularities, even upon reaching the extreme of level 2 in physical strength and constitution. It was as if the incompleteness of the soul bore little impact on lower-level beings. Yet, now that his soul had been restored, Levi had an instinctual awareness that while the fragmented state may appear inconsequential, it would undoubtedly hold immense significance for higher-level life forms. The completeness of one's soul could very well become a threshold for ascending to a higher life level. But the memory of the near-death crisis he faced during the soul restoration caused a shadow to cross Levi's features. An unseen force seemed to restrict the completion of the soul. Had the tome not intervened, he might have perished. Why is this so? Levi pondered anxiously. If humanity as a whole had been deprived of a portion of their souls, that would be the most terrifying revelation, for such an act would require unfathomable power. With a deep breath, Levi temporarily suppressed the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. He was merely a level 2 life form, having barely survived this ordeal with the tome's aid, and was not yet qualified to concern himself with such formidable matters. Thus, Levi settled his mind to fully appreciate the rewards of soul completeness. As an invisible mental force extended outward, it enveloped a hemispherical area with a radius of 3 meters around him, revealing every detail within his perceptual range, magnifying even the tiniest speck of dust floating nearby. As Levi intensified the release of his mental energy, he discovered that the perception range had once again entered a slow-motion state. He drew forth a dagger from his waist, allowing it to fall freely before him. Its descent appeared exceedingly languid in Levi's eyes, akin to a feather drifting gently to the ground. The world has not slowed. Rather, I have quickened. Through the lens of his psychic exploration, his observation and reaction speeds had multiplied several times over. It was no wonder that the previously mimetic psychic sound waves had now evolved into a psychic field. ABA. Upon seeing Levi open his eyes, the nearby ogre hurried over, concern etched across its face. I'm fine. Levi chuckled softly, ruffling the ogre's head, though a hint of worry lingered within him. As the ogre's level increased and its soul began to restore itself, it would inevitably encounter the threshold of soul completeness. He wondered if the aberrant ogre would be able to endure it. Hannibal, fire at me in a moment. Suppressing his thoughts, Levi suddenly issued a peculiar request to Hannibal. Though the ogre did not fully grasp Levi's reasoning, it understood that the shotgun in its hands would hardly pose any threat to Levi. Stepping back a few paces, it raised the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! With the gunshot, hundreds of pellets erupted from the muzzle, as the projectiles entered Levi's psychic field. Their previously rapid velocity plummeted, appearing to him only slightly faster than a normal person's punch, making it effortless to evade. Yet, rather than dodging these powerful projectiles, Levi opted to unleash the full extent of his psychic field, and the hundreds of pellets soon felt as though they had been shot into viscous gel, promptly coming to a halt before him. Chapter 55. The psychic force field. Levi gazed at the hundreds of projectiles suspended motionless before him. With a mere thought, one after another, the projectiles began to soar, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance. Initially, the chaotic movements of the projectiles led to occasional collisions. But as they adapted to the psychic force field, they transformed into satellites orbiting a planet, racing along their individual paths without a hint of interference. Whoosh! The speed of the projectiles escalated, quickly reaching the limits of Levi's control over the psychic force field, akin to satellites achieving the second cosmic velocity, on the verge of escaping its gravitational grasp. Upon reaching this velocity, Levi abruptly released his hold on the psychic force field. Instantly, the hundreds of projectiles shot forth at an astonishing velocity of nearly 1,000 meters per second, rivaling the firing rate of a conventional sniper rifle. Imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, bang! With a dull thud, the concrete wall on the ground floor erupted with hundreds of bullet-sized indentations, the shattered concrete scattering widely. Nearby, the ogre glanced down to see its sleeve pierced, a small projectile embedded in its shoulder, lodged within its flesh. The ogre, with a claw, pried at the now flattened lead ball, surprising even itself as the hardened metal had been breached. Looking at the devastation he had wrought, Levi nodded in satisfaction. The combination of mimetic psychic sound waves and the control talent bestowed by the pig-headed puppet had indeed evolved into a psychic force field that exceeded his expectations. Although he did not acquire the strange black liquid that could be manipulated at will from the pig-headed puppet, Levi speculated that such an entity might clash with the human form. The grafting of the skin book as talents was not a crude imitation, but rather an adaptive optimization. Yet, this evolved psychic force field had already left Levi thoroughly astonished. Within the confines of his psychic force field, his capabilities were significantly amplified, with his observational and reflexive abilities reaching extraordinary levels. With the psychic force field, Levi found himself immune to the vast majority of contemporary small arms fire. Beyond its defensive prowess, the psychic force field exhibited formidable offensive capabilities, evident in the traces of destruction adorning the surrounding walls. Furthermore, as Levi's soul strength continued to ascend, the range and potency of the psychic force field would inevitably swell, potentially evolving to the caliber of the domains depicted in novels from his past life. Levi took a few steps forward, enveloping the steel furnace within his psychic force field. However, the nearly 10-ton furnace exceeded the force field's limits, remaining immovable. Splash! Approaching a pool tainted with murky water, Levi continued to test the limits of his psychic force field. A large mass of liquid slowly lifted from the pool, morphing in midair, before swiftly consolidating into a cubic shape with edges measuring nearly a meter. At his current soul strength, the psychic force field could lift objects weighing up to 1 ton. Whoosh! With a subtle thought, the faceless mask atop his head was instantly absorbed into the skin book, causing the enhancement of his physical might to dissipate. Nevertheless, Levi's psychic force field remained unchanged. The faceless mask only augmented physical abilities by 50, leaving the enhancement of the soul and psychic power unaffected. Observing this, Levi felt no disappointment. Though the faceless mask primarily enhanced his corporeal strength, it could instantaneously grant him an additional 5 tons of power based on his current level 2 limits. Thus, when unleashing his full potential, Levi's strength was already triple that of a normal level 2 life form. At this juncture, it was his physical constitution that constrained the expression of his strength. Should he unleash a full-powered punch, he risked injuring his own musculature. However, with the self-healing talent at his disposal, Levi harbored no concerns regarding such injuries. Now that he had genuinely arrived at the limit of level 2, did it require 10 points of special energy to break through to level 3? Levi endeavored to allocate points further, only to receive feedback from the skin book. The evolution from a level 2 life form to a level 3 life form necessitated the expenditure of 10 points of special energy. Currently, he possessed merely 9 points, necessitating the hunt of at least 2 level 2 aberrations. Moreover, special energy could not be directly utilized to enhance the soul. It could only be amassed through hunting and pillaging aberrations endowed with psychic talents, in order to progressively elevate and evolve his soul. Alas, the road ahead was indeed arduous. Levi lamented internally. Aberrations possessing talents were already scarce, let alone those with the rarer psychic abilities. Crack! Crack! A series of crisp sounds emanated from within Levi's body, and his nearly 3-meter-high form resumed its original shape. Let us go, Hannibal. Having dealt with the pig-headed puppet, avenging Bow's and simultaneously rescuing Zeke's father, Marcus, the mission was deemed satisfactorily accomplished. Levi had no intention of engaging in sentimental farewells. Instead, he sent Zeke a message, notifying him to come to the factory before departing with the ogre. Minutes later, several police cars sped towards the factory, halting at its periphery. Behind them trailed 2 armored personnel carriers, from which emerged 2 squads of fully armed SWAT officers, part of the Stewart Police Department's elite team. Go, go, go. The SWAT officers surged into the factory, meticulously searching the premises, swiftly discovering the unconscious Marcus on the terrace. After confirming his safety, Chief Angela and a dozen other officers entered to assess the scene. My heavens! Did dozens engage in a firefight here? And heavy weaponry was deployed? Angela and her team surveyed the surroundings, their eyes wide as they took in the wall riddled with pockmarked bullet holes, the ground marred by deep, cracked craters, and the ceiling above, bearing a gaping hole reminiscent of a rocket's impact, their astonishment palpable. Suspected target body found on the second floor. The voices of the SWAT officers crackled through the intercom, prompting Zeke and his companions to dash upstairs, where they beheld William's headless corpse and the dilapidated wall. Is that William? Angela furrowed her brow as she regarded the body. Where is all the blood gone? And could these markings truly have been caused by firearms? She turned her gaze towards the supporting wall, gently touching the hard concrete, her shock deepening as she contemplated the nearly half-meter-wide holes that penetrated the wall. Just then, as the police gathered evidence from the scene, the unmistakable roar of a helicopter echoed above, and soon a man in a suit, flanked by two soldiers clad in protective gear, approached. FBI. The suited man brandished his credentials and, without hesitation, commanded his subordinates to seize all evidence at the scene, including William's remains. Chapter 56. The FBI and the experiments. The FBI is truly remarkable. Pa. As Zeke spat towards the sky, watching the helicopter fade into the distance, Marcus, who had regained his senses, patted him on the shoulder. Calm down, Zeke. That man in the suit, Figueredo, is a close confidant of Deputy Director Joseph of the FBI. We cannot afford to offend him. And what if he is the deputy director? Zeke retorted defiantly. He is merely a cog in the machine. Why should we fear him? Upon hearing the name Joseph, Angie furrowed her brow slightly. Noticing Zeke's lingering frustration, she interjected, Joseph has the backing of Senator Pirro, sure. And that man possessed a directive from higher-ups. We have no choice but to comply. Pirro, sure? Zeke's expression darkened as he recognized the name of the nearly 80-year-old senator. Still quite active in the political arena. Given her decades of influence, she had amassed a vast network of loyalists, with her reach extending deep into the military and police systems. Why would the FBI go to such lengths to intervene in a case that resulted in only one death? Zeke pondered, recalling the puzzle killer incident from years ago, which had caused significant casualties. Why had the FBI not arrived then? With his mind swirling in confusion, Zeke sought a secluded spot to call Levi and inform him of the situation. Understood, Levi replied as he hung up, an inscrutable expression crossing his face. The FBI? Pirro, sure? What a coincidence. He pondered why the FBI had received news so swiftly. Based on Zeke's information, they likely learned of the incident shortly after Zeke had dispatched the puppet. Such thoughts weighed heavily on Levi's mind. Although the Universal Church focused on combating global aberrations to ensure humanity's survival, the infiltration of the government, even at its highest echelons, by the God Puppet cult was a dire concern. Albuquerque, a city more than 300 kilometers away from Stewart, housed a private estate that was not open to the public. This estate served as a branch for the FBI. In the underground facility beneath the estate, Figueredo stood outside a laboratory, observing an autopsy through a glass wall. The subject of the dissection was the headless corpse of William. With a series of sharp sounds, several researchers clad in A-level protective suits struggled to cut open William's body, as though they were slicing through rubber. Although William had not yet fully transformed into an aberration, his body bore unusual signs from having been forcibly controlled by the puppet. How goes the examination? Figueredo inquired through a microphone directed at the researchers inside. We were able to ascertain the subject's death via the life detector implanted in the brain of Experiment 47, one researcher replied, dissecting William's chest. As he opened the rib cage, he revealed a heart cloaked in a grayish-black web due to blood loss. When he gently prodded the web with a scalpel, it crumbled like dried sand. The radiation core left by the puppet had dissipated, confirming that the puppet had indeed perished, the researcher stated in an emotionless tone, reminiscent of a robot. Upon hearing this, Figueredo slammed his fist against the thick bulletproof glass, cracking it with a series of concentric circles. Damn it. It must have been the Universal Church. His eyes glinted with ferocity, yet he recognized that compared to the church, he and his associates were like rats hiding in the sewers, too fearful to reveal their identities. How infuriating. It's no wonder the puppet was as worthless as a pig. Figueredo redirected his rage towards the already eliminated puppet. As a trusted aide to Deputy Director Joseph, Figueredo had personally come to this secret branch to oversee a highly valued experiment. The subject of the experiment was the puppet itself, focusing on the parasitic enhancement of qualified test subjects. Researchers had long discovered that ordinary individuals controlled by the puppet exhibited remarkable improvements in physical capabilities, far surpassing even specially trained soldiers in resilience and recovery. The only drawback was that the puppets became obstinate and violent, with drastically reduced lifespans. However, these flaws posed little concern for the organization, as they could produce elite warriors with extraordinary powers through this method. Initially, the puppet was a first-level life form, capable of controlling only one ordinary human at a time. It could only parasitize another once the first host perished, thus slowing the experiment's progress. Yet, after nearly a decade of Figueiredo's careful oversight and cultivation, the first-level aberration had finally evolved into a second-level form, now capable of mass parasitism. Success was within reach. Having dedicated 10 years to this project, Figueiredo was incensed at the prospect of failure and potential accountability from the organization. The secrecy surrounding the experiment was stringent, with few within the organization aware of it, making it unlikely that the Universal Church had learned of it. Thus, Figueiredo concluded that the puppet's demise was merely a stroke of bad luck, having crossed paths with someone of at least a priestly stature. Seething with rage, Figueiredo felt as though he might explode, regardless of who was responsible for thwarting his years of effort. He vowed to dismantle them piece by piece and feed them to the dogs. Chapter 57. The Hunt at Last. Levi had arrived in South Dakota. Driving along the highway, he gazed at the enormous roadside signs and finally let out a sigh of relief. A nagging sense of urgency filled his heart upon realizing that the Transmutation Society might have connections with certain high-ranking government officials. Having slain the pighead puppet, he was now likely exposed to the scrutiny of both the FBI and the Transmutation Society. The FBI could easily ascertain his identity by merely checking Zeke's call records. Although Levi had reached the pinnacle of a level 2 life form and possessed tremendous power with every gesture, surviving under the watchful eyes of the All-Spirits Church was no small feat. The opposing faction undoubtedly had level 3 or even level 4 aberrations at their disposal. Confronting such beings would likely spell disaster for him. Therefore, upon receiving Zeke's notification, Levi discarded his phone, dismantled the GPS in his vehicle, swapped the license plates for stolen ones, and even repainted his car. While it was inevitable that he would not remain hidden for long from such a violent institution as the FBI, buying himself a few days was sufficient for him to reach the All-Spirits Church. Thus, he pressed on relentlessly, traveling day and night for a full day before finally arriving in South Dakota. Moreover, with the All-Spirits Church headquartered in this state, the likelihood of the Transmutation Society daring to pursue him here seemed minimal. He should be safe for the time being. Reflecting on his journey, Levi sighed deeply. Having traversed merely half of America, he had already encountered 3 waves of aberrations: the masked killer, the pighead butcher Vincent, and the pighead puppet. For an ordinary person, such encounters would surely be fatal, making the staggering annual figure of nearly 200,000 missing persons in America all the more understandable. Boom, boom. Just then, a rumble of thunder interrupted Levi's thoughts. He looked up to see thick, dark clouds steadily enveloping the previously blazing sun. As a fierce wind stirred up sand and gravel along the desolate highway, causing the glass of his vehicle to rattle violently from the impact of flying debris. South Dakota, located in the western United States, was notorious for its extreme weather, especially as Levi approached the fringes of the Badlands. Scorching heat, dust storms, and tornadoes were commonplace here. The highway he was traveling on lay amidst a barren wasteland, devoid of even a single tree or patch of dry grass, leaving him completely exposed to the sudden change in weather. The wind howled ferociously, threatening to sweep him off his feet. Buzz! At that moment, a roaring engine broke the silence of the empty road behind him, and a massive silver Mercedes-Benz pickup truck sped past Levi. Levi raised an eyebrow at the sight. The truck was an imposing 7 to 8 meters long, boasting 6 robust off-road tires, 2 at the front and 4 at the back, projecting an aura of wild power. He recognized it as the Mercedes-Benz X-Class 6x6 pickup, reportedly the only one of its kind in existence, custom-built for some mysterious tycoon. The sheer size of the vehicle endowed it with substantial mass, allowing it to maintain a steady speed of over 100 miles per hour, even in such turbulent winds. In contrast, although Levi's vehicle was already quite large, it was still being buffeted sideways by the gale, and he feared for the steering mechanism, forcing him to crawl along at 20 to 30 miles per hour. A wealthy old man. Through the tinted windows of the Mercedes, Levi caught a glimpse of the driver, a man in his 60s, with graying hair, dressed in a tailcoat, a cigar clenched between his teeth. His expression inscrutable yet unable to conceal his inherent arrogance. Though bighorn sheep were a protected species for the affluent, a mere pittance could easily grease the palms of local law enforcement and wildlife officials, circumventing the need for a hunting license. Ordinary animals no longer piqued their interest. Only the pursuit of the extraordinary could distinguish them from the common folk. Crack, crack. As countless stones battered against the vehicle's doors, the windows soon became riddled with cracks. Fortunately, the violent winds dissipated as quickly as they had arrived. Within half an hour, the storm clouds vanished, and the sun blazed down once more. Levi gradually pulled over to the roadside, circling his vehicle to assess the damage. Aside from the cracked glass on the right side, the door panels had suffered significant wear. Sighing in resignation, he lamented the state of his SUV, which he had only acquired a few days prior. Even though he was not financially strained, he felt a pang of regret. Resuming his journey, Levi drove for several more kilometers along the highway, only to discover a sightseeing bus overturned in the ditch below. Exiting his vehicle, he approached the wreckage. The bus's engine was still warm, likely a consequence of the recent dust storm that had sent it tumbling off the road. Inside, the bus was strewn with debris, and there were faint traces of blood, yet no bodies were found, indicating that the passengers had likely escaped unscathed. Scanning the area, Levi noted the numerous footprints nearby, along with traces leading westward. From the impressions left in the dust, he estimated that approximately 20 individuals had been aboard the bus. Unfolding a paper map, he identified a small town named Roland located about 10 kilometers in that direction. The passengers likely intended to seek help there. Although the wilderness teemed with coyotes, it was midday, and the likelihood of a pack hunting was slim. They should have ample time to reach the town before evening. Just as Levi prepared to depart, he suddenly turned his gaze westward, his acute hearing picking up the unmistakable sound of gunfire. The shots originated from a single hunting rifle, fired steadily, unlike the chaotic discharges one might expect from a group confronting a pack of coyotes. It seemed more akin to a solitary hunter pursuing his prey at leisure. Intrigued, Levi steered his vehicle toward the source of the gunfire. Upon reaching a small rise, he gazed down at the plains below, where a gruesome sight awaited him. Scattered across the ground lay the bodies of several individuals, their blood pooling on the parched earth, forming a small stream. Clearly, those who had disembarked from the bus had become someone else's quarry. Chapter 58. Wishing everyone a joyous Mid-Autumn Festival. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 59. The vigilante hunt with a sharp crack. A shell ejected, releasing a faint wisp of smoke as Sam hummed a tune, leisurely loading his shotgun. His demeanor exuded calmness, even a tinge of joy, as if the lifeless forms before him were not human, but rather a mere dozen gray rabbits or wolves. Nearby, a robust pit bull sat, drool cascading from its mouth as it gazed hungrily at the fallen bodies, its eyes betraying a primal yearning. In America, alongside the formal, organized police forces, there exists a multitude of volunteer officers who serve as comprehensive support and reinforcement to the law enforcement agencies. Their primary duties encompass patrolling, search and rescue operations, and maintaining public order. These volunteer officers typically don uniforms during their spare time, undertaking responsibilities akin to full-time officers to ensure ample manpower for street patrols, thus playing a vital role in upholding societal peace. Most of these volunteers are individuals with stable jobs and financial security, as the compensation for their service is exceedingly meager in many regions. Their annual earnings amount to a mere symbolic dollar. Even their uniforms and equipment are self-funded, making those who choose to join the ranks of volunteer officers predominantly passionate about the role rather than financially motivated. However, among the vigilantes, there are also those who exploit their police identity and resources for nefarious activities, with Sam being one of the most dangerous examples. Once a professional hunter, he assisted farmers in small towns in culling crocodiles, wild boars, and other beasts that posed significant threats. Countless ferocious creatures have met their end at his hands. After decades of hunting, even the most formidable animals, including lions and tigers, began to bore him, failing to ignite his interest. Thus, he shifted his focus toward the more intelligent and thrilling pursuit of humans. The only drawback to this newfound interest was the scarcity of prey in the desolate expanses he roamed. Opportunities for hunting were limited throughout the year. Recently, Sam contemplated venturing to the American border, where numerous undocumented migrants from Mexico could provide him the exhilarating thrill of the hunt he craved. As he observed several figures sprinting frantically towards a distant hill, a sardonic chuckle escaped his lips. As the vigilante responsible for patrolling this area, Sam was intimately familiar with the terrain spanning dozens of kilometers. The surrounding 10 kilometers were desolate and uninhabited. The nearest town lay at a considerable distance, over 10 kilometers away, and in the harsh, sun-baked desert, those individuals would require at least 2 to 3 hours to reach it on foot. Sam relished the thrill of the chase. However, Just as he prepared to pursue with his dog, he noticed a tall man approaching the recently slain group. The man crouched to inspect the bodies and then stood, surveying the surroundings. Another one. Through the scope, Sam aimed to interrupt the man's limbs for some amusement, only to be astonished when the man seemed to lock eyes with him from over 300 meters away. How could this be? Sam's heart raced with suspicion. He was clad in drab gray clothing, lying among the overgrown grass, seamlessly blending with the environment. How could he possibly be seen? Was it a mere coincidence? Suppressing his unease, Sam steadied his aim on the man's chest and squeezed the trigger. With a dull thud, dust erupted from the gun's muzzle as the bullet soared forth at nearly 800 meters per second. Yet, to Sam's dismay, it appeared to have missed entirely. The man continued his approach, seemingly unscathed. Missed? Sam found it hard to accept. His M1903 had an effective range of 500 meters, and as a seasoned hunter, he had never missed a shot at such a distance. Years of hunting experience imbued him with a formidable mental fortitude, and rather than falter, he inhaled deeply, recalibrating his aim to fire once more. Still a miss? Sam's brow furrowed in frustration. This shot had felt perfect, yet it too seemed to have gone astray. No, that wasn't he right. He was certain he had struck the man. Following the gust of wind, the desert had fallen into an eerie silence, the wind's influence negligible. Could he be wearing body armor? A hypothesis formed in Sam's mind, prompting him to redirect his aim toward the man's head and gently pull the trigger once more. However, the scene that unfolded next rendered Sam's mind almost incapable of thought. A bullet hovered mere inches before the man's eyes, as though an invisible barrier shielded him. In shock, Sam hastily shifted his gaze through the scope, and indeed, he spotted 2 more bullets suspended in midair before the man's torso. What on earth? Am I hallucinating? Sam blinked rapidly, and the man had now closed the distance to within 100 meters, allowing Sam to clearly discern the 3 floating bullets, even catching a glimpse of the man's slightly upturned lips. Suddenly, a stone atop a nearby mound shattered, as if the man had fired a bullet at him. In that instant of bewilderment, Sam felt a chill graze his left cheek, followed by a faint whistling sound. A sharp pain shot through his left ear. Upon touching it, he discovered that half of it had been obliterated. In a frantic instinct for survival, Sam rolled behind a small slope, his face betraying sheer terror. What was this? Superpowers? A demon? Overcome with fear, he abandoned any thoughts of retrieving his motorcycle concealed against the nearby rock wall and instead dashed in the opposite direction, hoping to use his knowledge of the terrain to evade his pursuer. The self-proclaimed hunter, Sam, had now become the prey. Chapter 60, Out of Reach. Intriguing. Levi merely cast a glance at the distant figure fleeing in disarray, not overly concerned, as his attention was primarily focused on the mental force field. After acquiring this extraordinary talent, he had been diligently pondering and experimenting. He attempted to maintain a mental force field, 20 centimeters thick, enveloping his body. The level of mental expenditure required was perfectly balanced with his mental recovery rate, allowing him to sustain this protective barrier in a normal state. Not only did this shield him from external assaults, but it also provided a modicum of training and enhancement for his mental acuity. Just moments ago, a bullet from Sam's rifle had been deflected by the mental force field. By manipulating the field to impart sufficient initial velocity to the bullet, the projectile gained formidable destructive power. However, due to the imprecision of his control over such a distance, about 200 meters, Sam had narrowly escaped with his life. After 2 adaptive adjustments and as the distance closed, Levi's accuracy in directing the mental force field significantly improved. Thus, he was not in haste to eliminate Sam. Instead, he withdrew bullets from his magazine, suspending them around his body, intending to use Sam as a living target to hone the precision of his force field. With a swift motion, Levi aimed and released a 9mm bullet, which grazed Sam's shoulder from over 200 meters away, stripping away a layer of flesh and compelling Sam to hasten his serpentine movements. Gasping for breath, sweat cascading into his wound, Sam grimaced in agony. Each time he contemplated pausing for a moment's respite, the relentless demon behind him would fire another bullet, precisely removing another fragment of skin. Sam quickly realized that he was being treated as prey to be driven away. Despite the pain and fear clawing at him, Sam dared not falter as he sprinted toward the distant mountains. At that moment, he truly grasped the despair and terror of being hunted, not just by any man, but by a demon. Hold on. If I can reach that location, there may be a chance for a comeback, even an opportunity to turn the tables. Sam continually encouraged himself. 2 to 3 kilometers ahead lay a severely weathered landscape of sandy hills, reminiscent of numerous graves. To prepare for a potential day of reckoning, Sam had constructed a clandestine underground base deep within the hills, stocked with water, food, medical supplies, firearms, and several kilograms of high explosives. Though his old-fashioned rifle would hold no efficacy against the demon, the explosives were sufficient to collapse a small mountain. And properly set traps could surely rend the demon into pieces. The thrill of hunting a human paled in comparison. This time, he yearned to hunt a demon. Sam meticulously refined his trap plans, excitement surging within him. Even fragments of the demon's remains would fetch a fortune. Perhaps he might even gain the demon's powers. Suddenly, as Levi approached the hills, he heard a faint gunshot, suggesting that another hunter lurked within the hills, precisely in Sam's direction. Breathless from sprinting several kilometers under the sweltering 50-degree heat of the desert, and having lost considerable blood, Sam felt his limbs growing weak. Upon summoning his last reserves of strength to crest the final hill, he found himself locking eyes with another man, armed with a hunting rifle. Atop the hill stood a sleek six-wheeled Mercedes SUV, and a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt and cowboy hat was leisurely pouring himself a glass of chilled champagne from a container in the truck bed. This affluent-looking individual sipped his drink while observing a young man, stark naked and staggering away in the distance, and at his feet lay the bloodied corpse of another man. Upon witnessing this scene and the expression on the middle-aged man's face, Sam deduced that he was in the presence of a fellow enthusiast who shared his interests. Unwilling to back down, Sam raised his rifle, aiming at the man, their distance reduced to mere meters, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Hey, friend, don't be alarmed." Sam cautiously shifted to the side, concealing himself behind a large rock, catching sight of the approaching demon. A sense of urgency surged within him. "I don't wish to involve you, but there is a terrifying killer pursuing me. If he spots you, you won't escape either. Let us get in that luxurious SUV and drive off. We can shake off the killer." The man, however, remained unmoved by Sam's plea. His gaze swept over Sam's blood-soaked attire, a cold smirk forming on his lips. "The killer seeks you. Why should I assist you and entangle myself in your chaotic affairs?" As he spoke, he began to retreat, seemingly preparing to leave in his vehicle while his eyes remained fixed on Sam, searching for an opportunity to eliminate him. This man was John Medic, one of America's top 100 billionaires. While he shunned a life of excess, he possessed a fervent passion for hunting. He had ventured to South Dakota alone, bribing local law enforcement and relevant authorities to secure the chance to hunt bighorn sheep. However, Medic had accidentally killed a local. To conceal his misdeed, he shot a few bullets into the corpse using the guide's rifle and offered $100,000 to silence the young guide. Yet, the guide attempted to report the incident to the police. Medic, adept at weighing the balance of interests, felt compelled to force the guide to flee into the desert, hoping the harsh conditions would claim his life. As a billionaire, Medic was not particularly troubled by the act of killing. In America, wealth could resolve most issues. However, he was on the verge of entering the political arena, and any news of murder could prove fatal to his upcoming election prospects. Thus, he had already sentenced Sam, the sole witness, to death in his mind. How intriguing. Just as these two seasoned hunters held their rifles, their tension escalating, a voice suddenly rang out from above them. Chapter 61. Hypnosis. Levi stood atop a boulder over 3 meters high, observing the verbal confrontation between the two assassins below, unable to suppress a light chuckle. Suddenly, Sam and Medic raised their guns simultaneously, aiming at Levi perched on the stone. At that moment, Sam finally discerned the true visage of the demon, realizing that the adversary was a ruggedly handsome young man. Noticing Sam's hesitation to pull the trigger and the flicker of unmasked terror in his eyes, Medic, self-aware of his own limitations, refrained from firing. Instead, he cautiously retreated toward the car door, fully aware that he was merely an ordinary man with decent aim, facing top-tier killers with no chance of survival. With a swift motion, Levi leaped down from the boulder, positioning himself between the two. He had not anticipated encountering two such grotesque hunters of humanity in this desolate expanse. Though armed with a shotgun and facing unarmed opponents, Medic felt an overwhelming dread as Levi approached, akin to confronting a monstrous beast ready to devour him. His retreat halted, as if a colossal weight had pressed upon him. Regret washed over Medic. Had he known better, he would have refrained from hunting in this forsaken place. Even if he had come, he should have brought his entourage of bodyguards. "Young gentleman," Medic exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender, "I wish to have no part in your affairs. I shall forget this incident entirely if you allow me to leave. I am willing to offer $1 million. He continued, "As you can see, I have just killed a native. You hold leverage over me. If you are still concerned, I could finish off this vigilante myself, ensuring your secret remains undisclosed. True to his status as a successful magnate, Medic's logic remained sharp even in the face of death, quickly listing conditions to negotiate his survival. Senator Pelosi is my mother-in-law, with considerable influence in both military and police sectors. Should anything happen to me, you would find yourself fleeing the country. Levi turned his gaze, scrutinizing Medic, and to his surprise, recognized a resemblance between Medic and the little girl he had mistakenly killed. Medic felt a surge of hope, believing that the mention of Pelosi's power would dissuade Levi from taking action against him. Since you both enjoy hunting, why not decide who lives by the cowboy way? Levi proposed after a brief silence, eliciting a jolt of apprehension in both men. The cowboy way, wasn't that a duel? Bang, bang. In the split second that followed, both men fired without hesitation, each intent on ensuring their own survival, indifferent to the other's fate. A bullet tore through Sam's chest, blood gushing from his mouth and nose as he collapsed to the ground, his strength ebbing away with each heartbeat. Yet, when he looked up, he saw Medic kneeling, writhing in pain as he tore open his shirt, revealing a thin white bulletproof vest that had absorbed the bullet Sam had fired. You cheated, Sam gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. Who could have predicted that his opponent would wear a bulletproof vest while hunting? With despair and fury, Sam's arm fell heavily to his side, his gaze fixed on the sky as he succumbed to death. Gasping, Medic removed the vest, revealing bruises on his chest, each breath igniting sharp pain. Blood surged in his mouth, and he coughed up a crimson froth. Although the vest had saved him, the force of the bullet had fractured several ribs, some even piercing his lung. Without immediate medical attention, his survival would be fleeting. Yet, he was alive, while Sam was dead. If he could reach the nearby town, even a rudimentary treatment could sustain him until his men arrived with a helicopter. Medic panted heavily, the sound of his labored breathing echoing within his chest. I have won. You will honor your promise and let me go. Rest assured, the cash will be ready before nightfall. Despite having emerged victorious, Medic remained vigilant, cautiously flattering Levi. Unbeknownst to him, had he not revealed his connection to Pelosi, Levi might have spared his life. However, being Pelosi's son-in-law was a twist of fate that left Levi pondering the capriciousness of destiny. You mentioned that Senator Pelosi is your mother-in-law? Levi inquired as Medic stifled the blood in his mouth, fighting through the pain. Yes. Medic nodded vigorously, believing Pelosi's influence would protect him. Surely, you are aware of her formidable political clout within the military and police. If you allow me to leave, I can ask her to assist you. How many daughters does Pelosi have? To Medic's surprise, Levi did not engage with the previous statement, but instead posed an unrelated question. Frustration and regret flickered in Medic's eyes. Observing this, Levi's own mind stirred, his vast mental prowess delicately probing into Medic's consciousness. Levi had previously discovered that this ethereal force, emanating from the essence of one's soul, could easily influence or even control the minds of ordinary individuals. Soon, the already mentally fatigued Medic's gaze dulled, and unbeknownst to him, Levi had hypnotized him, extracting every piece of knowledge and secret he possessed regarding Pelosi. Chapter 62. Arrival and Mental Power. After a brief moment, Levi gazed at the unconscious Medic on the ground, his expression inscrutable. From Medic, Levi had gleaned numerous secrets and dark truths about Rossi, and astonishingly, the incident involving the abduction of Medic's wife and daughter had been orchestrated entirely by Medic himself. It made sense, as Rossi's only daughter. Her security would undoubtedly be of the utmost priority, and her whereabouts would be closely guarded. How could she be so easily captured by some inconsequential terrorists? Medic's motives were twofold. His wife's domineering nature, particularly with a mother of immense power backing her, led her to believe that Medic's success was solely due to Rossi. Consequently, she treated him with disdain. The more successful Medic became, the less patience he had for her, and after nearly 2 decades of resentment, the dam finally broke. Seizing the opportunity while his wife was away on business, he staged an elaborate kidnapping, intending to eliminate her. Once his wife was gone, their daughter would be Rossi's only family in this world, and given Rossi's deep regard for familial bonds, Medic would secure Rossi's unwavering support through their daughter. Medic's scheme initially succeeded, as the spouse he had long wished to be rid of was finally dead. However, it ultimately unraveled when his daughter was inadvertently killed during the rescue operation led by Levi. With a resounding crack, Levi's mental force struck Medic's head, causing it to shatter like a ripe melon. Following a series of convulsions, Medic was rendered lifeless. I've sent the architect of this tragedy to hell. Consider it my closure for you, Levi murmured. Although that mother and daughter perished by his hand, Medic remained the root cause of this entire calamity. With a decisive motion, Levi retrieved a set of keys from Medic's belt and turned the luxurious SUV around, departing swiftly. In the boundless expanse of the desert, a silver-gray six-wheeled vehicle traversed the sandy terrain with remarkable ease, stirring up clouds of dust in its wake. This was indeed the world's only custom-made Mercedes off-road vehicle, with its imposing frame and elevated chassis perfectly suited to the harshest of road conditions. Even while navigating the rugged desert, the ride inside was remarkably smooth. The interior was spacious, and Levi, along with a hulking ogre, felt no discomfort. The lavish decor included an ice-cold mechanism stocked with various fine spirits, and a row of buttons along the armrest allowed them to dispense exquisite beverages at will. Levi surveyed the options and ultimately opted for beer. Considering himself a man of simple tastes, unable to appreciate champagne or fine wine, with a press of a button, a rich beer filled his glass. He raised it to his lips and drank deeply, only to furrow his brow in mild confusion. Don Quixote? What brand of beer is this? It was evident that Medic, a man of considerable wealth, would have selected only the finest libations, yet Levi found the beer somewhat sour and mediocre. It seemed that the palate of the affluent was peculiarly refined, often pursuing the esoteric. Should be nearing the destination, Levi thought. Having driven nearly 300 kilometers into the desert according to the map provided by Bill, the vehicle's navigation system had long lost signal, leaving them surrounded by desolate sand dunes devoid of any signs of human activity. However, he soon noticed a patch of low grass emerging from the ground, accompanied by a few towering pine trees in the vicinity. In the distance, a range of yellow hills loomed, rising to a height of about 100 meters and stretching for several kilometers. As they approached the hills, a small town came into view at the foot of the slope. The structures were predominantly wooden, with dozens of quaint cabins exuding a nostalgic charm reminiscent of a western town from over a century ago. The most striking feature was a massive pentagonal warehouse situated at the rear of the town, adjacent to the hills. Its exterior appeared to be clad in rusted metal sheets, with variously colored patches of metal further emphasizing its dilapidated state. Above the entrance, two enormous numbers, 13, hung ominously, catching Levi's attention. In America, the number 13 is often regarded with superstition, viewed as a harbinger of misfortune. It is common to avoid this number in addresses, hotel room numbers, and even elevator floors, which are often labeled as 12A instead. As Levi caught his first glimpse of the town and the warehouse, a sudden shift in his consciousness occurred. An immense, almost unfathomable wave of mental energy swept over him, as if from an abyss. The mental barrier he had maintained, thick enough to withstand rifle bullets, proved utterly ineffective against this formidable force, which pierced through him effortlessly. Levi was instantly covered in goosebumps, a cold sweat breaking out along his back. The origin of this overwhelming power was undoubtedly a life form vastly superior to his own, likely at least a pinnacle level 3, if not a terrifying level 4 entity. Despite his current ability to visually perceive the town, it was still a considerable distance away. Over 10 kilometers. Levi's current soul strength allowed him to project his mental energy only 3 meters, while this potent force could inflict severe damage from miles away. This heightened reaction was due to the recent augmentation of his soul and mental strength. Had it been his former self, he would never have sensed the powerful mental presence that brushed past him. With an air of calm, Levi parked the vehicle in front of the town, stepping out onto the steps of the first wooden cabin on the left. There, a tall, bearded man with a single eye rose from a rocking chair, greeting Levi with a dazzling smile, quite literally, for his mouth was filled with pure golden teeth, blinding to behold. Young man, welcome to Warehouse 13. Chapter 63, Warehouse No. 13 Creek. With the arrival of Levi, the previously desolate town suddenly seemed to awaken. Wooden doors swung open, revealing a myriad of figures emerging from within. A quick glance revealed around 70 to 80 individuals, both men and women, clad predominantly in coarse, homespun garments reminiscent of attire from a century or two ago. Yet, among them were a few dressed in suits and long gowns, brandishing smartphones and sporting electronic watches, creating a striking juxtaposition of eras. However, Levi's heart raced with trepidation, for he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from these individuals, akin to an ordinary person stumbling into a den of wolves. It was evident that this was the very stronghold of the Church of All Spirits, and those permitted to reside here were predominantly beings of level 3 or higher. This realization struck Levi like a clarion call. He had believed his physical prowess and constitution far surpassed others of his level, and upon reaching the pinnacle of level 2, He considered himself nearly equal to an average level 3 entity. Yet, upon confronting the esteemed members of the church before him, he was compelled to reconsider. Even the weakest among them exuded a formidable sense of threat. This indicated that level 3 entities likely possessed more than mere physical enhancements. There existed evolutions in other realms. Indeed, new initiates joined the ranks of the church almost daily. It appeared there were numerous promising candidates, and one wondered if this newcomer could pass the rigorous assessments. Certainly. There was no doubt. I could sense that this individual possessed remarkable physical qualities, likely having already reached the human limit of level 1. Did this mean he could immediately prepare for the level 2 baptism? Observing the vehicle he drove, it was evident he hailed from affluence. He was quite handsome. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves as they gazed at Levi. Enough. Enough. What is there to gawk at? Rather than lingering here, one might as well recite the scriptures a few more times. At that moment, an elderly man with a mouth full of gold teeth waved his hand, dispersing the crowd. He tapped his wrist device, and a red beam shot forth from the top of the gadget, sweeping over Levi before displaying his information on the screen. Levi? Is it? So you are the one recommended by that rascal Bill. All identity verifications seem to be in order. The old man squinted, leaning closer to the device, then raised his head to speak. I am Walter, a priest of the Church of All Spirits. Previously, Bill had informed Levi that within the church, ranks were established based on contributions and life levels, forming a hierarchy of evangelists, pastors, priests, bishops, and patriarchs, corresponding to human life levels 1 through 5. Walter before him was a being of level 3. Walter's self-introduction conveyed a hint of goodwill towards Levi, as he could perceive the immense strength and vitality within him, clearly a candidate of exceptional potential. Levi's arrival in the town indicated he had passed the Guardian's assessment, thereby affirming the purity of his human lineage, confirming that his physical enhancements were not the result of exposure to aberrant phenomena or radiation. In the realm of ordinary humanity, to rely solely on self-discipline to elevate one's body to the pinnacle of a level 1 entity was exceedingly rare, suggesting he possessed some innate talent. Such individuals are unlikely to meet an untimely demise. They are destined to evolve smoothly into level 3 entities, thus justifying Walter's willingness to extend a gesture of goodwill. Follow me, Walter beckoned to Levi, turning towards the depths of the town where a colossal warehouse loomed. Bill has likely shared some insights about the church with you. Indeed. Levi nodded, then inquired, is this warehouse the headquarters of the Church of All Spirits? Correct. Warehouse number 13 is the true core of our congregation. Walter's gaze reflected a complex mix of emotions as he regarded the immense structure, sprawling over several square kilometers, its massive steel sliding doors towering nearly 100 meters. Warehouse number 13? What an unusual name. Levi mused, glancing up at the rusted digits, pondering whether the number 13 bore some special significance for the church. 13, indeed, has an ominous connotation. Walter seemed to discern Levi's thoughts and shrugged helplessly, explaining, we did not choose this name. It simply came with the designation. It generated automatically, and we had no means to alter it. An automatically generated designation? Could this warehouse be an anomaly? Levi gasped, a wave of greed surging within him. Such a grand anomaly, serving as the church's base, must be an extraordinary relic. If catalogued in the tome, it would surely yield an astronomical amount of special energy. Oh, you possess knowledge of anomalies. It appears Bill has shared much with you. Walter, however, did not assume that Levi had encountered, let alone possessed, an anomaly, for they were exceedingly rare. Particularly after years of searching and collecting, a vast number of anomalies resided within various factions, making the likelihood of encountering one even slimmer. This warehouse is indeed an anomaly, one of the church's most treasured possessions. Walter confirmed, adding that it was named No. 13 because it had been overseen by 13 distinct masters over the last 5 millennia. 13 masters? Levi's interest was piqued, recognizing that this number held multifaceted implications. To be a master of the warehouse undoubtedly required immense strength, with a life level of at least 4. Levi speculated that such beings likely enjoyed lifespans exceeding a millennium, and the combined existence of the 13 masters surely surpassed 10,000 years. Yet, the previous 12 masters had collectively lived for less than 5,000 years. Did this imply that the church had faced 12 monumental crises leading to their downfall? The masters of the warehouse must be our church's patriarch, then? Levi feigned curiosity, hoping to discern whether a level 5 entity existed within the church. Not at all. Walter shook his head unexpectedly. Each master of the warehouse serves as a guardian, the strongest force during the church's moments of peril. Chapter 64, the guardian of the warehouse. To qualify as the master of the warehouse, one must be at least a level 4 life form. Furthermore, upon merging with the warehouse, theoretically, one could wield power akin to that of a level 5 life form. Walter spoke with profound reverence regarding the guardian of the warehouse. A trump card? Could it be that the guardian of the warehouse is the mightiest among our church? Levi pondered aloud, questioning if it was not the esteemed archbishop who held that title. It has been thousands of years since a level 5 life form has graced this world. Walter glanced at Levi without any hesitation and directly revealed the answer. Does our Church of All Spirits not possess one? Level 5 life forms are referred to as demigods because, in the absence of a true deity's bestowal, it is absolutely impossible for a human to ascend successfully on their own. Walter shook his head solemnly. And what are the deities? A flicker of doubt crossed Levi's face as he quietly inquired. I too wish to know. To his surprise, Walter shrugged and turned to Levi, stating, Levi, this world is far more intricate than you can fathom. Only when you and I ascend to the rank of bishop shall we be entitled to uncover the secrets concerning the divine. Mr. Walter, would you be so kind as to elucidate the differences among the various life form levels? Levi, recognizing the gravity of the topic, refrained from pressing further, understanding that information regarding the divine would likely remain concealed from a newcomer yet to be fully initiated. Level 1 life forms are merely ordinary humans. Under the constraints, or rather, the protection of their physical forms, average individuals can hone their bodies to the utmost limit, enabling them to exert a force of 300 to 400 kilograms. These are not merely weightlifters with brute strength. They possess extraordinary agility, endurance, resilience, and reaction speed that comprehensively surpass that of an ordinary human. You are undoubtedly aware of the specifics. Walter turned with a light smile, revealing his gold-capped teeth. Most notably, the lifespan of a peak level 1 life form reaches an astonishing 150 years. Even excluding unfortunate souls afflicted with cancer, the average lifespan can extend beyond 130 years. Can peak level 1 life forms also contract cancer? Levi inquired, his brow furrowing. Having spent years at the peak of level 1, he was well acquainted with the formidable physique and recovery capabilities inherent at that stage. It is indeed possible, Walter replied, slightly perplexed, as he turned back. While peak level 1 life forms possess immense strength, ailments like cancer operate at a genetic level, and level 1 life forms have yet to evolve to the point of gene modification. Sensing Walter's expression akin to that of a teacher observing a slow learner, Levi felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had merely graduated high school and, although he self-studied extensively in the military, much of his knowledge pertained to weaponry, machinery, and human anatomy, leaving him utterly ignorant of genetic sciences. What I mean is, while cancer may be an incurable affliction for ordinary individuals, does our church not possess such formidable supernatural power that we cannot cure it? Certainly, we can. Walter nodded affirmatively. The simplest method is to apply for a level 2 baptism through merit, even if one does not ascend to a level 2 life form. The divine power present in the baptism can effortlessly eliminate all ailments and negative effects while simultaneously fortifying the body. Bill had previously shared related information with Levi. A level 1 baptism corresponds to ordinary humans and enhances various physical attributes, akin to a complete transformation for those untrained. Bill fervently yearned for a level 1 baptism to reclaim his physical peak. As for the level 2 baptism, it assists peak level 1 life forms in their evolution to level 2. However, it does not guarantee success on the first attempt, as there exists an element of probability. Yet, even in the event of failure, each baptism confers immense benefits. However, another revelation in Walter's words piqued Levi's interest. Divine power embedded within the baptism? The power of the deities? Indeed. Walter nodded, asserting that aside from divine power, what other force could directly elevate one's life level? Mr. Walter, is the enhancement of life levels solely achievable through baptism? Are there no alternative methods for ascending one's life level? Indeed, there is. Walter's lips curled into a sardonic smile, the only other method being exposure to aberration radiation to transform oneself into an aberrant entity. Beyond these two avenues, there are no alternatives. Upon hearing Walter's emphatic declaration, Levi felt a jolt of alarm. Thankfully, he had the presence of mind to inquire further, otherwise, revealing his current life level could have led the church to mistakenly identify him as a potential infiltrator and dispose of him without a second thought. Yet, I have heard that the military has been conducting certain human experiments, employing surgical procedures and pharmaceuticals to create formidable killing machines. Would not advancements in technology allow for artificial enhancement of life levels? even if one were to create beings with combat capabilities comparable to higher life forms through human intervention. In the absence of divine power, such creations would remain fundamentally flawed. Walter casually waved his hand, dismissing the notion. As for immortality, that is even more ludicrous. The physical body may achieve continual renewal through material means, but what of the soul? Upon mentioning the soul, Walter appeared to recall something. Abruptly halting the discussion on the subject, and turned to Levi with a grave expression. Levi, you must always remember that our bodies and souls are creations of the deities. And only divine power can bestow upon us evolution without side effects. Seeing the profound seriousness etched upon Walter's face, Levi secretly affirmed his suspicions regarding the incompleteness of the human soul. Simultaneously, he felt an increased sense of curiosity regarding the tome residing deep within his soul. Walter's unwavering conviction in the power of the divine raised a question. Given that Levi had evolved into a level 2 life form and surpassed his peers in perfection and strength through the influence of the tome, did this imply that the tome possessed a might surpassing that of the deities themselves? Chapter 65. Rank and longevity upon reaching the second level of life. The most significant transformation occurs physically. After attaining the pinnacle of level 2, some naturally gifted individuals possess a physical strength that can reach an astonishing 5 tons. Indeed, for a human to wield such strength is an unimaginable scenario for the average person, far surpassing that of a small excavator. A single individual could effortlessly pull 2 fully powered ordinary cars. Such prowess eclipses even the might of cinematic Terminators. Moreover, a body capable of manifesting such power undoubtedly exceeds the ordinary, with muscle and bone density that could withstand typical handgun bullets. Levi's face displayed a mixture of astonishment and yearning, yet internally he remained tranquil. According to Walter's account, even within the Universal Church, those who could achieve 5 tons of strength at the pinnacle of level 2 are exceedingly rare, often requiring a certain innate physical talent. The average pinnacle life form at this level typically possesses only 3 to 4 tons of strength. However, Levi's physical prowess exceeds 10 tons. When factoring in the enhancement from the faceless mask, it surpasses 15 tons, enough to effortlessly crush the so-called geniuses Walter spoke of. Most importantly, a level 2 life form boasts an exaggerated lifespan of up to 300 years. Walter's tone was filled with encouragement and temptation towards Levi. And level 2 life forms have begun to optimize their genes, rendering them nearly immune to 99 of human diseases. 3 centuries of life can be considered the hallmark of a true antique, as many ancient human dynasties did not endure for such a duration. However, Walter withheld certain information from Levi, despite the nearly 300-year lifespan of level 2 life forms. Numerous level 2 life form priests within the church do not live as long as many of the preachers or even ordinary congregants. This is because the priests, as the backbone of the Universal Church, are almost perpetually engaged in various battles against aberrations and the containment of peculiar entities. These missions provide significant merits, allowing the priests to exchange them for resources within the church to enhance themselves. Yet, the greater the benefit, the higher the risk. Many aberrations possess strange and inexplicable abilities, making combat perilous. Moreover, as priests hunt aberrations, those very aberrations yearn to consume powerful life forms for their own evolution. Of course, the church does not compel priests to undertake these missions, but out of piety or a desire to evolve to higher life forms, they often voluntarily engage in these tasks, leading to intense competition. What about level 3 life forms? Levi inquired, curiosity piqued as Walter paused in his narration. I cannot divulge any further details. Walter replied, shaking his head. You must understand that information is a precious commodity in this world. If you wish to learn about level 3 life forms, you will need to exchange merits in the warehouse. I can only tell you that level 3 life forms are entirely different from level 2. They transcend mere physical enhancement. Although Levi was intrigued, he refrained from pressing further. He possessed the wondrous book of skin and needed only to hunt a few more aberrations to gather the special energy required to transcend to a level 3 life form, at which point he would naturally uncover the mysteries surrounding them. Mr. Walter, you mentioned that level 1 and 2 life forms pertain to enhancements of the physical body. Is there a method to discern the differences between these 2 life ranks? Levi asked, shrugging. I certainly do not wish to provoke a level 2 priest and risk being casually eliminated. Haha. Rest assured, the church absolutely forbids self-harm or violence among its members, as all actions are observed by the divine. Walter laughed. Moreover, unless one employs certain unique artifacts or undergoes blood tests and x-rays, it is quite challenging to distinguish between level 1 and 2 life forms. The most common method is to sense the vital energy within another. For instance, I can perceive the surging vitality coursing through your body, and since you have not undergone baptism, it is evident that you have reached the pinnacle of level 1. Given that level 2 life forms still pertain to physical enhancement, rather than worrying about offending them, it is far more prudent to focus on earning merits and evolving oneself. Upon hearing Walter's words, Levi felt a wave of relief wash over him. His greatest concern was being discovered for his life rank, but as a recent newcomer, he doubted anyone would go to such lengths for him. "Mr. Walter, are there any precautions I should take when I enter the warehouse shortly?" Levi asked, gazing up at the massive warehouse door towering before them. "Not much to worry about. Once inside, warehouse staff will guide you. Simply follow their instructions," Walter replied. "You will undergo a peculiar entity test to verify your human identity. It is merely a formality." "Oh, I just remembered something. Last month, the church introduced a new welfare policy. As a newcomer from a non-hereditary family who has achieved the pinnacle of level 1, you can apply for a level 2 baptism free of charge." "Free application?" Levi exclaimed, astonished. According to Bill, the Universal Church had previously been quite strict regarding the allocation of internal resources. Even a level 1 baptism required sufficient merits to exchange. "Indeed, you've hit the jackpot," Walter laughed. "This is also a way to select more exceptional newcomers. After all, investing in talent is always worthwhile, wouldn't you agree?" With a click, as they approached the warehouse, the mechanism whirred, and a small door nearly 3 meters high slowly opened before them. "Relax, go on in," Walter encouraged, patting Levi's shoulder. The sensation beneath his palm felt like solid steel, astonishing Walter and further confirming his belief in Levi's formidable physical talent, prompting a broader smile to spread across his face. Chapter 66. The Repository. Mr. Leeway, is it? A middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s with a serious demeanor, stood behind the small iron gate. After glancing down at his tablet to confirm Leeway's identity, he extended his hand for a brief handshake. "I am called Blitz." Leeway, feeling a flicker of curiosity, cast a glance behind Blitz. A faint, dark yellow hue emanated from the shadows behind him. Yet the interior of the repository remained obscured, akin to a veil of mosaic. However, given the nature of this extraordinary warehouse, Leeway found little to marvel at. Rather, it was Blitz who piqued his interest. Blitz possessed an ordinary physique and an unremarkable appearance, the kind that would render him nearly invisible in a crowd. Yet, what astonished Leeway was that within his mental perception, there was an utter absence of Blitz's presence. Were it not for the visible figure before him and the tangible sensation of their handshake, Leeway might have concluded that he was facing a mere projection. Indeed, it was evident that Blitz was a staff member of the repository. Although he refrained from disclosing his rank within the church, be it pastor or priest, anyone permitted to dwell within this core of the omniscient church was undoubtedly no weakling. Upon crossing the threshold of the iron gate, the mosaic-like obscurity dissipated in an instant, revealing a profoundly staggering scene within the repository. From the exterior, the warehouse appeared immense. Yet inside, Leeway discovered that it seemed to have excavated the very mountain it leaned against, creating an expansive space that stretched beyond the eye's reach. "How vast is this repository?" Leeway marveled. 17 square kilometers? The enormity was astonishing, comparable to that of a small city, setting aside the repository's other functions. The sheer quantity of steel utilized in its construction was an astronomical figure. Positioned several dozen meters above the interior, Leeway viewed the warehouse from a lofty angle, further accentuating the staggering scale of the space. As he surveyed the interior, it became evident that the warehouse resembled a colossal logistics hub, towering 3-tiered iron racks, each reaching 10 meters in height and 30 meters in length, were meticulously arranged, resembling a library, yet instead of books, they held numerous deep gray boxes of varying sizes. Forklifts, devoid of human drivers, navigated among the racks, diligently organizing the contents. On either side of the warehouse's walls stood 6 imposing bronze statues, 12 in total, depicting both men and women. Some wielded various cold weapons, while others held enormous tomes, their expressions vividly portraying determination, compassion, or gentleness as they gazed down at the interior. Each statue's pedestal bore inscribed names, dates of birth and death, and the battles fought or achievements attained throughout their lives. These bronze figures must have been the previous guardians of the repository, Leeway surmised, gleaning much about the history of the omniscient church from the inscriptions. His earlier conjecture held true. Over nearly 5 millennia, humanity had faced numerous existential threats, even giving rise to powerful aberrations and extraordinary artifacts capable of annihilation. These 12 guardians had sacrificed their lives in the struggle against such formidable entities or in the containment of destructive anomalies. "Mr. Li Wei, please follow me," Blitz remarked, seemingly aware of the overwhelming impact the scene would have on someone unfamiliar with it. After allowing Li Wei 2 minutes to absorb the sight, he proceeded with the tour. At the entrance of the repository was a stone platform, leading down 2 staircases, one large and one small. A machine resembling a security checkpoint was stationed at the large staircase's entrance. Blitz instructed Li Wei to pass through the machine while he took the smaller path. Li Wei observed the sizable machine, crafted from sleek silver metal plates and standing nearly 10 meters tall. Embedded in its center was an eye, the size of a basketball. He surmised that this apparatus was the detection device Walter had mentioned, designed to verify the identity of entrants. If they bore any aberrant radiation, the machine would identify it. Li Wei confidently walked through the security gate, and the eye immediately shifted to green, indicating no issues. He felt no trepidation. Although he harbored 2 artifacts imbued with aberrant radiation, they had been cataloged within the enigmatic Book of Secrets, which he doubted this machine could detect. As he descended into the repository, Li Wei noted that the forklifts maneuvering through the aisles appeared to be driven by robots rather than humans. These automated vehicles glided between the iron racks, stopping beside gray metallic boxes to extend slender, flexible tubes that sprayed a gray mist, akin to painting. "Mr. Blitz, what do these boxes contain? What purpose do these forklifts serve?" Li Wei inquired, curiosity etched on his face. "Repository items," Blitz replied. Li Wei's astonishment mounted. Could it be that all these boxes contained extraordinary artifacts? It was no wonder he was taken aback, for each rack housed dozens of metal boxes. And with potentially thousands of racks, the repository could hold tens of thousands of artifacts. If I were to become a guardian of the repository and absorb the unique energies of these artifacts, perhaps I could attain divinity in an instant. An insatiable thought surged within Li Wei. He resolved to strive diligently and ascend to the role of guardian. Suppressing his shock and greed, Li Wei recalled that the 13th guardian was still very much alive. Unless he were to gain sufficient strength to seize the position outright, he must bide his time. Repository items refer to the objects stored within the warehouse, not exclusively to extraordinary artifacts, Blitz clarified, shaking his head. Chapter 67. The mobile phone and meritorious achievements among these collections are not only extraordinary items but also numerous remnants from the aberrations. Blitz softly elucidated that these include weapons from the aberrations or body parts left behind after their demise. Such remnants also possess a considerable amount of radiative energy and therefore require careful curation. "I see," Li Wei nodded. "How many extraordinary items might be contained within these collections?" "The answer to that question likely resides solely with the esteemed guardians," Blitz replied, shaking his head. He then pointed toward a row of small rooms resembling makeshift structures crafted from plastic panels. "This is the Information Registration Office. Mr. Li Wei, please proceed inside to complete your registration." Upon entering the first room, Li Wei found the space to be cramped, less than 10 square meters. Furnished only with a desk and a bespectacled African-American woman who was intently clicking away at a bulky computer, the rhythmic sound of her actions echoing in the small space. "Ms. Arnett, could you assist me with the information registration?" Li Wei noted that she seemed wholly absorbed in her game and glanced at her name badge to prompt her. "Oh, my apologies," Arnett exclaimed, startled by Li Wei's voice. Flustered, she hastily closed her game, cleared her throat, and retrieved a file from a nearby shelf, producing a form for Li Wei to fill out. The form bore information akin to a job application, which Li Wei completed swiftly, as his history was rather straightforward. "Very well," Arnett said, glancing at the form before inputting the details into the computer. Shortly, a card emerged from the machine beside her. Li Wei accepted the pristine white card, astonished to discover it was a Visa credit card from the Universal Bank. The card's material was unique, far from conventional plastic. Weighing 300 to 400 grams and exuding a cool, smooth feel reminiscent of jade. The card's design was remarkably simple. Apart from Li Wei's name and a string of numbers, the reverse bore an engraving resembling the numeral 4, symbolizing the Olympian faith. The Universal Bank? Li Wei mused, having never heard of this institution evidently affiliated with the church. The Universal Bank is a proprietary financial institution established by the church, exclusively serving its congregants and select dignitaries. With no external operations, Arnett explained. As a first-tier congregant, you have been granted a 50,000 credit limit, with monthly bills covered by the church. Li Wei nodded. acknowledging the church's substantial resources necessitating its financial investment entity. The implication that he could withdraw 50,000 monthly meant a guaranteed annual salary of 600,000, and this was merely as a first-tier congregant. Mr. Li Wei, this card also serves as your identification card. Please safeguard it, as additional bonuses and merits from your missions will be credited to this account. After Li Wei signaled his understanding, Arnett added, I see here that your referee, Bill, has uploaded the verification materials. You have accrued 20 merit points for eliminating 2 level 1 aberrations. Regrettably, had you captured them alive, your merit points would have doubled. Arnett expressed with a slight shrug of disappointment. Please direct your gaze to the camera over here. After taking a photograph of Li Wei, Arnett produced a rather mundane touchscreen mobile phone and handed it to him. This phone contains the universal online banking app, where you can monitor your merit points and select items or privileges for redemption in the online marketplace. Additionally, there is the Universal Forum for Information Exchange, which serves as the primary platform for the church's task announcements. There is also a radiation detection software that can identify aberration radiation within a 10-meter radius. Arnett activated the software, and the phone's camera emitted a faint red light. After hunting aberrations, using this software will allow you to ascertain their level information, and your merit points will be credited automatically. Extremely convenient. Here's the manual for the phone's related applications. Arnett retrieved a detailed 30-page booklet, rich in illustrations and explanations. Moreover, while the phone's material is exceptionally resilient, should it become damaged or lost, a fee of 50,000 will be required for a replacement. Arnett added, after all, this device is both high in material quality and technological sophistication, and each one is individually crafted and linked to a specific identity. Congratulations, Mr. Li Wei, on your successful enrollment. After imparting all necessary information, Arnett stood and shook Li Wei's hand gently. Should you wish to apply for baptism, you may proceed to the adjacent office. Arnett spoke rapidly, completing the entire briefing in under 2 minutes, leaving Li Wei without a chance to utter a word before ushering him out, returning to her engrossing game. As Li Wei toyed with the phone outside, he inquired of Blitz, I noticed Mr. Walter possesses a more advanced wristband. Why am I equipped with only a mobile phone? The wristband Walter bore evidently had scanning capabilities, appearing far superior and more convenient than the phone. What merit points are required to customize a wristband? Li Wei asked curiously. One earns 10 merit points for slaying a level 1 aberration and 20 points for capturing one alive. A wristband necessitates 200 merit points, Blitz indicated, gesturing toward the phone in Li Wei's hand. You can find the redemption list through the online banking app after placing your order. The wristband will be delivered by helicopter within 7 working days. 200 points? Li Wei frowned, logging into the online banking app and perusing the redemption list. True to its vast resources, the Universal Church offered an array of items, from firearms and vehicles to aircraft and villas, along with various bespoke services and information purchases. An impressive assortment. This was merely a glimpse, as Li Wei was currently a first-tier congregant. The list displayed only items available to him at this level. Upon ascending to the rank of second-tier priest, many more redeemable items would become accessible. Chapter 68. The anomaly of the baptism. Submitting a peculiar item grants 1,000 merit points. The most prominent indication at the top of the list boldly states this. To advance from a level 1 acolyte to a level 2 priest, not only must one meet the required life level, but also expend 100 merit points. 100 merit points equate to the defeat of a level 2 aberration. HM? 1 merit point can be directly exchanged for $10,000? As Levi perused the list, he discovered that merit points could be converted into currency, yet money could not procure merit points. Mr. Levi, the baptism hall is just next door. Blitz gestured towards a small room beside them. Before you enter, it is advisable to leave behind all clothing and belongings except for your identification card, as these garments cannot withstand the infusion of baptismal energy and will be torn to shreds. Furthermore, once inside, be sure to keep your identification card on you at all times, Blitz emphasized. Nodding in acknowledgement, Levi promptly disrobed and handed his clothing to Blitz, retaining only his identification card as he surveyed the room through the glass window, finding it to be an unremarkable office with no apparent connection to baptism. Please swipe your identification card to enter. Blitz directed towards the electronic lock on the door. Levi placed his white identification card on the electronic lock, and with a soft beep, the door slowly swung open. As Levi stepped through, he was met with an astonishing transformation. The familiar office had instantaneously morphed into a boundless expanse of profound darkness. Even with Levi's keen eyesight, he could discern nothing within this void. And in such a significant place as the baptism hall, he dared not summon the faceless mask, a peculiar artifact. Was this merely an illusion, akin to before? Or a form of spatial teleportation? Levi cautiously stepped back, only to find that the entrance had vanished. Suddenly, a constellation of twinkling starlight emerged above him, as if he were enveloped in a celestial cosmos. Scanning the scene, he noted that although there were only a few hundred stars, they were evenly distributed, radiating a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors. Curiously, some of the stars pulsed with a rhythmic glow, while others remained steadfastly luminous. In mere seconds, the starlight intensified, illuminating the dark space and revealing a time-worn stone altar not far off. After waiting a few minutes without any other changes, Levi stepped forward towards the altar. The altar stood approximately 3 meters high, constructed from a peculiar reddish-blue stone, its design rustic and devoid of ornate carvings. Instead, it bore numerous scars from past conflicts, with the faintly red stones appearing as if stained by blood. Ascending the steps, Levi steadied himself atop the altar, whereupon a soft white glow began to rise from its surface, akin to a flickering flame, with energy surging into Levi's body. As the energy flowed within him, Levi furrowed his brow, noting that this energy bore a slight resemblance to the special energy imparted by the tome, albeit lacking its purity. In truth, the energy emitted from the altar was far inferior in purity to the special energy, akin to watered-down spirits. So this is the baptism. Levi observed the white light penetrating into him, realizing that the essence shared with the special energy was the true key to elevating his life level. Yet, this was merely a level 2 baptism. Perhaps higher tiers would contain a greater abundance of special energy. Having already reached the pinnacle of level 2, this level of baptism offered him little benefit, much like a connoisseur of potent spirits being offered a mere cocktail. However, Levi soon discovered that the baptismal energy, which could not enhance his physical form, began to be siphoned away by the tome, slowly coalescing into special energy. At that moment, among the twinkling stars above, 14 of the star points began to pulsate more rapidly, their luminosity intensifying as if engaged in a contest, overshadowing the other stars. After a brief period, it appeared that these 14 stars had determined a victor, with 13 fading back to their original states, leaving only one star pulsating with a fiery red glow. This singular star's brightness grew, becoming almost blinding, akin to a sun emerging in the night sky. Then, a brilliant red energy beam erupted from the radiant star, enveloping Levi upon the altar, its energy swiftly merging with his very being. Upon entering his body, the energy wreaked havoc, fiercely coursing through him, imbued with searing heat that threatened to dismantle his muscles and bones. Caught off guard by this transformation, Levi could not suppress a muffled groan. Yet, cocooned within the red beam, he found himself unable to move a single finger, forced to endure the violent destruction inflicted by this energy. His once iron-black skin turned crimson, his physique rapidly expanding to become a towering figure over 3 meters tall. Yet, as the red energy ravaged his body, the special energy from the tome began to actively surge forth, mending Levi's internal wounds and preventing total collapse. Throughout this turmoil, the ferocious red energy integrated into Levi, who gradually acclimated to its presence, achieving a precarious balance between destruction and restoration. As this process unfolded, Levi's body underwent rapid enhancement, his muscles and bones becoming increasingly resilient, while a subtle, extraordinary evolution began to manifest at the genetic level. When the internal evolution neared completion, Levi's form ignited spontaneously, enveloped in a layer of red flames, the intense heat causing him no harm whatsoever. As he fully assimilated the red energy, the surrounding beam slowly dissipated, and the star that had chosen him ceased its pulsations, resting quietly above him. Chapter 69. Inheritance. At this moment, Levi found himself enveloped in a sense of bewilderment. He could surmise that the phenomena occurring within him were decidedly abnormal. Had such occurrences been anticipated, Walter and Blitz would undoubtedly have alerted him prior to his entrance. After all, Walter had previously articulated that the first and second levels of baptism merely pertained to physical enhancement. However, after undergoing the baptism, Levi had already surpassed the physical prowess typical of his tier, and yet, he had received an extraordinary augmentation, even evolving an astonishing ability related to fire. Name: Levi. Age: 30. Life level: Level 2. Limit: Physical strength: 20 Constitution, 20 Soul, 1 Self-evolved, restored to complete state. Talent: Child of Flame, Beginner, Mimetic Wave. Primary Self-Healing 60, Iron Skin 60, Fearless activated, Shielding activated, Artifact, Mask of the Faceless not activated, Arachne's Loom Minion. Ogre Skills, Forging level 5, Combat level 5. Shooting level 3, Infiltration level 3, Mobility level 3. Espionage level 3 Ordinary Energy, 15 points Special Energy, 0 Demigod Power, 0 upon gazing at the newly updated information within the tome. A tremor of astonishment coursed through Levi's heart. Although he was aware that the prior enhancement was substantial, he had not fathomed that his already exceptional constitution and physical strength would double, even while situated at the level 2 limit. Not long ago, he had elevated his life level to its pinnacle through the tome's special energy, reaching maximum potential in both physical strength and constitution, yet after absorbing that minute energy infusion, he had shattered this limitation. Moreover, Levi's physical strength and constitution, already formidable compared to his peers, had now quadrupled in magnitude. Should he activate the 50 amplification effect of the Mask of the Faceless, his physical strength would soar to an astounding 30 points. Capable of exerting over 30 tons of force, sufficient to overturn a light tank, marking a significant stride on his path to superhuman prowess. Simultaneously, both his self-healing talent and Iron Skin had experienced remarkable growth, attaining a progress of 60, coupled with the prior restoration of his soul after achieving 100 mental acuity. Levi eagerly anticipated the transformative evolution of these two talents. In addition to these enhancements, he had inexplicably acquired a new talent as the Child of Flame. Levi could now unleash searing, explosive flames at will. Although he was yet to ascertain the temperature of this flame, with the talent of the Child of Flame, he became immune to most fire damage in the world and could even draw strength from flames, augmenting his survivability. Furthermore, he had gained an unexpected proficiency in forging. His mind flooded with a wealth of knowledge concerning forging and combat, akin to lived experiences from arduous training, seamlessly integrated. Thus, he directly attained a level 5 forging skill, while his previously level 4 combat skill ascended by 1 level. Was the catalyst for these transformations the energy from the Red Star Cluster? Levi's gaze fell upon a newly added line of information at the tome's bottom, possibly indicating the demigod power embedded within the energy infusion. He speculated that the ferocious energy coursing through him was indeed the so-called demigod power. Had the tome not expended its stored special energy to promptly restore his body, he might well have succumbed to the overwhelming force of the demigod power. Could it be that these star points represented a form of inheritance from the church? A bold hypothesis emerged in Levi's mind. If the church referred to level 5 life forms as demigods, then did these star points originate from those level 5 beings? He raised his eyes to the multitude of twinkling stars in the space above, counting them meticulously, and discerned that there were precisely 540 star points overhead, of which only 164 continued to shimmer. Reflecting upon his memories, he noted that the red star point which had conferred upon him the inheritance had ceased its twinkling. If Levi's conjecture held true, it would imply that the church had birthed 540 beings known as demigods. Of these, 376 demigod inheritances had been bestowed upon the baptized congregants, resulting in significant evolutionary enhancements. Levi's understanding of the concealed depths within the Church of All Spirits deepened. Yet, it remained unclear whether the star points would resume their flickering upon the death of their inheritors, or if each star point's inheritance could only be claimed once. Moreover, while countless individuals had undergone baptism within the church over the years, only 376 had attained such star point inheritances, underscoring the rarity of this achievement. But why had he attracted such an inheritance? Levi's mind brimmed with questions. Was it due to his exceptional physical prowess? Or perhaps the tome's allure? His physical strength had dramatically increased, and he had acquired talents in fire manipulation and forging. He gazed down at his form, now resembling a giant. His once iron-black skin transformed back to its original fair and delicate state following the fire evolution, yet its defensive capabilities had multiplied significantly. Had he perhaps inherited the legacy of a fire giant? However, aside from the newfound memories of forging and an instinctive ability to wield fire, no further information regarding the origin of this inheritance surfaced in his mind. With a snap, Levi willed his form to diminish swiftly, returning to his original size, albeit feeling slightly constrained, as if clad in an outfit 2 sizes too small. Buzz, as Levi resumed his normal form, the identity card he had placed upon the altar floated gently before him, now transformed into a card with one side blue and the other white. Blitz had previously emphasized that Levi must keep the identity card on his person during the baptism, thus it too had undergone the altar's sanctification, allowing Levi to sense a peculiar connection emanating from it. Was it to be refined into a part of himself? Levi pondered. Whoosh. Upon grasping the card that had drifted to him, the cosmic environment surrounding him, along with the altar beneath his feet, vanished in an instant, restoring the scene to that of an office, signifying the conclusion of this baptism. Creak. As Levi opened the door and stepped outside, he encountered not only Blitz but also a slender Caucasian woman clad in a brown suit, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded him. Greetings, Levi. I am Medina, the guardian of the warehouse for this term. Chapter 70. The Guardian. Greetings, esteemed guardian. Levi felt a tremor within as he did not expect that the revered keeper of the warehouse, arguably one of the most formidable humans in the world, would approach him with such amiable demeanor. Reflecting on the overwhelming psychic probing he had encountered upon entering the warehouse, it was highly likely that it was the handiwork of this very guardian. Thus, Levi became acutely aware of the immense power concealed within this seemingly ordinary woman. Ah, do not be so formal. Medina observed Levi's astonishment, chuckling softly as she waved her hand dismissively. From now on, I shall call you Levi, and you may refer to me simply as Ms. Medina. However, Levi, are you certain you wish to remain unclothed in the presence of a lady? Medina surveyed Levi with a raised eyebrow. Medina appeared to be a Caucasian woman in her 40s, slender and tall, though faint wrinkles adorned her face. She exuded a certain mature charm. Yet, Levi understood fully that despite her appearance resembling a ripe peach, she could very well be an elderly woman older than his grandmother. My sincerest apologies. Levi quickly accepted the item box from Blitz, hastily donning his attire. However, as the blue identification card inadvertently became visible, a peculiar expression flickered in Medina's eyes. Ms. Medina, may I inquire why the color of my identification card has changed? Levi, noticing Medina's gaze, extended his palm with the card and asked in confusion. Upon undergoing the rite, the card establishes a subtle connection with each individual's soul, thus completing a true binding with the individual. Medina explained. Furthermore, as a derivative of extraordinary objects, the identification card possesses remarkable abilities. Most importantly, it can perceive the soul's condition of the bound individual, allowing the church to ascertain the survival status of the bearer. Levi nodded in understanding. It was quite logical. If the card were to sever its connection with the bearer's soul, it would likely indicate the bearer's demise. Should the connection break and the bearer be declared deceased, the church would utilize that extraordinary object to pinpoint the exact location of the bearer prior to their death, hastening to investigate and seek vengeance. Moreover, if members within the church were to engage in mutual slaughter, the extraordinary object could directly identify the assailants. Hence, internal conflict was strictly prohibited within the church. Levi suddenly comprehended. No wonder Walter had been so certain that individuals within the church would never resort to violence against one another. For the moment one harmed a fellow member, they would be immediately marked as a target. The second remarkable ability was the capacity to discern the life level of the bound individual. Medina smiled as she revealed her palm, from which a red card materialized, signifying that the most direct and accurate means of identifying one's status and level within the church was through the display of one's identification card. The 5 colors, white, blue, purple, red, and gold, represented life levels from lowest to highest. With her red card, Medina was revealed to be a level 4 life form. However, as the keeper of the warehouse, she could harness the formidable powers of this extraordinary object, rivaling that of a level 5 demigod. The reason your identification card is half blue and half white, Levi, is that while you have evolved into a level 2 life form, you have yet to submit your merits to be promoted to a priest within the church. Once you ascend to the rank of priest, this card, which connects to the church's internal information network, will transform entirely to blue. So, this is the power of a level 2 life form? Have I fortuitously succeeded in my evolution? Levi's face lit with delight, yet a shadow of concern loomed in his heart. Having recently undergone the level 2 rite, he could barely justify a situation, but how would he explain it after advancing his life level through the Book of Skin? For instance, if Levi were to hunt aberrant entities and acquire 10 points of special energy, he could use the book to elevate himself to a level 3 life form. How would he keep that a secret? Unless he refrained from displaying his identification card or participating in further rites. Yet such measures would be merely superficial solutions. Fortuity? However, Medina chuckled softly, shaking her head. No, Levi. The fact that you have endured the rite and successfully evolved into a level 2 life form is no mere chance. It is a testament to the great being who chose you, passing on their legacy. Ms. Medina, you are aware? Levi felt a wave of relief wash over him. No wonder she, as the keeper of the warehouse, sought him out. I am privy to all that transpires within the warehouse. Medina nodded, then boarded an autonomous forklift, gesturing for Levi to follow. Come, let me give you a tour of this warehouse. First and foremost, congratulations. By successfully receiving the legacy, you possess a universal key to ascend to higher life levels, ensuring that you shall encounter no difficulties or bottlenecks as you evolve to levels 3 and 4. Moreover, you now wield powers and abilities far surpassing those of ordinary counterparts. The forklift sped through the warehouse, providing the necessary protection for Levi to grow to such a level. Medina waved her hand, and the star map of the baptism space reappeared before them. These divine stars are the remnants of the church's former level 5 demigods, serving as the source of our church's baptismal power. During the baptism, the divine stars select worthy heirs based on their criteria. Before Levi could voice his inquiries, Medina proactively elucidated these secrets. However, the energy imparted during the inheritance process is often exceedingly violent, with stringent requirements for the inheritor. At times, even if a suitable candidate exists, their body may be unable to withstand the energy infusion, resulting in catastrophic failure. Consequently, in the past 20 years, only a handful of individuals within the church have successfully received a legacy. Only a few have succeeded within 20 years. Levi was taken aback, not by the scarcity of numbers, but by the realization that this figure exceeded his expectations. He was well aware of the ferocity of the energy during the inheritance process and the perils involved. Had it not been for his exceptional physique, which surpassed that of his peers, and the timely activation of his self-healing talent, alongside the special energy stored within the book, he would not have completed the inheritance so effortlessly. Yet, the fact that several individuals managed to endure such a tumultuous process was beyond Levi's imagination. Of course, the difficulty of these inheritances varied significantly based on the strength of the demigods involved. Just as Levi pondered in astonishment, Medina addressed his curiosity, stating, "And you, Levi, have received the legacy of the Dwarf King, ranked among the top 10 of all heroic spirits." Chapter 71. The Heroic Spirit and the Dwarf King. Heroic Spirit? Dwarf King? Levi felt somewhat bewildered. After receiving the inheritance, his physique had swelled to over 3 meters, and his strength had doubled. He had speculated that it might stem from the legacy of some giant. The Heroic Spirit, known as the divine warriors who fought for the Olympian gods, was a notion that filled Medina's eyes with longing and reverence. In an era when deities reigned from the heavens and true gods clashed with malevolent forces, it was not uncommon to encounter demigods of level 5 life forms. Among these demigods, those of the highest virtue and greatest strength could catch the attention of the chief god, Zeus, and gain entry into the Hall of Heroes, where they would enjoy the privileges bestowed upon the divine, although they themselves did not achieve godhood, under the meticulous tutelage of the chief god. The exceptional heroic spirits could wield power rivaling that of the gods. These heroic spirits were the primary forces in the celestial battles against evil. Under the chief god's command, there existed a total of 540 heroic spirits, each a pinnacle among demigods, and the inheritance he received was from the esteemed heroic spirit, the Dwarf King, Eitri. Though this immensely powerful demigod was referred to as the Dwarf King, church records indicated that he stood 30 meters tall, possessed immeasurable strength, wielded fearsome flames, and was endowed with divine forging skills capable of crafting weapons for the gods. A 30-meter-tall dwarf? Levi's face appeared to be riddled with question marks. If someone of that stature was considered a dwarf, what then of humans? Mere reptiles? Height and shortness are relative concepts. The Dwarf King is deemed short only in comparison to the gods who tower at heights of hundreds or even thousands of meters. In the eyes of the deities, the vast majority of other life forms appear diminutive. Medina chuckled. I had thought that in my lifetime, I would never witness anyone obtaining the inheritance of such formidable heroic spirits. Yet, I never anticipated that you would grant me such an astonishing surprise. At this moment, Levi began to comprehend. His previous astonishment at the number of individuals who had successfully endured the inheritance over the past few decades was not due to the exceptional strength of these recipients, but rather the relative weakness of their legacies. Madam Medina, if the baptism could potentially trigger the inheritance of heroic spirits, why was this information not disclosed to us prior to the ceremony? Levi inquired with curiosity. Before entering the baptism, he had inquired multiple times about any precautions, yet neither Walter nor Blitz had mentioned the heroic spirit inheritance. Could it be that even they were unaware of its secrets? Initially, the information regarding heroic spirit inheritance was made public to the recipients. However, the church discovered that some highly qualified candidates, who had great hopes of receiving the inheritance, developed a greedy desire for it, leading to unfavorable outcomes and the loss of their chance to inherit. Conversely, some recipients, aware of the challenges and hardships associated with heroic spirit inheritance, succumbed to fear during the process, resulting in failure and the loss of their lives. Consequently, the church employed a mysterious artifact to erase most of the information regarding heroic spirit inheritance from the world. Afterward, the number of inheritances and the success rate significantly improved. So that was the case. Levi nodded in realization. Does that mean every baptism presents an opportunity to gain heroic spirit inheritance? If a level 3 or even level 4 life form were to undergo the inheritance, would their chances of success be greater? After all, for us, the overwhelming and colossal energy of the inheritance should pose a lesser threat to beings of levels 3 and 4. Shouldn't it? Not quite. Medina shook her head. The heroic spirit inheritance adjusts the degree of impartation based on the recipient's inherent situation. Thus, the difficulty of a level 1 life form receiving the inheritance is not less than that of a level 4 life form. In fact, the risk increases for higher life forms during their initial heroic spirit inheritance. Moreover, at each life level, regardless of the number of baptisms undergone, one can only receive the heroic spirit inheritance once. Therefore, the earlier one accepts the inheritance, the greater the completeness of that inheritance, and consequently, their strength will be amplified. Levi nodded thoughtfully. Having obtained the initial inheritance, he could continue to inherit the further legacy of the Dwarf King when he reached level 3, and so forth. By level 5, he would be capable of acquiring the complete legacy of the Dwarf King, undoubtedly advancing to become an existence surpassing even the Dwarf King. This is precisely what makes the church's heroic spirit inheritance so formidable. One grows upon the shoulders of giants and ultimately evolves into a giant greater than the original. Though you have received the Dwarf King's inheritance, even if it is merely a fragment of energy from the initial legacy, that energy is of exceedingly high caliber, which we refer to as demigod power. For a level 1 life form, it remains an overwhelming force capable of bursting their body. Medina turned her gaze. This is why I assert that your ability to leap to level 2 life form status is not mere fortune, but rather a rather normal occurrence. Madam Medina, having now acquired the Dwarf King's inheritance, will future recipients still have the chance to receive it again? The heroic spirit inheritance is singular, as long as you are alive. The Dwarf King's inheritance will not select another successor. Medina offered Levi a reassuring glance, then after a few moments of silence, spoke solemnly. Upon the death of a successor, the inheritance will carry all of the successor's powers back to the heroic spirit star, awaiting the next eligible inheritor. Thus, the energy within the heroic spirit star grows increasingly potent? Levi asked in astonishment. Indeed, Medina nodded. Since the heroic spirit star grants the inheritor powers and potential that surpass their peers, upon the inheritor's demise, the heroic spirit star reclaims the surplus energy, ensuring fairness. Would you not agree? Furthermore, the church offers substantial rewards for those capable of inheriting the heroic spirits. Seemingly sensing the weight of the topic, Medina shifted the conversation, gesturing towards the phone in Levi's pocket. Log into your online banking app and take a look. Levi complied, opening the application only to find that his merit points had astonishingly increased by 1,000. The church rewards 1,000 merit points for becoming a heroic spirit inheritor, facilitating their swift growth. Medina chuckled lightly. You can also visit the equipment department to receive a purified artifact. An artifact? Levi exclaimed in delight. The wondrous abilities of artifacts significantly enhance one's strength. Chapter 72. The Battle of Divine and Profane Indeed. Medina nodded, fully comprehending Levi's excitement. It reminded her of the first extraordinary artifact she had possessed, which she had obtained through the inheritance of a heroic spirit. At that moment, the forklift carrying the two of them sped swiftly to the deepest part of the warehouse, where 3 bronze doors, the size of a household door, were embedded in a vast wall of blue bricks. Medina pushed open the central bronze door, revealing an immense office behind it. This office was filled to the brim with various books, aside from a set of office furniture. The collection of books in the office was vast and diverse, spanning an extensive timeline. The materials ranged from paper, cloth, and bamboo slips to metal and even stone tablets, encompassing various periods and languages. Writing serves as a record of language, while books are vessels of thought. It is through them that human civilization has been effectively and accurately transmitted, Medina mused. Even as a level 4 higher life form, and despite her ability to wield demigod-like power within the warehouse, she felt insignificantly small in the presence of this profound human legacy. Please, have a seat. Would you care for a drink? Medina inquired, picking up a wooden water jug from the desk and turning to Levi. Anything will do. Levi shrugged. I have a feeling you'd enjoy beer. Medina glanced at him, and then surprisingly poured a full glass of beer from the jug, which appeared to be an antique covered in a rich patina, an extraordinary artifact in its own right. Upon taking a sip, Levi discovered that the beer was exceptionally flavorful, infused with a refreshing herbal aroma, making it the most delightful beer he had ever tasted. This set of drinking vessels, known as amus, was said to have been used by the gods and could transform to produce any beverage imaginable according to the user's desire, Medina explained, observing Levi's astonished expression. Madam Medina, you mentioned that I could go to the equipment department to request a purified artifact. What do you mean by purification? Levi asked, concerned that it might entail the removal of the special energies contained within the artifact. Artifacts in the world often possess bizarre abilities, some even harboring world-shattering powers. However, when humans wish to harness these powers, they frequently must pay various prices. For instance, using this amus set to pour a glass of beer would draw an equivalent amount of blood from the user, once purified by the church. Artifacts could temporarily or permanently exempt users from these costs. The stronger the artifact, the higher the cost of purification and the shorter the duration of the exemption. Of course, due to the currently low concentration of radiance in the world, most artifacts are in a state of energy depletion. However, as the radiance increases, the power of any given artifact will also grow. I see. Levi nodded, relieved. The method Medina described was vastly superior to merely cataloging artifacts in the Book of Knowledge. When he later applied for an artifact, he could also record it in the book and, upon receiving special energies, completely exempt himself from the artifact's usage cost. Madam Medina, I have a lingering question I wish to ask you. As long as it is within my knowledge, Medina replied with a nod. Gods must have existed at some point. But why is there no news of the 12 Olympian gods now? Levi pondered. Also, what exactly are aberrations and artifacts? These two inquiries represented his greatest doubts since delving into the truths of this world. From everything he had learned, Levi could scarcely imagine how powerful the gods, once perched high in the heavens, must have been. Yet such formidable beings have seemingly vanished, leaving only legends to convey their greatness. Over 5,000 years ago, the gods waged an ultimate battle against evil forces, paying an unimaginable price to suppress them. After a moment of silence, Medina finally revealed some truths about the gods to Levi. Although the evil forces were eradicated from the world, the 12 gods above the dome lost the majority of their ranks, and all 540 heroic spirits under their command fell in battle. Furthermore, several gods, including Zeus, fell into endless slumber due to grievous injuries and the depletion of their divine power. What about other religions? Levi continued to inquire. If the gods are in slumber, why do we not promote the faith of Zeus and the other gods to aid their restoration? Instead, they seem to exist quietly in the depths, allowing other religions, particularly monotheistic ones, to flourish. Do other religions have gods as well? It is a well-acknowledged truth that gods require belief. The Church of All Spirits, the most powerful organization in this world, seemingly permits other religions to usurp the faith that rightfully belongs to the Olympian gods, which is quite peculiar. Levi speculated that perhaps other religions indeed have divine support, which would explain the Church's hesitance to act recklessly. Upon hearing Levi's questions, Medina remained silent for an extended period, seemingly hesitating whether to share certain matters with him. Madam Medina, if I have asked something inappropriate, please forgive my impudence. Levi sensed Medina's hesitation and quickly interjected. Some things are only meant for bishops to know. Medina shook her head. However, since you have inherited the legacy of the Dwarven King, it is only a matter of time before you become a bishop, so it is permissible for me to share this with you. We all understand the importance of belief to the gods. Yet, before Zeus fell into slumber, he specifically transmitted a divine decree to the patriarch, expressly instructing the church to retreat into the shadows and abandon the propagation of faith. What? How can this be? Levi's immediate reaction was disbelief. Zeus's action was akin to a billionaire, upon receiving treatment for a curable ailment, instructing the physician not to save him. It was of the same nature. We cannot comprehend the Lord's decision, yet the divine decree is undeniably true. Medina shook her head helplessly. The decree could not be defied. The church, though perplexed, had no choice but to comply. As for whether other churches possess gods, Medina pondered for a few seconds before shaking her head. I believe the likelihood is low. Although there are related records in the church's annals, we consider those to be mere half-gods who survived the battle of divine and profane by chance, attempting to usurp divine faith in a bid to ascend to godhood. Chapter 73. The Retro Era. As for the outcome, it is evident. A flicker of anger and disdain flickered in Medina's eyes. The gods and the forces of evil engaged in battle, either falling or succumbing to slumber. Yet the price the gods paid resulted in some attempting to usurp the authority of the deities she revered. How could this not incite Medina's fury? Levi nodded. It was clear that the demigods behind those religions had not succeeded. Otherwise, miracles would have manifested in this world long ago, vying for greater faith. Madam Medina, what precisely do you refer to when you speak of the evil forces capable of contending with the gods? Are they some immensely powerful aberrations? I am uncertain about this question. Medina shook her head. Even within the church, records of the divine conflict over 5,000 years ago are exceedingly scarce. It is known that the battle was cataclysmic, shattering the world. As for the wondrous objects, they encompass all items possessing extraordinary abilities. Due to the loss of historical records from the era of the deities, our understanding of these wondrous objects remains painfully rudimentary. Although the church can purify and utilize these exceptional items through the divine artifacts left behind, the underlying principles remain unclear. We do not fully comprehend how these wondrous objects came into existence or why they emerged. Nevertheless, nearly all wondrous objects harbor a radiative energy, 1,000-fold denser than that found in a normal environment, which can exert both positive and negative effects on the human body. Is there such radiative energy in a normal environment? Levi asked in astonishment, having always believed that such energy manifested only in specific locations, leading to the emergence of aberrations. The energy of aberrant radiation is as ubiquitous as air. It simply requires specialized instruments for detection. We generally refer to it as radiative energy. Medina nodded. According to ecclesiastical records, during the age when the deities walked the earth, the concentration of this radiative energy was extraordinarily high, thus giving rise to various supernatural beings, including aberrations. Much like oxygen, the greater the concentration of oxygen in the world, the larger the natural organisms that thrive within it. Hence, that era is dubbed the high-energy age. However, following the conclusion of the divine conflict, the world underwent drastic environmental changes, causing a significant decline in the concentration of radiative energy, which could no longer sustain the energy needs of higher life forms. Consequently, various supernatural beings either fell into slumber or faced extinction. Many wondrous objects that once possessed world-shattering capabilities were suppressed to the point of nearly becoming mundane. The limit for the world to support higher life forms is a mere level 3, which explains why, for thousands of years, our Church of All Spirits has not seen the emergence of a new patriarch. Level 3? Levi glanced at Medina. Although the Church of All Spirits has not produced a new level 5 patriarch in millennia, each generation has been presided over by a level 4 life form. The utmost limit of the world is level 3, yet we have managed to create a shallow pond that can barely accommodate a level 4 life form. A repository? Levi suddenly realized. The repository houses thousands of items, including various wondrous objects capable of releasing radiative energy. By gathering these wondrous objects within the repository, the Church can artificially create a high-energy environment suitable for the existence of level 4 life forms. Precisely. Medina cast him an approving glance. Each guardian of the repository sustains their existence by merging with the repository itself. However, this is merely a means of survival. Should a guardian stray too far from the repository for too long or engage in intense battles, it is akin to depleting their vitality, like a firework, splendid yet fleeting. And by 1853, did the radiative energy undergo further changes? Indeed. It was 150 years ago that there was a sudden increase in the radiative energy within the world's environment. As time has progressed, the rate of this increase has accelerated, and to this day, the external environment's radiative energy can barely support the normal activities of level 4 life forms. At last, we need no longer be confined to this small repository. A glimmer of relief washed over Medina's face. She had at least awaited this day, unlike the previous guardians who, despite having lifespans exceeding 1,000 years, perished prematurely for various reasons. The retro era signifies a return to the superancient period when the deities still existed. Naturally, while the retro era heralds a golden age for higher life forms, it concurrently gives rise to an abundance of even more formidable aberrations. Our Church of All Spirits has remained hidden for far too long. To seize the initiative in the forthcoming golden age and regain our former glory, I proposed recruiting elites from human society for training, unexpectedly discovering a genius like you, Levi. Medina's heart brimmed with joy. I digress. Earlier, I mentioned the twofold effects of radiative energy. The negative impact is exceedingly common, resulting in humans or other creatures transforming into aberrations under such radiative influence. The positive effect, however, lies in our ability to harness this radiative energy for cultivation, thereby enhancing ourselves. Using aberrant radiative energy for cultivation? Levi inquired curiously. Is there a method for humans to directly absorb and utilize aberrant radiation? Indeed, Medina nodded. She then waved her hand, and from a distant bookshelf, a substantial tome flew towards Levi, landing in his hands. The All Spirits Meditation Method? Levi gazed at the ancient book, which appeared to be a manual for cultivation. This is the creation of the first and only patriarch, a method nearly suitable for all humans. Medina spoke earnestly. Through meditative communion with the deities, one can accelerate the absorption and transformation of radiative energy. Of course, this requires you to evolve into a level 3 life form, enabling you to perceive the radiative energy present in nature. Levi, having received the legacy of the Dwarf King, you have undoubtedly acquired the abilities of the Dwarf King. However, this initial legacy merely allows you to learn how to wield those abilities. To fully assimilate and develop the deeper potential of those abilities, you must engage in your own cultivation and exploration. Chapter 74. The Fusion of Extraordinary Artifacts. Madam Medina, could you enlighten me regarding the third-level life forms? How might I transcend to become one? Is it sufficient to continue participating in the baptism? Levi's foremost concern lay in this matter. If he remained reliant on the baptism, he would have to contemplate augmenting his abilities within the baptismal space. However, this could potentially draw Medina's attention to his unusual activities, placing him in a precarious position. Fortunately, it appeared that there were alternative pathways to evolve into a third-level life form. The transition from first to second-level life form is a journey from non-existence to existence, necessitating the aid of baptismal forces. Upon reaching the second level, one becomes capable of autonomously absorbing radiative energy for cultivation, meeting the minimum threshold for self-evolution. Notably, some prodigies can surpass the constraints of life stages through diligent practice, especially as the concentration of radiative energy escalates daily, thus diminishing the difficulty of self-evolution. Of course, leveraging the baptismal power would not only expedite the process, but also mitigate any detrimental effects of radiative energy on the body. Medina elucidated that the external radiative energy invariably contains certain impurities, necessitating a detoxification process upon absorption. Failing to expel these impurities could lead to their accumulation, potentially resulting in distortions. The greatest secret to evolving into a third-level life form is the fusion of extraordinary artifacts. Medina finally revealed the crux of the transformation. Fusion of extraordinary artifacts? Levi recalled 2 extraordinary artifacts already cataloged within his tome. Did this mean he met the requirement? Indeed. The most significant distinction between second and third-level life forms, apart from a doubled lifespan, lies in the ability to manipulate the radiative energy within the natural environment, unleashing supernatural powers encompassing, but not limited to, wind, fire, water, and earth. This illustrates the immense power of the top-tier, heroic legacy. Medina turned to Levi, noting that having just broken through to the second level, he already possessed the ability to wield fire-based attacks. Coupled with his physical prowess akin to that of a third-level life form, his combat capability rivaled that of some third-level entities. For humans, attempting to mobilize the seemingly infinite radiative energy of the natural environment with their physical forms imposes a considerable burden on both body and soul. Third-level life forms might suffer bodily collapse and soul disintegration after merely a couple of uses of supernatural radiative energy. Thus, the fusion of extraordinary artifacts becomes imperative, as these artifacts serve as a medium to harness radiative energy. After all, artifacts and radiative energy share a common origin, enabling them to withstand the pressures of radiative energy manipulation. I understand. Levi nodded, reassured that he could now confidently gather special energy in anticipation of his evolution to a third-level life form. By the way, Levi, the legacy of the Dwarf King. while greatly enhancing your physical form and combat prowess, must not overshadow another extraordinary skill bestowed upon you. Madam Medina, are you referring to forging? Indeed. Although forging may seem like a mere craft and does not directly amplify your combat strength, this skill is not only invaluable to the church but also significantly aids your evolution into a third-level life form during the fusion of extraordinary artifacts. Observing Medina's serious demeanor, Levi began to regard this previously overlooked skill with newfound respect. The forging legacy from the Dwarf King, although advanced to level 5, was not something Levi intended to pursue in ironworking. Therefore, he had no intention of meticulously reviewing the vast memories pertaining to forging contained within the legacy. In his prime, the Dwarf King was a demigod capable of crafting divine artifacts. Even though Levi had merely inherited his rudimentary legacy, it was more than sufficient to assist the church in utilizing extraordinary artifacts to forge powerful items or weapons, thereby accruing substantial merit points. Moreover, the process of fusing extraordinary artifacts carries considerable risks. Mastering the forging skill would greatly facilitate your endeavors in this regard, Medina reiterated. I comprehend. Levi nodded earnestly. While he was not overly concerned about assisting in the fusion of extraordinary artifacts, the prospect of aiding the church in weapon crafting and thereby gaining merit points, as well as the opportunity to interact with extraordinary artifacts, captured his interest. It seemed that Medina had spent too long alone in her repository, and with Levi now embodying the Dwarf King's legacy, showcasing immense potential, she began to reveal numerous secrets about the world, radiative energy, extraordinary artifacts, and aberrations during their conversation. After Medina had spoken at length, over 3 hours had elapsed. Given that Levi's soul had been restored, albeit not yet robust, he had finally escaped the fate of being a mere pawn or cannon fodder, rendering any underlying conspiracies irrelevant to him. Well, thank you for indulging this old woman's ramblings. Medina exhaled deeply, a look of contentment gracing her features. The words she had spoken today surpassed the sum of those in the past decade. Ding! Medina snapped her fingers, prompting Levi's phone to emit a notification sound. I just added you as a friend on the forum. Should you have any questions regarding your cultivation or encounter unsolvable issues, feel free to reach out to me through the forum. Medina chuckled lightly. Now, I shall say no more. Proceed to the door on your right to claim your extraordinary artifact reward. Thank you very much, Madam Medina. Levi stood and bowed slightly in gratitude. Medina nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she waved her hand. Before he knew it, Levi found himself standing outside the bronze door. Taking a deep breath, Levi recognized that although Medina harbored goodwill towards him, his heightened sensitivity, a result of his soul's restoration, allowed him to faintly sense the immense power residing within her, evoking a profound sense of peril akin to walking a tightrope over an abyss. Moreover, the significant transformations Levi had undergone within this brief span, along with the vast amount of information he had absorbed, necessitated a space for him to slowly digest it all. This door, perhaps? Levi approached the bronze door embedded on his right, retrieved his identification card, and swiped it across the doorknob, causing the bronze door to gradually creak open. Chapter 75. A Pistol? Before Levi unfolded a corridor of remarkable peculiarity. The corridor, displaying the original hues of concrete and stone, spanned approximately 2 meters in width and 4 meters in height. Along the walls, every few meters, stood black iron doors that bore a striking resemblance to those found in conventional apartment hallways. However, this corridor possessed an unfathomable depth, stretching endlessly before the eye, which could leave an ordinary person breathless. Above each iron door, vintage incandescent bulbs emitted a warm yellow glow, illuminating the doors with startling clarity. As Levi stepped inside, he gazed at the iron doors flanking him, each adorned with a sign indicating its purpose: Surveillance Department, Information Department, Network Department, Intelligence Department, Human Resources Department, Finance Department, Maintenance Department. As he walked, he discerned that this place appeared to be the operational sectors of the Universal Church. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If the offices were situated deep within, would the employees spend a considerable portion of their day merely traversing the corridor to reach their offices? Beyond these seemingly mundane organizational structures, the majority of the iron doors bore plaques inscribed with abbreviations and languages Levi could not comprehend. In fact, there were many scripts he had never encountered before. Soon, he arrived at the 12th iron door on his left, which bore the label for the equipment department. Tick-tock. Just as Levi paused at the entrance, the iron door swung open from within, revealing a middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to Blitz. After a brief scrutinizing glance at Levi, he said, "Welcome, Mr. Levi. Please, follow me." Upon entering the room, Levi found it to be a rather austere office. Approximately 40 to 50 square meters in size, devoid of the extraordinary artifacts he had envisioned. The middle-aged man did not even extend an invitation for Levi to sit. Displaying an unmistakable air of indifference, Levi shrugged. He found nothing unusual about such eccentricity in a warehouse-like environment. "Mr. Levi, you may select an artifact of your liking from within," the man said, picking up a tablet from his desk and handing it to Levi, signaling him to make his choice. As Levi accepted the tablet, he discovered a total of 8 artifacts available for selection. The information regarding these artifacts was exceedingly detailed, complete with 3D photographs and lucid descriptions of their capabilities. "Are these the only artifacts available for selection?" Levi inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. "These 8 artifacts are the entirety of the products purified by the church thus far. You may only choose from among them. Should none of these meet your satisfaction, you can opt to await the purification of more suitable artifacts, though I would not recommend such a course of action," the man replied, his tone unwavering. "Why is that?" Levi asked, intrigued. "Because the evolution of artifacts is an exceedingly slow process. These 8 have been the result of nearly a decade's worth of work. The 9th purified artifact may not be ready until next year. Moreover, it is better to have one bird in hand than to chase 10 in the forest." "Wouldn't you agree?" "Very well," Levi conceded. "May I examine the actual artifacts before making my choice?" "Regrettably, Mr. Levi, I lack the authority to facilitate such an operation," the man replied without hesitation, shaking his head once more. "All right," Levi responded, not wishing to press the man further, and began to scrutinize the information regarding the 8 artifacts. Among the 8, 6 possessed peculiar abilities akin to the item known as Amus that Medina had, yet they seemed rather trivial to Levi. For instance, one artifact, named Fortune Cat, comprised a set of 5 cat-shaped desk ornaments that granted the owner a guarantee of winning the lottery, although the prize amount was random. It assured a win of no more than 500,000 each year. For an ordinary individual, this would be a coveted treasure, yet for Levi, it held no utility. Of the remaining 2 artifacts, one was a vest crafted from what appeared to be human skin, named Alray's Protection. Wearing this leather vest would envelop the wearer in an imperceptible and comprehensive shield, capable of withstanding close-range attacks from ordinary rifle bullets without inflicting harm. This defensive capability was indeed formidable, rivaling the physical defenses of an average Tier 3 life form, significantly enhancing the survival chances of a typical Tier 2 life form. However, for Levi, this protection was still of little value, considering his steel-like skin could easily deflect bullets, and more impressively, the psychic barrier surrounding him rendered him nearly immune to conventional firearms. When Levi finally beheld the last artifact, a flicker of interest crossed his features. "What is this? A pistol?" The artifact was a robust, entirely black revolver. At this moment, Levi yearned for a weapon with formidable lethality. According to the description, the origins of this pistol were unknown, yet tests revealed its remarkable resilience, making it difficult to damage. The bullets it fired possessed immense kinetic energy, comparable to that of an anti-material sniper rifle. Most intriguingly, this pistol could utilize 50 caliber rounds, and by inserting silver, iron, and water into the barrel, it would automatically generate a special type of bullet capable of inflicting effective damage on nearly all supernatural beings, including incorporeal entities such as ghosts. The description concluded with a cautionary note. Although the pistol had been purged of its side effects and costs of use, it still exhibited considerable recoil, making it unsuitable for Tier 1 life forms, which could pose a lethal risk. Ghosts. The explanation piqued Levi's interest, confirming the existence of such entities. "I choose this pistol," Levi declared without hesitation. "Mr. Levi, have you confirmed your selection?" "Once an artifact is chosen, it cannot be altered," the middle-aged man stated solemnly. "I confirm." Levi nodded affirmatively. "Very well, as you wish." The man took back the tablet, selected the pistol, and entered a complex password before directing the tablet's camera at Levi to complete the identification process. Buzz. A red light emanated from the tablet, coalescing into a disc-sized spatial portal from which a pitch-black revolver gradually emerged. Chapter 76. The bracelet and the simulated suit. Levi cast a slightly astonished glance at the tablet in the man's hand, incredulous that it possessed capabilities akin to wormhole transmission. Had he not sensed the absence of radiative energy emanating from the tablet? he might have suspected it to be an extraordinary artifact. With a soft click, a revolver emerged from the crimson spatial rift, and as Levi grasped the handle, he was immediately struck by the sheer enormity of the weapon. It was practically a hand cannon, standing at nearly 2 meters tall in his normal form. With hands spanning over half the size of an A4 sheet, he struggled to grip the revolver's handle adequately. From the muzzle to the hammer, the firearm extended nearly 40 centimeters, and rather than a traditional cylindrical barrel, it possessed an exceptionally thick and sturdy hexagonal shape, exuding an aura of wild ferocity and heavy industrial style that Levi found increasingly appealing. The revolver was astonishingly heavy, weighing between 60 to 70 pounds, indicative of its remarkable density. Wow, what a behemoth! He marveled, lovingly caressing the cold metal surface. This revolver could rival the famed 5.7 Zilika, a large-caliber single-action revolver manufactured by an Austrian arms company, known as one of the most powerful and massive handguns in existence. Weighing approximately 6 kilograms and measuring around 55 centimeters in length, capable of taking down an elephant with a single shot. Yet, many criticized its impracticality, arguing that such dimensions and weight could have been utilized to craft an exemplary sniper rifle instead of an unwieldy revolver beyond human capability. There was no comparison between the 5.7 Zilika and this revolver. One would understand the distinction upon first-hand experience. The man shook his head, stating, "Mr. Levi, this revolver comes with a specialized press, which has already been transferred to your vehicle." The press, a device for suppressing ammunition, was an essential tool. As Levi toyed with the revolver, he could distinctly sense the radiative energy it emitted. Once he departed from this location, he intended to secure the revolver within his leather tome, for it was undeniably too flamboyant and eye-catching to leave unaccounted for. "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" the man inquired as Levi finalized his selection of artifacts. "If I redeem items through the online banking app, can I collect them directly from you?" Levi asked, retrieving his phone and accessing the online banking software, which displayed a total of 1,010 merit points. "The vast majority of items can indeed be collected from me directly," the man affirmed with a nod. Levi, acknowledging this, promptly spent 100 merit points to elevate his rank within the church to that of a priest. With this newfound authority, the redemption list refreshed, revealing a plethora of additional items available for exchange. After perusing the list, he expended 200 merit points to order a bracelet identical to Walter's. This bracelet boasted a multitude of advanced features and was crafted from cutting-edge materials, demonstrating remarkable durability while withstanding flames up to 1,500 degrees Celsius, allowing Levi to fight with abandon. With 700 merit points remaining, he sought further valuable items to redeem. An ultra-extendable simulated suit? Levi soon discovered an item of immense utility. Though Levi's height and physique were comparable to an average person in his normal form, upon entering combat, especially against formidable foes, he would transform into a combat form exceeding 3 meters tall, causing his garments to tear asunder. The ultra-extendable simulated suit was, in fact, not conventional clothing, but rather a mass of liquid nanobots capable of freely rearranging themselves. As described, these nanobots were not solely products of human technology, but rather derivatives of an extraordinary artifact. Indeed, the majority of the bracelet was also composed of these nanobots. This simulated suit, powered by the biological energy of the human body, could extend to cover an area of up to 10 square meters and could morph into any desired clothing style through color combination. These nanobots not only possess substantial defensive capabilities but could also withstand temperatures and flames below 1,500 degrees Celsius. Moreover, should the nanobots sustain damage, as long as the destruction did not exceed 60, the remaining nanobots could regenerate by consuming energy, a remarkably robust feature. Simultaneously, Levi spotted combat robots constructed from these nanobots within the redemption list, reminiscent of the liquid robot from the Terminator films he had previously watched. However, the combat robots available for redemption possessed only rudimentary intelligence, capable of executing simple, repetitive tasks, and could not perform complex commands. Yet, these robots could exhibit strength comparable to a level 2 life form, displaying fearlessness and an insensitivity to pain, having proven effective in eliminating numerous aberrations. Consequently, the redemption price was steep, requiring a hefty 2,000 merit points. 500 merit points? Levi noted the price of the simulated suit, which reached 500 points, one-fourth the cost of the combat robot. While the cost-effectiveness was not particularly favorable, Levi nonetheless chose to proceed with the exchange. With a hum, as Levi completed the transaction, A spatial rift materialized on the man's tablet, revealing a black bracelet and a fist-sized, swirling sphere of silver liquid metal. After the middle-aged man executed a few commands on the tablet, a current surged through the bracelet and metal sphere. The bracelet and simulated suit have been activated and connected, and they are now bound to your identity, Mr. Levi. No one else may utilize them, the man declared, placing the tablet down. Before donning the simulated suit, please remove your clothing to avoid damage, he instructed. Without hesitation, Levi stripped off his garments and donned the cool bracelet. He then gently touched the metallic sphere, which promptly transformed into a pool of silver liquid, flowing up his hand and quickly enveloping his entire body. Observing the silvery metal coursing over him, Levi noted that its weight was virtually imperceptible. Please select your clothing style. The bracelet emitted a prompt, projecting a translucent red page into the air, showcasing an array of outfits designed and coordinated by renowned fashion designers. Levi extended his finger and casually tapped on the first outfit displayed. Upon detecting his selection, the silver liquid metal coursing over Levi's body surged with electrical currents. Within 2 to 3 seconds, it morphed into a complete tailcoat ensemble, complete with a suit, shoes, tie, and pin, feeling almost indistinguishable from genuine fabric. Then, as Levi tensed his muscles and entered combat mode, his form rapidly expanded to over 3 meters tall, with the simulated suit extending accordingly, maintaining an impressively appropriate fit. At last, he was free from the fear of his garments tearing. Chapter 77, The Bloodied School Bus. Under the blazing sun, a sleek black SUV sped down the highway in the desert. Levi sat within his vehicle, marveling at the remarkable efficiency of the Church of All Spirits. To complete the modifications on this car, Levi had spent the previous night resting in an abandoned wooden cabin in the church town. Regrettably, Walter had been away on a mission that afternoon and was not present in the town. At this moment, the vehicle's exterior had transformed from silver to black, adorned with heavy-duty tow hitches at both ends. An extension had been added to the cargo area, housing not only a liquor cabinet for indulgence, but also a new license plate, while all internal insignias had been replaced. The interior saw even more extensive changes. Nearly everything had been swapped out to ensure that only Levi's presence remained. Moreover, the transportation department's database had been updated with photos of both Levi and the vehicle, ensuring all documentation was complete. If anyone were to investigate, they would uncover a series of impeccable road condition surveillance records, confirming that this vehicle was, without a doubt, Levi's legal property. As for the Chevrolet, which had been driven for less than 2 weeks, its paint and windows had been marred by the relentless sand and wind, leading Levi to abandon it by the roadside, awaiting a fortunate passerby. Earlier, after acquiring Arachne's loom, Levi had expended energy points to utilize the power of fate weaving, which revealed the name Michael Myers and his precise location. Upon arriving in the desolate region, Levi discovered he was now relatively close to this individual, prompting him to follow the guidance of fate weaving in search of Myers. Levi sought to verify whether the special energy vessel mentioned by the loom was indeed a mutant entity. Unfortunately, the fate weaving ability could only yield one name at a time, and it remained uncertain whether he could continue weaving names until he encountered the unique energy within Myers. Arachne's loom, this extraordinary artifact, seemed intricately linked to destiny, which made Levi exercise utmost caution in its use. He sensed that the low energy concentration of the current era significantly diminished the artifact's capabilities, leaving it in a state of decline. However, as the energy levels increased, the loom was gradually recovering. Once it regained its peak condition, its powers would undergo a transformative change. After driving for over 2 hours, dusk began to settle in, and the barren desert landscape gave way to lush grasslands, though the area still appeared sparsely populated. The stark contrast between the desolation of the desert and the vitality of the prairie was striking. You have entered Boheo County. The road conditions are average. Watch for wildlife crossing, the newly installed navigation system gently chimed. Boheo County? Levi had never heard of this town and paid it little mind, instead following the intuition within his soul to adjust his course. Having traveled over 50 kilometers, the climate grew increasingly humid and refreshing, flanked by towering water cypress trees, with several clearly inhabited houses dotting the landscape. Yet, Levi had encountered not a single vehicle along the way. Suddenly, Levi furrowed his brow as he spotted a yellow school bus ahead, its windshield shattered and all tires flat, even from a distance of several hundred meters. A potent scent of blood assaulted his senses. Something had gone terribly wrong. Levi cautiously parked beside the bus, noting that the windows were nearly entirely shattered and thick Congealed blood coated the vehicle and the surrounding area. Exiting his car, he inspected the road near the bus, finding a bloodstain that stretched 10 meters away, splattered forward. The pavement bore a half-finger-deep, slanted depression, as if someone had been pinned to the ground by a descending weapon. Strangely, there were no shell casings or signs of gunfire at the scene. Pushing open the half-ajar door, the interior of the bus resembled a slaughterhouse, with the floor, seats, and walls splattered with coagulated blood and remnants of flesh. The scene was horrifically gruesome. Scanning the area, Levi discerned that aside from the blood and a few scattered bits of meat, there were no human bodies present. However, based on the volume of blood, it was clear that at least 20 students had fallen victim to this massacre. A deranged killer? Levi stepped away from the bus. No tire tracks marred the ground nearby. Yet where had the bodies of the victims vanished to? As he continued to examine the scene, Levi noticed several sharp spikes protruding from one of the tires. Approaching, he removed the spikes, discovering they were actually a type of dart fashioned from two grayish bones. No, wait. Upon closer inspection, Levi realized the material was not bone, but rather two sharp teeth measuring 3 centimeters in length. Moreover, he sensed a faint trace of mutant radiation emanating from these teeth, indicating that a formidable mutant creature had orchestrated this massacre. Levi raised his wrist device and conducted a scan of the area, confirming the presence of residual mutant radiation. Curiously, there were no signs of a vehicle having departed, nor any bloodied footprints. How had this mutant managed to make off with so many bodies? After a thorough examination, Levi found little in the way of leads, prompting him to contact the church's logistics department, informing them of the situation so that they could handle the aftermath. Continuing on his journey, Levi turned onto a small north-south road, driving another 30 kilometers before encountering an old, battered sports car with visible collision damage parked at a fork in the road. A beautiful young woman leaned against the front of the car, arms crossed, her anxious gaze darting around as if she were a lookout for a thief. Scanning the area, Levi noticed that amidst the lush cypress trees, there stood an abandoned white chapel, its elongated structure seemingly forgotten. A multitude of crows perched on its roof, cawing incessantly, creating a disconcerting atmosphere. As Levi approached, the young woman initially appeared startled, but after a moment of hesitation, she resolved to wave her arms frantically, calling out, "Sir, please, help me." Chapter 78. Plea for help in the church. With a sharp screech, Levi slammed on the brakes and rolled down the window, inquiring, "Miss, how may I assist you?" Upon catching sight of Levi's resolute and handsome visage, Triss felt a wave of relief wash over her. Surely, a man of such striking good looks must possess a kind heart. Levi's discerning gaze swept over her, noting that the young woman was indeed attractive, possessing a charm that deepened upon closer inspection. In her early 20s, she stood tall at approximately 1.75 meters, her flowing golden locks cascading down her slender frame, which, though somewhat delicate, was accentuated by her red athletic tank top, revealing her alluring figure. Triss's face bore a hint of lingering terror as she recounted. "I could not discern the truck driver's face, but just moments ago, we witnessed that truck parked beside the abandoned church. The driver, a towering figure clad in a voluminous raincoat and wide-brimmed hat, appeared to be discarding something akin to a body into a deep, dark pipe adjacent to the church. We were about to leave when my brother, Daly, insisted that we could not simply abandon a potential victim. If the person is still alive, we would be complicit in their demise. If it is indeed a corpse, we must alert the authorities." As the truck departed, Daly instructed Triss to keep watch by the roadside, and he audaciously slid into the ominous pipe, presumably to investigate. However, when Triss parked her aged, battered car at the roadside, it unexpectedly stalled, refusing to start due to the earlier collision. "Please, sir, we desperately need your help," Triss pleaded, tears welling in her eyes as she clutched the window of Levi's vehicle. "You need not do anything else. I shall call Daly. All we ask is for you to take us away from here." This desolate path was eerily isolated. Triss remained on lookout for half an hour without a single passing vehicle. An inexplicable dread gripped her heart as they lingered near the church, an unsettling premonition of impending horror tightening her chest. "Miss Triss, gather your belongings and join me in the vehicle. Let us investigate the situation together," Levi urged, nodding at her. To him, her predicament seemed hardly an inconvenience. Should the truck driver be a murderer, his formidable strength would swiftly dispatch the foe to the depths of hell. Conversely, if fortune smiled upon him and the driver turned out to be a grotesque being, Levi would joyfully seize the opportunity to gather unique energy. After all, during his acceptance of the Dwarf King's legacy, he had expended the special energy stored within the tome to withstand the overwhelming infusion of power, leaving him in dire need of such energy now. Moreover, Levi's mind involuntarily drew parallels between the truck driver and a recent massacre involving a school bus on another road, contemplating whether the missing bodies might have been disposed of in that very pipe. Upon Levi's agreement, Triss was consumed by exhilaration, disregarding her belongings as she flung open the rear door of the vehicle. However, her excitement quickly froze upon encountering the hulking figure of the ogre in the backseat. Compared to the truck driver, whose mere presence instilled fear, the sight of the man clad in a full combat suit, obscuring his eyes and adorned with an array of weaponry, sent a chill down Triss's spine. The ogre donned a custom-made tactical suit, crafted by Levi at the cost of 50 merit points, a sum equivalent to an astonishing $50,000. Yet, this expenditure proved worthwhile, as the suit's formidable capabilities provided substantial support to the already powerful ogre. The combat attire combined defensive prowess with comfort, equipped with advanced technology, including a full-cover helmet featuring both a secure communication device and a camera capable of projecting directly onto Levi's wristband. Most remarkably, the suit housed a hydraulic assistance system, augmenting the wearer's strength by an additional ton, a technological feat far surpassing military standards. Meanwhile, the violent jolt of the vehicle left Triss momentarily dizzy, fearing she might inadvertently board another robber's vehicle in her desperate attempt to escape the truck driver. "Miss Triss, please, do not be afraid. This is my partner. We are police officers," Levi declared, brandishing his badge, though his curiosity was piqued by the girl's keen perceptiveness, a quality often indicative of considerable mental fortitude. "My apologies, officer." Triss blushed, hastily apologizing to the ogre while shutting the rear door. She swiftly took her seat in the passenger seat next to Levi. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Levi." Not wishing to prolong the delay, Levi turned the vehicle around and drove towards the dilapidated church, situated over 200 meters from the roadside. Upon reaching the church, he observed that the narrow dirt path leading to it was surprisingly devoid of weeds, marked instead by fresh tire tracks, suggesting frequent vehicular passage. If Triss and her brother's suspicions held any truth, this could very well be a designated dumping ground for bodies. As Levi maneuvered the vehicle beside the church, he felt a peculiar sensation wash over him. The long-abandoned Christian sanctuary emanated an odd aura. Yet, his attention was swiftly drawn to the residual radiation of distortion surrounding the area, palpable even without a detection device. Enhanced by the completion of his soul, Levi's senses had sharpened considerably, allowing him to ascertain that the lingering distortion emanated from the same source he had sensed within the school bus, likely the same grotesque being. This indicated that the entity masquerading as the truck driver was highly probable to be a Level 2 or even a Level 3 aberration. Chapter 79, Level 3? Levi felt a surge of excitement rather than fear, secretly hoping that it would indeed be a Level 3 aberration. Currently, Levi's physical strength soared to an impressive 20 tons. And with the 50 enhancement from the faceless mask, he could unleash a tremendous force of 30 tons in a short burst. Coupled with his mental field, the ability to manipulate flames, his steel-like skin, and rudimentary self-healing, Levi possessed the confidence and capability to engage in battles beyond his level. Levi scrutinized the ancient church before him, constructed entirely of a grayish-white stone, its doors and windows in a state of decay, nestled deep within the forest. The setting sun's rays failed to penetrate the church, rendering it shrouded in darkness, particularly accentuated by the pitch-black roof and the crows perched upon it, resembling statues, which infused the entire edifice with an ominous and terrifying atmosphere. However, Levi found this unremarkable. It was precisely the ambience one would expect under the pervasive influence of aberrant radiation. The residual aberrant radiation energy from higher-level aberrations exerted considerable influence and transformative power over the environment. Peering through the windows, Levi beheld the church's interior, equally in ruins. The once wooden pews had disintegrated into a pile of rotten timber, and at the far end of the church stood a solitary crucifix, the only remaining object within the derelict structure. Approaching the drainage pipe, a rigid plastic conduit nearly a meter in radius, Levi detected a uniquely pungent odor of decay that assailed his senses. "Diley, come out. We must leave," CLYSS called out anxiously, her face etched with urgency. "Miss CLYSS, I fear your brother may not possess the ability to navigate this pipe," Levi interjected, interrupting her frantic pleas. Utilizing the faint light, he observed that the sloped pipe extended nearly 30 meters downward, leading to a basement, with the pipes end situated almost 3 meters above the basement floor. Rough calculations suggested that this basement lay approximately 24 meters underground. What? CLYSS gasped, her face paling as panic washed over her. Mr. Levi, what shall we do? Levi had no intention of descending. His imposing physique made the sub-1 meter diameter pipe rather constricting, and any ambush midway would leave him in a precarious position. Wait, the rope. CLYSS suddenly recalled. Mr. Levi, could you lower a rope, then use the car to pull Diley up? An excellent idea. Levi nodded in approval, albeit with a resigned shrug. However, I lack a rope of sufficient length. The one in my vehicle is merely 10 meters, far from adequate. At that moment, Levi turned to gaze at the church, where a young man, disheveled and clad in a light blue t-shirt, emerged from within, bearing a striking resemblance to CLYSS. Diley, CLYSS exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she rushed to embrace him. Are you all right? I'm fine. The man was indeed Diley, though he appeared somewhat disoriented. Remnants of fear lingering in his eyes as if he had just endured something profoundly terrifying. Diley, we must hurry to the police car, CLYSS urged, dragging her brother towards the vehicle. Police? Diley instinctively lifted his gaze, only to discover two imposing figures, both armed, which ignited a spark of recognition in his eyes. Officer, I want to report a crime, he shouted, gripping Levi's arm tightly, his voice trembling. There's a psychopathic killer's hideout below. What? Kenny and Dana? CLYSS's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing those names. Kenny and Dana were a couple and cherished friends from their high school days, who had mysteriously vanished 4 years ago while driving on this very road. The police had only found their blood-soaked car nearby, yet their bodies were never recovered. The case was hastily closed, deemed a traffic accident, leaving CLYSS haunted by an inexplicable dread of this road, fearing that she might one day meet the same fate. Diley, how did you come out of the church? CLYSS glanced at the tunnel-like pipe, realizing Diley had emerged from within. A thought struck her. Could this pipe connect to the basement beneath the church? Beneath lay an immense underground chamber, with a staircase leading directly into the church. Diley's words confirmed CLYSS's suspicions. Hannibal, let us go down together, Levi declared, turning to the siblings. You two stay in the car, no matter what happens. Do not exit. Perceiving the palpable fear in CLYSS and Diley, Levi reassured them, pointing at the vehicle. This car has been specially modified, as long as you remain inside. Even an armed assailant cannot harm you in the short term. Seeing CLYSS and Diley obediently secure themselves within the vehicle, Levi, accompanied by the cannibal, stepped into a small room at the church's entrance. There, behind a pile of collapsed, decayed cabinets, he discovered a dark entrance leading underground. With a determined thought, he donned the faceless mask on the cannibal and guided him toward the basement. Chapter 80, The Path of Corpses. Creak. Creak. An unsettling sound echoed as the imposing figure of the ogre descended the wooden staircase into the basement. The beam from the helmet-mounted flashlight illuminated the corridor, casting a brightness akin to daylight. The wooden doors, windows, and benches within the church had long succumbed to decay, yet, remarkably, this staircase bore the ogre's weight of over 200 kilograms with ease. Levi, controlling the ogre's body, looked down and observed that the wooden steps, though appearing somewhat aged, were no more than 20 years old and surprisingly free of dust. It seemed evident that the staircase had undergone recent renovations and regular maintenance. As they ventured deeper, Levi increasingly detected the pungent scent of decay wafting through the ogre's nostrils. After descending 76 steps, they arrived at an underground chamber over 20 meters deep, exuding an ancient aura reminiscent of a tomb. The entrance to the basement featured a 3-meter-high, 2-meter-wide arched doorway, constructed from grayish-white stone bricks, leading into a stone corridor exceeding 20 meters in length. Upon entering, the ogre beheld the walls flanking the stone path, including the ceiling, embedded with numerous human corpses. A sight both macabre and chilling. These bodies appeared to have undergone some peculiar preservation, devoid of any signs of decay, resembling lifelike sculptures at first glance. However, the neatly incised wounds and meticulous stitches betrayed their humanity. Upon pressing against a corpse's abdomen, the ogre furrowed its brow as its sharp, knife-like claws sliced through the smooth, pale skin, revealing the hollow cavity of a female corpse, entirely devoid of its internal organs. Levi maneuvered the ogre towards other nearby corpses, replicating the action, and indeed found their innards meticulously excised. For what purpose? Levi pondered, surveying the surroundings through the ogre's eyes. He noted the most unsettling detail, Every human face displayed an expression of sheer terror, without exception. Yet, this horrifying tableau held no sway over Levi. He could even sense a flicker of greed within the ogre regarding the corpses before him. Continuing deeper into the chamber, they soon traversed the corridor of bodies and emerged into a spacious underground laboratory. Contrary to Levi's expectations of a gruesome chamber filled with torture devices akin to a slaughterhouse, this space was instead cluttered with various jars, containers, and scientific apparatuses. Some of these instruments were crafted from silver, exuding an air of antiquity. Standing at the staircase's edge, Levi utilized his wristband to search for information on the instruments transmitted from the ogre. To his astonishment, he discovered that many of these laboratory tools bore the classic design of over 1,500 years ago, dating back to the Byzantine era. As he browsed through the records on the wristband, Levi uncovered a wealth of experimental equipment and stumbled upon the term alchemist. This led him to learn about a time when the energy from the rift had plummeted, resulting in the demise of the majority of extraordinary beings while powerful factions withdrew from society. Yet, a small number of these beings refused to resign themselves to fate, actively seeking a means of escape. Though somewhat wasteful, numerous individuals and hidden factions resorted to methods that allowed them to survive the energy decline, resulting in a minor competition for peculiar objects without causing significant upheaval. However, as these rare items dwindled in number, the situation became increasingly dire. Eventually, a powerful individual known as Merlin plunged the profession of alchemy into chaos. Amidst the scarcity of rare items, Merlin conceived the notion that the energy within these objects could be extracted and absorbed. He wondered whether the energy within extraordinary beings could be similarly harvested, and whether such extraction would entail any adverse effects. Once this idea took root, Merlin embarked on a series of experiments. He clandestinely captured extraordinary beings and conducted his tests with surprising success, extracting energy far surpassing that of ordinary artifacts. To his astonishment, he discovered that this energy was not only easier to absorb, but also significantly enhanced his own strength, even granting him bizarre new abilities. With this revelation, Merlin began a relentless hunt, quickly ascending from a mere level 2 life form to a formidable level 3. The sudden disappearance of numerous extraordinary beings raised alarms among various factions, particularly as Merlin thrived while others barely survived. In an environment where level 3 entities were exceedingly rare, this anomaly drew intense scrutiny, prompting investigations from numerous powers, including the once dominant Church of Extremism. The inevitable conclusion was grim. Merlin's abhorrent experiments were ultimately exposed. To quell the ensuing outrage, the Church was compelled to take action, initiating a purge against alchemists and igniting a fervor against their practice. Chapter 81. Joshua. Indeed, during the Byzantine era, the most renowned and influential was the current faith with the greatest number of followers, known as the Extreme Doctrine. In an age when extraordinary beings struggled for survival, where even a third-tier life form was considered a significant figure, a being named Joshua emerged. This individual possessed unparalleled strength. Even a mere glance from a third-tier life form was enough to overwhelm them. As Joshua traversed the world, he founded the Extreme Doctrine, which proclaimed that there exists only one true deity, known as God, and that he is the Son of God, spreading the message of divine mercy and greatness among mortals. His immense power allowed him to perform what ordinary humans deemed miraculous feats, leading to the swift proliferation of the Extreme Doctrine across numerous human realms. Naturally, ordinary humans abandoned the Olympian gods that existed solely within ancient texts, choosing instead to worship a deity they could see and even experience personally. This mass abandonment of faith stirred various concerns among many extraordinary beings of that time, inciting their attention and dissatisfaction. However, they were no match for Joshua. Thus, they awaited the actions of the Church of All Spirits, hoping to teach Joshua a lesson. After all, since the war of the divine and the wicked, although the Church of All Spirits had remained hidden and never actively promoted the worship of the Olympian gods, this did not imply that other sects could seize the opportunity to undermine them. As anticipated, the guardian of the church's warehouse challenged Joshua to a duel. The specifics of the battle remain unknown to outsiders. However, following that confrontation, Joshua continued to traverse the world, proclaiming the doctrine of God. While the Church of All Spirits retreated into secrecy, extraordinary beings were astounded. The guardian of the church, previously regarded as the strongest in the world, had been defeated. Levi, having entered the warehouse, was well aware of the circumstances. The challenger was the 9th guardian of the warehouse, whose strength, bolstered by the church's resources, was not inferior to that of the current Medina, capable of exerting power comparable to a fifth-tier demigod in a remarkably short time. Yet, when facing Joshua, the Guardian was completely outmatched. Even after burning his life force to fully unleash the warehouse's power, reaching the level of a fifth-tier demigod, he still could not overcome Joshua and seemed to be at a disadvantage. Ultimately, Joshua proposed that they consider the outcome a draw. However, the Guardian, whose lifespan was already limited, soon met his end following that encounter. The higher-ups of the Church of All Spirits concluded that Joshua was a fifth-tier demigod from the Age of the Gods. Although they could not fathom how he managed to retain his powers without being drained by the world, he was undeniably an enigmatic existence. Yet, Joshua's time was fleeting. He appeared in the world for merely over 3 years before vanishing without a trace. To stabilize his followers, the Extreme Doctrine later fabricated numerous tales about Joshua, even portraying him as a persecuted figure to bolster their teachings. Thus, Levi turned off the search results regarding alchemists. Was this aberration related to alchemists? Could it be a product of their experiments? The ogre brushed his hand across a 2-meter square experimental table, thick with dust, and observed that there were over 30 such tables throughout the basement, a considerable scale for that era. Just then, Levi noticed an anomalous table in the farthest corner of the laboratory. Unlike the others, it was devoid of experimental apparatus and free of dust. As he guided the ogre closer, he saw various sizes of knives, scissors, and needles arranged on the surface. Beside the table stood a 2-meter-high wooden crucifix, stained with fresh and old blood, recalling the corpses embedded in the stone walls at the entrance of the tunnel. Levi immediately realized that this was where the aberration processed bodies. However, upon scanning the table, he found no other items, nor any traces of preservatives. His curiosity about the method of preserving bodies grew, especially since he had 2 pig heads soaked in preservatives in his car trunk. At the rear of the laboratory, there was a spacious area where light filtered through pipes, revealing numerous bloodstains on the ground. Clearly, this was where the aberration stored corpses. That truck driver was undoubtedly a deranged killer. Over the years, who knows how many pedestrians had disappeared on this road, all likely victims of his hand. Daily, Cress frowned and nudged her somewhat dazed brother, concerned that he might be suffering from psychological issues due to the trauma. She immediately decided to leave and take him to see a psychologist. "Mr. Levi, could you please take us to the police station in Boheo County? Less than 20 kilometers from here? Staying here with Daly would not only be unhelpful but might also hinder your efforts." Cress expressed her desire to leave immediately, not wishing to linger in this dreadful place. "Sister." Upon hearing Cress's words, Daly's face contorted with dissatisfaction. "This is a perverse murderer who has killed hundreds. Kenny and Dana fell victim to him. Don't you want to avenge them?" Levi understood that Daly's current state was a reaction to the immense fear he had experienced. His instinct was to see the killer apprehended or slain to alleviate his terror. Otherwise, if the fear induced by the perpetrator continued to affect him, it could lead to severe psychological issues for Daly. Chapter 82. Collision. As the sun set around 4 or 5 o'clock, its golden rays illuminated the grassy plains flanking the highway, painting a picturesque scene that should have evoked joy. However, Daly snored soundly, while Triss anxiously gnawed at her nails, betraying her unease. The specially modified vehicle boasted excellent sound insulation as it sped smoothly ahead. "Rest assured, I have already contacted the Bohea County Police Department via the intercom. They are on their way," Levi remarked, glancing at Triss, who clutched her phone tightly. "Miss Triss, would you like to call home? There's no signal at all." Triss replied, shaking her head as she activated her phone. The reception on this road was notoriously poor, only available near the police station. "I don't want to get home too quickly," Triss mused after a brief silence. Many children choose to run away from home to escape uncomfortable environments, which often forces them into premature independence. Suddenly, an ominous crackling sound erupted from the car radio, followed by a strange, chilling melody that sent shivers down Triss's spine. Momentarily stunned, she turned to Levi, her expression shifting to one of alarm. "Mr. Levi, it's this music. It played when that truck approached us earlier." As Triss grew anxious, she noticed Levi's expression change as he focused intently on the rearview mirror. "Triss, is that truck behind us the one you mentioned?" "Huh." Triss instinctively glanced into the mirror and saw a dark gray truck, roaring ominously just 200 to 300 meters behind them, rapidly closing the distance to less than 50 meters in mere seconds. "That's it," Triss exclaimed, her demeanor shifting dramatically as she recognized the vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, Levi scrutinized the truck, which stood approximately 3 meters tall and 7 meters long, resembling a decrepit military transport vehicle from the last century, its body riddled with rust. It appeared overwhelmingly heavy, encased in welded steel plates, like a makeshift iron box. Yet, the most peculiar aspect was the truck's windows, black as iron, impenetrable even to Levi's keen eyesight, obscuring any view of the driver inside. Does it consider me prey? Levi thought, a chill creeping into his gaze as he observed the truck barreling towards them. With a surge of determination, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling their vehicle to a staggering 260 kilometers per hour. To his astonishment, the pursuing truck also accelerated, matching their pace and even surpassing it. This defies logic, Trish shouted, incredulous that a dilapidated truck could rival a sports car's speed. Yet, it makes perfect sense, Levi murmured, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He sensed a potent energy emanating from the truck, realizing that this seemingly worthless vehicle was, in fact, a remarkable artifact. This is a windfall. Levi's inner thoughts were consumed with exhilaration at the prospect of encountering a level 3 aberration, paired with a unique vehicle artifact, an incredible stroke of luck. Bang! In the next instant, the truck rammed into the rear of Levi's vehicle, generating a tremendous impact that jolted them, causing visible deformation to the alloy-modified hood. Yet, the truck's front remained unscathed, even the rust on its steel plates untouched. Such a treasure. Levi felt a surge of excitement rather than dismay over the damage, preparing to pull over at the upcoming bend to confront the situation head-on. However, just then, 2 speeding police cars burst around the corner, witnessing the collision. 2 officers leaned out, brandishing carbines and firing at the truck. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets merely sparked against the truck's surface and glass, leaving no mark as they ricocheted off, some even bouncing onto Levi's hood. Yet, in an instant, the truck that had been relentlessly pursuing them abruptly decelerated and veered away, disappearing rapidly down the winding road. We're safe, Trish gasped, gripping the safety handle tightly, her body collapsing in relief as sweat dripped from her brow. That night, at the Boha County Police Department, Trish hung up after making a call home, finally dragging her weary body to sit beside Levi. Thank you, Mr. Levi, she expressed sincerely. For had he not stopped to help, she and her brother might have fallen victim to that killer. Having survived such a harrowing ordeal, Trish realized that, compared to life and death, other matters paled in significance. She felt a newfound maturity, free from grievances towards her parents, able to speak calmly in the phone conversation. Mr. Levi. Just then, a burly, bald middle-aged man rushed down from the second floor, approached Levi, and grasped his hand apologetically. I am deeply sorry for the fright you endured. This bald man was Milk, the chief of the Boha County Police Department. After verifying Levi's identity upstairs, he felt a wave of frustration. He had not anticipated that a billionaire would be subjected to such a terror attack within his jurisdiction. Rest assured, Mr. Levi, we have dispatched the majority of our forces to encircle that church and will ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. Crash. At that moment, the window on the second floor shattered, suggesting an intrusion into the police station. Chapter 83. Impact. What is it? Milk signaled to an officer behind him to investigate the situation, suspecting that an owl might have shattered the glass, as similar incidents had occurred in the past. Mr. Levi, what do you mean by that? Milk asked, a look of confusion crossing his face, sensing that Levi was acting rather strangely. Just then, a dark, imposing figure suddenly swooped down from the second-floor staircase like a bat, and the officer stationed at the foot of the stairs was snatched away by the head. What the hell? Milk exclaimed, startled, as he fumbled for his handgun. He had been facing away from the staircase, but he caught a glimpse of the figure, which had unfurled a pair of tawny wings behind it. Bang! Bang! Milk raised his gun with one hand towards the staircase, while his left hand fumbled to press the alarm button on the wall behind him. Hearing the alarm, the officers on the first floor rushed out of their offices to assemble. However, the police station, which had only 30 officers to begin with, had just dispatched a 20-man team to apprehend the truck murderer. Excluding those on leave, only 6 officers remained in the station, most of whom were clerks who rarely ventured out on duty. Clatter. Milk yanked the keys from his belt and tossed them to a female officer behind him, Fran, instructing her to take everyone to the armory and retrieve the heavy weaponry. No questions, just execute the order. Yes, Chief. Though Fran was unaware of the unfolding situation, she quickly led the few officers to the armory. A minute later, Fran and her team, donning bulletproof vests and armed with shotguns and submachine guns, formed a protective circle around Milk and Levi, their weapons trained on the second floor. The 2 thugs, previously nonchalant while handcuffed to the chairs, felt the shift in atmosphere and hastily shouted for the officers to release their cuffs. Fran handed Milk a shotgun and helped him into a bulletproof vest before inquiring, "Chief, what's happening? Are there criminals upstairs?" Just then, as Milk pondered how to explain the situation to the officers, all the lights in the police station suddenly extinguished, as if someone had severed the power supply. Click, click. The officers instinctively chambered their rounds, forming a circular defense. Instantly, the vast police station was plunged into an eerie darkness and silence, the officers holding their breath, while even the two raucous thugs clenched their teeth, lying still in their chairs, feigning death. Whoosh. At that moment, the ogre, long regarded as Levi's bodyguard, emitted a brilliant beam of light from its helmet, illuminating the dark staircase. Thud. Simultaneously, an unusual sound of impact echoed from the staircase, and a dark sphere hurtled toward them from the corridor. Bang! Bang! The tense officers immediately unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the staircase. "Stop!" Milk shouted, realizing something was amiss as he glanced at the staircase, where the dark sphere turned out to be the severed head of the officer who had just been taken, thanks to the officer's poor marksmanship. The head, although half of its face was blown away by a shotgun pellet, still bore a look of terror in its wide-open eyes. The neck was gruesomely torn, a result of sheer force having wrenched the head from its body, a sight Levi was all too familiar with. Most of these officers were support personnel, accustomed to answering phones and taking statements. They had never encountered such a gruesome scene. The sight of the horror beneath their feet, coupled with the overwhelming tension, caused one young female officer to vomit uncontrollably. "Two of you, protect Mr. Levi. The rest of you prepare to follow me upstairs," Milk commanded, his heart filled with rage over the loss of his comrade, ready to confront whatever awaited them above. "Chief Milk." Just then, Levi halted Milk's advance and, with a swift motion, revealed a massive revolver that was nearly the length of a human forearm. "The creature upstairs is beyond your capacity to handle. I advise you to guard the perimeter outside." "Huh? Mr. Levi?" Milk glanced at the exaggerated handgun in Levi's grip, as well as the futuristic-looking bodyguard beside him. Remembering the rumors of supernatural forces he had heard from his former superior, Milk's heart stirred with apprehension. "Mr. Levi, do you have confidence?" The thought of a legendary monster lurking above extinguished Milk's anger, replaced by a hint of hesitation on his face. "Rest assured, leave it to us." Levi nodded affirmatively. "All right, time to get to work." As everyone departed, Levi instructed the ogre to secure the staircase, while he ascended to the second floor, aware that he was facing a suspected level 3 aberration, a creature that the ogre's strength alone could not harm. Simultaneously, a question arose in Levi's mind. Based on the number of corpses in the church basement, this aberration had likely been operating on the nearby roads for years, preying on unsuspecting passersby without revealing its existence to the outside world. But why had it now brazenly attacked the police station? Moments later, Levi reached the second floor, where, aside from 2 offices, half of the area had been converted into a gymnasium spanning hundreds of square feet. Whoosh! Just as Levi stepped onto the second floor, a figure with outspread wings descended from above like a bolt of lightning, its gleaming claws aimed directly at Levi's head. Swoosh! In that instant, Levi's intangible psychic field flared, producing several sparks of pale purple light upon the creature's strike. The claws bore a formidable psychic force, confirming that this monster was indeed a level 3 aberration. Chapter 84. The energy field of fear. With a resounding crash, the creature missed its strike and flapped its wings, retreating to a corner of the room, where it clung to the wall, its eyes fixed intently on Levi. At that moment, Levi finally discerned the true form of this aberration. This creature resembled a mythical vampire, standing just over 2 meters tall, with a robust and well-proportioned physique. Its bat-like wings were folded behind it, and its mouth was lined with chilling yellow fangs, all encased in a rubbery, gray-brown exoskeleton. An aura of spine-chilling terror emanated from it. The creature extended its neck toward Levi, inhaling deeply. Its nostrils bore 3 peculiar holes, and a flicker of obsession appeared in its eyes. "Such a powerful human, your fear must be exquisite." Levi continued to scrutinize the aberration before him. It wore a tattered leather trench coat, with a row of darts crafted from its own teeth strapped to its waist, identical to the ones Levi had found in the tire of the school bus. Moreover, a uniquely shaped bone axe hung from its right side, seemingly forged from the skull and spine of some creature. The spine served as the handle, while the mouth of the skull gaped open, from which protruded numerous sharp bone spikes, meticulously arranged to form the axe blade, truly a weapon fit for a demon from the abyss. Levi was momentarily astonished by the bone axe. It was indeed a remarkable artifact, The truck and this bone axe, this level 3 aberration possessed two extraordinary items, which genuinely surprised Levi. Are you coming for me? Levi regarded the creature's greedy expression, his brow furrowing slightly. Although the aberration could speak, it clearly had no intention of conversing. With a swift motion, it launched several darts made from its own teeth. Simultaneously, it drew the bone axe from its waist, and with a powerful kick, the thick concrete wall crumbled as its body transformed into a blur, hurtling toward Levi. Clang! As the dart struck Levi's mental barrier, they did not penetrate but instead sparked upon contact. The aberration's mental power was formidable. The darts were imbued with a layer of mental energy, allowing them to make direct contact with Levi's mental field. Boom! In the next instant, the rapidly advancing aberration swung its bone axe down upon Levi's mental barrier with tremendous force, causing Levi's body to lean slightly backward. Ding! Upon receiving the aberration's strike, the mental barrier before Levi cracked like glass, revealing a distinct fissure. As the bone axe struck and fractured Levi's mental field, his expression shifted, for he sensed a peculiar energy infiltrating his soul through the breach. During this process, an uncontrollable fear began to blossom within Levi, akin to a primal instinct deeply embedded in the genetic memory of all living beings, a fear of their natural enemies. The aberration, having delivered its blow, halted its assault. Standing 3 meters away from Levi with its eyes shut, breathing heavily, a look of euphoric pleasure on its face. Only the most powerful beings can evoke such pure fear. At this moment, Levi began to grasp the nature of this sudden fear. It was likely a unique ability of the aberration. This ability was nearly insurmountable for living beings, as fear is the most instinctual and profound emotion within the consciousness of life. It is fear that drives beings to seek safety and avoid harm, ensuring their survival. Fear. The aberration seemed to possess an innate ability to sense fear, and as Levi's own dread intensified, a faint gray-black mist began to emanate from the tip of its nostrils, as if fear had taken on a tangible form. As the aberration inhaled this mist of fear, its radiant energy slowly began to rise, even the hue of its skin deepening slightly. The aberration's talent for generating and absorbing fear was an exceptionally powerful ability, enabling it to weaken its adversaries while converting their fear into a source of strength. With this power, the aberration could easily triumph over stronger foes even at lower levels. As the more it battled, the weaker its opponents became, producing ever purer fear, creating a self-sustaining cycle. Suddenly, as the aberration reveled in the sensation of fear, its expression shifted, and it abruptly opened its eyes, gazing with uncertainty at the human who had suddenly donned a mask. The once palpable fear emanating from Levi had vanished entirely, as if he had transformed into a fear-free automaton. How is this possible? The aberration circled Levi, sniffing inquisitively, like a hunting dog. Is there some special method to cloak fear? Soon, its gaze fell upon the mask adorning Levi's head. The creature surmised that this mask must be an extraordinary artifact, exceedingly rare, capable of nullifying fear and posing a significant threat to it. Upon realizing the mask's potential, an uncontrollable murderous intent surged within the aberration. This artifact must not fall into the hands of others. With a sudden roar, a thick black mist erupted from the aberration's body, rapidly expanding outward. This mist was condensed from fear itself, a manifestation of the aberration's upgraded ability after reaching level 3, evolving into an energy field akin to Levi's mental field. However, this energy field was entirely composed of fear, possessing immense lethality against conscious beings. The fear energy field continued to expand outward, soon enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Those lurking in the transport vehicle below, though unable to perceive the black mist, were suddenly seized by an overwhelming shiver, primal terror flooding their hearts. 2 individuals, drained by intoxication and narcotics, experienced visions of their deepest fears, shouting in panic. Had they not been shackled to their seats, they might have attacked the non-existent phantoms before them. Creak. At that moment, the ogre, having received Levi's command, charged into the transport vehicle, closed the door, and revved the engine, driving off into the distance. Chapter 85, Battle at Level 3 with a thunderous clang, the moment the fear energy field of the aberration was unleashed. All creatures within its vicinity scurried away in a panicked frenzy. As the escort vehicle exited the realm of the fear energy field, the indescribable terror that weighed heavily on the hearts of those inside began to recede ever so slowly. However, the police officers were armed with heavy weaponry, and any accidental discharge in the confined space of the vehicle could lead to catastrophic consequences. As the fear energy field expanded, the aberration's form receded, melding seamlessly into the dense, dark mist, rendering it invisible. In such circumstances, Levi hesitated to unfurl his psychic field, aware that the aberration sphere energy, which also belonged to the realm of psychic powers, might corrode and harm his own mental defenses. Ah, humans, I can see that your psychic prowess astonishes me. But do you dare to unleash your psychic field? The low, cunning voice of the aberration echoed from all directions within the mist, seemingly aimed at unsettling Levi. My fear fog is particularly effective against practitioners of psychic strength. Without your psychic defenses, how much power do you truly retain? The aberration could conceal itself within the fear fog, hiding both its form and energy fluctuations, making it invisible to the naked eye. To detect the aberration's presence within the mist, one would need to extend their psychic energy for perception. Yet, the fear fog possessed a debilitating effect on psychic energy, creating a vicious cycle. Although the aberration's words suggested that Levi was trapped with no escape, and it appeared to hold a definitive advantage, it remained exceedingly cautious, opting not to charge recklessly. Instead, it drew several throwing darts and hurled them toward Levi's mask. Levi's eyes glimmered with a faint blue light. With a swift motion of one hand, he caught two of the silent darts. Once the fearless ability of the faceless mask was activated, the aberration's most formidable power, the ability to instill fear, lost its efficacy against him, though he could not deploy his psychic field. The minimal strength of his level 1 psychic field was inconsequential compared to his own defense, which was bolstered by 60 progress in his iron skin ability. He maintained the activation of his psychic field solely to gradually enhance his psychic prowess through this form of exercise. And it also served as an extension, allowing him to reach for a beer on the nearby table while reclining on his bed. Sensing the force transmitted through the darts, Levi estimated that the power of this level 3 aberration was approximately 15 tons, not weak by any means, as a typical level 3 human life form could only muster a little over 10 tons of strength. However, following his inheritance from the Dwarven King, Levi's own strength had reached an exaggerated 20 tons, and with the amplification from the faceless mask, his strength now doubled that of the aberration. If Levi could seize the opportunity to grasp it, he would be capable of pulverizing it into a mere pulp. At the moment Levi intercepted the darts, he immediately rethrew them in the direction from whence they came. As he launched them, his arm swelled several times in size, the liquid alloy fabric of his attire rupturing to reveal his immensely muscular arm. With this overwhelming force, the small darts pierced through the air, producing a sharp, piercing whistle, shattering the glass of the entire second floor. The aberration, hidden in the mist, had prepared to relocate after launching 2 probing darts. Yet, as it stepped forward, a dart, swift as lightning, struck its left shoulder. Boom! The immense kinetic energy of the dart obliterated its left shoulder and arm. The aberration, shaken to its core, instinctively ducked and rolled to evade another dart that nearly decapitated it. That dart instead found its mark in the wall of the police station, blasting a gaping hole half a meter in diameter, with cracks beginning to spiderweb across the reinforced concrete. After throwing 2 darts, Levi's right arm gradually returned to normal, radiating heat as if forged from red-hot steel. At this moment, Levi's strength had far surpassed his physical constitution after unleashing his full power in an instant. The muscles in his arm had sustained slight damage, but thanks to his self-healing ability, they recovered within mere breaths. Simultaneously, the liquid metal of his attire began to flow, swiftly forming a new sleeve. Impossible. Observing the wound, devoid of any blood, resembling a desiccated tree, the aberration's eyes widened in astonishment. The power unleashed by this human had transcended the limits of a level 3 life form. Was it due to that peculiar mask? At this moment, the aberration was not only wary and intent on destroying the mask, but also consumed by a greed to possess it. Clack, clack, the aberration's left shoulder, as if time itself were reversing, healed within seconds, regrowing an arm while it grimly unsheathed a bone axe from its waist. Boom! With a powerful flap of its wings, the aberration surged forward, transforming into a shadow of pale yellow. The sharp bone axe was now wreathed in a flickering black flame, aimed directly at Levi's neck. Upon witnessing the emergence of the black flame on the axe, Levi's hair stood on end, his body instinctively signaling danger. That axe could inflict fatal harm upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Like a gunslinger from the Wild West, Levi drew his revolver, a gift from the church, and fired 6 bullets in rapid succession at the approaching aberration. Despite the aberration's accelerated speed, it was struck twice, sustaining a gaping wound the size of a football in its chest and abdomen, with its right leg severed at the root. With its legs shattered, the aberration lost control of its forward momentum. Nevertheless, as it was about to fall, it hurled the bone axe at Levi, closing the distance of less than 2 meters between them. Levi's flesh, tougher than alloy and reinforced by his steel skin, was momentarily breached. Chapter 86. Flames with a soft hissing sound. A faint layer of black flame enveloped the bone axe's blade, rendering this weapon, forged from bone, remarkably resilient and razor-sharp. It effortlessly sliced through Levi's flesh at the left shoulder blade. Levi instinctively tightened the muscles of his back to staunch the flow of blood. However, the wound was tainted with a layer of faint black flames, flickering ominously, causing his fair skin to take on a grayish hue. It appears that the wondrous artifact you have refined merely grants you a facade of strength. The aberrant being lightly wielded the bone axe, and upon contact with Levi's blood, the ethereal black flames intensified, akin to being doused in gasoline. During their brief encounter, the aberrant had discerned that aside from its formidable strength and the mask that shielded it from fear, the human before it possessed no other remarkable abilities. Though the exaggerated firearm in Levi's grasp wielded immense power, it posed no effective threat to the aberrant. Moreover, having sustained injury from the bone axe, the poison of fear it harbored began to permeate Levi's body, exerting tremendous strain on his heart. He would not endure for long. I possess the immortal body you humans covet. The aberrant relentlessly swung its bone axe, circling around Levi, as if to prolong the onset of the poison. Allow me to be frank. I can consume people to replace my missing body parts. I have devoured so many over the years that I have lost count. What do you have to contend with me? Boom. As soon as the aberrant finished speaking, its wings flared behind it, propelling its form through the mist once more, raising the bone axe high and aiming for Levi's neck. Although it seemed to be reusing a previous tactic, the obscured body combined with the axe's ability to spin freely constituted a highly effective killing technique. Boom. Hearing the sound emanating from the fog, Levi, who remained motionless, focused his thoughts, and a surge of potent psychic energy erupted outward, sweeping through the fearful mist that enveloped the second floor. Despite having evolved into a psychic field, Levi retained the ability to unleash his psychic energy as a shockwave, eagerly awaiting the aberrant's approach. He had previously noted that while the aberrant accelerated its attack, it traveled in a straight line. Once he located its trajectory, escape would be impossible. In an instant, as the psychic energy surged forth, the fearful mist appeared to be diluted countless times, and Levi swiftly spotted the aberrant, nearly camouflaged within 2 meters. He had initially refrained from countering, seeking to fully gauge the prowess of the level 3 aberrant to assess the disparity between them. Now, however, he had grasped the nature of the aberrant's strength and the effects of its abilities. It was time to retaliate and bring an end to this. Boom. Levi's form abruptly surged to over 3 meters in height, the power confined within him unleashed entirely, his muscles bulging with immense strength as he leaped forward, grasping the aberrant by the neck. Thud. The force of Levi's advance propelled both him and the aberrant over 20 meters, crashing through a concrete wall of the police station and tumbling into the training ground behind it. Rumbling, the two figures skidded across the training ground, leaving deep, elongated grooves in the hardened concrete, as if it were mere sand. With a swift motion, Levi mounted the aberrant, one hand gripping its neck while the other seized its head, yanking it downward. Yet, astonishingly, as he pulled, the head disintegrated into dust like yellow sand, only for a new one to sprout forth. Haha, futile. I am devoid of the weaknesses that plague humanity. The aberrant cackled maniacally, gesturing, and the bone axe, which had been flung far away, returned to its grasp, aimed once more at Levi's head. Crack. Levi swiftly seized the skull atop the axe, and they entered a struggle of strength. Levi was slightly taken aback. The force propelling the axe was unexpectedly robust, nearly capable of sustaining an explosive force of 15 tons. Moreover, it was remarkably resilient. Even with Levi's full exertion, he could not shatter it, yet he managed to temporarily restrain the axe in his grasp. Depriving the aberrant of its soul means to inflict harm upon him. As Levi clutched the axe, a flash of black sparks erupted from the skull at its apex, causing the black flames at the wound on Levi's back to flare up, hastening their corrosive effect on his body. Boom. Feeling a slight pressure from his heart, Levi was suddenly enveloped by a deep crimson flame, transforming him into a fiery figure, instantly suppressing the black flames on his back. This was the gift of the Fireborn, bestowed upon him by the Dwarven King. Utilizing this gift, Levi not only commanded the flames of nature but was immune to their harm, capable of releasing flames exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. He had hoped to control the black flames on his back with the gift of the Fireborn, but had met with failure. Levi speculated that the energy emanating from the bone axe merely resembled flames but was fundamentally different. Perhaps his ability as the Fireborn was still in its nascent stages. And only with further enhancement would he be able to manipulate such uniquely manifested energies? Boom. As flames erupted from Levi's form, they ignited the aberrant beneath him. Yet it resembled damp wood, despite the deep crimson sparks erupting from its body. Even as it carbonized into powder, it was restored the very next moment. Haha, useless. The aberrant rasped, its gaze uncontrollably flickering towards the bone axe. Moments later, the temperature of the flames enveloping Levi's right hand soared to nearly 3,000 degrees, causing the skull of the bone axe to glow a fiery red. The strength exerted by the axe began to wane. As the axe turned red from the heat, the aberrant, pinned beneath Levi, let out a blood-curdling howl, as if it shared in the agony. Chapter 87. Enhanced Energy Bullets. As Li Wei observed the scene, a thought sparked in his mind, recalling the information he had previously gathered from Medina regarding third-tier life forms. These entities, in an effort to alleviate the strain of manipulating radiant energy, would opt to refine extraordinary artifacts, thereby distributing their burden while simultaneously harnessing greater energy through these objects. However, every action has its duality. Once a third-tier life form melds with such an artifact, it becomes a vulnerability. Should the artifact sustain damage, the life form itself would also suffer. There have even been instances where the destruction of an artifact led to the demise of the third-tier life form. For aberrant entities, whose innate qualities far surpass those of their human counterparts and who often possess remarkably peculiar abilities, most advanced aberrants do not require the refinement of extraordinary artifacts. Furthermore, the chaotic radiant energy inherent to aberrants complicates the successful melding with artifacts significantly. Yet, exceptions exist among these beings. Some gifted individuals possess the aptitude to meld with artifacts akin to humans, thereby wielding their power and exhibiting strength that exceeds that of their peers. The vampire-like aberrant before him was precisely one such exception. Li Wei, seizing the moment, redirected the flames surrounding him onto his bone axe, condensing the fire into a vibrant red-orange hue, the temperature soaring near 3,000 degrees. The black flames enveloping the axe were continuously expelled and compressed, while the aberrant S-body began to glow a fierce red, akin to a coal heated to its limit. Even if the bone axe is destroyed, you cannot extinguish me. The aberrant howled, its voice laced with agony, yet Li Wei could sense the truth in its words. I have no intention of destroying this axe. This bone axe was an extraordinary artifact, exquisitely sharp and capable of inflicting persistent damage on its target. How could Li Wei bear to obliterate it? With a decisive motion, Li Wei retrieved a massive revolver from his waist, emptied its chambers, and rolled the magazine around his belt, deftly loading several exquisitely crafted silver bullets into it. These bullets, forged from silver, wrought iron, and water, were capable of inflicting substantial harm on supernatural beings, a result of Li Wei's earlier endeavors in the church's basement, where he had neglected to exchange the silver apparatus directly from the warehouse. Each diminutive energy bullet, merely the size of a fingertip, required nearly 300 grams of iron, 200 grams of pure silver, and 100 grams of water, resulting in only 6 bullets being produced from the laboratory's silver instruments. As Li Wei squeezed the trigger, intricate silver patterns illuminated the once obsidian gun, radiating from the grip and hammer, swiftly enveloping the barrel. In an instant, the entire firearm was adorned with these elegant, arcane silver designs, and a potent aura of radiant energy began to manifest. Upon sensing this energy, the aberrant's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of fear. With a thunderous roar akin to muffled thunder, a burst of silver radiance erupted from the muzzle, infused with the power of thunder and lightning, shattering the aberrant's head into charred fragments. Upon the destruction of its head, the aberrant did not regenerate as swiftly as before. Instead, arcs of silver energy began to slowly and resolutely corrode the severed neck, transforming it into charred remains, confirming the bullet's immense efficacy against supernatural entities. The aberrant, now feeling intensified pain, thrashed about, its headless form clawing at the cement floor, leaving a myriad of intersecting marks. Indeed, the head is not the fatal weakness. Li Wei redirected his aim and fired a second energy bullet into its chest, creating a gaping hole that exposed its withered, lifeless organs. This only incited further ferocity in the aberrant-esque struggles, yet it remained unvanquished. Li Wei unleashed a trio of bullets in rapid succession, rendering the aberrant into a mere heap of charred powder, leaving only a solitary left arm behind. Truly, an indestructible being? Li Wei mused, observing the dismembered arm, which, despite its state, clawed desperately towards the west. With a final shot, Li Wei obliterated the arm, reducing it to ash and ensuring the aberrant's complete annihilation. Yet, in that instant, a barely perceptible black orb materialized, darting away like a fleeting shadow towards the southwest, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Li Wei furrowed his brow. Although he had utterly dismantled the aberrant's form, there was no notification of a special energy acquisition. He was certain that the aberrant had not truly perished, and that orb likely represented its true lifeline. Turning to inspect the wound on his shoulder, Li Wei's expression grew grave. The faintly visible black flames had not dissipated. Instead, they continued to obstruct the wound's healing, causing the flesh around it to exhibit a subtle darkness. Li Wei extended his psychic field. Yet he could not dispel the black flames, only striving to contain their spread. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed. In the short term, these flames posed little threat to him and would not hinder his abilities. Once he evolved into a third-tier life form, he could attempt to manipulate radiant energy to eliminate them. As for the aberrant, Li Wei contemplated the direction in which the orb had fled. Formulating a rough hypothesis, there was no way it could escape. Suddenly, cautious footsteps echoed from the police station, followed by two squads of fully armed officers forming a defensive line as they approached. "Mr. Li Wei, are you unharmed?" "This is splendid news," Milk exclaimed, surveying the cement floor, which appeared as though struck by a missile, alongside the partially destroyed police station, his shock palpable. Was such destruction achievable solely by human means? Images of robots, genetically modified beings, and government super soldiers flooded Milk's mind, akin to scenes from a science fiction film. He could hardly fathom the reality of it all. "Mr. Milk, today's events fall under national secrecy. You understand the importance of discretion, do you not?" Li Wei replied softly, turning to him. "Of course." Milk straightened, his demeanor resolute. Rest assured, Milk and his colleagues had not witnessed the aberrant's appearance nor the battle between Li Wei and the creature. Furthermore, the subsequent arrival of church personnel would ensure that no information would be divulged. And the direction of the orb's escape, it seemed to lead straight to the church. Chapter 88. The Medium. Mr. Levi, this is Chishian Hardman, the medium stationed at the police precinct. Just as Levi was about to head towards the church, Milk unexpectedly entered, leading a short, stout, middle-aged black woman. "She has assisted the police in solving numerous cases, and she wishes to see you." "A medium?" Levi turned in surprise. A medium refers to individuals purported to communicate with spirits. In the deeply religious atmosphere of America, the profession of a medium is not uncommon. However, the majority are mere charlatans. Nevertheless, the church's relevant information indicates that there are indeed some ordinary individuals who, for various reasons, possess the ability to see distorted forms of spirits, and some even have the capability to communicate with them. The medium named Chishian Hardman must possess some unique abilities to have been contracted by the police department. "Hello, Mr. Levi. May I ask if the creature you fought earlier resembled a vampire, and you managed to defeat it?" Once Milk had departed, Chishian eagerly inquired, her face brimming with excitement. "Indeed." Levi nodded, intrigued. "Miss Hardman, have you encountered this creature as well?" "Merlin." Upon hearing the name of the creature from Chishian's lips, Levi's heart stirred. Was this not the sorcerer who had invented the malevolent alchemy? "It seems you are acquainted with this creature," Levi noted with curiosity. Upon further inspection, he discerned that Chishian's physical constitution was quite frail, lacking any extraordinary energy. She appeared to be an ordinary person. "My family has been a lineage of mediums, residing here for over 1,000 years. After a brief silence, Chishian decided to reveal the truth. She had finally encountered a monster slayer capable of defeating that creature, and she was determined to seize this opportunity. According to the oral histories passed down by her ancestors, that Merlin was a malevolent and ruthless sorcerer over 1,000 years ago. Eventually, his wickedness attracted the attention of other sorcerers, who banded together to slay him. Although they succeeded in vanquishing Merlin, his evil was so profound and his power so formidable that her ancestors were left behind to guard against his potential resurrection through dark magic. Listening intently, Levi quickly deduced that the sorcerer Merlin Chishian spoke of was indeed the alchemist. Moreover, Chishian was most likely a descendant of one of the extraordinary beings who had once hunted Merlin, yet due to the passage of time, she seemed to have lost her family's legacy. "After nearly a millennium of peace, my forebears began to doubt the very notion of guarding against Merlin. considering it a jest left by our ancestors. Yet, over a century ago, Merlin truly resurrected, transforming into a fearsome creature that hunted humans. A flicker of terror crossed Qishan's face. My ancestors had once battled the resurrected Merlin. In its initial revival, it was not overly powerful and could still be defeated. Yet it possessed the true essence of immortality. Even if its body were reduced to ashes, every 16 years, it would return, spending 21 days hunting humans. Akin to a venomous serpent awakening from hibernation. With each resurrection, Merlin's strength only grew. After its fourth revival, it wielded terrifying power. As if it had become a demon of fear, rendering my ancestors utterly incapable of standing against it. Over the subsequent century, in their quest to eliminate Merlin, my forebears, grandfather, and father all perished at its hands. Each 16-year slumber or subsequent resurrection only served to amplify Merlin's power. Mr. Levi, it is imperative to eradicate it completely now. Otherwise, when it resurrects again, it may seek vengeance upon you. Qishan seemed anxious that Levi might dismiss her warnings, hastily shifting the stakes onto him. Then why did your ancestors not destroy Merlin while it lay dormant? Because my ancestors were unaware of how to obliterate Merlin entirely. Seeing Levi shake his head, Qishan quickly added, however, I have devoted 30 years to studying the knowledge left by my first ancestors, and I have finally discovered the method to eradicate Merlin. The knowledge left by her ancestors was severely lost due to the negligence of later generations, but through meticulous investigation. She had infiltrated the National Library to piece together crucial clues. Qishan retrieved a stack of documents from her satchel. My research indicates that, according to legend, Merlin was slain by the Son of God himself. Furthermore, it seems that the Son of God left a powerful safeguard within Merlin's corpse. If we can locate Merlin's body, we will uncover the means to finally destroy him. To apprehend the truck driver without raising suspicion, the police had not cordoned off the church, so when Levi returned, it appeared nearly unchanged. The only difference was the old truck belonging to Merlin parked at the entrance. Levi approached the vehicle, attempting to open the door, only to find it seemingly welded shut, utterly resistant to his efforts. Even pressing his face against the window yielded no clarity regarding its interior. Could it be that this peculiar truck was also transmuted by Merlin? Levi glanced at the unremarkable bone axe in his hand, surprised to discover that the aberrations created by Merlin possessed such remarkable attributes. Truly a genius who had invented the technology to extract radiant energy from evolved beings. The vast majority of human evolvers, upon reaching level 3, could only transmute a single object due to the limitations of their physical constitution. Yet if someone could transmute 2 objects, they would possess a significant advantage in both absorbing radiant energy for cultivation and in the exertion of strength during combat. Once an object is transmuted by another life form, unless the transmuter is deceased, others who obtain the object will be unable to unleash any of its power. Bang! Levi struck the truck's glass with a heavy fist. The sheer force lifted one side of the truck's tires off the ground. Yet the glass showed no signs of damage whatsoever. Thud! Levi patted the truck with satisfaction. What a treasure! Although the truck appeared quite antiquated, it exuded a unique rugged vintage charm that Levi found increasingly appealing. Gripping the bone axe, Levi turned and strode towards the adjacent church. In the inky darkness of the night, the wind swept through, the towering cypress trees swayed menacingly, and crows cawed incessantly from the rooftop, enveloping the atmosphere in an eerie aura. Chapter 89. The Essence and the Metallic Sphere Creak. As Levi stepped into the church, heavy with the scent of decay, the wooden floorboards groaned beneath his weight. With a mere thought, the faceless mask materialized upon his visage, releasing a psychic field that meticulously scoured the surroundings for any trace of evidence. Drawing from the information obtained from Qishan, Levi surmised that Merlin's corpse was concealed within this very church. He first descended into the basement, projecting his mental energy outward as he examined every inch of the space. However, after half an hour of thorough investigation, he found no signs of anything amiss. What is this? Upon flipping to the last page of the document, his expression shifted slightly as he beheld an image of a crucifix. Turning his gaze, he noticed the towering crucifix behind him and approached it for a closer inspection. This crucifix stood approximately 3 meters high, forged from a peculiar black metal, and bore the figure of a man, a representation of the Passion of Joshua as described in extreme doctrines, making it one of the most prominent symbols of such faith. Levi gently caressed the crucifix, its surface cold as iron, a strange expression crossing his features. Even after multiple visits to the church, he had instinctively overlooked this conspicuous crucifix. During his previous psychic search, he had unconsciously steered clear of it, suggesting that this crucifix possessed the ability to distort perception and consciousness, indicating a significant anomaly. Moreover, even for Levi, whose soul was complete and whose psychic abilities and perception far surpassed that of ordinary beings, it was inconceivable that a regular individual could search this place for a millennium without discovering the abnormality lurking right beneath their nose. Boom! Levi's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden burst of force, he struck the crucifix with his fist, producing a thunderous sound. The entire church trembled violently, as if this crucifix were a structural pillar, or perhaps the church itself existed solely to suppress it. Crash! The crucifix began to fissure, the outer layer of black metal flaking away to reveal a brilliant silver cross beneath. As the outer layer disintegrated, Levi could finally discern the visage of the man affixed to the cross. This was no compassionate Joshua from the texts, but rather a wholly naked man, contorted in agony and terror. Thus, it became evident that Merlin's body was most likely entombed within this metallic effigy. Levi struck the metallic figure of the crucifix once more, causing cracks to spiderweb across the ground beneath it. Yet, the crucifix was crafted from an unknown metal, gleaming yet remarkably resilient. Levi's blows left no mark upon its surface. Boom! Realizing the futility of his efforts, Levi drew his revolver and fired at the crucifix. A spark flew as the bullet ricocheted harmlessly away. Upon inspecting the impact site, he found no trace of his shot left behind. How could it be so unyielding? Levi furrowed his brow. The revolver's power rivaled that of an anti-material sniper rifle, and even his own body, encased in steel-like flesh, could hardly withstand such a close-range shot. With a surge of determination, Levi donned the faceless mask, feeling his strength swell by 50%. His physique expanded to 3 meters as he entered a combat state, stepping forward to gather energy for another devastating strike against the crucifix. Boom! The force of over 30 tons bore down upon the crucifix, the air seeming to explode with intensity. The roof of the church was lifted entirely away, and cracks spread across the floor and walls, threatening the structure with imminent collapse. Despite enduring this tremendous blow, the crucifix remained largely unscathed, though the point of impact began to glow faintly red, emanating waves of heat. Rapid strikes against metal can cause it to glow due to energy transfer. Levi observed the glowing crucifix and summoned a ball of yellow flame from his being, gradually guiding the flames to his arms, transforming them into a fierce red-orange hue. The intense heat scorched the walls black as he approached the crucifix, encircling it with his flaming arms in a bid to melt and soften the metal. Hiss! After 2 minutes, the area he embraced was a fiery crimson. Yet suddenly a plume of pale smoke erupted from the crucifix. Levi felt a sharp pain in his eyes and lungs, as if the smoke contained a lethal toxin. For an ordinary person, exposure to this smoke could lead to instantaneous blindness and pulmonary perforation, but Levi, possessing 20 times the physical resilience of a normal human and endowed with a primitive healing ability, endured the discomfort without severe consequence. 5 minutes later, the crucifix glowed a vivid red, a thick cloud of smoke billowing forth, its density lethal to any unprotected soul. Levi, drenched in sweat, found even his extraordinary physique taxed by the relentless exertion of flame for such an extended period. The primitive fire child within him allowed Levi to command flames reaching temperatures of no more than 3,000 degrees, yet these flames drained his vitality with each moment. Exhaling deeply, Levi relinquished control of the flames, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Fortunately, his robust physique swiftly recuperated, regaining much of his strength within a few breaths. Hiss! Taking a deep breath, Levi plunged his hands into the molten metal, summoning every ounce of strength to tear the metallic figure from the crucifix. Indeed, as the figure was torn asunder, Levi's eyes widened in revelation. Within the void, he discovered a withered, blackened corpse, curled tightly within the metallic shell. "Is this the true reason for your immortality, Merlin?" Levi murmured to the lifeless form before unleashing a torrent of flames, reducing the remains to ashes. As the desiccated body was consumed, a swirling orb of black light erupted from the remains, emitting anguished cries. As the orb expelled dark smoke, it revealed a pearlescent metallic sphere within, cleansed of its impurities like a pearl emerging from murky depths. Chapter 90. The mutant core of Zuchanode with a resounding crack. Mere seconds later, Merlin's lifeless form was reduced to ashes, while the luminous sphere seemed to have lost its vigor, the silver metallic orb plummeting to the ground and rolling to Levi's feet. 20 points. A gleam of joy flickered in Levi's eyes. After utterly vanquishing Merlin, he unexpectedly acquired 20 points of special energy, a bounty that exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin, sufficient for him to directly ascend to a level 3 life form. Levi glanced down at the metallic orb by his feet, intending to lift the silver sphere with his mental prowess, only to discover that he was unable to touch it with his psychic energy. Could it be that this metallic orb was the reason for the subconscious neglect, diverting attention from the cross? Levi bent down to retrieve the orb, pondering this possibility. Suddenly, as Levi made contact with the orb, it instantaneously transformed into a liquid state, seamlessly merging into his skin and making its way toward his brain. A wave of surprise washed over Levi, but in the next instant, the pages of the tome within his soul began to flutter, promptly cataloging this seemingly sinister metallic entity, confirming that this orb was indeed an extraordinary artifact. Simultaneously, as a reward for the entry, 2 points of special energy were granted to Levi by the tome. What manner of object is this? Levi opened the information page of the tome. Name: Levi. Age: 30. Life level: Extreme level 2, can consume 10 points of special energy to evolve to a level 3 life form. Physical strength: 30, 20, constitution, 20 soul, 1, restored to full state. Talents: Child of Flame. Beginner. Fear manipulation, psychic field, primary self-healing 60, steel skin 60, fearless activated, shielding activated, artifacts, mask of the faceless one activated, Arachne's loom, Samaritan. Mutant core of Zuchanode servants. Ogre skills: forging level 5, combat level 5, shooting level 3, stealth level 3, mobility level 3, espionage level 3, ordinary energy, 15 points special energy, 23 demigod power. 0 fear manipulation was indeed a new talent bestowed upon Levi by Merlin. This orb is called the mutant core of Zuchanode? Such a peculiar name. Levi clicked to open the description of this artifact. Zuchanode is a liquid metal akin to mercury, capable of integrating into biological organisms, healing their injuries, and providing positive enhancements to them. Upon reading this, Levi's heart stirred. The description of Zuchanode closely resembled the strange metal he had previously learned about from Vincent, the innkeeper. Moreover, within every primary mine of Zuchanode, there exists a metallic core. As long as the core persists, the mine will continue to grow at a slow but steady pace. So as long as the core exists, Zuchanode can be harvested endlessly? Levi marveled at the thought, wondering who would be foolish enough to extract this core, committing such an act of short-sightedness? Shaking his head, unable to fathom the reasoning behind it, he continued to peruse the relevant information. This core of Zuchanode, once extracted, not only transformed into an extraordinary artifact, but also underwent a mutation under various circumstances, retaining the original qualities of Zuchanode metal while gaining the ability to merge with and manipulate other supermetals, even bestowing life upon the fused supermetals. To control metals and endow them with life? Levi was utterly astounded, speculating on the nature of the life bestowed upon the metals. If it was akin to the Transformers from the movies, then this mutant core could very well be a seed of life. However, it can only merge with supermetals. Supermetals are those imbued with radiant energy, exhibiting performance far superior to that of ordinary metals. A rare few supermetals even possess extraordinary characteristics, such as extreme hardness exceeding a Mohs hardness of 10, melting points surpassing 10,000 degrees, and absolute insulation, among various other remarkable abilities, making them strategic resources that no country would export. Moreover, nearly all supermetals are byproducts of certain extraordinary artifacts subjected to prolonged radiation. Once the artifact is removed, no new supermetals will be produced, thus rendering their yield fixed and diminishing year by year. Therefore, Zuchanode, as a byproduct of this core, was the most perfect and suitable superalloy for the mutant core's control. However, Levi was unaware of the specifics concerning Zuchanode, only knowing that it possibly existed in England. He had previously sought information about Zuchanode through the church, but his status as a level 2 priest seemed insufficient. Nevertheless, I possess another supermetal. Levi looked down. His attire was crafted from a super metal capable of transitioning between liquid and solid states. And there's also the Samaritan. Levi drew out the massive revolver from his waist. After leaving the church base, he had recorded it in the tome. Perhaps due to this weapon undergoing special purification by the church, the tome had only awarded him a small amount of special energy. The Samaritan was the name of this revolver, and the tome's description was quite simple: a marvelous weapon forged from the melted metal of church bells. Its capabilities aligned closely with the church's accounts. While lacking overly extravagant powers, the ability to inflict significant damage on extraordinary beings was more than sufficient, considering the Samaritan was, after all, a firearm. In his prior battle with Merlin, the immense destructive power of the Samaritan against aberrant entities had already been validated. And that truck outside. Levi suddenly recalled the vehicle Merlin had driven, which was also an extraordinary artifact. Levi stepped outside, placing his palm upon the truck. The tome rustled, and the massive vehicle instantaneously vanished, captured within the tome, granting him an additional 2 points of special energy. This truck-shaped artifact was called the Iron Chariot, boasting the abilities of resilience and universal energy. Resilience is easily understood. The Iron Chariot is exceedingly sturdy, with nearly all its components being nearly indestructible. The capability of universal energy is intriguing. The Iron Chariot can utilize virtually any natural substance as fuel, be it gasoline, water, or even air. Thus, this is effectively a vehicle with infinite energy. Naturally, it could also be powered by substances with greater energy content, such as the remains of humans or aberrant entities, enabling the Iron Chariot to achieve even swifter speeds. However, the cost of operating this vehicle is significant. Upon the owner's demise, their soul merges with the Iron Chariot, enhancing its quality and energy. Levi, of course, expended a small amount of special energy to completely waive this cost. Yet, the mutant core, this extraordinary artifact, had no apparent cost associated with its use. Now, Levi found himself at a crossroads. Should he bestow life upon the Samaritan, transforming it into a fearsome weapon imbued with vitality, or should he reserve that opportunity for the Iron Chariot? Could it truly transform into a being akin to a transformer? Chapter 91. The Axe of Azarov and Evolution. If only I had 2 mutation cores. Levi thought greedily, regretting that this mutation core could only be fused once. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to choose Samaria. Although the Iron Chariot was impressive, its capabilities did not significantly enhance his combat prowess, so he prioritized lethality. However, when Levi brought the mutation core into contact with Samaria, there was no reaction whatsoever. Not only did the handgun not gain life, but fusion also failed to occur. At that moment, an explanation from the Book of Skin emerged in Levi's mind. It could only affect pure supermetal, as the wondrous objects contained a substantial amount of radiative energy, rendering the mutation core ineffective against them. Levi's combat suit, though crafted from liquid solid metal and possessing remarkable extensibility and transformation capabilities, was not something he was willing to use the mutation core on. After all, it was quite possibly the only one of its kind in existence. Shaking his head, Levi's gaze fell upon the bone axe he had set aside. He retrieved it and had it recorded in the Book of Skin. In just a single day, Levi had acquired 3 wondrous objects from Merlin. He truly was a generous benefactor. The Axe of Azarov? As Levi perused the information regarding this bone axe, he became intrigued by its splendid skill attributes. Species: wondrous object name, Axe of Azarov forged from the skull and spine of a certain being. Skills: 1. Sharpness: the blade of the bone axe is exceedingly sharp. 2. Flames of fear: the skull of the bone axe can unleash magical flames derived from fear energy, diminishing the enemy's morale and inflicting continuous damage after striking. 3. Bone Devour: can consume the skull and spine of super beings to repair damage and achieve evolution. Cost: using the Axe of Azarov will continuously extract skeletal material from the user, leading to mental disarray and fragmentation. Status: recorded, can permanently waive the cost by consuming 1 point of special energy. Wave. Bone Devour. Evolution. A smile of delight spread across Levi's face as he realized he had nearly overlooked the fact that this was an ever-growing wondrous object. He promptly waived the usage cost of the Axe of Azarov, as he conveniently possessed 3 skulls and spines from aberrant creatures, perfectly aligning with his peculiar penchant for decapitating foes. With satisfaction, Levi rose to his feet, lifting the melted and shattered cross metal from the ground and tossing it into the hood of his vehicle. This metal was exceptionally durable and, when heated, could emit toxic vapors. It was undoubtedly quite precious. Upon evolving into a level 3 life form, he would be able to absorb and manipulate the radiative energy in nature, greatly enhancing his combat style and capabilities, and he could also practice the meditative arts from the church. Consuming 10 points of special energy, evolve to level 3. Boom. As the 10 points of special energy were consumed, countless searing streams of exotic heat surged within Levi, causing his jeans, muscles, and flesh to undergo a profound metamorphosis. Crack. Crack. Levi's body expanded like an inflating balloon. Perhaps it was due to the legacy of the Dwarf King, but his height surpassed limits once more, reaching nearly 4 meters. His muscles bulged grotesquely, and his skin gleamed with a metallic sheen, resembling a titan of iron, even appearing somewhat fearsome. Boom. Then, flames erupted from Levi's pores, soaring skyward in a conflagration of red and yellow that reached heights of over 10 meters, transforming him into a living torch. Moments later, the flames surrounding him began to condense, their hues gradually lightening, with the interior flames exhibiting a faint whiteness. The intense heat ignited the collapsed church from several meters away, causing the stones beneath him to glow red, with dust cascading down. Hiss. When Levi's body swelled to a certain limit, a sound akin to shattering emanated from within him. Instantly, the radiative energy in the world surged into Levi, forming a vortex of radiative energy around him. Level 3. Achieved. Boom. As Levi evolved into a level 3 life form, a vortex of radiative energy formed around him, and 6 wondrous objects recorded in the Book of Skins suddenly materialized before him, swirling around him as they absorbed the influx of radiative energy. With the appearance of these 6 wondrous objects, the vortex of radiative energy intensified, drawing in energy from hundreds of kilometers around, causing its concentration to soar to accommodate Levi and the 6 wondrous objects' voracious appetite. The 6 wondrous objects, having absorbed a substantial amount of radiative energy, shimmered with a myriad of colors, seemingly expressing their joy at the long-awaited nourishment. Meanwhile, as Levi underwent his evolution, an energy alarm resonated from the headquarters of the Universal Church, located over 1,000 kilometers away. Guardian. Several staff members, visibly tense, operated the global radiative energy monitoring devices. When they observed Medina appearing behind them, they were not surprised, but hastily reported the current situation. A massive radiative response had been detected in the suburbs of Bohio County, Texas, with preliminary assessments indicating the radiative energy level was nearing level 4. Do not panic. Medina first chuckled softly to reassure them, then lifted her head, revealing silver energy swirling within her pupils. The church staff fell silent, filled with admiration as they witnessed Medina harnessing her powerful and mystical divination abilities. Her godlike prowess had aided the church in swiftly regaining its vitality, earning her the title of prophet among many congregants. Medina furrowed her brow slightly, as her divination revealed no insight into the cause of the radiative anomaly, only that it would bring countless benefits to the church without any drawbacks. With her brow unfurling, Medina found this sufficient. Chapter 92. The Fusion Evolution and the White Queen. During this process, 6 extraordinary artifacts radiated a peculiar gleam of radiant energy, akin to ancient relics unearthed from thousands of years beneath the earth, now gradually revealing their true forms after meticulous cleansing and polishing. In truth, these artifacts, which have existed for an unfathomable number of years, have endured far greater torment and devastation from the low radiation era than humanity. As the radiation waned, the vast reserves of pure energy contained within these artifacts gradually dissipated, transforming them from wondrous treasures of immense power into mere mundane objects. Even after a century of self-restoration during the retro era, the power these artifacts could wield was still a far cry from their former glory. Now, however, they trailed behind Levi, basking in a monumental infusion of radiant energy, at last able to reclaim a fragment of their erstwhile might. One by one, the artifacts danced around Levi with newfound vitality. The faceless mask, which had accompanied Levi the longest and was utilized most frequently, shed its faint black hue, revealing a deep jade color reminiscent of emeralds. Simultaneously, the mask, imbued with formidable radiant energy, seamlessly affixed itself to Levi's head, gradually merging into his very being. Following closely was Arachne's loom, which transformed into a spectral light, accompanied by the sounds of weaving, as it integrated itself through Levi's eyes into his mind. Next, Samaria fused into Levi's right hand, while Azarov's axe melded into his left. The iron chariot directly assimilated into Levi's body. Throughout this process of radiant infusion, these 5 artifacts fused into Levi's essence, a feat unheard of even among deities. Levi had just transcended to level 3 when he simultaneously assimilated 5 artifacts. Such an occurrence would astonish even the divine. Moreover, Levi possessed a physical and spiritual strength far beyond his peers, exponentially magnifying his capabilities. After all, the greater the base, the more substantial the multiplication effect. Boom. Minutes later, as Levi experienced his first infusion of radiant energy and completed his evolution into a level 3 life form. The swirling vortex of radiant energy surrounding him began to dissipate. Swish. While the other 5 artifacts had successfully merged into Levi, the aberrant core of Zuchanod darted directly into the fabric of his clothing after circling around. As Levi reveled in the infusion of radiant energy and the transformations within his body post-evolution, he momentarily failed to intercept the aberrant core. Splash! Upon contact with the liquid solid metallic fabric of his attire, ripples surged across Levi's clothing, expanding with each passing moment. Seconds later, the liquid solid metal reverted to its original silvery hue, bubbling violently like a boiling liquid. Subsequently, this mercury-like liquid, along with the wristband Levi had exchanged 200 merit points for, slid off his body. Although this silver liquid fell upon the ash-laden ground, it did not gather a speck of dust in its tumultuous dance. Buzz! The liquid metal began to display intricate, circuit-like patterns, pulsating with a significant flow of radiant energy. After merging with the aberrant core, the simulated suit crafted from liquid solid metal had evolved into a remarkable artifact. This was the first time Levi witnessed the birth of an artifact. The entire process swift and seamless, lasting no more than a few seconds. What was once a mere 500 merit point simulation suit had now transformed into a treasure worth at least 1,000 merit points. Of course, even with such a remarkable gain, only a fool would engage in such transactions. Buzz! Just as the simulated suit completed its evolution, a force resembling psychic energy extended forth, connecting with Levi's soul. This newly birthed artifact, born of the aberrant core, was effortlessly claimed by Levi. With a whoosh, the silver metal on the ground crawled back up Levi's legs, reshaping itself into the form of the original leather trench coat. "Greetings, Master." A gentle, serene female voice resonated simultaneously in Levi's ear and mind. Levi's brow furrowed as he gazed at his clothing and wristband, silently communicating, "Have you gained sentience?" "Yes, Master," the voice replied within Levi's mind. "The aberrant core of Zuchanod has successfully enabled me to evolve into an intelligent life form." Intelligent life? Levi pondered, accessing the information on this newfound artifact. To his astonishment, this newly created artifact rewarded him with 4 points of special energy upon being recorded in the tome. Until now, all other artifacts he had cataloged only provided 2 points of special energy. Why did this garment yield double the energy reward? Species. Artifact name: Levi's ultra-intelligent life armor, evolved from liquid solid super energy metal upon merging with an initial intelligent wristband during the fusion with Zuchanod's core. Skills: 1. Metamorphosis retains liquid solid properties, capable of transforming into any shape and color. 2. Resilience: the liquid solid alloy undergoes a qualitative change, doubling its toughness. Able to self-repair by absorbing radiant energy, and can assimilate other metals to gain their beneficial properties. 3. Flame resistance: having endured Levi's fiery trials, it possesses high resistance to flames and temperatures, which can continually improve. 4. Ultra-intelligent cognition: the intelligent life born within the armor holds absolute control over electronic devices within a certain range. Cost: none, exclusive to Levi. Status: recorded to possess 4 skills. Levi's eyebrows lifted in surprise as he beheld the magnificent attributes. This was indeed a treasure. Each of these skills was immensely practical and formidable. Moreover, the naming of this artifact caught Levi's attention. The title Levi's Ultra-Intelligent Life Armor explicitly bore his name. In the cost section, it was clearly marked as Levi's exclusive artifact, thus he could utilize it without any cost. With a mere thought, the attire instantly morphed into the appearance of a former tactical suit, replicating the texture perfectly. Even the intercom embedded in the chest functioned flawlessly. "Let us bestow upon you a name. I shall call you the White Queen," Levi conveyed in his mind. "The White Queen is honored to serve you, my master." Chapter 93. The extraordinary abilities of the White Queen. With a gentle tug, Levi felt the armor yield beneath his grasp, transforming into an incredibly resilient form, accompanied by a deep, resonant scraping sound. As he intensified his efforts, reaching nearly 10 tons of force, he managed to tear off a fragment of the armor, which he cast aside. Yet, to his astonishment, the missing section was swiftly repaired by the surrounding metallic components, appearing as pristine as before. The severed piece of armor, upon touching the ground, morphed into a silvery liquid metal, quickly flowing back to reintegrate with the armor. In an instant, the Samaritan materialized in Levi's hand, and he aimed it directly at his chest, pulling the trigger with determination. A thunderous roar erupted as a bullet, rivaling the power of an anti-material sniper rifle, embedded itself slightly into the armor. However, as the liquid metal flowed, the deformed bullet was expelled, leaving Levi's chest virtually unscathed. Impressive defensive capabilities, Levi praised after his examination. Suddenly, a thought struck him, with a mere mental command. The armor shifted and transformed into a spectacularly futuristic suit reminiscent of the mechanized exoskeletons from the Iron Man films of his past life. A powerful jet of air erupted from the engine at the heel of the suit, lifting Levi off the ground in a staggering display of aerial potential. Is this truly achievable? He pondered, initially intrigued by the prospect of flight, only to find that the functional armor could indeed morph into a mech. My master, as long as I comprehend your vision and possess the requisite technological foundation, everything you imagine can come to fruition. The White Queen's voice carried a hint of amusement. Levi realized that this transformation was not conjured from thin air, but rather a manifestation of the White Queen's ability to utilize existing technology through her own materials. For instance, the jet engine on the mech indicated that similar technologies had been realized in reality. While the liquid metal could change its form, it could not alter its elemental composition. Thus, if Levi desired the White Queen to craft a copper bullet, she would need to assimilate brass first. Currently, this is merely the foundational capability. In the future, you may merge various ordinary or supermetallic substances into the armor to continually enhance its overall performance. The White Queen's voice echoed in Levi's mind. At that moment, he recalled the metallic cross he had tossed into the car's trunk. As he prepared to drive, he witnessed the vehicle parked at a distance suddenly spring to life and glide towards him, a testament to the White Queen's absolute command over electronic devices. As most modern cars were equipped with driving computers, with a click, Levi opened the trunk, revealing the melted and deformed cross. Thankfully, the ample space of his Mercedes off-road vehicle accommodated the sizable object without issue. Just then, a beam of crimson light shot from his wristband, scanning the cross, revealing it to be composed of an osmium-iridium alloy, with faint residual radiation energy still detectable. Osmium-iridium alloy? Levi, lacking knowledge of such a metal, pondered. Osmium is one of the hardest common metals in nature, and when alloyed with iridium, it boasts remarkable hardness, toughness, wear resistance, acid resistance, and oxidation resistance. However, it is essential to note that osmium can release highly toxic vapors when oxidized, particularly when heated. Does this metal serve any purpose for you? Levi shook his head. No. The toxicity of osmium is not to my detriment. He had first-hand experience of osmium vapor's lethal potency, which even his robust physique had struggled to withstand, posing a significant threat to ordinary individuals and typical second-tier life forms. Understood, Master. The White Queen promptly obeyed Levi's command. A pool of silvery metal detached from the armor, enveloping the cross, swiftly dissolving it for integration. Within mere seconds, the cross vanished, its volume slightly increased as the liquid-solid alloy merged back into Levi's armor, enhancing its mass by several hundred kilograms. However, with his current physical prowess at a remarkable 40 points, he barely registered the added weight. At that moment, Levi inadvertently caught a glimpse of himself in the car's window, and a new idea ignited within him. The armor surged and flowed, completely enveloping him, and in an instant, he transformed into the likeness of milk. He realized that the armor's ability to morph could extend beyond mere forms, allowing it to cloak him in a new visage. With the assistance of the White Queen, this liquid-solid metal visage could replicate real human expressions and nuances with uncanny accuracy. One must delve deeply into the potential of extraordinary artifacts. Each skill can yield astonishing results when approached from a different perspective, Levi mused inwardly. By the way, White Queen, now that you have evolved into an intelligent being, are you capable of omnipotence within the digital realm, much like those depicted in films? Levi inquired with curiosity, recognizing the immense assistance this could provide him. Master, I have connected to the global satellite network through a faint signal. I now possess access to 99.999.999 of the information resources stored online. The White Queen's calm voice resonated. This level of access implied that there were virtually no secrets from her, barring certain physical disconnections or non-digital information storage. There are 2 locations currently protected by firewalls that I cannot breach in the short term. A red beam emanated from the wristband, forming a holographic projection of Earth, with 2 blinking points indicating their precise locations. Could it be that intelligent beings inhabit those areas? Levi surmised, suspecting the presence of sentient life forms at those sites. Upon magnifying the hologram, he discovered that one location corresponded to the base of the Universal Church, while the other was situated in southern Mexico. According to current analyses, no traces of other intelligent beings had been detected online. The White Queen offered her assessment. There is an 89% likelihood that those locations are shielded by some form of extraordinary artifact. Levi nodded, recognizing that while he was uncertain about the situation in Mexico, the headquarters of the Universal Church, known for its plethora of extraordinary artifacts, would undoubtedly possess something capable of safeguarding its network. Chapter 94. The Fire of Fear and the Solidification of Talent. White Queen. To what extent have you developed your resistance to flames? Levi inquired with curiosity. Boom. Levi extended his palm, and with a mere thought, a peculiar fireball materialized in his hand. This fireball was unique, exhibiting an eerie black-red hue, with wisps of black smoke curling outward. Upon the appearance of this flame, the croaking of frogs and chirping of insects in the surrounding woods abruptly ceased. It was as if a calamity had struck, prompting countless creatures to flee the woods in a desperate bid to escape Levi's presence. The fire of fear, Levi murmured, gazing at the flame in his palm. After vanquishing Merlin and seizing his fear field, as well as acquiring the axe of Azeroth, Levi's ability to manipulate fire had fused with these powers, giving rise to the new talent, the Fire of Fear. This extraordinary fire not only possessed the ability to wield flames but also to perceive, create, and absorb fear, perfectly replicating the capabilities associated with Merlin's fear field. The Fire of Fear instilled an uncontrollable and escalating terror in all who beheld it, simultaneously weakening their will while absorbing the fear generated to enhance itself. Furthermore, those who experienced fear could not escape Levi's perception, allowing him to sense their dread from hundreds of kilometers away. Moreover, the Fire of Fear inflicted sustained and profound damage to mental fortitude, serving as a veritable nemesis to psychic fields. From Levi's vantage point, he observed black wisps of fear emanating from the fleeing animals and insects, swirling into the Fire of Fear, akin to adding fuel to a blazing inferno, intensifying its flames. White Queen, can you withstand the temperature of this flame? Levi noted as the vegetation at his feet began to wither under the searing heat. In response, the White Queen conveyed to Levi two names of unheard-of supermetals: deep core purple nickel, stellar meteor iron. Levi furrowed his brow, pondering whether these metals could be procured externally. My master, only 4 nations in the world possess these metals, and they are classified as top-secret materials, making acquisition nearly impossible. The White Queen replied. Levi remained silent, awaiting further information. Given that the White Queen had mentioned these metals, it was evident that there must be a means of obtaining them. My master, have you forgotten the Universal Church? The White Queen reminded him. Indeed, Levi exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. The Universal Church housed countless extraordinary artifacts, including these 2 super metals without a doubt. White Queen, check the exchange list of the church. Levi commanded. The White Queen manipulated the ring, projecting a list into the air before Levi. However, after a thorough search, no relevant results emerged. My master, according to transport records from 3 years ago and 5 months ago, the Universal Church does indeed possess these 2 super metals. The page transformed, revealing 2 special transport records that documented the shipment of super metals. Calculating the probabilities, the White Queen concluded. There is an 80% chance that the required permissions for these 2 super metals are excessively high. Conversely, there is a 20% chance that the church has simply not included them in the exchange list. Levi nodded, leaning toward the first possibility. Although he had evolved into a level 3 life form, ascending to the rank of priest within the church would necessitate considerable contribution points. To progress from a level 1 missionary to a level 2 pastor required 100 contribution points, while promotion to priest demanded a staggering 1,000 points tenfold. Moreover, each subsequent promotion would require 10 times the previous amount of merit points. Levi retrieved his identity card, noting that one side remained blue, while the other displayed a purple symbolizing his level 3 life form status. My master, I have processed the relevant information and battle footage regarding your defeat of the level 3 aberrant. You have now acquired 300 merit points. The White Queen had fully mastered the functionalities of the ring, alleviating any concerns Levi had regarding the church discovering his hidden cards and anomalies through the uploaded battle footage. Excellent, Levi replied, reveling in the sense of having someone to manage such matters. It was truly splendid. No wonder affluent individuals sought capable secretaries. Name, Levi. Age, 30. Life level, level 3 physical strength, 60/40. The Mask of the Faceless One's 50 enhancement is solidified and can be disabled. Constitution, 60, 40. Steel body enhancement in effect. Soul, 1. 5 talents. Child of Flame, beginner. Fire of Fear, psychic field. Basic self-healing, 80. Steel body, fearless, solidified, can be disabled. Shielding, solidified, can be disabled. Artifacts. Mask of the Faceless One, Arachne's Loom, Samaritan, Zukanad's Aberration Core, Steel Chariot, Axe of Azerov's Servant. Ogre skills, Forging level 5, Combat level 5. Shooting level 3, Stealth level 3, Mobility level 3, Espionage level 3. Normal energy, 15 points. Special energy, 19 points. Demigod power, 0. Levi reviewed his current attributes, noting the substantial changes. Following his evolution to a level 3 life form, both his physical strength and constitution had doubled, surging from 20 to 40 points, enabling him to effortlessly lift weights of up to 40 tons. Solidified enhancements. Levi observed that although he was not currently wearing the Mask of the Faceless One, the associated abilities continued to exert their influence upon him, a distinct advantage of the artifact post-melting. Notably, with the talents Fearless and Shielding solidified, Levi could maintain an unwavering calmness, remain impervious to pain, and conceal the aura of a higher life form newly emanating from his being. Otherwise, the mere sight of him would evoke the primal fear of a tiger or lion in ordinary humans, marking him conspicuously. His soul strength had also seen a significant enhancement. Upon testing the psychic field, he discovered both the range and extraction power had increased by 1.5 times. And then there was the steel body. Chapter 95, the enhancement of the bone axe and oxygen. The original steel skin talent has evolved into a new ability, the iron body, following the fusion with the steel chariot. Although it bears this name, Levi's physical strength has long surpassed that of steel by countless magnitudes. Moreover, thanks to the amplification of the iron body, Levi's physique can now withstand and fully exert the power level amplified by 50 from the Faceless Mask. At this moment, Levi is unable to assess the exact extent of his physical strength, but it is reasonable to assume that even the ordinary bullets from a Samaritan would struggle to penetrate his skin. Additionally, due to the robust nature of the iron body, even when a gun is pressed against his mouth, it cannot breach his relatively soft flesh. Coupled with the fearless talent of the mask, Levi is even oblivious to the sensation of pain. Levi feels that he has drawn significantly closer to the ancestors depicted in the films of his past life, at least in terms of physicality. After undergoing enhancement through radiation energy, Levi's progress in basic self-healing has surged by 20, reaching 80. Unfortunately, it appears that Merlin's immortality is not a talent inherent to himself, but rather resembles a curse. Thus, upon defeating him, Levi did not acquire a similar ability. As Levi gazed at the completely destroyed and smoldering church, he turned to leave but inadvertently noticed a black briefcase quietly resting in the vehicle's canopy. 2 spoils of war he had nearly forgotten. Recalling the recently acquired Azerov's axe, Levi pulled the briefcase out, entered the code, and revealed a glass jar containing 2 pig heads submerged in preservative fluid, still connected to their entire spines. With a click, as the glass lid opened, a pungent odor immediately wafted out. With a mere thought, a bizarrely designed bone axe materialized in Levi's hand. At the top of the axe, a skull emitted dark red flames of terror, resembling a demon, utterly sinister. This bone axe had also received some restoration through the infusion of radiation energy. At least the skull was no longer merely emitting wisps of black mist, but had finally transformed into flames with substance. Gripping the bone axe, Levi plunged it into the glass jar containing the heads of the Vincent siblings. The preservative fluid instantly evaporated, and the black flames ignited the heads, turning the outer layer of pale flesh to ashes in the blink of an eye. Yet, the remaining bones, rather than being incinerated by the black flames, transformed into a pool of black-red liquid crystal, akin to quartz, and subsequently flowed into the mouth of the skull at the axe's top, as if devoured by it. With a thunderous roar as the 2 heads were absorbed by the bone axe, the flames within the skull blazed even more fiercely, and the entire axe became significantly heavier. Levi weighed it in his hands. Its current weight was at least 300 kilograms. He squeezed the axe handle, which was designed like a spine, and found it utterly undamaged, fully capable of withstanding his strength. Moreover, the already resilient and sharp bone axe had attained a degree of sharpness that could slice through hair. Levi pressed his finger against the blade to test its sharpness, but discovered that this peculiar artifact, refined by him, could not inflict any harm upon him. Instead, he merely scraped it against the metallic canopy of his off-road vehicle, effortlessly slicing through nearly 2 centimeters of alloy as if it were mere tofu. Though the 300-kilogram bone axe still felt exceedingly light to Levi, even somewhat unwieldy, he knew that as he continued to add skeletal spoils to the axe, its weight, resilience, and sharpness would perpetually improve. With a satisfied nod, Levi proclaimed, "Now, with the Samaritan for ranged combat, Azarov's axe for close quarters, the iron body for physical defense, and the faceless mask for soul protection, who could stand against me?" Although Levi yearned to unleash his full power and witness the destruction he could wreak, the overwhelming radiation energy within him cautioned that a complete release of his energy and control over the surrounding radiation would annihilate everything within a radius of several hundred meters, reducing it to scorched earth. Just as Levi prepared to depart, he suddenly halted, realizing that since evolving to level 3, both his heartbeat and breathing had slowed dramatically. "White Queen, assess my heartbeat and respiratory rate," Levi commanded. The White Queen, controlling his ring and armor, could monitor his physical condition in real time. "Master, your heartbeat is 4 beats per minute, and your breathing rate is 0.1 breaths per minute," the White Queen replied after 2 seconds. "Master, your oxygen intake has significantly diminished, requiring only 10 milliliters of oxygen per minute, which is merely 1% of the normal human requirement. A typical human requires 800-1200 milliliters of oxygen per minute, with effective utilization ranging between 200 to 300 milliliters. While oxygen is essential for human survival, akin to food and water, it is also a primary catalyst for aging and death through oxidation." The White Queen projected countless confidential research papers before Levi. According to the data retrieved online, as humans advance in life levels, their organs and survival systems undergo miraculous evolution, drastically reducing their dependence on oxygen, especially upon reaching level 3. Radiation energy gradually supplants the functions of blood oxygen and other bodily systems, contributing to the significantly prolonged lifespan of high-level life forms. It is precisely for this reason that, in the low-radiation era, the existence of level 4 life forms is exceedingly rare. Without radiation energy, advanced life forms would be akin to ordinary humans deprived of oxygen. "Ah, so that is the case." Levi nodded, realization dawning upon him. He then suddenly gazed up at the starry night sky, murmuring, "Does this mean that upon reaching level 4, one could survive in the cosmos relying solely on the physical body? Haha, once I evolve to a level 4 life form, I shall venture into space to test this theory." Levi laughed heartily, reassuring the White Queen. With 19 points of special energy remaining, he decided to reserve 5 points for contingencies and allocate 7 points each to physique and stamina. Levi, eyeing the remaining special energy, resolved to capitalize on the momentum. Chapter 96, The Abyssal Pyramid. Name, Leeway. Age, 30 years. Life level, level 3. Physical strength, 70. 547. The Mask of the Faceless One provides a 50 enhancement, which can be deactivated. Constitution, 70. 547. Enhanced by Iron Body, Soul, 1. 5 talents, Child of Flame, Beginner, Fear Flame, Psychic Field, Basic Self-Healing, 80. Iron Body. Fearless, Solidified, can be deactivated. Shielding, Solidified, can be deactivated. Artifacts, Mask of the Faceless One, Arachne's Loom, Samaritan, Zucanode's Aberration Core, Iron Chariot. Azarov's Axe Minions. Ogre Skills, Forging level 5, Combat level 5, Shooting level 3, Stealth level 3, Mobility level 3. Espionage level 3. Common Energy, 15 points. Special Energy, 5 points. Demigod Power, 0. The enhancement of the soul cannot be achieved through special energy points. It can only progress with the increase in life levels. With a sigh of resignation, Leeway pondered the necessity for higher-level energy to facilitate such an enhancement, akin to the demigod power he received from the Dwarven King during yesterday's inheritance. Regrettably, the demigod power was automatically applied to the evolution of his body and talents. If he could allocate it freely, he might explore its potential impact on his soul. After his recent battle with Merlin, Leeway had summoned the logistics department of the church to handle the aftermath. This is one of the advantages of joining a formidable faction, despite the freedom to act. Specialized personnel would address any ensuing issues. "Mr. Leeway, have you found Merlin's corpse?" As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, Qiqian came rushing towards him, her plump figure bouncing. Qiqian harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Merlin, making her the most eager among the gathered crowd to see him dead. "Even if you haven't found it, it matters not. Merlin will resurrect in 16 years, and by then, I trust you will have grown even stronger." Should he dare to trace the scent of fear to you, we can certainly lay an ambush and eliminate him once more. Qiqian held little hope that Li Wei could find Merlin's corpse. Her family had invested a millennium, spanning numerous generations, in the pursuit of Merlin, yet they had never succeeded. How could Li Wei accomplish it in such a brief span? Miss Qiqian, from this moment forth, you are free. Li Wei placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, choosing not to elaborate further. Huh? What? Free? Qiqian was momentarily taken aback, not grasping Li Wei's words. However, moments later, realization dawned upon her, and disbelief washed over her face. Had Merlin's corpse truly been found? Was he completely eradicated from existence? Indeed. Li Wei nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Qiqian stood frozen for several seconds before erupting into laughter, tears streaming down her face. As the last remnant of her family, she bore the weight of ancestral enmity, while her heart brimmed with fear, anger, and despair regarding her own fate. At times, she even resented her ancestor for shouldering the task of guarding Merlin's corpse, which had condemned her descendants to this unending curse. Yet now, with Merlin utterly slain, the burden she carried dissipated like mist. Despite the dark night, Qiqian felt an unexpected warmth and comfort, as if basking in sunlight. Mr. Li Wei, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. After venting her emotions for a while, Qiqian noticed Li Wei still standing quietly beside her. Flustered, she wiped her tears and retrieved a bank card from her bag. Mr. Li Wei, this card contains $400,000 that I saved as a medium. I know you, as such a powerful demon hunter, surely do not lack for money. But I hope you will accept this token of my appreciation. Some individuals, unwilling to align with any faction, position themselves akin to bounty hunters, capturing or hunting aberrations and selling them to the military, government, or certain extraordinary factions in exchange for money or resources necessary for their evolution and training. They are known as demon hunters. Furthermore, due to their solitary operations and lack of team support, they leave many traces, making them well known to the outside world. Qiqian, having long lost her family legacy, was unaware of the existence of extraordinary factions, only cognizant of the powerful demon hunters that roamed the world. She had been searching for traces of these hunters, hoping to enlist their aid in slaying Merlin. There's no need, Ms. Qiqian. Li Wei shook his head, refraining from further explanation. It was merely a matter of convenience, and without the information you provided about Merlin, I likely would have overlooked the cross that concealed his corpse. Li Wei declined to accept Qiqian's life savings, for without her insights, he would have probably missed the location of Merlin's remains. Moreover, from Merlin, he not only acquired the formidable talent of Fear Flame, but also gained 3 powerful artifacts, significantly enhancing his strength. Li Wei's substantial gains were largely attributable to Qiqian's assistance. Please do share. Li Wei's interest was piqued as he listened, for the emergence of extraordinary power either indicated the potential for aberrations that could provide him with special energy points or even more wondrous artifacts. There exists a primitive tribe of Cheyenne people in the western jungles of Oklahoma, over 700 kilometers from here. Within that tribe lies a terrifying pyramid, referred to as the Abyss by the Cheyenne. This pyramid is overgrown with a bizarre, parasitic vine that can manipulate human bodies. I suspect there is some supernatural entity residing within that pyramid.